In her past life, Ran, upon being recognized by a prestigious family, sought to ingratiate herself at every turn, compromising her dignity, only to be brutally stabbed to death while her biological parents and brother remained indifferent. Upon her rebirth, Ran severed ties with her blood relatives and resolutely tore apart the false heiress. By an unexpected stroke of fortune, she acquired a wondrous zoo, awakening her ability to communicate with animals, and willingly offered herself to the state, becoming the nation's beloved darling. Subsequently, netizens discovered that within the zoo, a parrot plagued by anxiety, a depressed giant panda, and a limping lion king vied desperately for her affection and her embrace, while various wild animals outside queued to enter the city for a gentle touch. At the foot of a vast snowy mountain, she led a pack of snow wolves in a standoff against poachers. In the desolate desert, she remained composed while assisting a lioness in childbirth, guiding her patiently in nurturing her cubs. Amidst the surging waves, she rode atop a killer whale, rallying a pod of orcas to rescue another marine species, shocking the entire internet in the process. At this moment, her negligent father and mother were filled with regret, while the false heiress, furious at her incompetence, stirred up trouble. Two formidable allies appeared just in time. The state father declared, "Ran, I will protect you, do you understand?" The wealthy benefactor added, "Do not lay a finger on my wife." The husky raised a middle paw in warning. Chapter 1. I will no longer serve. In the dimly lit chamber, cold sweat trickled down Ran's temples, cascading onto her slender neck, and a piercing headache jolted her awake. At that moment, the pitch-black door was suddenly thrust open. A man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, clad in luxurious attire, stood against the light at the threshold of the room. The man's frigid and dispassionate voice resonated. "Ran, if you come out to apologize today, we can overlook the incident where you pushed Nyen down the stairs." Ran's dark eyes flickered as she gazed toward the doorway. The man before her was none other than her elder brother, He. This scene of interrogation was all too familiar. Ran realized she had been reborn a decade earlier, determined to hold the false heiress's biological parents accountable under the law. In a scheme to frame her, the false heiress pretended to be injured from being pushed down the stairs by Ran, making her the target of familial blame. To punish her, the family confined her in a storage room for an entire week. Aware of her predicament, Ran averted her gaze, her expression one of aloofness. Why should I apologize to her? He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ran to respond in such a manner. However, he quickly furrowed his brows sharply, admonishing her. Nyen fell because of you, and now you refuse to take responsibility and even shy away from an apology. If it weren't for Nyen's kind heart, you should be in prison by now. He could not fathom how, despite being his sister, Nyen was benevolent while Ran displayed such a lack of integrity, lacking even the courage to acknowledge her wrongs. Disappointment clouded He's expression. Ran did not miss the subtle shift in his demeanor and let out a derisive laugh. "What are you laughing at?" He glared at Ran, who sat by the bed, her expression obscured. "Even you, elder brother, understand that wrongdoings necessitate apologies. Nyen's parents deliberately swapped my identity with hers. Now that I wish to seek legal accountability from her biological parents, what fault lies with me?" In her previous life, she had endured abuse from her adoptive parents and had never experienced familial affection. Thus, when her biological parents reclaimed her, she was overwhelmed with joy. She had naively believed that the family would publicly acknowledge her identity and seek justice against her adoptive parents, yet after waiting in vain, she received nothing. Despite this, in her previous life, she had thought it was her inadequacies that led to her plight, believing she was overly critical and had been willing to cater to and please everyone in the family. Hearing He's accusations, Ran abruptly stood up. He then noticed her pale, translucent complexion, as if she had just emerged from water. Even though he disapproved of Ran pushing Nyen down the stairs, seeing her frail state stirred something within him. Yet, recalling how Ran had gone to great lengths to vie for their parents' affection, he instinctively assumed she was once again seeking his attention. He fixed his gaze upon Ran. "Ran, what trickery are you attempting now?" Ran regarded him with indifference, her eyes calm as a placid lake. "Since my return to the family, no matter what actions I take, they are perceived as ulterior motives. If that is the case, why was I brought back in the first place?" In response, he asserted, "You are my sister. We cannot stand by and watch you suffer outside." No sooner had he spoken than a girl dressed in a white gown, exuding an air of fragility, appeared at the doorway. "Elder brother, please do not be angry with sister. It is all my fault for not leaving the C family. The delicate girl before them was none other than the recently discharged false heiress, Si Nian. Meanwhile, downstairs, Si Ran's parents awaited her apology, having just brought Si Nian back from the hospital. Last time, Si Nian had appeared at this very moment, instigating a series of manipulative schemes that resulted in Si Ran being confined for 3 days. She had already been suffering from a fever, and by the time the servants realized something was amiss, her hearing had deteriorated beyond repair. Consequently, when Si Nian's fervent fan charged at her with a knife, Si Ran was unable to react due to her inability to hear. Her biological parents and 2 elder brothers stood by helplessly as she was brutally stabbed to death, blood pooling around her, yet they remained apathetic. They even departed without a backward glance, fearful of startling their precious one. Si Ran's gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Witnessing this, Si Nian lowered her slightly flushed eyes and gently bit her lip, saying, "Elder brother, please do not blame sister. It was my own carelessness that caused me to fall down the stairs. I should not have taken away the love everyone has for sister. It is all my fault. I will pack my things and leave now." Si Ran's eyes glinted with sarcasm. "It is good that you understand. Now, hurry up and gather your belongings and leave." Si Nian exerted every effort to rid herself of Si Ran. How could she willingly depart? Her words were merely a facade to elicit the affection of the Si family. In her past life, she would have felt sorrow and despair, but in this life, she would only watch Si Nian flounder about like a clown. Indeed, upon hearing Si Ran's blunt words, Si Nian's expression stiffened. "Sister, I would never compete with you for our parents' affection. You have only just returned to the Si family, and it is natural that you are not close with them. However, I will ensure that father and mother love you more." Having been granted a second chance to see the truth, Si Ran realized for the first time how abysmally poor Si Nian's acting skills were. She lowered her eyelids, her long, dark lashes obscuring the hint of disdain in her eyes. "Si Nian, there is no need for you to feign fragility in my presence. The Si family may be taken in by your act, but it holds no sway over me. Take whatever refuse you desire. I am indifferent." Si Nian's complexion paled, her delicate, reddened eyes blinking rapidly as she spoke pitifully. "Sister, I have never intended to vie for our parents or brothers." Before she could finish her words, she threw herself into Si Juanhe's embrace, bursting into tears. Si Juanhe felt Si Nian's tears soaking his chest, and his brow instinctively furrowed, the flicker of concern for Si Ran dissipating entirely. Si Ran had returned home for 3 months, during which she had orchestrated numerous schemes to undermine Si Nian in the pursuit of their parents and his attention. Now, she dared to resurrect old wounds to hurt Si Nian's heart. Si Juanhe regarded Si Ran with disdain, his tone growing more severe. "Si Ran, you and Nian Nian are both children of the Si family. Why can you not coexist peacefully? Nian Nian has just entered the entertainment industry. If fans discover that her parents have a criminal record, how do you expect them to perceive her? You have the support of the Si family, but Nian Nian has nothing. Can you not be a bit magnanimous?" Si Ran laughed in disbelief. "Nian Nian has no support? Who's been standing behind her, showering her with resources?" With that, Si Ran's smile dimmed slightly. "When I was misunderstood by Nian Nian's fans and subjected to a torrent of online vitriol, where was the Si family? Where were you, elder brother?" As Si Ran spoke, her lustrous black eyes bore into the 2 before her. Si Juanhe instinctively replied, "With so much dirt on you and your lackluster credentials, how can we possibly assist you? The netizens are not blind." Si Ran had grown weary of this in her past life and interrupted Si Juanhe. "Since I am so lacking, let us each walk our own paths and not cross paths again." Si Juanhe's heart tightened sharply, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Si Ran. Only Si Nian's eyes brightened at her words. She had initially intended to provoke Si Ran with a triumphant glare, but upon meeting Si Ran's indifferent gaze, her smile faltered, an inexplicable chill creeping from her feet to her spine. What was happening? After being confined in the storeroom for a week, Si Ran emerged as if she had undergone a transformation. Did she perhaps know something? Before Si Nian could ponder further, Si Ran directly bypassed Si Juanhe and headed upstairs. Si Juanhe, in a panic, instinctively attempted to intervene. Si Nian grew desperate. If Si Ran truly intended to report her or had uncovered something, everyone would discover that her parents were human traffickers. How would her classmates and fans perceive her then? Would the police trace the matter back to her? Si Nian's face turned ashen, and unable to remain any longer, she suddenly bent over, clutching her chest, and emitted a pained groan. Si Juanhe's expression changed dramatically, and in a flurry, he scooped Si Nian into his arms. Before departing, a fleeting glimmer of guilt for Si Ran crossed his mind. He instead cast a reproachful glance at Si Ran. You know Nian Nian has a heart condition. Why do you speak so insensitively? Si Ran, do you wish to harm her for your own satisfaction? With that, he turned his back and carried Si Nian downstairs. Before long, the sounds of their parents expressing concern for Si Nian, mingled with complaints about her, echoed from the living room. Si Ran listened for a moment before ascending the stairs with a sense of satisfaction. In this life, she would no longer need her parents or her brother. Chapter 2. The Talking Husky. Upon returning to her room upstairs, a cacophony of revving engines erupted from below. Si Nian, whose frail health had plagued her since childhood, was diagnosed with a congenital heart condition only in adulthood. Consequently, even a semblance of pretense on her part elicited profound sympathy from the Si family. In her previous life, witnessing the family's unwavering support for Si Nian would have left her in despair, grappling with feelings of inadequacy. However, in this life, she was eager to sever ties with the Si family. Si Ren entered her room, consumed 2 fever-reducing tablets, and hastily retrieved a suitcase, swiftly packing her meager belongings. Once finished, she pushed the suitcase out of her room. Miss Si Ran, where are you headed? A middle-aged woman in her 50s intercepted her as she stepped outside. Without hesitation, the woman asserted, Miss Si Nian has just been upset and taken to the hospital. You cannot leave. Si Ran halted, directing her gaze toward Wang Ma. Wang Ma had been the family's caretaker, nurturing Si Nian since childhood. In her previous life, Wang Ma had frequently conspired with Si Nian to ensnare her. Squinting slightly, Si Ran remarked, Wang Ma, have you become so old that you no longer recognize your own status? What? Wang Ma appeared taken aback, staring blankly at Si Ran. Casting a disdainful glance at her, Si Ran's contempt was palpable. Do you really believe my decisions require your approval? Wang Ma had been with the Si family for decades, and had long considered herself part of it. Her face turned ashen with anger. Having been with the Si family for so long, I am at least half an elder. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Si Ran dismissed her with a wave, striding toward the grand iron gates of the villa. As she approached the entrance, her gaze fell upon an opulent doghouse situated at the edge of the villa. Alipay, let us go, she called out to the doghouse. Alipay was a tricolored husky she had rescued, abandoned at a pet hospital following a car accident at just 3 months old. It was initially slated for euthanasia until Si Ran, having nearly exhausted her savings, adopted it. In her early days in the entertainment industry, she had come to view this dog as her lucky charm. However, upon returning to the Si family, Alipay was relegated to the yard due to Si Nian's allergy to dog hair. When her calls went unanswered, Si Ran assumed Alipay was still asleep and decided to approach the doghouse. Yet, to her dismay, the dog was nowhere to be found. By this time, Wang Ma had caught up, chattering incessantly beside her. Why not just apologize to Miss Si Nian? She is so kind-hearted. She will surely forgive you. Where's my dog? Si Ran suddenly turned, her fierce gaze silencing Wang Ma's words. Wang Ma, startled, stammered, I don't know. Si Ran remained silent, her penetrating stare fixated on Wang Ma. A sudden realization struck her. In her previous life, Alipay had gone missing around this same time, shortly after a conflict with the Si family. By the time she reported it to the police, all that remained were the gruesome remains of Alipay. How could she have forgotten such a significant detail in this new life? Alipay had always been obedient, never straying far. Wang Ma lowered her gaze, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt as she fumbled for words, her eyes darting away.
Speak.
Where is my dog?
Siran seized wing mai secular.
Articulating each word with chilling clarity. Is this another scheme devised by Si Nian? Wang Ma's eyes widened in shock, yet she was met with the fiery intensity of Si Ran's glare. Si Ran had only intended to intimidate Wang Ma, but she had inadvertently struck a nerve. In her previous life, upon discovering Alipay's disappearance, she had rushed to alert the authorities and review surveillance footage, ultimately locating the dog's dismembered body in a derelict factory. Initially, she had assumed it was a revenge act by one of Si Nian's admirers, angered by her perceived usurpation of Si Nian's status. Yet, she had never considered that the Si family had never publicly disclosed her identity.
Ignoring Wang Ma,
Si Ran swiftly placed her belongings in the trunk of her car and pressed the accelerator, tearing out of the villa's gates. Wang Ma attempted to obstruct her, only to choke on the fumes of industrial exhaust as she stumbled back inside. Utilizing her memories from her previous life, Si Ran navigated to the abandoned factory. As she turned off the engine, the anguished cries of a dog echoed from within. Grabbing a high-quality golf club from her trunk, she entered the building. Inside, she overheard several young men discussing the situation. Why is this dog so fast? Damn, I only kicked it a few times and it sounds like it's being slaughtered. What are you standing around for? Catch that dog. Since this dog has been such a nuisance to me, I'll flay it alive today and teach Ran a lesson. The raucous banter reverberated through the desolate space. Ran's expression darkened as she kicked the iron door open with a resounding crash. The men fell silent, their eyes widening in shock as they turned to face her. Ran's icy glare swept over the four men, finally landing on the slightly overweight, greasy Zhang Yaning. Did Yan instruct you to do this? Zhang Yaning's expression shifted from surprise to realization.
Ran.
How did you find this place? As Ran advanced toward him, Zhang Yaning's fear became palpable, and he swallowed hard. Ran, what are you doing? Seeing Alipay still running and jumping around the room brought a moment of relief to Ran. Rolling up her sleeves, she gripped the golf club tightly and swung it forcefully against Zhang Yaning's leg.
Ah!
He collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Ran, how dare you strike me? Do you believe I want to make you regret this? Oh, I believe you, Ran replied nonchalantly. But if I strike you, it will merely result in financial compensation. However, she paused, her dark eyes glimmering like stars in the night sky, rendering the men momentarily speechless. Given that your family's primary business revolves around pets, what do you think will happen if I release the footage of your little dog torture session? Zhang Yaning's complexion turned ashen. Ran, you wouldn't dare. Let us wait and see if I dare, she retorted, beckoning to Alipay, who was cowering in the corner. Alipay, come here. With bright, round eyes, Alipay sprang forth, bounding towards Ran, but halted abruptly a meter away. Howl, howl, howl. Alipay howled towards the sky, its amber-blue eyes reflecting a mix of fear, grievance, and defiance. Huskies, by nature, are known for their peculiar intellect, and Alipay, being a tricolor, was particularly eccentric. As Ran prepared to comfort Alipay, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Fluffy rescue system. You have now rescued 100 Fluffies and will soon receive your Fluffy Animal Park. Please check your rewards promptly. A moment of shock crossed Ran's previously cold expression. Meanwhile, Alipay, sensing Ran's lack of reassurance, dramatically flopped onto its back, howling in distress. Awah. Yet Ran perceived it differently. Woman. The dog was nearly sent to meet its maker. Howl, howl, howl. Alipay continued its lament. The dog would not swallow this insult. Ran mused, after experiencing Rebirth. What's so surprising about understanding a dog's speech? Isn't that right? Chapter 3. The meow meow telepathy system soon fell silent. If it weren't for the incessant murmurs of Alipay echoing in her ears, Ran would almost doubt her own senses. Observing the pitiful Zhang Yaning sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, Ran took a deep breath and approached him slowly, wielding her cue. Upon noticing her approach, Zhang Yaning's pupils dilated in fear, and he hastily pleaded. Ran, I was wrong, I won't dare again, please spare me. Ran, with her hand returning to the pocket of her trench coat, inquired assertively. Did Yan instruct you to do this? Zhang Yaning instinctively denied it. Ran's gaze suddenly turned icy. In a flurry, Zhang Yaning exclaimed. Yan claimed that the endorsement for Pei Group's jewelry was originally hers, but you snatched it away. Out of anger, I thought to steal your dog, to let you taste the bitterness of having something taken from you. Realizing he was in the wrong, his voice gradually diminished. Ran chuckled at this. Yan was merely a novice in the industry. Pei Group would not be so blind as to appoint a rookie without any notable works to endorse their jewelry. Zhang Yaning appeared somewhat confused by Ran's words. Weary of conversing with such a fool, Ran bluntly stated. Return and inform Yan that I will not let this matter rest. The tactics she employed against me will be repaid in full, with interest. Pausing briefly, Ran lowered her gaze, her expression disdainful. Now leave. The frightful Zhang Yaning and his companions seemed to have lost half their souls, and upon hearing her words, they scrambled away in relief. Once the sound of departing vehicles reached her ears, Ran suddenly stumbled a few steps, leaning against the wall as she gradually bent down. The color drained from her lips. Although she had taken antipyretics, their effects had yet to manifest. She had endured the discomfort in front of Zhang Yaning and his gang. But now that the tension had eased, she felt dizzy and struggled to maintain her balance. Fortunately, after resting her head for a moment, her strength returned significantly. Woof! Alipay, Noticing beads of sweat forming on her forehead, tilted his head and, with his small amber eyes resembling sapphires, rushed over, nudging his head against C. Ran's thigh. Woof woof woof. Ran, are you alright? Don't scare the dog. If you die, the dog won't survive either. C. Ran gently patted Alipay's furry head, reassuring him.
I'm fine.
Are you hurt anywhere? In the past, C. Ran often spoke to Alipay in such a manner. Alipay would always respond enthusiastically, but this time, C. Ran could actually interpret the animal's language into human words. Indeed, upon her inquiry, Alipay lamented about feeling pain everywhere, persistently complaining to her. He even questioned why C. Ran hadn't killed Zhang Yaning. C. Ran chose not to respond this time. Zhang Yaning had merely been intimidated by her presence. No matter how formidable she was, he was still one of 4 strong adult men. The disparity in strength between men and women was significant, and she lacked the confidence to leave unscathed. Upon hearing Alipay cry out in pain, she hurriedly took him to a familiar veterinary clinic. Alipay was carried away by 2 male doctors for examination while C. Ran stood outside, watching. The cats and dogs in the ward became agitated upon seeing her, their cacophony filling her ears.
Wow.
The beautiful lady is here to see me again. C. Ran focused her gaze and saw a plump orange tabby cat occupying half a cage. Get lost. She's clearly here to see me. A nearby blue cat huffed angrily at the audacity of the orange cat. No, it's me. Look at me. Soon, C. Ran witnessed the 2 hefty cats squabbling, their fur bristling as they swiped at each other with swift claws. C. Ran pondered, are they really talking about me? Just then, a female veterinarian in a white coat approached. Seeing the 2 cats fighting again, she was unperturbed. These 2 are always like this. They never fail to bicker whenever you come to the clinic, and their language is quite foul. C. Ran asked, do they often fight? The veterinarian shook her head. Actually, they are regulars here, and usually get along splendidly. However, every time you arrive, they seem to erupt into chaos. With a resigned expression, she added, aside from needing to lose weight, the orange tabby has no other issues. But once they leave the clinic, they often refuse to eat or drink, bringing their owners back several times. C. Ran glanced at the 2 still brawling cats and inquired, what happens after they come to the clinic? The veterinarian shrugged, exasperated. They finish their own food and then steal from others, sometimes even from the dogs. C. Ran observed that the orange and blue cats seemed to have overheard the veterinarian discussing them and paused their fight to look over. Of course, we're not sick. Yes. Although we dislike the clinic, we only get to see Ran here. Upon hearing her name, C. Ran confirmed that these 2 lively characters were indeed talking about her. She had always had a way with animals. Even the shyest and most ferocious strays would approach her without hesitation. After unexpectedly gaining prominence in the entertainment industry, she had devoted a significant portion of her savings to animal rescue. This clinic was one of the places she had consistently donated to over the years, which explained her familiarity with the doctors. C. Ran reached out, petting the orange and blue cats, causing them to purr contentedly, much to the astonishment of the nearby veterinarian. I find it remarkable how they truly adore you. Every time you pet them, they remain tranquil for days. C. Ran, recalling the cat's conversation, jokingly remarked, perhaps they faked an illness just to come to the clinic to see me. The 2 cats simultaneously looked up. Meow meow meow. The jig is up. We've been discovered. The veterinarian seemed to have an epiphany and promptly exited to contact the cat's owners. In less than 10 minutes, the owners arrived with cat carriers. And after a brief bout of complaints from the 2 cats, they were unceremoniously taken away. Before long, Alipay's examination was completed. The doctor held a thick stack of examination results. Alipay had a bump on his head, but otherwise, there were no significant issues. He would need to return for medication every 3 days. However, as C. Ran was studying animal medicine, she knew the results were largely benign. Yet, upon hearing the doctor pause, she felt a sudden surge of anxiety and quickly made her way to Alipay's room. But what? The doctor hesitated, eventually saying, it seems Alipay is struggling to accept that his fur has been shaved. He was just lying on the floor, shedding tears. As soon as the words left her lips, a mournful howl reverberated through the 3-story veterinary clinic. Yet, what C. Ran heard was, damn it, shaving the dog's fur is no different from making it run naked. The dog won't survive. It might as well be dead. Just as she was about to enter, she saw several staff members holding onto Alipay's legs, shouting, quick, someone. This dog is about to jump off the building. Chapter 4, Animal Cruelty. The incident with Alipay nearly jumping off the building caused a stir throughout the entire clinic. Ultimately, it was only when C. Ran spoke that Alipay calmed down, though he remained perched beside her, occasionally letting out a sorrowful whimper. Watching the doctors pass by, Alipay glared at them with disdain. After settling the bill, Siran crouched down to stroke Alipay's pointed head, softly reassuring him. The doctors only shaved your fur for your safety, and it will grow back. Alipay's ears perked up slightly, and he weakly lifted his head to emit a soft grunt in response. Having raised dogs for many years, she understood Alipay's vanity. Being suddenly shaved must have hurt his feelings. Siran continued in a soothing tone. Once we get home, you can choose your favorite clothes on the tablet, alright? Upon hearing this, Alipay raised his head. To an outsider, he still appeared listless, but Siran knew his spirits had lifted significantly. Siran glanced at her bank card. Despite being the target of widespread criticism online recently, she had received a steady stream of work invitations and had amassed a considerable sum over the years. After settling her medical expenses, she, as was her custom, donated 200,000 yuan to animal rescue at the hospital. Just as she was about to leave with her Alipay, a man and a woman rushed into the pet hospital, cradling a border collie that appeared to be in distress. As they passed by Siran, she heard the dog's faint cries for help. "Mom, save me." Instantly, she halted in her tracks. The doctor across from her, noticing the dog's alarming condition, urgently inquired, "What happened to it?" The young woman beside the man was in tears, yet managed to maintain some composure as she spoke. "Coco hasn't defecated all week. I thought it was constipation and tried everything. But yesterday, Coco started to become lethargic and wouldn't interact with me. This morning I discovered it was bleeding. Doctor, please save it." As she finished speaking, Coco began to bleed profusely. Lying flat, the dog seemed to sense its impending demise and lifted its head to gaze deeply at its owner. With a mournful whimper, the owner was instantly consumed by grief. However, Siran furrowed her brow. While others perceived Coco's cries as mere lamentation, she discerned the dog's plea for its owner to distance herself from the man. Initially intending to depart, Siran returned to Coco's side, bent down, and asked, "Why do you want your owner to leave him?" In an instant, the dog's dim eyes sparkled with hope. It sensed a gentle, luminous aura emanating from the human before it, providing an inexplicable sense of solace, easing its pain significantly. Coco asked, "Can you hear me?" Siran nodded slightly. Sensing encouragement, Coco continued, "That's wonderful. Could you please warn my owner to be cautious of her boyfriend?" Siran instinctively glanced at the man. From the moment they entered, his eyes were filled with anxiety, yet upon closer inspection, his demeanor was starkly cold and indifferent, especially when compared to the woman's evident distress. Gently stroking Coco's head, Siran whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Your mother is very worried about you, so you must hold on. You can share your thoughts with me, and I will convey them to her." Coco felt reassured, suppressing its abdominal pain, and began to bark. "He is my owner's boyfriend, but he brings other women home, and he doesn't like me at all. When my owner goes to work, he hits me." The blood beneath Coco grew more copious, and its gaze toward the man filled with increasing animosity. It was a dog, and its emotions were not as nuanced as those of humans. Yet, it was filled with devotion for its owner. As its owner's boyfriend exhibited such cruelty, Coco, growing older by the day, realized it could not protect her forever. However, it hoped to reveal the truth about the scoundrel before its demise. Staring intently at the man, Coco barked louder. "When my owner is gone, he kicks me. A week ago, he brought his mistress home, and they pricked me with needles while tying me up and forcing needles into my mouth." Afterward, Coco looked at Siran, tears suddenly streaming down its face. "Sister, you are a good person. Please help me, my owner will surely believe you." Siran remained silent, instead choosing to caress Coco's body inch by inch. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against something sharp and cold, causing Coco to tremble violently and emit a soft whimper. Before Siran could speak, the man abruptly shoved her aside, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you doing? Can't you see my dog is unwell?" Siran's Alipay could no longer tolerate the man's behavior. Its strength, already considerable, propelled it to leap and kick the man, sending him sprawling onto the smooth floor. The man, astonished, looked up, about to unleash a torrent of insults, but Alipay shielded Siran, baring its teeth and growling at him. Siran refrained from intervening. Continuing to stroke Coco, she discovered that the dog had at least a dozen needles embedded in its body. Drawing a deep breath, she addressed the woman. "Coco is not constipated. Foreign objects have entered its body. It would be best to conduct an examination." The woman paused, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Siran clarified, "I mean call the police. Coco has been abused." With that, her gaze turned to the man, her meaning clear. The man, flustered, retorted. What do you mean? Are you accusing me of abusing the dog? He vehemently denied. I've been with Asian for 3 years. Whenever she is at work, I take care of Coco. If I were to abuse it, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? The woman glanced at the man, unusually silent. Just moments before, she had seen Coco seemingly speaking to Siran, which subconsciously led her to trust this masked stranger even more. Siran instructed a female doctor to examine Coco before turning back to the woman. We will know the truth once the results are in. The owner, no longer hesitating, replied, Doctor, I appreciate your help. The doctors, not daring to delay, swiftly took Coco for an X-ray with Siran's assistance. When the X-ray was revealed, the doctors were alarmed to see a multitude of white, long needles depicted in stark contrast on the black and white film.
This.
The doctor glanced at the film, then at the woman, gravely stating, Coco's owner, there are indeed numerous needles in Coco, and we have also discovered many old injuries. The lady was correct. Coco has suffered abuse. Asian's face drained of color, and without a second thought, she struck the man's face with a resounding slap. The man, taken aback by Asian's sudden aggression, stared at her in shock. You hit me. Yes, I did. Asian retorted without hesitation. No wonder you always claimed Coco was fine. You were worried about being discovered at the hospital. I should have never listened to you, or Coco wouldn't have deteriorated so severely. We're breaking up now. Siran had never witnessed such clarity and decisiveness in a person before and did not mind fanning the flames from the sidelines. Coco mentioned that he brought another woman home while you were away. Coco knows this man is untrustworthy, which is why it has been trying to protect you. Upon hearing this, Asian was instantly brought to tears. Recently, Coco had indeed changed drastically, becoming exceedingly docile and restrained, refusing to engage in any improper behavior. Yet Coco insisted on sleeping between them at night, even exhibiting aggressive behavior toward her boyfriend. She had thought it was due to a lack of time spent with Coco, unaware of the true situation. Asian fixed her piercing gaze upon the man, declaring, I am calling the police right now. The man continued to vehemently deny any wrongdoing, even cursing in frustration. You're crazy. Whatever she claims is true. This woman cannot understand dog language. You must be losing your mind. Asian suddenly chuckled. You might not know, but a week ago, I installed surveillance in the living room. You can take the footage to the police. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the scene. After reviewing the surveillance footage Asian had provided along with the veterinarian's testimony, they promptly took the man into custody. With the situation resolved, Siren finally took her leave with Alipay. As she exited the pet hospital, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was her biological father, Sigu Xing. Without a moment's hesitation, she hung up and promptly added him to her blacklist. At the Si family home, the atmosphere was tense and filled with indignation as they listened to Wang Ma embellish the day's events.
Sigu Xing, incensed,
attempted to call Si Ran for a serious discussion. However, his call was cut off within mere seconds. When he tried again, he discovered he had been blocked, and soon, the rest of the family found themselves in the same predicament. Furious, Sigu Xing nearly smashed his phone, exclaiming, Indeed, she is a product of a poor mountain village, devoid of any upbringing. Xin Yan, her eyes reddened, appeared remorseful as she said, Mom and Dad, please don't blame my sister. If it weren't for my parents' mistakes, she wouldn't have turned out this way. Nian Nian, how can your parents' mistakes implicate you? You too are a victim. Even if compensation is to be made, it is to be directed towards Si Ran, not you. You owe her nothing. Xin Yan lifted her head, her tearful gaze reflecting astonishment, before she was ultimately moved to tears. Once her weeping subsided, Xin Yan earnestly declared, Mom and Dad, rest assured. I will make every effort to cultivate a harmonious relationship with my sister and exercise patience toward her.
Sigu Xing, that, responded, Nian Nian.
You have endured so much injustice. It is only natural for a daughter to do so. The more obedient Si Nian appeared, the more Si Guxing's dissatisfaction towards Si Ran intensified. They were both his daughters. How could their temperaments differ so vastly? Meanwhile, Si Ran drove back to the modest residence she purchased the previous year. The happiest among them was Alipay, for it had only been able to reside in the doghouse on the lawn of the Si estate, and even then, it had to wear a collar. Woof woof. Ran, you've finally returned to this dog-ass home. Alipay, unable to pause to wipe its paws, dashed straight onto the sofa, burying its three-colored head amidst the cushions, initiating a delightful roll. Observing this, Si Ren felt a twinge of guilt. She retrieved her tablet from the drawer and opened a shopping app, searching for dog clothing, then presented it to Alipay. I'll freshen up first. You can choose at your leisure. Alipay's comprehension of her words indicated a higher intellect than that of ordinary dogs, though Ran did not expect it to shop online. She had merely made a promise to Alipay at the veterinary clinic and thus could not go back on her word. The effects of her medication had kicked in, leaving her sweating upon her return, so she found a casual outfit to change into before heading to the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Alipay gazed at the array of beautiful dog clothes on the shopping app, tilting its head in curiosity. Its intelligent sapphire eyes widened slightly, and it attempted to paw at the screen. The moment its paw made contact, the page responded. Filled with excitement, Alipay sprang from the sofa. Its front paws on the ground, rear end elevated, tail spinning like a propeller as it let out a cacophonous howl directed at the ceiling. The water cascaded down in the bathroom, splashing against Ran's body as droplets traced along her fair and sinewy skin, revealing a long, sinuous scar on her waist that appeared particularly alarming. Outside, Alipay continued to vocalize enthusiastically, and Ran, somewhat hazy in her thoughts, was puzzled by Alipay's antics. After finishing her quick wash-up, she emerged from the bathroom to find Alipay cautiously sliding its paw across the tablet screen. Ran mused, indeed. Even dogs can develop an addiction to electronic devices. Just as she was about to investigate what Alipay had done to the tablet, her phone on the sofa suddenly rang. She gestured for Alipay to be quiet, and it instantly understood, falling silent. Upon answering the call, she was met with a barrage of insults. Ran. Why haven't you answered my numerous calls? Have you deluded yourself into thinking you're a big star? You should see how your popularity has plummeted these past few months. If you're unwilling to work, then just leave. Interrupting her manager's tirade, Ran calmly replied, All right, I won't do it anymore. Then leave. The voice on the other end abruptly ceased. After a brief pause, her manager shrieked, What did you say? Alipay, ears perked, abandoned its interest in the tablet and rushed to Ran's side, warily surveying the atmosphere. Ran stroked Alipay's slightly stiff fur. Her tone icy. When I signed, I noted that our contract was for 3 years, and it is nearly up next month. I will not be renewing. Her voice remained remarkably calm. Having lived a second life, she had come to understand that her entry into the entertainment industry had been a mere accident. Now at the peak of her career, she realized that in her previous life, she had desperately sought to prove herself to the C family, neglecting her true aspirations. This opportunity to bid farewell to the entertainment world felt rather fortuitous. Ran, have you lost your mind? Her manager, who had initially focused on her, had shifted her attention to Nyen after the latter joined the company. Upon hearing Ran's words, she mistakenly assumed it was a moment of pique and softened her tone. Ran, are you upset because I gave Director Fan's role to Nyen? If you're displeased, I can certainly find you a better opportunity. No need, Ran swiftly rejected without a moment's hesitation. Next month, I will come to the company to sign the termination contract. After stating this, she attempted to hang up, but her manager hastily interjected, Wait. Taking a deep breath, she realized that Ran was genuinely uninterested in renewing her contract and dropped the pretense. Who said you could hang up? The company has just secured a spot for you in an animal variety show. I remember you specialize in animals. You and Nyen can appear together on the program. Just be smart about it while you're on air, and don't argue with Nyen over every little thing. Ran paused. The show, titled The Wonderful Zoo, had been an inescapable nightmare in her previous life. Nyen had framed her, leading to her reputation's utter destruction, rendering her a target of online vilification. Even after the truth was revealed, no one was willing to believe her. As she pondered this, her manager continued smugly, If you don't want to go, that's fine. Either renew your contract or pay a penalty of 30 million. The choice is yours. A flicker of coldness crossed Ran's eyes. I'll go. Before her manager could even laugh, Ran added, I have recorded this conversation. I hope your esteemed company will prepare the termination contract by next month. Without waiting for her manager's response, Ran hung up the phone. In her past life, this variety show had been a nightmare, but this time, she wasn't sure it became a nightmare for Nyen and the entire company. Chapter 6. Telepathy submitted to the nation. Ran soon received an email from her manager, detailing the location and time of the variety show. After closing her inbox, she lay on her bed with Alipay. The dog sprawled out, snoring as it lay on its back, and Ran proceeded to order all the dog clothes Alipay had browsed that day. Before sleeping, she glanced at Weibo. Over the past 3 years, she had participated in numerous dramas, accumulating over 5 million fans. The wonderful zoo had just officially announced its lineup, and unsurprisingly, her name was tagged in the comments, which were filled with vitriol directed at her. C ran, unfazed, retweeted the post, and succumbed to sleepiness, unexpectedly drifting into slumber in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a white mist enveloped both C ran and Alipay in the darkened room. When C ran awoke again, she found herself in a realm of darkness, surrounded by swirling mist, both eerie and serene. She walked forward step by step until she halted before a large door adorned with modern architecture. Raising her gaze slightly, she noticed a wooden sign bearing the name The Wonderful Zoo hanging above the intricately designed iron gate. With a resonant thud, the long silent door creaked open. Before C ran appeared a blue light panel, displaying several lines of text. Introduction to the Wonderful Zoo, approximately 260 species of animals and over 3,000 rare animals. Head of Security at the Wonderful Zoo. Alipay. Intelligence level unknown. Combat power remarkable. The Wonderful Zoo is now successfully bound to the host. The host can enter the zoo at any time to check on the animals. After reading this, the blue screen gradually faded away. C ran's heart raced with excitement. She had never anticipated acquiring such a potent advantage. Even if this boon might be viewed as a burden by others, for her, it was different. Her greatest dream in her previous life had been to save wild animals. As a student at the Qingbei Veterinary College, she had excelled academically, completing her credits ahead of schedule and poised to graduate in a few months. This advantage felt as if it had been custom-tailored for her. She pondered for a while and discovered that she could observe the entire zoo from a divine perspective. Should any situation arise with the animals, she would be able to notice it immediately and rush to provide urgent care. C ran also realized that the number of animals she had rescued had increased to 100. Apart from Alipay, the other one was Kiki, whom she had encountered at the pet hospital today. The entire wondrous zoo bore little difference from an ordinary one. In fact, one might say it appeared rather dilapidated, with its infrastructure far from adequate. If she were to enhance the living conditions of the animals, it would entail a substantial expenditure, and considering her current savings and the future income from her variety show, it felt akin to tossing a pebble into a pond, without a sound. While she was lost in thought, a sudden knocking on the door broke her reverie. Upon opening her eyes again, the zoo had transformed into the room where she had slept the previous night, with rays of golden sunlight streaming through the white curtains. Alipay, noticing her awakening, promptly jumped off the bed. The knocking at the door grew increasingly impatient, prompting Alipay to bark twice toward the entrance. Hearing a dog from within, the person outside called out loudly, "Hello, you have a package delivery. I've left it at your doorstep. Please remember to sign for it." C ran found it peculiar, as she seldom made purchases and had no recent deliveries. Upon opening the door, she saw the corridor was empty, yet indeed, a solitary package lay on the doorstep. She closed the door and sat on the sofa to unwrap the parcel, while Alipay, with its large dog head perched up, curiously stuck out its tongue. As C ran tore open the outer envelope, she was taken aback to find it contained the land use certificate for the wondrous zoo. Her breath caught in her throat. She now understood with utmost clarity that she was not dreaming. She truly owned a zoo. C ran sat on the sofa in a daze for quite some time before finally coming to a realization and slowly dialing a number. An hour later, C ran stood at the gates of Qingbei University. In her previous life, she had already completed her credits by this time and was in the internship phase. Thus she had not returned in a long while. Before she could enter the campus, she spotted a middle-aged man with graying temples, dressed in a white shirt and black suit, standing at the entrance, his eyes brimming with excitement. Upon seeing C ran, he waved at her. C ran responded with great respect, "Professor He." When she saw He Chengyuan again, tears welled up in her eyes. He Chengyuan was her university professor and the only one privy to her circumstances in the entertainment industry. Despite her deep regrets about not being able to pursue wildlife conservation in her previous life, He Chengyuan had repeatedly expressed his understanding. Tragically, this remarkable teacher had ultimately lost his life at the hands of poachers, who sought revenge for his efforts to save wildlife. C ran's eyes grew increasingly red, and He Chengyuan was taken aback. He was aware of C ran's situation. While it was unfortunate, he had always regarded her as his own child. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he promptly asked, "You mentioned on the phone that there was something important you needed to discuss with me. What's so urgent?" C ran replied, "Professor, let us find a cafe to sit down and talk." The two made their way to the university cafe, which was nearly empty due to class schedules, leaving only the two of them. Along the way, Professor He began to speculate whether C ran was planning to bid farewell to the entertainment industry. However, his fleeting joy was quickly overshadowed by the realization that he had seen her trending on social media the previous day due to the backlash from her participation in an animal variety show. At this point, Ran returned with 2 cups of coffee, and after sitting down, her expression grew considerably serious. "Professor, you must brace yourself for what I am about to say." "Professor," he responded with a puzzled expression. Ran took a sip of her coffee and produced the land use certificate for the wondrous zoo. Initially perplexed, Professor He's confusion turned to astonishment as he read the names inscribed on the document, both of which belonged to Ran. Ran continued, "Yesterday, I unexpectedly acquired a system, and now possess a zoo." Pausing for effect, she looked at Professor He and added, "Furthermore, I can understand the thoughts of all animals." Professor He asked, Ran, "What is today's date?" Ran, maintaining her composure, replied, "Rest assured, Professor, April Fool's Day has already passed." Professor He still found it hard to believe, especially since he had never even heard of this wondrous zoo. However, as Ran elaborated, her words began to gain credibility, prompting Professor He to adopt a serious demeanor. He inquired, "What is your purpose in telling me this?" He was well aware that his student was no fool. Her sudden revelation must surely have a reason behind it. Indeed, Ran set down her coffee, her voice lower than before. "Professor, in recent years, the population of wildlife has been dwindling at an alarming rate, with an average of 1 species going extinct every 7 years. While humanity simultaneously destroys and attempts to save, to these animals, we are merely capricious deities. If we wish to communicate with them, we must invest a significant amount of time in research and emotional bonding. Yet even then, it does not prevent endangered species from vanishing year after year." Professor He fell silent, as Ran's words struck a painful chord. He gazed at her, noting how her stark black and white eyes remained as deep and resilient as when he first saw her 3 years ago. Ran's voice was captivating, locking her gaze onto Professor He. "I am now the only human capable of understanding the thoughts of animals." Professor He was momentarily stunned, as a realization began to dawn upon him. As expected, Ran declared, "Professor, I wish to hand over the zoo and my ability to read minds to the state." Chapter 7. The police dog abandoned by his family. Professor He hesitated for only a moment in the cafe before ultimately choosing to trust Ran. However, he quickly added, "Ran, you must understand that mere belief is not sufficient. You must prove it yourself." Ran nodded, "Professor, I understand. As long as you grant me an opportunity to demonstrate, that will suffice." She was acutely aware that she could not safeguard this zoo on her own. Thus seeking protection was imperative. Professor He held a distinguished position. On the surface, he was the Dean of Animal Medicine at Qingbei University, but in his youth, he had been a wildlife conservation expert without borders. However, due to age and health constraints, he could no longer bear the demands of such high-pressure work and had to retreat into the background. What she proposed was immensely tempting to a wildlife conservation expert, yet she had not anticipated Professor He's willingness to believe her so readily. Having barely touched their coffee, Professor He stepped out to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a black car appeared outside the cafe, and several men clad in jackets entered. After Ran reiterated her situation, an air of silence enveloped the room. They had conducted prior investigations into Ran's zoo, although the paperwork was complete and no discrepancies could be found. It was still implausible for an individual without connections to suddenly own a zoo. Eventually, one of the leaders recalled something and said, "Recently, a police dog was returned from the Kiki-Shili border, but upon its return, it has been listless, refusing to eat or train. If you can uncover the root cause, we would be willing to believe you and offer our utmost assistance in the future."
All right.
Ran readily agreed. The group swiftly made their way to the dog rescue base. The police dog, named Fat Tiger, was a 3-year-old black and yellow German shepherd. When Ran arrived outside its room, Fat Tiger lay on the ground, lethargic and sorrowful. The trainer beside it was calling commands, but Fat Tiger seemed oblivious. Knowing that the visitors were animal experts, the trainer couldn't help but speak up. Fat Tiger is a war hero, having accomplished more than many humans. But last month, while pursuing poachers, he injured his leg and was forced to return for treatment. Since then, he has been moping around, and if this continues, he may have to retire early. Upon witnessing this, Ran asked, "May I open the cage and speak with him?" The trainer, unsure of what Ran meant by speak with him, nonetheless felt that anyone standing alongside such a prominent figure must also be significant, and thus nodded in agreement. As the door was opened, Fat Tiger remained motionless. Rand's gaze settled firmly on Fat Tiger's pair of somewhat melancholic little eyes. Fat Tiger? Hearing Rand's voice, Fat Tiger instinctively lifted his head, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on her. Eventually, a sound of grievance escaped his nose. Human, are you speaking to Fat Tiger? Rand nodded. Affirming, indeed. A flicker of confusion crossed Fat Tiger's large eyes.
You can understand what dogs say?
What do you wish to convey to a dog? The instructor nearby, witnessing Fat Tiger's engagement with Rand, was instantly filled with excitement. He turned to the accompanying leader, exclaiming, as expected of an expert, "This is the first time Fat Tiger has acknowledged a human since returning from Cocoxley." Rand, overhearing this, posed a question in a tone only a person and a dog could comprehend. Fat Tiger, your instructor claims that since your return from Cocoxley, you have refused to acknowledge humans. Could you enlighten me on what transpired? In the next moment, Rand seemed to perceive Fat Tiger rolling his eyes dramatically. Woof woof woof. Finally, someone is here to advocate for a dog. The dog wishes to return. His wife and children are waiting there. With that, the grayish-yellow German shepherd howled to the heavens, startling the instructor, who hurriedly inquired what was amiss. Rand's lips twitched as she relayed Fat Tiger's words verbatim. However, upon hearing this, the instructor quickly countered, impossible. Fat Tiger is likely too unattractive in the dog world for any female of his age to take notice of him. He is still a single dog. Woof woof woof. Fat Tiger immediately stood up, barking 3 times at his instructor. There was no need for Rand to translate. Everyone could discern his defiance from the dog's expression and barks. The crowd watched as Fat Tiger puffed out his chest and proudly raised his head, declaring, "My wife is certainly no ordinary female dog. She is the most beautiful and sacred snow wolf in Cocoxley. But now I cannot see her. My wife thinks I have abandoned her and our children." Understanding dawned on Rand. Snow wolves are known for their fidelity, typically having only one mate for life. Fat Tiger's sudden departure must have felt like betrayal to the snow wolf. With Fat Tiger gone, it was highly probable that she had returned to her pack, which explained Fat Tiger's persistent melancholy. Having finally found a mate, only to lose her, who wouldn't be despondent. What surprised Rand even more was the realization that due to the advancement of human society, the snow wolf's habitat had gradually shifted deeper into the snowy mountains, making it exceedingly rare to spot them. For decades, expert teams had been striving to expand the snow wolf population, yet progress had been minimal and research had stagnated. The sudden appearance of a snow wolf near Cocoxley was astonishing. Rand promptly conveyed Fat Tiger's emotional crisis and the news of the snow wolf's sighting to the experts nearby. They were all taken aback by the absurdity of it. Yet, upon hearing Rand's account, Fat Tiger's spirits visibly lifted, his eyes shining with admiration for her. The crowd had no choice but to believe her. Rand pondered for a moment before asking the instructor, were there any wolf howls in the days leading up to Fat Tiger's departure from Cocoxley? Yes. The instructor replied emphatically. In fact, we occasionally hear wolf calls at the border at night, but I distinctly remember that during the nights leading up to Fat Tiger's return, a female wolf was howling with her pups from dusk until dawn, and it sounded quite foul. As he spoke, the instructor's voice trailed off as he glanced at Fat Tiger. Could it be that the female wolf was indeed lamenting over Fat Tiger? Everything began to fall into place. Fat Tiger, forced to abandon his family, had a wife who had been howling in distress at the border post for days, leading to his increasing depression after being compelled to return here. Had Rand not arrived, Fat Tiger might have perished without ever uncovering the truth. Meanwhile, the expert team considered another angle. The willingness of the snow wolf to mate with a police dog might indicate that their population was ready to venture beyond their habitat for better reproduction. The experts exchanged glances before addressing the instructor. See if you can allow Fat Tiger to return to Cocoxley. If this snow wolf is willing to accompany Fat Tiger back to the mainland, that would be ideal. If not, we won't force it. Woof woof woof. I am willing. Fat Tiger was the first to express his opinion. The instructor realized there was no other option and decided to take Fat Tiger back to Cocoxley. After returning, Rand began to prepare her belongings for the journey to Cocoxley. Unbeknownst to her, following the expert's departure, all her information was designated as state secrets. With such a gem of talent emerging, the experts were eager to keep Rand close at all times, particularly since she was the favored disciple of He Qingyuan. Rand had completed her 5-year veterinary studies in just 3 years. Upon discovering that Rand was also involved in the entertainment industry and thriving, the group of seasoned experts was filled with exasperation. Rand, regardless of whether you can hear the voices of animals, Why would you choose to engage in the entertainment industry? You should withdraw from it at once. Siren felt a bit embarrassed and truthfully explained, I will step back. But my agent secured me a spot on an animal variety show yesterday. The experts were taken aback, realizing that such a talent in animal protection was at risk of being overshadowed by the entertainment industry. Who is the leader of your agency?
I will go speak to them.
Siren understood that these seasoned experts possessed capabilities and connections far beyond her own. She had never been one to shy away from asserting herself. The pain inflicted upon her by her family in her past life was something she felt entitled to reclaim.
Piece by piece.
My agency followed the regular process to secure this variety show, and if I breached the contract, I would owe a penalty of several tens of millions. The experts fell silent upon hearing this. After all, the Animal Protection Association was quite impoverished as well, as time was of the essence. Siren settled her Alipay account and promptly boarded a plane to Kokoxley that very evening. Upon landing at Galmud Airport, she immediately felt the temperature plummet, with fierce winds and swirling sand. Just as she stepped out of the airport, contemplating how to reach the protection station, a tall man clad in a trench coat suddenly appeared before her. Siren? Upon hearing the somewhat rugged voice, Siren slowly lifted her gaze. The man stood approximately 6 feet tall, appearing to be in his 30s, with a dark complexion and cracked skin. His black hair was dusted with a layer of yellow sand, suggesting he had rushed here. Siren gazed at the man, feeling an uncanny familiarity, yet struggling to place him. I am Siren. Upon hearing her name, the man's eyes brightened. As my teacher said, the most beautiful among the crowd is indeed my little junior sister. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your senior, Lin Sueya. Lin Sueya flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and extended a rough hand. Upon hearing the name, Siren froze momentarily, her pupils dilating in shock as she stared at the man before her. Lin Sueya? Is this not the Lin Sueya who, in my past life, perished after several days of battling poachers to save the snow wolves? Chapter 8. In search of the snow wolf's trail, Siren's gaze was so peculiar that Lin Sueya noticed it immediately. Feeling somewhat awkward, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Little junior sister, why are you looking at me like that? After saying this, Lin Sueya's face flushed. Accompanying Lin Sueya were 3 other men, who looked on with teasing expressions, yet no one broke into laughter. Despite this, Siren's complexion did not improve. Her impression of Lin Sueya was indelibly etched in her memory, primarily because his death had dominated the headlines for several days in her previous life. Siren vividly recalled the news reporting that Lin Sueya had accidentally discovered poachers capturing hundreds of snow wolves, intending to smuggle them abroad for a high price. He had successfully freed dozens of snow wolves while evading the poachers. This act had enraged the poachers, who subsequently captured Lin Sueya and tortured him to death in a secluded cabin. By the time his companions and the police arrived, Lin Sueya's remains were barely recognizable. Most alarmingly, the date of Lin Sueya's death seemed to coincide with the present days. Siren had yet to formally engage with Lin Sueyi, and thus remained unaware of his character. Should she speak too bluntly, it was uncertain whether Lin Sueyi would believe her. Indeed, her words might even be misconstrued as a curse upon him. Long eyelashes cast deep shadows on her eyelids as she lifted her head, a radiant smile illuminating her face. I felt a strange familiarity upon seeing you earlier, so I may have been a bit rude. My apologies. Lin Sueyi waved his hand in embarrassment, feeling somewhat impolite for having directly questioned the young lady about her gaze. And no harm done, he replied, lowering his head. The journey from the airport to the protection station would take another 10 hours. Siren learned that Lin Sueyi's team consisted of 4 men, all of whom were remarkably distinguished figures in the field of wildlife conservation. After a round of self-introductions, Siren discovered that Lin Sueyi, the team leader, appeared cold, yet was quite clumsy and easily embarrassed. The eldest among them, Zhang Mingyi, at 38, was taciturn throughout the journey. But Siren soon recognized his profound expertise. The other 2 teammates were also 6 or 7 years her senior. One, Jiji Shi, 28, just graduated with a doctorate, boisterous and lively, chattering incessantly. The other, Qiu Qi, donned black-rimmed glasses, his hair partially obscuring his eyes, slender in build, and equally reticent. Surprisingly, the 4 men were quite amiable. By the time they arrived at the protection station, dusk was fast approaching. Situated near the Sanjianjiwen, the station offered basic yet adequate facilities. Lin Sueyi led Siren to an empty room. This station is a temporary setup. The amenities are minimal. If you find yourself in need of anything, Do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall endeavor to accommodate you. Ren glanced around. Though the room was modest, it was unexpectedly clean. Thank you, senior brother. It's quite satisfactory. Lin Suiyi was somewhat taken aback, for the station was indeed quite dilapidated, having been improved only through their efforts. He was aware that Ran was a star, likely accustomed to luxurious hotels and surrounded by attendants. Regardless of whether Ran's words were mere pleasantries, they at least eased Lin Suiyi's anxiety. Rest well tonight. We shall search for the snow wolves at dawn, Lin Suiyi advised. Very well, senior brother. You should also get some rest, she replied. Not wishing to intrude further, Lin Suiyi closed the door behind him and retired for the night. With limited water resources at the station, Ran washed up briefly before lying on the bed. It was only after she entered her marvelous zoo to observe the animals that she drifted into a deep slumber. At 6 a.m, the Gobi Desert was ablaze with the light of dawn. Ran rose early, donned a black thermal jacket, and slung a backpack over her shoulder before stepping out of her room. Upon seeing her, Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. Ran, you're awake. We thought you might sleep in. I usually wake up around this time, she replied. The reason for her early rising was to please the Sea family, as she had been preparing breakfast since 5 each morning. As a wandering spirit, she often pondered what possessed her to willingly rise at such an hour for the Sea family. The current version of herself would have preferred to upend the dining table. Noticing the change in Ran's expression, the others found it peculiar, but chose not to pry further. After a simple breakfast of milk and bread, they piled into a jeep, heading deep into the snowy mountains. It was early May, and while the weather was gradually warming, the distant snow-capped peaks remained ever present, with wild yaks grazing on the grass near the snowfields. The vast wind, laden with sand and stones, swept across the Gobi and reached the high-altitude snow mountains. Once they disembarked, each shouldered their backpacks. Lin Suiyi held a large black screen, addressing Ran. 3 months ago, we deployed infrared monitors in the area frequented by the snow wolves. A week ago, a lone snow wolf accompanied by 3 cubs was spotted. We suspect this wolf to be the mate of the one mentioned by Fat Tiger. Upon hearing this, Ran remarked, the snow wolf appears to have returned to its pack from deep within the snowfield. The wolf pack must reside in this highland, as wolves are social animals. Finding one would lead to discovering the entire pack. Without hesitation, they ensured their gear was intact and began their ascent. At an altitude of 800 meters, those like Lin Suiyi, who frequently ventured into the mountains, began to feel slightly breathless halfway up, yet when he turned to glance at Ran, he noticed she showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Ran, aren't you tired? Sure. Seated on a large rock behind, couldn't he help but give her a thumbs up. A girl scaling the snow mountain for 4 to 5 hours without even a hint of breathlessness was astonishing. Ran herself was taken aback. While she had previously controlled her diet and exercised for appearances, she had never managed to climb for hours without a single breath of exertion. However, it soon dawned on her that ever since acquiring the system, she felt an inexhaustible source of strength within her, her stamina seemingly boundless. Just as she was about to respond to sure, she suddenly heard rustling sounds from the nearby bushes. What was that noise? Ran inquired abruptly. Upon hearing her, Lin Suiyi and the others listened intently for a moment, then shook their heads in confusion. Ran began to doubt her senses, wondering if she was experiencing auditory hallucinations at high altitude. Just as she was about to continue onward, a faint voice reached her ears. Thank goodness. Humans haven't discovered me. Then came a prolonged sigh. It wasn't an illusion. Ran promptly halted her steps and approached the nearby snowdrift. The high-altitude snow mountains were nearly devoid of vegetation, presenting a vast expanse of white. However, not far away, she spotted a patch of cushion moss, its surroundings blanketed in thick snow. As she drew closer, Ran noticed a small, gray, furry creature about the size of a half-open palm, trembling and burying its head. The voice beside her quivered. Oh no, are the humans here to harm me? I'm so small, unlike a snow wolf that could be eaten. I don't want to die. Ran crouched down, gently picking up the shivering little creature. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be a black-lipped pika. Round in shape, with the wind gliding smoothly over its fur like seaweed, its large, round ears blown back. Ran couldn't help but smile faintly. The little creature gazed at her with round, glistening eyes, initially wanting to scream, but upon seeing the radiant glow emanating from Ran, it felt no fear. Instead yearning to draw closer. Ran playfully poked the Pika's belly and, recalling its earlier mutterings, softly asked, "Little one, I heard you mention snow wolves. Have you seen their pack?" The Pika, oblivious to the fact that Ran could hear its thoughts, answered without a second thought, "Yes, I saw them. Last night, a bunch of humans came and captured many snow wolves. One mother wolf hid her 3 cubs in a snow cave, but she was captured too. In this cold weather, without food and their mother, the 3 wolf cubs 1T survive long." Chapter 9. Rescuing the Snow Wolf Pack. Upon hearing the Pika's words, Ran felt a chill run down her spine. She instantaneously recalled the news surrounding Lin Sui's death in her past life. If she was not mistaken, the poaching gang from her previous life was likely the same group now. However, the immediate priority was to locate the 3 snow wolf cubs. Ran gently placed the Pika on the grass and caressed its head. "We mean you no harm. Could you lead us to the snow wolf cubs?" The Pika glanced at Ran, then at the 4 men behind her. It was utterly enamored by Ran. Such a beautiful human surely would not wish to harm it. "Then follow me. I know where they are." The little fellow finished speaking and hopped ahead with a lively bounce. Except for Lin Sui, the 3 individuals behind could not quite catch what Ran was murmuring softly. Yet they all found the scene rather enchanting. Some individuals simply have a way with animals, while certain creatures can instantly identify the most timid among a crowd, seizing the opportunity to bully them. Jisher observed as the mouse rabbit dashed forward a short distance before pausing, seemingly waiting for someone, and couldn't help but remark, "This mouse rabbit is rather perceptive." In the next moment, Ran stepped forward to catch up. Lin Sui declared, "There's something amiss. Follow Ran." The remaining 3 hesitated for a moment but, without inquiring further, instinctively trailed behind. However, what unfolded next left everyone in a state of alarm. On the previously pristine white snow, there lay extensive patches of dried black blood. At that moment, Ran suddenly crouched down, hastily digging through the surrounding snow with gloved hands. By the time Lin Sui rushed over, he discovered a tiny burrow hidden beneath the snow. Inside the burrow, 3 young snow wolf cubs, no more than a few months old, huddled together, trembling from the cold. Though small in stature, the largest of the cubs immediately became alert, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl upon sensing the disturbance. Yet, before it could growl a second time, it locked eyes with Ran, whose striking black and white gaze held no trace of the foul odors it had previously encountered on other humans. This human appeared clean and radiated a soft, pure light, reminiscent of a benevolent deity, instilling a sense of safety within the cub. However, recalling the tragic fate of its pack the previous night, the little wolf raised its head and let out a mournful cry, "Awah! Do not approach, or I shall not hold back." Ran, observing the wary little snow wolf, noted that the other 2 had already succumbed to the cold, their breaths faint. These cubs required immediate warmth and rescue. "We have come to save you," Ran spoke, her voice imbued with a hint of charm that quieted the formerly alert cubs. "You bipeds killed our wolf king yesterday and took our mother. Why should we trust you?" At these words, Ran felt a pang in her heart. The snow wolf pack typically numbered from a dozen to over 100. The poachers were ruthless, and the wolf king had undoubtedly sacrificed himself to protect his kin. Taking a deep breath, Ran maintained a gentle tone. "We are not like them. We carry no weapons to harm you, nor do we possess tranquilizers." With that, she opened her arms, allowing the little wolf to scrutinize her. The small mouse rabbit nodded in agreement. "Indeed, indeed. When I was captured, she did not harm me, but instead allowed me to come to your aid." The snow wolf cub hesitated, glancing at its brother and sister, who had fallen into unconsciousness. Sensing an opportunity, Ran continued, "Do you 3 know Fat Tiger?" "Fat Tiger?" Upon hearing the name, the cub's amber eyes widened in surprise as it blurted out, "You know my father?" Indeed. These 3 snow wolf cubs were the offspring of Fat Tiger. Ran quickly replied, "We know him. Your father, Fat Tiger, did not leave on purpose. He is a police dog who was taken back to the mainland for treatment due to an injury. You'll see him again in a few days." Ran slowly reached out towards the little snow wolf, speaking earnestly, "Can you trust us? We will surely rescue your mother and your pack." The little wolf, already at the end of its strength, could not comprehend much more. The bipeds before it were the friendliest humans it had ever encountered, prompting an instinctual trust and reliance. As Ran's gentle hand brushed against its head, the little snow wolf finally surrendered, allowing her to pet it. Apart from Lin Sui, the other 3 were astounded by the unfolding scene. Qiu Qi and Zhongming, though not verbose, were proactive. Observing that the snow wolf cub no longer exhibited any aggression, they quickly retrieved thermal blankets from their bags, wrapping the other two cubs in warmth, and prepared a mixture of goat milk powder and warm water for the three cubs to drink. Following the emergency aid, the other two snow wolf cubs gradually regained a bit of energy. However, their conditions remained precarious, and the incident involving the poachers needed to be reported to the Border Patrol and public security authorities promptly. "Let us head down the mountain," Ran suggested, cradling one of the cubs. The four shared no objections. The bloodstains on the ground indicated that the entire snow wolf pack had suffered a significant massacre and capture, a feat unlikely to be accomplished by just a few poaching gangs. They were unarmed, and should they encounter any danger, their chances of survival would be grim. Ran's plan garnered unanimous approval, and before departing, she offered the mouse rabbit some food as gratitude, leaving the little creature overwhelmed with emotion. From a distance, Lin Sueya and the others seemed to observe the little fellow waving farewell to Ran. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. Just as the group descended the mountain, heavy snow began to fall, and the wind across the desert felt like a blade against their skin as temperatures plummeted. They huddled tightly, with the little wolf cubs inside the vehicle. As the team leader, Lin Sueya simultaneously contacted the authorities using a satellite phone while driving towards the nearest wildlife rescue center, intent on ensuring the three cubs received further treatment. The howling wind buffeted the jeep across the barren expanse, yet it remained steady on its course. The atmosphere within the vehicle was tense, with silence enveloping the group. Snow wolves had already been classified as endangered species years prior, with only a few thousand remaining worldwide. Witnessing such extensive bloodshed on the snow raised concerns about how many more snow wolves had fallen victim to slaughter. After years of research and tracking, they suddenly found themselves on the brink of losing everything. Inside the vehicle, Jishisher let out a long sigh, unleashing a torrent of curses against the poaching gang. "Wait!" Ran, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly fixated her gaze on the rear-view mirror. The vehicle kicked up a whirlwind of sand and stones, revealing a convoy of nearly a dozen olive-green trucks trailing behind them. In the passenger seat of those trucks, dark gun barrels were aimed directly at their vehicle. In an instant, Ran felt a chill run down her spine, as if her blood had turned to ice. Chapter 10. The Final Showdown. The rescue Ran almost immediately reacted, shouting, "Senior brother, floor the gas, we need to get out of here." Simultaneously, Lin Sueya caught sight of the convoy closing in on them, a mere 300 to 400 meters behind. Bang! 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 As Lin Sueya pressed down on the accelerator, a volley of gunfire erupted. Ran even heard the sound of windows shattering, raining down shards. Lin Sueya protected Ran's head with one arm, pushing her down into her seat. "Everyone, lower your heads and shield the snow wolf cubs." The gunfire intensified, raining down upon their vehicle like a storm. And the police on the line with Lin Sueya immediately sensed the urgency and dispatched help. Just then, the rear window shattered with a loud crash, causing the little wolf cub in Ran's arms to emit a low growl. Ran hurriedly reassured it, "Do not be afraid, it's all right. What? I smell my mother and the scent of my pack. They are in the vehicles behind us." Ran placed the little snow wolf at her feet, glancing in the rear-view mirror to see that the trucks were now just over 100 meters away, lined up in formation, closing in on them. It seemed as if they intended to encircle them, trapping them alive like dumplings. With a screech, the jeep emitted a sharp grinding noise as it veered abruptly to one side. As the vehicle appeared to be tipping over, Lin Sueya slammed on the brakes. However, before they could regain momentum, the trucks had caught up and forced them to a halt. From the lead truck emerged a burly man clad in a military coat, wielding a hunting rifle. Lin Sueya's forehead was slick with sweat as he cast a glance at Ran. Today, even if it cost him his life, he had to ensure Ran and the others made it out safely. Lin Sueya gazed into the rear-view mirror at the center of the car seat and addressed Zhang Ming. "Wait a moment. I'll step out to divert the poacher's attention. Seize the opportunity to take over the driver's seat. Do not concern yourself with me. Just charge ahead when the moment arises." Zhang Ming furrowed his brow in response. "What will you do?" Lin Sueya offered no reply. The police would take at least half an hour to arrive, and if he did not buy some time, everyone would perish here today. Just as he was about to open the car door, he was seized by Ran. With a grave expression, she gently shook her head at him. Lin Sueya was about to protest when he noticed Ran handing the small wolf cub, sheltered beneath the car, to Jishisher. "Ran, you." Lin Sueya's heart sank, his face etched with disapproval as he looked at her. Yet, Ran gave Lin Sueya a reassuring glance. signaling that she had a plan. Turning to the three in the back seat, she continued, "The poachers are primarily after the wolf cubs. If they cannot obtain them, they are unlikely to harm us. At that point, adapt as necessary. If you can escape with the cubs, do so. My senior brother and I will stay behind to hold them off." The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, Ran and Lin Sueye cautiously opened the car doors. Once outside, Ran noted that the majority of the poachers were injured, their bodies wrapped in thick bandages stained with deep crimson. The scent of blood permeated the vast expanse of the desert. Suddenly, a series of thuds emanated from the truck, followed by a cacophony of exhausted wolf howls.
Yezvishe.
Qiu Qi and Zhang Ming's arms cradled the small wolf cub, which erupted into frantic cries, the pack responding in kind, their voices growing ever louder. The resonant howls reverberated across the expansive wasteland. The sound of the wolves colliding with the truck intensified, causing the poaching gang to change their expressions. The bearded leader could not restrain himself and turned to his subordinates, exclaiming, "Wasn't it said that this tranquilizer would keep these snow wolves asleep for days? Why are they awake?" His subordinate, pale-faced, stammered in response, I don't know. Perhaps we bought a counterfeit? Useless fools." The bearded leader's expression darkened as he fixed his steely gaze on the wolf cubs within the truck. They had spent an entire month pursuing this pack of snow wolves in the desolate mountains, finally capturing them last night. Although many wolves had perished in the scuffle, a considerable number remained alive, and the deceased could still be skinned and sold for profit. Initially, they planned to hide in the vicinity for a few days, waiting for the storm to pass, before selling the wolves abroad for a handsome profit. Little did they know, they had been discovered by a team of animal protection experts. However, it mattered little. They were numerous and armed, and in this remote area devoid of surveillance, even if they killed these few individuals, the police would be none the wiser. The leader narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Ran observed this. Just as the bearded leader was about to speak, Ran abruptly interjected, "Release the snow wolf pack, and we can let bygones be bygones," as if nothing ever transpired. Pausing for effect, she fixed her deep, dark gaze upon the poaching gang. "The moment we discovered the slaughter of the snow wolves, we promptly notified the authorities. If you insist on opposing the police and the Animal Protection Association, prepare to spend the rest of your lives behind bars." The bearded leader's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, "What if the police arrive? I've never feared them." After years of poaching, he had never truly faced justice. With a fierce glare, he commanded, "If you don't want to die, get out of the car." All the poachers' eyes fell upon the wolf cubs inside the vehicle. Rarely could one catch sight of wolf cubs. The potential profit from selling these three was unimaginable. Ran noted the greed in their eyes, and her gaze flickered. In an instant, she lunged, seizing the hunting rifle from the bearded leader's grasp. The rifle was swiftly loaded and pressed against his temple. Seeing the situation unfold, Qiu leaped from the back seat into the driver's seat, gritting his teeth. Without hesitation, he revved the engine and crashed into two nearby poachers as he sped away. The scene transpired in a heartbeat. The poachers instinctively raised their weapons to fire at the retreating jeep when a cold voice rang out, "Move, and I'll kill you." The dark muzzle of the gun pressed chillingly against the bearded leader's temple, leaving a deep indentation. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he shouted, "Don't anyone make a move." Ran glanced at the others, then at the wolves confined in the truck, suddenly struck by inspiration. She ordered the bearded leader, "Step back," towards the back of the truck. Uncertain of Ran's intent but unwilling to die, he complied. Once Ran reached the rear of the truck, she instructed Lin Sueye, "Open it, let the wolves out." "Are you out of your mind? The snow wolves will seek vengeance. We'll all perish," the bearded leader exclaimed in horror. However, with a mere glance from Ran, Lin Sueye swiftly opened the truck. In the darkness, the bearded leader beheld the gleam of dozens of green, dangerous eyes. The snow wolves leaped from the truck and gathered behind Ran, their pristine white fur marred with the repulsive blood from the previous night's slaughter. The thunderous sound of the wolf pack echoed through the heavens. The bearded leader sensed that Ran had lost her mind. Yet as he turned, he caught sight of a cryptic smile on her face. Gradually, he recognized something was amiss. The wolves, upon reaching Ran, halted, their eyes glowering at him. It seemed that with a mere command from Ran, this pack of snow wolves would launch an assault. Indeed, her icy voice rang out, "Kill them, and you shall avenge your fallen kin." The chorus of wolf howls erupted once more. In the next moment, the bearded leader witnessed a robust snow wolf lunging towards him, its jaws tearing away half of his face.
Ah.
Chapter 11. Entertainment. Returning to the city, Ran seized the opportunity to release the snow wolves as the poaching gang was thrown into disarray by the pack. Even though these individuals wielded hunting rifles, the sight of hundreds of wolves, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent and their mouths salivating, sent shivers down their spines. What astonished them further was that these beasts encircled Ran, seemingly united in their protection of her. The poaching gang had no time to ponder as Ran emerged unscathed from the throng of snow wolves. Observing this, the wolves parted, allowing Ran a clear path. The bearded leader, having finally escaped the wolves' clutches, bore the gruesome marks of their assault. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers onto his dust-covered jacket. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. "You. Who are you?" They had managed to capture the snow wolves using vast quantities of tranquilizers. Yet, he had never witnessed beasts submit to a human's presence. As Ran merely stared at him, sweat trickled down his forehead. Grabbing a rifle from a nearby lackey, he aimed it at Ran. "What kind of monster are you? Why do these animals obey you?" Ran took 2 steps forward, her wolf pack following suit, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Though uncertain of what transpired, they instinctively desired to submit and protect this human, even at the cost of their lives. As the wolves glared menacingly, the poachers grew increasingly tense. The atmosphere crackled with tension, revealing a shift in power dynamics. Ran did not respond to the bearded leader's question but instead stated, "Curious to know?" The bearded leader met her gaze. The next moment, she added, "In your next life, breaking the law and facing multiple charges, even if one survives, they are destined to spend a lifetime in prison." Indeed. A single utterance from Ran caused the countenance of the onlookers to change dramatically. Realizing that all of this was instigated by Ran, the burly man with a beard erupted in fury. "Even in death, I shall take you down with me." With that, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, his voice ceased abruptly, and with a resounding bang, he collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the distance, a helicopter hovered in the air, and the previously departing Gigi Shur and his companions returned with a convoy of heavily armored police vehicles. Within moments, all 18 criminals were apprehended, awaiting further judgment. On the Gobi Desert, hundreds of snow wolves gazed at the crowd from afar, amidst a fierce snowstorm and biting winds. After exchanging a few words with Lin Sui-yi, Ran approached the pack while cradling 3 snow wolf cubs. As she drew near, the pack erupted into a chorus of howls. One particularly bloodied snow wolf stepped forward and gently licked the cubs in Ran's arms. "They still require further examination. Once they are healthy, I will bring them back. All right?" Upon realizing Ran was addressing her, the mother wolf paused in surprise. "You can understand our language?" Ran nodded and continued. "You must be familiar with Fat Tiger, correct?" The mother wolf's expression shifted dramatically, and a clear, melodic voice echoed in Ran's ear. "He is a traitor, abandoning us mother and cub. Once I find him, I shall sink my teeth into that wretched creature." Fearing that the mother wolf might indeed pursue Fat Tiger to inflict harm, Ran hurriedly explained the reasons for his departure. After a lengthy discussion, the mother wolf realized she may have misjudged Fat Tiger, her tone swiftly transforming from anger to concern. "Is Fat Tiger safe now? Has he returned? And will he come back again?" "Fat Tiger's injuries have nearly healed. He will return in a few days, and then your family of 5 can reunite." Upon saying this, Ran gazed at the wolf pack. With the wolf king deceased, a new leader would inevitably rise among the snow wolves. After such a devastating blow, it remained uncertain how long it would take for the pack to recover. "I see many wolves are injured. Without treatment, they are in grave danger. If you are willing to trust me, follow me back for treatment. Once you are healed, I will bring you back here." Standing with the 3 cubs in her arms, Ran addressed the snow wolf pack. "Will you trust me?" Ran understood that her ability to communicate with animals was merely a bridge, not a means to alter their inherent nature. Wild creatures possess their wildness, for it is their survival instinct. Thus, she held little hope. However, to her astonishment, the howls around her conveyed a resounding message of trust. Now, it was Ran's turn to be astonished. As if seeking clarity, the mother wolf spoke. "Human, your aura is quite peculiar, yet we are fond of you. You differ from those who capture us. You are kind and have risked your safety to save my cubs." The snow wolf pack might distrust humans, yet they placed their faith in her. After Ran assured the wolves repeatedly, the uninjured adult wolves ventured toward the snowy mountains to reclaim their territory, while the injured wolves obediently followed her, eventually boarding the truck to the treatment center. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. After completing her statement at the police station, Si-ran emerged to find Lin Sui-yi and the others waiting outside. Senior brother. Si-ran greeted the remaining companions. Ji Shi, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Si-ran, you are truly remarkable. What did you say to the snow wolf pack that compelled them to willingly go to the treatment center? This is splendid. We can take this opportunity to study their living habits and potentially expand their habitat in the future. Lin Sui-yi lightly tapped Ji Shi on the head. Do not ask what you should not. Si-ran's circumstances must not be disclosed to a wider audience. Thanks to you, we are alive. Otherwise, we would have perished on the Gobi Desert. Without Si-ran, the snow wolves in this region would likely face extinction, falling prey to poachers and being buried beneath the sands. Regrettably, with such vastness in Huagua, it was unlikely that Si-ran could remain in Kekexili indefinitely. After the situation was resolved, Fat Tiger and the mother wolf reunited, and their misunderstandings were entirely cleared. Si-ran remained at the rescue center until she personally returned all the snow wolves to their territory, which took half a month. On this day, Si-ran received a call from her agent. As soon as the call connected, the agent erupted in a tirade. Si-ran, where have you been? The production team went to your house to film. Where are you? Si-ran winced at the volume, quickly pulling the phone away. This drew the curious gazes of Lin Sui-yi and the others nearby. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Si-ran glanced at the calendar on her phone. Sister May, the variety show specified in the contract does not commence for a few days. And as for you disclosing my residential address to the production team. Chapter 12, Live Broadcast. First Confrontation. Si-ran's voice was icy, causing a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Finally, Sister May's voice emerged, lacking conviction. The production team wants to record a pilot episode in advance. I do not care where you are, return home immediately to film the variety show. Or be prepared to pay a breach of contract fee of 30 million. Sister May was aware that most of Si-ran's money had been donated to society, rendering her incapable of producing 30 million for a settlement. Furthermore, the thought of Si-ran forcing a contract termination and incurring the wrath of her superiors only intensified Sister May's harsh remarks. Si-ran, do not blame me for not warning you. This is an S-level variety show in collaboration with upper management. If you mess this up, not only will you owe 30 million, but you may even find yourself liable for 3 billion. After a prolonged silence, Si-ran replied blandly. I have not received any contract amendments from the production team regarding the filming schedule, so this does not constitute a breach. If they wish to sue me, they are welcome to do so. Sister May fell silent at that moment. The production team had, in fact, modified the agreement days prior, necessitating filming at her residence. However, Si-ran's residence was exceptionally discreet, and she would undoubtedly refuse to consent to filming there. Ultimately, it was Si-nyen's suggestion to inform the production team of the address, reasoning that with so many similar buildings, Si-ran's residence would remain undetected. Contemplating this, Sister May couldn't help but compare Si-ran to her sister. Despite being siblings, Si-nyen was exceptionally obedient, while Si-ran was so rebellious. Sister May sneered, think you can smoothly terminate the contract? In your dreams. Impatient, Sister May declared. I will give you 1 day to return and film. With that, she abruptly hung up. Si-ran gazed at her phone, now back to its normal screen, and glanced at the puzzled expressions of Lin Sui-yi and the others. I may need to return a few days earlier, she informed them. Lin Sui-yi immediately understood. I will take you to the airport. Yes, we will all see you off. Those in the wildlife conservation team and specialists at the rescue center expressed their reluctance to let Si-ran leave, as her arrival had resolved many long-standing issues. With her sudden decision to depart, everyone clamored to accompany her. Upon arriving at the airport, Si-ran pondered the excess weight of her luggage. She finally reached home by 10 in the morning. She had already called ahead to the pet shop staff, and upon disembarking the plane, she promptly received a notification from Alipay. After half a month, Alipay was ecstatic to see its owner again, bursting into joyous howls that echoed throughout the building, illuminating the voice-activated lights layer by layer. Ran, I missed you so much. Whoa, reality is so much better than this. You can't take the dog out when you go out, can you? The dog feels so lonely in the pet shop. On the way home, Alipay continued to bark incessantly. Eventually, Si-ran's patience wore thin, and she swiftly covered Alipay's mouth. Woof! Alipay looked up in confusion. With an unreserved tone, Si-ran declared, if you don't stop talking, there will be no treats for you this month. Alipay. The amber-eyed husky suddenly widened its gaze, staring incredulously at Si-ran. However, It understood the gravity of the situation and dared not utter another word. Yet, its canine demeanor was unmistakably aggrieved. At that moment, the elevator doors swung open, revealing a throng of staff members wielding live streaming equipment at her doorstep. Upon hearing the commotion, the crew instinctively turned their cameras towards Ran's face. Initially taken aback by her presence, laden with bags, the filming crew soon converged around her. Ran felt her complexion pale slightly and instinctively took a couple of steps back. In her previous life, she had been a target for public scorn in the entertainment industry, with legions of paparazzi swarming her every time she graced a red carpet. Facing the cameras again, she found herself somewhat out of sorts. Alipay tilted its head, its astute eyes darting between Ran and the crew member who nearly thrust the camera into her face, its brow furrowing in disapproval. Suddenly, with a raucous bark, Alipay erupted toward the staff, baring its teeth in an attempt to frighten them away. Given its sizable frame, augmented by Alipay's hearty appetite, making it larger than the average husky, its bark was indeed imposing. The unexpected outburst did manage to startle the crew. The live broadcast of Wonderful Zoo had commenced, and at that moment, Ran's streaming room was already drawing hundreds of thousands of viewers. Alipay's sudden barking not only intimidated the staff, but also incited considerable discontent among the audience. Ran, get out of the entertainment industry. You delayed the entire crew's live broadcast by not being home during filming, and now you're letting your dog scare the staff. The working class can empathize with that. A dog barking at the crew, and Ran just stands there silently, not even offering an apology. Look at Xian and Xinging next door. They raised their 2 West Highland Terriers so well, unlike Ran's rude dog. Just to add, there are rumors that Ran used to live with a C family, possibly a distant relative, but was kicked out half a month ago. Ran could not see the barrage of comments in the live stream. Yet she was well aware of the nature of her detractors, who would undoubtedly seize this moment to stir the pot. Moreover, it was likely that her streaming room housed a number of hired commenters purchased by Xian. With this thought in mind, Ran smiled. She patted Alipay's furry head and addressed the staff. I apologize. My dog is a bit shy. Alipay, apologize. Alipay looked utterly wronged. Yet, upon seeing the gentle smile on Ran's face, it acquiesced, letting out a half-hearted howl directed skyward. There was a hint of contrition, albeit minimal. The staff members were momentarily taken aback, sensing a flicker of intelligence in Alipay's demeanor. A hint of guilt crept into their hearts, prompting them to instinctively say, No. It's okay. We startled your dog by suddenly filming you, Teacher Ran. Alipay cast a sidelong glance with its azure eyes, then let out another howl. It seemed to communicate, as long as you know, the dog wasn't frightened, but you did scare its owner. After declaring this, Alipay picked up Ran's luggage bag in its mouth and trotted to the door, scanning the facial recognition lock system with a satisfying click. The door swung open. Staff members, live stream audience. Only Ran, with an air of nonchalance, stepped into her home, changed into her house slippers, and then turned to the now stunned staff, saying, No need to change shoes. Please come in. On the way back, Ran reviewed the livestream contract that Mei Jia had sent her temporarily. Wonderful Zoo featured 5 guests in total, aside from herself and the C siblings. The others were all bona fide pet enthusiasts. She had never posted a photo of Alipay on her Weibo, instead creating a separate account for Alipay, which now boasted nearly 10,000 followers. As for Xian, she had never cared for pets. When Ran first returned to the C family, Xian had harbored disdain for Alipay, even going so far as to jab it with a needle, only to be bitten in return. Fearing her mistreatment of Alipay would be discovered, Xian had shifted the blame onto the dog. Now, as Xian attempted to cultivate an image of a pet lover, it was only a matter of time before the facade crumbled. Soon after, Ran dropped a bombshell. She politely addressed the staff and the audience, saying, I was working out of town before today and did not receive the updated contract in time, which delayed your filming. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 13. Her territory. Ran kindly poured water for the staff. They were taken aback by her graciousness. As the camera panned across Ran's room, the decor, while not lavish, was strikingly beautiful and tidy, resembling a cozy little nest. Coupled with Ran's earlier remarks, the crew members were perceptive individuals. The entertainment industry is akin to a vast cauldron of intrigue. Those who can generate profit are exalted, while those deemed a nuisance are swiftly cast aside. Ran had previously enjoyed an excellent reputation, but recent scandals had tarnished her image. Moreover, the absence of the updated filming contract clearly indicated that her management company was orchestrating some underhanded dealings. As for this apartment, it was evidently C. Rant's private residence. Had her agency genuinely cared, they would never have disclosed her address. The crew had already begun to contemplate the tempestuous backlash C. Rand would face once the show aired. Yet, they were merely workers. Despite their desire to advocate for her, they knew that voicing their concerns might yield adverse repercussions. Certainly, C. Rand did not require their intervention. In her previous life, Wonderful Zoo was pre-recorded rather than live, yet she had still faced a barrage of criticism afterward. This time around, she would not remain passive while C. Xian tarnished her reputation. All she needed to do was provide a brief explanation in the live stream, and when C. Xian's facade crumbled, the retribution she had endured in her past life would be mercilessly returned to her. Subsequently, Xiaoran permitted the production team to proceed with the recording of the pilot episode. Alipay, sensing no malice from the crew, sprawled comfortably on the sofa, confidently switching on the television and directing C. Rand to tune it to a large family drama. Whenever an irritating scene arose, Alipay would bark at the screen with its discerning gaze, resulting in the background of the edited footage being punctuated by Alipay's raucous howls. On the other side, at the C family villa, C. Xian was set to film a variety show with the entire C family present to create a warm, familial atmosphere. C. Xingying had even broken a contract for a television drama, traveling a considerable distance from the other side of the city to film the show alongside his beloved sister. Consequently, this happy family swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. After completing the pilot episode, C. Xian gained 1 million followers that very day. However, that evening, as C. Xian sat at the dining table, listlessly pushing her food around, she appeared despondent, lost in thought. C. Xingying was the first to notice something amiss with C. Xian, quickly inquiring, "Nian Nian, is the food not to your liking? Why aren't you eating?" In the next moment, C. Xian burst into tears. C. Xingying was instantly flustered, attempting to console her for quite some time. Finally, C. Xian confessed, "I just feel so guilty towards my sister. Everything today should have been hers, but because of me, her relationship with the family has soured. Tomorrow, we're set to appear on the same program as her, and I don't know how to face her." Hearing this, the C family frowned. But rather than contemplating how the two sisters should interact, their concern lay in whether C. Ran might reveal the truth about the switched at birth incident during the live broadcast. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how much C. Ran despised C. Xian. "Nian Nian, you shouldn't feel guilty. You haven't done anything wrong. In fact, you've been so accommodating towards C. Ran these days," C. Xingying scoffed. "Regardless, I consider you my sister. If C. Ran dares to expose our relationship on the show, she shouldn't blame me for being impolite." C. Xian's eyes flickered, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. What she desired was precisely this outcome. She wished to see C. Ren's reputation irrevocably tarnished on this variety show, yet she did not wish for their relationship to be exposed to the public eye. Thus, it was imperative for her to ensure that the C family remained united in purpose with her. C. Xingying was rather dim-witted, easily ensnared by a few casual words. C. Nian lowered her head, her lashes trembling slightly, concealing the triumph in her dark eyes as she spoke in a soft voice. "Wouldn't this be too hurtful to my sister? Although she has blocked us, her situation is quite understandable. Her reputation online has never been stellar. Might this not lead her into a scandal in the entertainment world? But that would be her own doing."
C. Xingying, unfazed, retorted.
"If Xiran is so incompetent that we can overlook past grievances to accept her, then why should I tolerate a sister who blocks our parents?" After saying this, C. Xingying glanced at the frail countenance of C. Nian, and her heart softened. She continued, "Nian Nian, I understand that you feel guilty about your parents' situation. But you were merely an infant who knew nothing at that time. The fault lies with your parents, not you. Therefore, do not feel obliged to accommodate her. You owe C. Ran nothing." At that moment, C. Nian's tears fell, and she looked gratefully at the C family members, addressing Su Xingying, second brother. "Having a family like you is a blessing from my past life. However, regardless of the circumstances, my sister is still your biological daughter, and I will certainly strive to be understanding towards her." Upon hearing this, the C family parents and the two brothers at the dining table regarded C. Nian as exceptionally kind, completely oblivious to the weight she placed on her final words. The next day, C. Ran rose early. Just after completing her morning routine, a staff member from the production team knocked at her door. C. Ran opened the door, packed her belongings for the upcoming trip to the zoo, and addressed the somewhat displeased Alipay. "I've already contacted the pet store for your stay. When the staff arrives, you'll just follow her, all right?" Alipay protested loudly, "Woof, woof, woof. It had only seen Si Ran yesterday. And now she was going to leave it at the pet store again? Woman, you should stop working, let the dog take care of you. Si Ran couldn't help but chuckle. You can't afford me. Woof, woof, woof. I have many valuable things, and I'll give them all to you later. Si Ran couldn't suppress her laughter. Alipay's toys and treats filled an entire room, yet it failed to recognize who had spent money on them. However, Alipay's noisy protests were unbearable, so Si Ran had to say, after I finish work, I'll have the pet store staff bring you over, okay? Alipay tilted its head, gazing at Si Ran with an air of wisdom for quite some time. In reality, its mind was racing. Previously, no matter how much it barked, Si Ran could never take it to work. This time, her concession was entirely unexpected. Thus, Alipay promptly changed its demeanor. A moment ago it was unwillingly howling at the sky, and now it displayed its sharp teeth, tongue lolling out, looking immensely pleased. Once Alipay was calmed, Si Ran boarded the production team's vehicle, arriving at the entrance of the zoo for filming. By now, the other guests had begun to gather. Although Si Ran arrived last, as soon as she stepped out of the vehicle, all eyes were drawn to her. Yet, Si Ran seemed oblivious. Her gaze fixed intently on the zoo S sign. Moments later, as she read the words Wonder Zoo, a smile suddenly blossomed on her face. In Chapter 14, the first confrontation with the false daughter occurred. Si Ran's smile caught the attention of both the guests and the viewers in the live stream, leaving them momentarily stunned. No one understood the reason behind her smile. Only Si Ran knew that the zoo before her was the one gifted to her by the system. Since acquiring the system, she had been eager to hand it over to the nation, and the zoo it provided was merely a place she had visited in her dreams. She had never paid attention to its location in reality. Now, the Si siblings were on her turf. At that moment, Director Fan Tong, with his round physique, emerged from the adjacent area. Welcome to the Wonder Zoo. Over the next half-month, the 5 guests must complete tasks assigned by the zookeepers to graduate successfully from the Wonder Zoo. He then instructed the guests to introduce themselves. The eldest was the 3-time Golden Horse Best Actress, Xia Wan, who had once been a sensation across the nation. Even after marrying and having children during her peak, her popularity remained undiminished. Another guest was the singer Zhou Ai, who appeared somewhat socially anxious and kept her self-introduction brief. When it was Si Nian and Si Xingying's turn, Si Xingying immediately ceded the spotlight entirely to Si Nian. Hello everyone, I am Si Xingying, and this is my sister, Si Nian. Si Nian, in a gentle and timid voice, greeted hello, teachers, I am Si Nian. This is my first variety show, so I hope for your understanding. The celebrity siblings' appearance on the show was inherently intriguing, and with Si Xingying being a popular star, bolstered by the online support arranged by the Si family, Si Nian's live streaming session garnered the highest viewership among the 5. When it was time for Si Ran's introduction, she too kept it succinct, failing to stir any significant controversy. Soon, the 5 guests were led into the zoo by the zookeeper. The zoo was expansive and built into the hillside, requiring them to take a shuttle to reach their destination. The zookeeper explained, the Wonder Zoo was established recently and is not yet open to the public. Upon arrival, the 5 guests will draw lots to select 5 different animals for a month-long care period. Upon hearing this, Si Nian couldn't help but inquire. It's so beautiful here. If there were visitors, the revenue would surely be substantial. However, it's alright after the audience sees our variety show. Many will certainly come to visit. At her words, the zookeeper cast a deep glance at Si Nian before swiftly looking away, clarifying. Not all zoos are open to the public. A significant number of the animals here are wild animals rescued from poaching, and some have not undergone desensitization training. Whether we open to the public depends on the director's decision. Si Ran realized that the zookeeper was being realistic. During her breaks, she would check on the animals in the park, which were likely collected and rescued by the system, each possessing some behavioral issues. For the next half-month, she planned to communicate with these animals nightly to help them desensitize, but with the limited time and the sheer number of animals, the results would be modest at best. As she pondered this, the shuttle came to a halt, and they arrived at a grassy area. Fan Tong held several photos in his hands and addressed the 5 guests. Now, each of you will take turns drawing lots for the small animals you will care for over the next half-month. Upon hearing this, Si Nian quickly suggested, in that case, let the 2 seniors go first. As soon as Si Nian spoke, she garnered praise from the fans of Xia Wan and Zhou Ai. The next moment, Si Nian turned to look at Si Ran. Throughout the journey, Si Ran had hardly interacted, appearing almost invisible. Si Nian gently asked, Ran, do you have any objections? Upon hearing the voice, Siren glanced at her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Since you've said that, what objections could I possibly have? Xinyan's eyes reddened, and she hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I spoke too hastily just now. I should have discussed it properly with Senior Siren instead of acting unilaterally. Siren had long been aware of Xinyan's tendency to manipulate situations to her advantage. In her past life, Xinyan had subtly guided fans to launch online attacks, and out of concern for the Si family's feelings, Siren had never refuted her on screen, which had only emboldened Xinyan further. With this thought, a sharp glimmer crossed Siren's eyes. She had never experienced familial affection, and thus in her previous life, she had clung to the elusive notion of kinship until she found herself trapped in despair, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. It was then she realized that some individuals are destined to traverse life with tenuous familial bonds. She no longer yearned for kinship and would never again allow Xinyan to tread upon her with impunity as she had in her past life. As Siren lifted her gaze toward Xinyan, her eyes were filled with concern. The tears that were on the verge of spilling from Xinyan's eyes remained trapped within her eyelids as she stared blankly at Siren, bewildered by her intentions. I apologize. Did my earlier words cause you any misunderstanding? Siren feigned a sigh. Both of you are our esteemed seniors. It is only fitting that you choose first. Furthermore, this is merely a matter of chance, with an element of luck involved. It truly does not matter who selects first or last. If my previous remarks led to any confusion, I am more than willing to let you choose first as a gesture of goodwill. Xinyan's expression stiffened, her gaze fixed on Siren. Yet, Siren's demeanor was candid, even exuding an air of forbearance. This was not at all what Xinyan had anticipated. In the live broadcast room, comments flooded in. Siren is utterly disgusting. Isn't she just turning the tables, implying that we are plotting against her? Siren has targeted Xinyan more than once. One gets used to it. Xinyan looks genuinely heartbroken. Despite Xinyan having a considerable fanbase, Siren, despite her recent tarnished reputation, still had many supporters who spoke on her behalf. This is hilarious. Wasn't it Xinyan who first tried to win over Siren? The moment Siren said it was fine, Xinyan was on the verge of tears. Is she a reincarnation of Lin Daiyu, with such a propensity for weeping? Who is Xinyan, anyway? What has she accomplished? Her notable works include My Family is a Noble House, Brother is a Top Star, and Future Queen of Blockbusters. Her representative work, Zero. Haha, that's a real dagger to the heart. How dare Xinyan? Aside from Xinyan's fans, the variety show attracted a number of casual viewers who simply adored animals. Capital may sway public opinion, yet in a live broadcast format, even the smallest actions are magnified for scrutiny. A newcomer like Xinyan could hardly grasp this reality. Soon, the 5 participants drew the photographs of the animals they would be caring for. Xiaowan drew a talking Alexandrine parakeet, Zhou Ai a golden python, while Si Xingying and Xinyan drew an Asian black bear and a giant panda, respectively. Upon seeing that she would be nurturing a giant panda, Xinyan's spirit soared. After all, giant pandas are national treasures, beloved by the public. Surely, most of the camera time would be focused on her. She instinctively glanced at Siren, observing her lost in thought over her photograph, and speculated that Siren must have drawn either an obscure or unattractive animal. Her previous discomfort dissipated somewhat. With a hint of mischief, she leaned closer and asked, Siren, what animal did you draw? Do share it with us. Siren's lips twitched as she revealed the photograph of a snow leopard with its striking amber eyes. She sighed deeply. The production team must have done this on purpose, as these 5 animals were indeed the quintessential misfits of the animal kingdom. Chapter 15. The bird must slim down. The bird must beautify itself. The bird must impress Siren. After the guests had selected their animals, a trainer led them to undergo training sessions to interact with their chosen creatures. Just as they were about to leave, Xiaowan's face paled. Wait. Siren and the others halted, perplexed by Xiaowan's sudden exclamation. At 55, Xiaowan appeared no older than 40, her hair devoid of any gray strands. She hesitated, glancing at the director. Director, I'm a bit apprehensive about handling beaked animals. May I switch to another? Fan Tong readily replied, Of course, you may exchange with any guest from your group. Xiaowan exhaled in relief. Her gaze first fell upon the 2 male guests, but was quickly averted, for no other reason than her own fear of bears and snakes. She settled her sights on Xinyan. Instantly, Xinyan's expression soured, her heart brimming with resentment. Xiaowan was clearly being deliberate. feeling envious of the attention Si Nyen's giant panda would attract, and feigning fear of the parakeet. However, given Xiaowan's status as a triple award-winning actress, outright refusal would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation and might even displease Xiaowan. Seeing Si Nyen hesitate to respond, Xiaowan understood that she was unwilling to comply. Just as she was about to concede, a cool voice resonated beside her. "Senior Xia, I am not afraid of the parakeet. If you wish, I would be happy to switch with you." Both Xiaowan and the audience were taken aback. Xiaoran is such a flatterer. I want to comment on the motives. How revolting. Xiaowan clearly desired the giant panda, yet Xiaoran preemptively swoops in. Rumors say that Si Nyen and Xiaoran are relatives and work for the same company. Si Nyen previously hinted at being targeted within the company. It seems Xiaoran is indeed the one behind it.
My heart aches for Si Nyen.
What kind of idiots are these commenters? Si Nyen clearly did not want to switch with Xiaowan, yet Xiaoran intervened to ease Xiaowan's discomfort and is still criticized. The world has truly gone mad. As a casual viewer, I must say I adore Xiaoran for stepping in for Xiaowan. Xiaowan's emotions were indeed quite complex at that moment. She had never contemplated asking Xiaoran to exchange animals, subconsciously believing Xiaoran had a volatile temperament and would surely refuse. Yet Xiaoran had taken the initiative to propose a swap. Xiaoran picked up Xiaowan's animal card and, alongside the other guests, proceeded to the designated area. The group found themselves in an enclosure where Xiaoran followed her trainer to the parakeet area. Before her lay a vast outdoor space surrounded by a net, where vibrant parakeets perched on branches or soared through the air. The moment Xiaoran stepped inside, a flurry of parakeets erupted in chaos, emitting piercing cries. Their feet tangled in the wire, chirping excitedly at Xiaoran. "The director is here. The director has come to visit the birds. Director, the birds love you." Just as mice adore rice. This scene astonished everyone. Xiaoran remained composed. Because she could often enter the zoo in a dreamlike state, some of the animals recognized her. Xiaoran turned to the trainer and inquired, "Have they been fed today? How are they doing?" "Yes, the birds in this area are in good condition," the trainer replied, momentarily taken aback. She was reporting to a celebrity who had never interacted with wild animals before. The key was that Xiaoran merely nodded and pointed to a particular parakeet. "This pink-crowned parakeet appears to have an eye infection. Perhaps check with the other trainers to see if there are any parasites in its eyes." Initially, the trainer thought Xiaoran was overstepping, but soon realized that the parakeet she indicated did indeed have an issue. The trainer quickly called for colleagues to assist in capturing the bird, but Xiaoran interjected. "No need for such trouble." She then beckoned to the pink-crowned parakeet. "Come here."
Trainer?
Audience. Are animals this obedient? Just calling them over and they come? Xiaoran is really putting on airs. That parakeet clearly doesn't care about her. Low education level materializing. I can't hold back. It seems Xiaoran attended a rather dubious college. The barrage of comments in the live room was akin to a tempest. Each remark dripping with scorn and derision aimed at Xiaoran. Having just left Si Nyen's broadcast, she is well versed in the habits of giant pandas. Clearly having done her homework and compared to Xiaoran, it's a complete dimensional strike. The giant panda on Si Nyen's side is so adorable. The comments continued to flood in, and the trainer beside Xiaoran glanced at a few of them, hastily clarifying, "The parakeet you mentioned does seem to have a problem. But birds are quite active and difficult to catch." The trainer's voice trailed off as the parakeet suddenly hopped unsteadily onto Xiaoran's shoulder, then cautiously nestled against her.
Trainer?
Audience. What happened to the birds being active and hard to catch? Why did this one behave like a lovesick fool, clinging to Xiaoran's shoulder and refusing to budge? Xiaoran pretended not to notice the astonishment of the caretaker, carefully cradling the cockatoo in her hands, and earnestly suggested, "Hurry and take it to see the vet." However, upon placing the little creature in the caretaker's hands, it flitted back unhappily. Its gaze solely fixed on Xiaoran with affection. Ultimately, after a prolonged period of coaxing, during which she promised to visit it later that evening, the little one consented to leave with the other caretaker. The leading caretaker, still in a state of bewilderment, was suddenly reminded by Xiaoran, "Where is the parrot I intend to adopt?" It was only then that the caretaker recalled they were still broadcasting live and hastily guided Xiaoran further along. No sooner had Xiaoran taken a few steps when a heart-wrenching cacophony of squawks erupted from the parrot enclosure behind her, eventually arriving outside a glass room. She spotted a diminutive parrot perched on a horizontal wooden beam, its feathers sparse and its demeanor rather unwell. As the caretaker approached, the parrot screeched sharply, "Fool! Go away!" The caretaker immediately donned an awkward smile and explained to Si Ran, "This parrot is named Kwai Kwai. It has just been brought here from a bird rescue center a couple of days ago. Its previous owner is currently serving time for illegally trading wild animals. It seems someone taught it some foul language. It has a penchant for cursing that it cannot seem to shake off." No sooner had the caretaker finished speaking than Kwai Kwai hopped excitedly to the front of the glass enclosure, loudly proclaiming, "Ugly thing, ugly thing." The parrot unleashed a torrent of insults upon the unsuspecting humans before it. Within half a minute, both the caretaker and the cameraman found themselves on the receiving end of a verbal barrage. Just as Kwai Kwai was about to direct its insults at Si Ran, it caught sight of her beaming smile. Moreover, the enchanting aura emanating from this beautiful human made it feel at ease. Si Ran poked at Kwai Kwai's belly through the glass, leading the parrot to believe that she had taken a liking to it, causing it to press its entire body against the glass. However, when Si Ran laughed and remarked, "Kwai Kwai, how did you end up looking so ugly?" the parrot was taken aback. Kwai Kwai puffed out its rotund belly, gazing incredulously at Si Ran. She continued, "It seems that your anxiety hasn't affected your appetite. That belly of yours isn't going to develop fatty liver disease, is it?" The next moment, Kwai Kwai, utterly distraught, turned away and retreated into its cage, emitting a mournful wail. What Si Ran heard, however, was, "The bird needs to lose weight. The bird wants to be beautiful. The bird desires to impress the humans." For a full half hour, Kwai Kwai lamented in the live stream. Chapter 16. Rapidly completing the task, Kwai Kwai's cries were unique, and its wings were contorted in a most peculiar fashion, enabling it to hop awkwardly on its slender legs. Viewers in the live stream were astounded by Si Ran's comments regarding Kwai Kwai's rotund and unattractive appearance. The parrot turned tail and scurried back to its nest on the floor. 3 seconds later, an unpleasant wail resonated through the live stream. No one expected that a bird could not only hurl insults, but also possess an equally intolerable cry. "Isn't Kwai Kwai a parrot? Why does it have such an awful cry? Haha, this is killing me. It walks like a penguin," and it was so distraught earlier that it tripped over itself. Kwai Kwai is just too adorable. The bird is cute, but Si Ran is too mean. Why must she say the bird is ugly? How disgusting. Si Ran doesn't spare even a bird. I was just about to say, Kwai Kwai is already so pitiful. Why does Si Ran have to comment on its appearance? Why is everyone so worked up? Kwai Kwai's feathers are like those of Mei Chao foam, and it's as round as a fat ball. Si Ran merely spoke the truth, did she not? Naysayers, if Si Ran's comments weren't made in bad faith, they wouldn't be problematic. Kwai Kwai continued to weep in its nest. At this moment, a staff member presented a task card to the camera, stating, "Teacher Si Ran, here is your task for this episode. Task 1. Teach Kwai Kwai polite phrases such as hello, thank you, and welcome. Task 2. Alleviate Kwai Kwai's anxiety and help it successfully lose weight." As the staff member read the tasks aloud, the viewers gasped in unison. While the tasks appeared straightforward, a closer reflection revealed their daunting complexity. Nevertheless, upon hearing the tasks, Si Ran maintained her composure and nodded affirmatively. All right. The audience was left bewildered. Did Si Ran truly grasp the difficulty of her assigned tasks? She showed no sign of doubt whatsoever. Changing into the caretaker's uniform and donning shoe covers, Si Ran entered the glass room through a side door. She approached Kwai Kwai's nest, crouched down, and couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the parrot's wings shielding its head. She gently poked Kwai Kwai's plump body with her finger, saying, "If you want to become beautiful and slim, why not make some changes?" Kwai Kwai's discordant cries ceased abruptly, and its small, dark brown eyes fixated on Si Ran without blinking. Suddenly, Kwai Kwai called out, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Si Ran nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes." Kwai Kwai's pupils dilated, but its small, dark eyes were difficult for anyone but Si Ran to notice. A surge of excitement coursed through Kwai Kwai, but then it seemed to remember something and shrank back into its nest. It lifted its head, tears glistening in its eyes. "I can sense that you are a very kind person, but I am quite content here, with food and water. I could live my entire life like this. Don't you want to return to the forest? Don't you wish to soar through the skies and trees like the other parrots?" Kwai Kwai hesitated for a moment, then revealed its twisted wings. "My wings were broken by my previous owner. I will never be able to fly again." Si Ran's gaze fell upon Kwai Kwai's wings. She reached out and touched them, discovering that they were contorted at several angles. Such injuries clearly indicated that Kwai Kwai's former owner had forcibly broken them. Although the wounds had healed, Si Ran could only imagine the severity of Kwai Kwai's previous injuries. The fact that Kwai Kwai had survived was indeed miraculous. Si Ran's heart brimmed with compassion. She beckoned to Kwai Kwai. Initially, the little creature remained despondent, unwilling to move. Yet, Si Ran's gesture promised treatment unlike any other birds received, and Kwai Kwai felt as though it had reached the pinnacle of avian existence. Without a moment's hesitation, it eagerly hopped out of its nest and into Si Ran's hands. Feeling the weight in her palm, Si Ran mused, "Indeed, I was not mistaken in calling you plump." The Alexandrian parrot typically weighs no more than 300 grams, yet Kwai Kwai was at least double that weight. At that moment, Si Ran turned her back to the camera, grasped the microphone at the collar of her uniform, and whispered something to Kwai Kwai. Almost immediately, the viewers in the live stream observed Kwai Kwai visibly brimming with excitement. It leaped from Si Ran's palm to the ground, dancing around her while energetically flapping its wings. Kwai Kwai exclaimed, "Goddess, goddess, I love you, I love you." A myriad of sweet and auspicious words flowed from Kwai Kwai's beak. Si Ran gently stroked Kwai Kwai's head and said, "Kwai Kwai, say thank you." Kwai Kwai replied, "Thank you, goddess." Si Ran pointed towards the camera and continued, "Now, Kwai Kwai, say to the camera, 'Hello, welcome to the wonderful zoo.'" Kwai Kwai tilted its head, gazing at the dark camera. Although it couldn't comprehend what the lens was, it still shouted, "Hello, welcome to the wonderful zoo. I am Kwai Kwai." Si Ran encouraged, "Fantastic,
Kwai Kwai.
more people will come to like you." Afterward, Si Ran turned to the staff member and inquired with a smile, "May I ask if I have completed my first task?" The staff member, momentarily dazed, nodded in affirmation. "Yes, you have completed it." However, what exactly had Si Ran whispered to Kwai Kwai? They were eager to find out. Moreover, the cameraman felt an overwhelming sense of affection for Kwai Kwai. He directed the camera towards Kwai Kwai, who did not shy away. The staff, unable to resist the urge to tease, said, "Hello, Kwai Kwai." Kwai Kwai glanced at Si Ran and then at the photographer. Subsequently, it tilted its head at the camera, its sparkling eyes resembling black jewels. Everyone found it utterly adorable. The next moment, "Hello, idiot. Welcome." Chapter 17. What exactly did Si Ran say? The photographer stared in disbelief at Kwai Kwai, stunned for quite some time. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was similarly taken aback for a few seconds, only to be met with a flood of ha-ha-ha filling the chat. Simultaneously, the trending topics concerning Si Ran and Kwai Kwai skyrocketed. "I'm dying of laughter. I thought Kwai Kwai had improved, but it only shows kindness to Si Ran." In Kwai Kwai's eyes, there are only two types of people, the goddess Si Ran and the idiot. So, what on earth did Si Ran say to Kwai Kwai? Effed. What a show. It's clearly just for theatrics. I'd rather watch the live streams of the other guests. The giant panda raised by Si Nian is so adorable. Simply charming. Si Xingying is about to lose his mind over the giant panda he's raising. The golden python next door is driving Zhou AI crazy. Haha. Xiang Ho's rabbit just mated with its mate for a total of 3 seconds. Si Ran had no time to check the trending topics on Weibo. After completing her first task, she returned to the lounge and did not re-emerge, leaving even the nearby staff unaware of her intentions. When the guests gathered for lunch, Si Ran arrived fashionably late. At the table, the other 4 guests discussed their animals while Si Ran quietly nibbled on her food, listening intently, until Si Nian, with her large, curious eyes, asked Si Ran, "Si Ran, why are you so quiet? I heard your little parrot can talk. Is that true?" Si Ran lifted her gaze, her dark eyes quietly assessing the other. Suddenly, she smiled. "Indeed, Kwai Kwai is quite charming and exceptionally intelligent. I only taught Kwai Kwai polite phrases once, and it remembered and repeated them, showcasing its cleverness." Of course, Si Nian's inquiry was far from innocent. In their previous life, this group was not recording in a wondrous zoo, but rather in a wildlife rescue base. At that time, she had drawn the lot for a giant panda rescued from the wild, which was not accustomed to captivity and displayed aggressive tendencies. Thus, when the production team interviewed the guests during the recording, she mentioned that her giant panda was suitable for return to the wild. However, Si Nian later told the netizens that she disliked giant pandas. Subsequently, when the panda fell ill unexpectedly, the online community firmly believed that she had intentionally harmed it, leading to its demise. Now, Si Nian's sudden question was merely an attempt to provoke Si Ran into speaking ill of Kwai Kwai, hoping to create a narrative similar to their past life, making netizens believe she held an aversion towards Kwai Kwai. This time, Si Ran would not allow Si Nian to have her way. Indeed, upon not hearing the response she desired, Si Nian's expression stiffened. How could Si Ran, who had previously called the parrot fat and ugly during the live stream, now sing its praises? Despite her extensive preparations, Si Ran proved unyielding. Si Nian's face appeared unnatural. Yet she forced a slight smile. Wow. I've never seen a talking parrot. Let us go see it together later. On the side, Si Xingying, as the elder brother, naturally sought to please Si Nian, eagerly continuing her conversation to avoid any awkwardness, oblivious to Xia Wan's pale complexion and her hesitant demeanor. Si Ran raised an eyebrow. Her gaze filled with an inscrutable amusement, and replied nonchalantly, "Sure. Kwai Kwai is quite clever. You will surely adore her." The more Si Ran said this, the more curious everyone became. Seizing the midday break, the guests ventured to the parrot enclosure together. As soon as Si Ran stepped inside, all the parrots in the vast area flocked around her, chirping excitedly. Some even began fighting over the privilege to perch on Si Ran's shoulder, feathers scattering in every direction. Xia Wan's face turned pale. Sensing her discomfort, Si Ran waved her hand at the parrots. The birds hovering above seemed to understand, ceasing to crowd around Si Ran and instead settling on branches or the overhead netting, gazing at her with eager eyes. Si Ran then turned to Xia Wan, softly assuring her, "Xia Qianbei, I've asked them to step back. There's no need to be afraid." Xia Wan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Si Ran would notice her emotions and offer such gentle reassurance. This was a stark contrast to the widely circulated image of Si Ran as aloof and demanding. Xia Wan felt warmth spread within her. "Thank you, Xiao Ran." In that instant, she found that being near Si Ran made even the beaked birds seem less daunting. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden scream pierced the air, belonging to Si Nian. Xia Wan turned her head to see a mass of yellow bird droppings suddenly covering Si Nian's hair. The unfortunate sight nearly made Xia Wan burst into laughter. The parrot that had so brazenly defiled Si Nian seemed to mock her, chirping gleefully while circling above Si Ran, eventually landing cautiously on her shoulder. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Be careful of that woman. She was glaring at you just now. But fear not, the birds will teach her a lesson." The parrot helping Si Ran get her revenge was the pink cockatoo with inflamed eyes from earlier, puffing out its chest and defiantly chirping at Si Nian. Yet, it posed no real threat. Si Nian was furious, while Si Xingying frantically attempted to clean the mess from his precious sister's hair. The more he wiped, the messier it became, and upon turning to see Si Ran with her arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle, he instinctively reprimanded. "Si Ran, why are you just standing there? Seeing Nian Nian's hair in such a state, can't you help out?" The moment he spoke, Zhou Ai and Xia Wan instinctively glanced over, realizing what he had just said. Si Xingying regretted it immediately. His words inadvertently revealed to the audience that he and Si Ran were acquainted. Si Ran smirked. Her elder brother was taking himself far too seriously, disdainfully maintaining their relationship, yet still attempting to command her as he had in the past, truly believing himself to be significant. Si Ran stood motionless, quietly observing the Si siblings as they hurriedly dealt with the bird droppings. After much effort, they finally managed to clean up, but Si Nian's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Just as she was about to speak, a parrot began circling above her head, as if warning that if she uttered another word, the next droppings would land right in her mouth. Si Nian was rendered speechless in her fury. Meanwhile, Si Ran felt quite at ease and addressed the remaining guests. "Let us go." The group traversed the bird garden and arrived outside the glass house. At that moment, Si Ran noticed a caretaker approaching with a bowl of bird food for Kwai Kwai. The amount of food for Kwai Kwai was evidently tenfold that of the other birds. Si Ran frowned and called to the feeding staff, asking, "Does Kwai Kwai eat this much every day?" The caretaker was taken aback by Si Ran's serious expression and instinctively nodded, stammering, "Why yes, Kwai Kwai loves to eat, and if it doesn't feel full, it will pull out its own feathers, so we should replace its food with a regular amount." The caretaker was at a loss for words. Although Si Ran was merely a celebrity here to experience the show, inexplicably, her words left her feeling unable to refuse. She opened her mouth to say something, but Si Nian leaned toward the camera, reproachfully stating, "Being able to eat is a blessing. Kwai Kwai already suffers from anxiety. If it doesn't eat enough, it will only become more anxious. It's better to let it eat to its heart's content. This way, its condition might improve more quickly." Si Ran's cameraman shifted the focus to Kwai Kwai. Kwai Kwai's feathers were strikingly beautiful, and the sunlight streaming into the glass house illuminated the few remaining feathers, causing them to shimmer with a radiant glow. Regrettably, the little creature was currently exerting itself to pry open its beak and delve into the food bowl. Its belly swelling increasingly. Siren's brow furrowed tighter with concern. She strode over and promptly seized the bird food meant for Kwai Kwai. Upon realizing that its meal had vanished, Kwai Kwai erupted into an indignant chirping. Yet, upon lifting its gaze, it was met with Siren's enchanting visage. One that could captivate even the most indifferent of birds. Chirp? Kwai Kwai tilted its head, its expression shifting from anger to clarity, and finally, to confusion. "O goddess of grace, do you wish to partake in a bird's sustenance as well?" Kwai Kwai felt a surge of joy, though it still yearned to indulge further. It would certainly share if Siren desired it. However, it knew that if it refrained from eating, its hunger would soon return. Kwai Kwai felt torn, instinctively pecking at the sparse feathers on its belly. Minutes later, its abdomen was stained with blood. Xin Yan's expression darkened. Her eyes filled with pity as she addressed Siran. "Senior Siran, Kwai Kwai has begun to feel anxious. You must hasten to give it its food." After a brief pause, Xin Yan's tone sharpened, demanding, "Do you wish to harm it?" Chapter 18. Do not fear. The bird will avenge you. The words hung in the air, rendering the glass room momentarily silent. Siren shot a frosty glance at Xin Yan. In the live stream, what sort of gaze is that from Siren? Does she think Xin Yan is meddling? Kwai Kwai is so pitiable. It already suffers from anxiety. And only food can provide it with a sense of security, yet Siren has taken its bowl away. Isn't the attendant nearby doing anything? Xin Yan is truly remarkable. She gathered immense courage to confront someone. How commendable. At that moment, the audience witnessed Siren crouch down, softly calling out to Kwai Kwai. The little bird, still in turmoil, obediently raised its head upon hearing her voice, its almond-like eyes shimmering with tears. Siren gently stroked its head and tenderly spoke. "Kwai Kwai, you must not eat any more." Kwai Kwai instinctively protested. "I can still eat." "Yet, didn't you promise me that you would lose weight? Besides, your belly is already round and plump. How could you possibly consume more?" Kwai Kwai instinctively gazed at its own rotund belly, which was nearly touching the ground. It seemed that perhaps it truly could not eat any more. Anxiety began to creep back in. What if it didn't eat enough and grew hungry later on? Siren paused, piecing together the previous words of the attendant, and began to comprehend the situation. Kwai Kwai's wings had been forcibly broken by its capricious owner, and it was highly likely that even eating was a challenge for the distressed bird. As if to confirm her suspicions, Kwai Kwai suddenly hopped onto Siren's shoulder, chirping incessantly in her ear. What Siren discerned was, "My owner insists that a plump bird is adorable. I was returned once for being too thin. My owner, unable to profit, broke my wings and withheld food from me. Now, if I eat more, perhaps others will find me more lovable." Upon hearing Kwai Kwai's lament, Siren felt a weight settle in her heart, a wave of sorrow washing over her like a torrential downpour. Taking a deep breath, she allowed Kwai Kwai to perch in her palm. Meeting its gaze, filled with sadness and empathy, she said, "But Kwai Kwai, you are a bird. You do not need to conform to human standards to be adored. Eating should be an act of joy, a source of happiness for you." Kwai Kwai froze. Tears glistened in its otherwise inscrutable black eyes as it stared blankly at Siren. This was the first time someone had told it that being cute did not require excess weight. It was also the first time it learned that food was meant to be savored, not merely a means to please others or to survive. Chirp. Kwai Kwai leaped to the ground, flapping its wings and darting around Siren. This scene left everyone astonished. Siren conversed with the animal, and the microphones were muted. Even those present were oblivious to what Siren had said to elicit such exuberance from Kwai Kwai. Yet, from the bird's jubilant frolicking, it was evident Siren was truly adored by birds. "I feel that Siren is incredibly gentle with animals. She seems to radiate a soft, ethereal glow. How extraordinary. I thought I was the only one who perceived it." Siren's approach differs from that of the zoo. The zoo aims for gradual reduction, a process that is lengthy and fraught with potential failure. Siren, however, strikes at the heart, albeit in a mystical manner. I believe she must have said something to Kwai Kwai that it understood, hence the drastic change. Could it be that Siren can comprehend what parrots say? Do you think this is a novel? How could a human possibly understand animal speech? Honestly, I find Xin Yan quite bothersome. Siren was merely trying to help Kwai Kwai by encouraging the attendants to reduce its intake. Yet Xin Yan accused her of endangering it in front of so many viewers. Is the person above foolish? Si Nian is also acting in Kuai Kuai's best interest. Si Nian was indeed in a foul mood. She hadn't anticipated that the bird would behave erratically, alternating between anxiety and jubilance, and even seemed unperturbed when Si Ran took its food. Moreover, she was worried about how her earlier comments would be exaggerated and misconstrued online. With a deep breath, she forced a smile as congenially as possible. Senior Si Ran, how do you achieve this? Could you perhaps teach me? Si Nian added with a hint of distress. My pet penguin is well behaved, but it does not interact with me. I wish it were as lively as Kuai Kuai. Both girl and bird turned their attention toward her. Si Ran remained silent. Kuai Kuai tilted its head, seemingly confirming something, then scampered over joyfully. Si Nian raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Kuai Kuai might harbor affection for her. As she contemplated, Si Nian crouched down, allowing Kuai Kuai to hop onto her hand, then her shoulder. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss, as Kuai Kuai continued to clamber onto her. Its claws gripped her ear painfully, yet Si Nian dared not move. Finally, when Kuai Kuai settled atop her head, emitting cheerful chirps, the live stream camera focused on her. A sense of foreboding enveloped Si Nian. Suddenly, she felt a warm, wet sensation trickle down her forehead onto her face. Instinctively, she glanced at Si Xingying, whose eyes were wide with horror. Without needing to look further, Si Nian realized that the wretched bird had defecated on her head. Anger flushed her face. Sensing the shift in mood, Kuai Kuai hastily jumped down from Si Nian's head and scurried back to Si Ran, chirping loudly and then mimicking a human voice. Fool, get lost. Chapter 19. Let Si Ran apologize. The gleam in Kuai Kuai's little eyes was one of triumph. It did not grasp the concept of a live stream, but it had heard Si Nian proclaiming that Si Ran would harm her. Such nonsense. How could Si Ran possibly wish to hurt it? Si Ran treated it with kindness. Determined to teach Si Nian a lesson, Kuai Kuai plotted its retribution. Xia Wan and Zhou Ai silently observed, while Si Xingying assisted Si Nian in cleaning the bird droppings from her head, suppressing his own retching. Si Ran, arms crossed, wore a smirk as she relished the unfolding drama. She even added fuel to the fire. While you still have time, you should hurry and wash your hair. Perhaps disinfect it well. Si Nian, infuriated, vowed never to return to these troublesome birds again. With her eyes reddened, she exited the feeding room, only to hear Si Ran call out from behind as she passed the aviary. Be careful, otherwise, the birds will surely relieve themselves on your heads again. No sooner had the words left her lips than a series of rapid pattering sounds echoed, and an overwhelming stench assaulted Si Nian and Si Xingying, nearly causing them to retch.
Ugh.
This time, Si Nian truly returned home in tears. In the live broadcast room, one viewer remarked, "Why do I feel like these parrots are doing this on purpose?" Xia Ingho and Zhou Ai are standing next to Si Nian, yet they seem completely unscathed. Another replied, Si Nian was already splattered with bird droppings. Perhaps these birds were drawn to her by the scent. What about Si Xingying? Came another query. Perhaps the siblings' characters are not particularly admirable. Even the parrots cannot tolerate it, was the response. Speaking of which, when Si Xingying scolded Si Ran earlier, I couldn't shake the feeling that their relationship is rather unusual. This comment quickly faded into a sea of thousands of fleeting messages, barely garnering any attention. Drenched in bird droppings, Si Nian trudged back to the lounge alongside Si Xingying. Observing the situation, the production team had no choice but to pause Si Nian's live stream, allowing her to clean herself up before resuming filming. Si Nian glared at the crew members as they distanced themselves from her with evident disdain, her eyes brimming with malice. How dare they look down on her? She seethed internally, shifting all the blame onto Si Ran. Ever since Si Ran was released from the confines of the small dark room, she had exuded an unsettling aura. Not only had she run away from home, severing ties with the Si family, but the once submissive girl had begun to rebel. Could it be that her previous instigation of Zhang Yanning had thoroughly enraged Si Ran? Yet, was such a drastic personality shift truly plausible overnight? Si Nian pondered for a lengthy while, unable to discern the reason behind it. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Si Xingying, now donned in casual attire, entered. Si Nian instantly concealed her gloomy expression, revealing her tear-brimmed, reddened eyes. Alarmed, Si Xingying's heart raced. Nian, don't dwell too much on today's events. Ergo has already instructed someone to delete all the negative comments and photos online. Initially intending to elicit sympathy, Si Nian froze, her brow creased in confusion. What? Instinctively, she reached for her phone. Upon opening her Weibo homepage, She discovered that the photo of her, covered in bird droppings, had been transformed into various unflattering memes and emoticons. Scanning the trending topics, she found herself at the top, even overshadowing C. Rand's entry. Had this been in the past, she would have reveled in flaunting her triumph over C. Rand. Yet, the notoriety of her embarrassing photo left her devoid of joy. All of this was due to C. Rand. Had it not been for her, those parrots would never have behaved so, and she would not have found herself trending for such disgrace. A flicker of malice flashed in Si Nian's eyes, but she turned her gaze towards Si Xingying, feigning vulnerability as she asked tearfully, "Ergo, is it because we upset sister during the program that she treated me this way?" Si Xingying was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not having considered any connection between the two events. Observing his bewilderment, Si Nian inwardly cursed him for being daft. Nevertheless, she gently guided. "Sister is the true child of the Si family. By maintaining our distance from her in the program, could it be that she felt hurt and sought revenge?" Suddenly enlightened, Si Xingying's eyes filled with disdain. "Our parents would never have a daughter so malicious, and I certainly do not have such a petty sister." If he were to acknowledge Si Ran in the program, it would place Nian Nian in an awkward position. How would the fans perceive her then? "Don't worry, Nian Nian. Tomorrow, I will clarify things with Si Ran. I will ensure our relationship remains undisclosed, and I will make her apologize for today's incident."
Meanwhile,
Si Ran was oblivious to the sibling scheming. She was in the glassroom, playing with Kwai Kwai. The clever creature learned quickly, mastering tasks after just one demonstration. But its polite expressions were reserved solely for Si Ran. That evening, the 5 guests were required to spend the night in the zoo staff lounge. The 3 female guests were allocated to one room. Si Ran was somewhat surprised by the production team's arrangement but said nothing, returning to her dorm to continue her writing. Conversely, Si Nian was anxious that her refusal to exchange animals had displeased Xiaowan, and she sought to initiate conversation. However, Xiaowan ignored her completely, leaving Si Nian feeling extraordinarily awkward and frustrated. As a senior in the entertainment industry, Xiaowan could easily discern Si Nian's underlying intentions and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. Noticing Si Ran engrossed in her writing, she curiously inquired, Ran, what are you thinking about?" Hearing the voice, Si Ran lifted her head. Yet at that moment, Si Nian had already leaned in close, snatching the papers Si Ran had been writing on. Si Ran attempted to intervene, but it was too late.
Si Nian exclaimed in astonishment.
"A surgery for repairing fractures in birds? Si Ran, you can't possibly be considering performing surgery on Kwai Kwai, can you?" Her loud declaration even left Xiaowan stunned. Si Ran's gaze turned frosty, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. She coldly retorted, "And if I am?"
Taken aback,
Si Nian forced herself to suppress any hint of fear. Si Rand interrupted her. "Regardless, you abruptly leaning in to read what I was writing is incredibly rude." At that moment, the live broadcast was still recording. Apart from sleeping, the stream remained active. From the onset of the program, the two had been the main focal point, and now with Si Ran suddenly retaliating, the viewer count surged dramatically. Si Nian's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling utterly wronged. Yes, I'm sorry. I was just so shocked that I read what you wrote without thinking." Si Ran raised an eyebrow. "What are you so shocked about?" Si Nian hesitated, unable to fathom how Si Ran remained composed. How could someone so unremarkable, merely a student from an obscure college, audaciously contemplate performing surgery on a bird without fear of public ridicule? However, she swiftly realized that Si Ran had never disclosed her university, which lent her a false sense of security. But what if the public were to discover that Si Ran attended a subpar institution? Would she still maintain her bravado then? A flicker of hatred crossed Si Nian's downcast eyes, yet she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. "I'm sorry, I just assumed that a college like that taught casual things. I didn't expect them to teach surgery." Suddenly, Si Nian turned to the camera, hesitating before continuing, "But I've never heard of sister being able to perform surgery. After all, Kwai Kwai is a protected species. If anything were to go wrong during the surgery, we couldn't bear the responsibility. But rest assured, sister, I have a friend who runs a pet hospital. I can arrange for Kwai Kwai to get the surgery there for free." With this declaration, the live chat exploded with praise. Si Nian's lips curled into a smile. Even without glancing at the comments, she knew her actions had undoubtedly garnered goodwill. She eagerly awaited Si Ran's reaction, envisioning the dismay that would surely cross her face upon hearing such news. However, after a prolonged silence, Si Ran's expression remained unchanged. Her gaze directed coldly at Si Nian. Suddenly, Si Ran's lips curved into an alluring smile, her voice melodious as she asked, "Who told you that my educational background is lacking?" Chapter 20. Si Xingying's interrogation. The arrival of the princess. Si Nian fell silent, clearly befuddled by the question. What did Si Ran mean? Si Ran was the same age as her. She was only in her third year of college, yet Si Ran had already ceased her studies. Even if she claimed to be interning, how could anyone be interning so quickly after attending a subpar institution? For all she knew, Si Ran could have been expelled long ago. However, Si Ran did not grant her the opportunity to respond, continuing her probing. Or, do you look down upon this type of person? Si Nian's complexion shifted, and she hastily defended herself. I never said that. Many of her fans were young and belonged to demographics with varying educational backgrounds. Si Ran's assertion placed her in a precarious position. One misstep could cost her dearly in the entertainment industry. With a spiteful glare, Si Nian shot daggers at Si Ran, tears cascading down her cheeks. New viewers entering the live stream initially assumed Si Nian was being bullied again, but upon reading the comments, they quietly fell silent. Nearby, Xia Wan also found herself at a loss for words. It was undeniably impolite of Si Nian to intrude upon Si Ran's belongings, even going so far as to audibly read aloud in front of so many people. Such behavior is akin to having one's love letters read aloud in public during one's school days. Moreover, she suddenly realized that the Si siblings, both in variety shows and online, consistently targeted Si Ran. Sharing the same surname, could it be? Xia Wan abruptly interjected, if the matter is unclear. One ought not to speak with such certainty to avoid misunderstandings. Kuai Kuai's wings are so injured, it pains me to witness. Regardless of whether the surgery will be successful in the future, Si Ran's intentions indicate her genuine fondness for Kuai Kuai. Si Nian's complexion drained of color, her lips trembling slightly, her expression one of disbelief. Throughout the day, she had been striving to curry favor with others, only to find Xia Wan indifferent to her. Now, astonishingly, she was advocating for Si Ran. Xia Wan pretended not to notice. She held no favorable impression of Si Nian, whereas Si Ran had consistently engaged in altruistic deeds. The distinction between good and bad was becoming increasingly evident. Similarly, discussions surrounding Si Nian and Si Ran proliferated online, and the variety show Wondrous became an instant sensation upon its premiere. Some bloggers, in pursuit of traffic, began dissecting Si Nian's daily missteps frame by frame, leading to a gradual reversal of their reputations. However, the Si family acted swiftly. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, they expended considerable resources to suppress trending topics and discussions. When Si Ran checked the trending news the following day, she noted that Si Nian's reputation had indeed undergone some reversal. TSK. Si Ran sighed lightly, unsurprised by the outcome. The Si family had indulged Si Nian like a treasured gem. For them, retracting trending topics and negative reviews was merely a matter of lifting a finger. What Si Ran did not expect, however, was that on the following day, as she planned to check on Kuai Kuai before the show aired, she encountered Si Xingying, who had come looking for her. Si Ran, how long are you going to make a scene? Si Xingying's face was contorted with rage as he approached and seized Si Ran's arm. No matter how Si Ran struggled, Si Xingying clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Feeling a sharp pain radiate from her arm, Si Ran delivered a resounding slap to Si Xingying's face. If you're unwell, seek treatment at a hospital. Of course. If you don't mind, I could also treat you like a pig and fix your brain. You. Si Xingying's face, now swollen, instinctively raised a hand to strike Si Ran. Yet, Si Ran was quicker, grasping his wrist and delivering another slap. In this life, she would never allow a member of the Si family to lay a finger on her. The sound of slaps echoed. Si Ran felt a jolt of pain in her hand, yet her spirit soared. In her previous life, she had endured far worse. This was merely the beginning. Perhaps caught off guard by Si Ran's consecutive slaps, Si Xingying momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit and simply stared at Si Ran, dumbfounded by her audacity. Gradually, his eyes widened in disbelief. How dare Si Ran strike him? Si Ran, you dare to hit me. Indeed, it is you I strike. Si Ran retorted, preparing to raise her hand again. Si Xingying's pupils constricted, and he stepped back several paces, releasing Si Ran's arm. Si Ran scoffed coldly, her eyes filled with derision. Si Ran, are you unwell? I am your elder brother. Si Xingying's face turned ashen, struggling to comprehend how the Si Ran he had last seen, so compliant, had suddenly transformed into someone unrecognizable. Was it all a facade? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, feeling as though he had solved a mystery. Si Ran, having emerged from a humble background, had once sought to curry favor with them solely to compete with Nian Nian for affection. Over time, her pretense had become unsustainable. Si Xingying cast a disdainful glance at Si Ran. You deliberately targeted Nian Nian during yesterday's live stream, nearly ruining her career. However, for the sake of our family ties, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter. Yet, you must apologize to Nian Nian in the live stream. His tone was imperious, as though issuing a command. Si Ran's mouth twitched, and she took a more earnest look at her second brother. In her previous life, she had always sought to please this rebellious second brother, obeying his every whim. She had even endured the distasteful task of drinking with investors, suffering a gastric hemorrhage just to secure him a leading role, only for him to turn around and leverage his position to bring Si Nian into the production. She had flown over 1,000 kilometers just to cook for him while battling a high fever because he refused to eat low-fat meals. The Si family had become accustomed to such arrogance, a habit she had inadvertently fostered in her past life.
Slap.
Just as Si Xingying believed Si Ran would comply with his demands, she suddenly stepped forward, grasped his chest, and with all her might, delivered another resounding slap. In the past, I regarded your family with undue reverence, basking in your sunlight, and you believed you could order me about with a mere smile? Si Ran's expression was icy, her hands trembling slightly at her sides. Yet her voice remained resolute. Si Xingying, I have stated before that from now on, I shall maintain a clear boundary with the Si family. Should you dare to speak to me in such a commanding tone again, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Si Ran forcefully released Si Xingying's collar, causing him to stumble back, shocked, and fall to the ground. Si Ran, you have truly lost your mind. Si Xingying scrambled to his feet, questioning, was Nian Nian's statement yesterday erroneous? You possess neither education nor background. Without the Si family, you are nothing. After being struck multiple times, his fury clouded his judgment. He failed to notice that, beside the glass room, the early rising staff were approaching with live stream equipment and guests in tow. When he finally realized, he found a dark camera lens aimed directly at him. Chapter 21. The truth of the two heiresses exposed. Si Xingying's complexion turned ashen. It's over. Si Ran raised an eyebrow, suddenly chuckling lightly. Si Shao. There's no point in prolonging this conversation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave.
Wait.
Si Xingying instinctively reached out to retain her. But upon turning back, he saw Si Nian's pale face, causing him to release his grip. In the live stream room, oh my, what a sensational revelation. The Si family has always claimed to have only one daughter. How can there be two? Moreover, Si Ran and Si Nian seem to have a rather strained relationship. Though they share the same surname, even if they are not biological sisters, they must surely be related. But why is their relationship so poor? On the second day of Wonder Zoo airing, its popularity soared to new heights. The Si family, keenly observing Si Nian's live stream, rushed to the zoo upon hearing Si Xingying's careless revelation about Si Ran's connection to the Si family. Si Juanhe was the first to arrive, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon Si Xingying, while Si Nian silently shed tears nearby, and their parents offered continuous comfort. Nian Nian, do not fear. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still our daughter, and that will never change. Wan Xiuxiu, seeing Si Nian's reddened eyes, let out a quiet sigh. Indeed, Si Ran was her daughter. But she had raised Si Nian for over 20 years. How could she simply sever ties? However, Si Ran seemed oblivious to her maternal sentiments, forcing them into a corner. Now, with speculation rampant online regarding the two sisters' relationship, should Nian Nian's identity be publicly unveiled, her future would be irrevocably shattered. That wretched Si Ran. Si Guisheng slammed his palm on the table in frustration, his face a mask of anger. We should never have allowed her to return to the Si family out of pity. A glimmer of hope flickered in Si Nian's downcast eyes. She had not anticipated the Si family to harbor such disdain for Si Ran. Initially believing this would lead to her identity being fully exposed, it now seemed there might still be a sliver of hope. Si Nian's gaze darted, and she gently proposed, Mom and Dad, please do not blame my sister. Nor should you fault my second brother. After all, I took my sister's place, and now that the truth is coming to light, we can use this opportunity to reveal our identities.
No.
In unison, the four members of the Si family voiced their dissent. Si Xingying looked on moved. He had not anticipated that at this moment, Si Nian would not cast blame upon him. Instead, she sought to elevate Si Ran to the esteemed position of the Si family's heiress. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Xingying interjected, absolutely not. Nian Nian, I have watched you grow since childhood. If I must choose, I would prefer to have no sister like Si Ran. Si Juanha added, regardless of the circumstances. You will always be our sister, and that will never change. A glimmer of pride flickered in Si Nian's eyes, and then she abruptly lifted her head. Gazing in astonishment at the two men before her, tears brimming in her eyes, struggling to find her words. Finally, she stammered, her voice quivering with emotion. But regardless of anything, the truth will eventually come to light, and I will have to make way for my sister. With that, Si Nian's expression fell, and she lowered her head despondently. Large tears fell onto her thigh, soaking her long skirt. To have such wonderful parents and a brother. I am already immensely grateful in this life. I cannot afford to be greedy any longer. With a sob, Si Nian fell silent, her head bowed. The hearts of the Si family began to ache, and their dissatisfaction with Si Ran grew ever stronger. Mom, Dad, Si Ran clearly does not regard us. Since she wishes to sever ties with me, let us teach her a lesson. Si Xingying's cheeks bore the distinct imprint of a slap. The pain coursing through his nerves, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. The thought that he, a grown man, had been slapped by his own younger sister was a source of mockery he could not endure. He was determined to make Si Ran regret her actions today. After all, the netizens believe Nian Nian is the true child of the Si family. When the time comes, we can simply declare that Si Ran is adopted while Nian Nian is the biological heir, and that will suffice. After Si Xingying spoke, Si Nian's eyes sparkled with joy. However, the others in the Si family appeared somewhat hesitant. Si Mother tentatively voiced, but Si Ran is also a child of the Si family. Won't this cause issues? Mom, Si Ran is clearly not on our side. Look at how Nian Nian has been enduring everything, only to be bullied by Si Ran. Once Si Ran faces some hardships, she will naturally come back, crying and begging for forgiveness, Si Xingying replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Si family members quickly began to waver. Ultimately, they all nodded in agreement. Before long, Si Xingying and the official Si family account simultaneously released a statement declaring Si Ran to be the adopted daughter of the Si family. In less than a moment, this announcement quickly ascended the trending topics. In the comment section, one could see, haha, I thought she was a true heiress. Turns out she's just an adopted daughter. The Si family provides for her, yet she dares to bully the true young masters and mistresses. Has the Si family given her too much face, making her unable to distinguish her own rank? Just terminate the adoption. Why keep such an ungrateful wolf? I had a bit of a change of heart regarding Si Ran, but after this, I'm done. In a dormitory at Qingbei University, Yao Jingjing was watching a variety show live. She and Si Ran not only attended the same university, but had also shared a class and a dormitory. In a place teeming with talent and brilliance, Si Ran seemed to have been blessed with extraordinary fortune, soaring to academic heights, and in just 1 year as her classmate and roommate, Si Ran had graduated ahead of her time. Si Ran was the paragon of all veterinary students. Thus, upon learning that Si Ran would participate in an animal-themed variety show, Yao Jingjing eagerly followed the broadcasts, hoping to glean some wisdom from the academic prodigy. Yet, what did she encounter? 2 fools on the show. Yao Jingjing furiously jabbed her finger at the screen, venting her frustrations. What do you mean everything Si Ran has is given by the Si family? If Si Ran were truly that fortunate, she wouldn't have been fainting from malnutrition during her freshman year. What is the Si family, anyway? To dare to take advantage of our academic goddess. As expected, with a single post, she was promptly blocked by Si Xingying. Damn it! Yao Jingjing cursed vehemently. She and her roommate switched through dozens of alternate accounts, battling until dawn. Meanwhile, Si Ran received numerous calls and messages from classmates and teachers, responding to each one. The Si family's maneuverings were entirely within her expectations. She was no longer concerned with how the Si family was sabotaging themselves. Her primary focus was on the urgent medical issues concerning Kwai Kwai. Although her role as the director of the wondrous zoo had not yet been disclosed, the daily operations were overseen by an animal expert named Meng Tao. After sending him a message, she could conveniently take Kwai Kwai for an examination under the guise of her position. However, she discovered that Kwai Kwai's injuries were more severe than she had anticipated. Given the current level of medical technology, recovery would be exceedingly difficult, let alone reintroduction to the wild. Si Ran did not wish to keep Kwai Kwai in the dark. Yet surprisingly, Kwai Kwai remained unfazed. Chirp chirp. It's all good. Being here is wonderful. I can always stay with Ran Ran. Kwai Kwai would often burrow into Si Ran's chest, only to be lifted in the next moment. Initially, the caregiver had been concerned and offered guidance to Si Ran. Fearing her actions might harm Kwai Kwai, But to their surprise, Kwai Kwai chirped and squawked in apparent discontent. Yet it must be said that in just 2 days, Siran's training had proven remarkably successful. The requirements set by the production team were completed by Siran in a mere 2 days. Now, aside from scolding the staff, Kwai Kwai had become a perfectly trained little bird. Siran had yet to respond to the online controversies. In her previous life, she had desperately proclaimed on the internet that she was the true child of the C family, yet no one had believed her. The C family could easily employ countless methods to obscure the truth if they wished to protect C Nian, perhaps due to their own sense of guilt. The C siblings had avoided speaking to each other during these past few days. Every time they appeared together on a live stream, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. While the online audience could not discern the truth, the guests who shared the screen with Si Ran were not oblivious. Xiaowan's gaze toward Si Nian was tinged with disdain, while her eyes held a hint of sympathy for Si Ran. On this day, the guests were dining in the cafeteria, 5 of them seated around a round table in silence. Suddenly, Si Ran stood up, her expression grave, and quickly made her way outside. The others were still trying to comprehend her intention when a staff member rushed in, exclaiming, "Not good. Miss Xia, the rabbit cat you're raising has been vomiting blood and has now collapsed." Chapter 22. I Can Save It. Si Ran possessed a system, granting her a godlike perspective on the condition of every wild animal within the zoo. When the rabbit cat suddenly fell ill, the entire production team and staff hurried to the scene. However, by the time they arrived, Si Ran had already entered the rabbit cat's resting area, her demeanor serious. Xiaowan's face turned pale, startled by the sudden turn of events. She instinctively asked Si Ran, "Is San Miao alright?" Si Ran remained silent, her hands diligently pressing on San Miao's abdomen. Upon reaching the lower abdomen, she discovered the little creature's belly was hard as a rock. Si Ran inquired of San Miao's caregiver, "What has San Miao eaten in the past few days?" The caregiver beside San Miao was flustered, particularly when confronted with Si Ran's imperturbable, calm demeanor. She struggled to articulate a response. Si Ran's brow furrowed deeply. "I am asking you a question. Aren't you its caregiver? How can you not know what it has eaten in the past few days?" The caregiver felt on the verge of tears. "With the filming crew present, I've been distracted and not focused on my work. I just tossed food to it without remembering what it consumed," she lamented. Si Ran's demeanor was unyielding. The caregiver, feeling wronged, interjected, "Sister, the staff merely made a momentary oversight. It wasn't intentional. After all, who can claim their work is without fault." At this moment, Si Nian stepped forward, adopting a benevolent facade. The caregiver's expression brightened with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Yes. We caregivers cannot possibly attend to the animals 24 hours a day. We have other responsibilities as well." After speaking, the caregiver looked at Si Nian with appreciation, surprised that a star would come to her defense. As Si Ran observed the 2 individuals before her, their exaggerated antics resembled a theatrical performance, provoking both amusement and irritation within her. However, the situation with San Miao was dire. Her pupils had begun to dilate ominously, and waiting for the veterinarian would be futile. Having palpated San Miao's abdomen earlier, she noted its rigidity, necessitating an urgent investigation into what San Miao had consumed in recent days. Just as Si Ran prepared to switch off her microphone in an attempt to rouse San Miao, she suddenly heard Xiaowan exclaim, Ran. I saw the caretaker feeding San Miao whole cuts of beef and chicken bones these past few days." Chicken bones? A sinking realization gripped Si Ran's heart. She had previously assessed San Miao. At merely 1 year of age, the creature suffered from a genetic condition that had caused considerable tooth loss, impairing its bite strength compared to other Asian golden cats. Consequently, the zoo had provided special care, ensuring that all meat and bones were finely chopped to prevent choking or digestive issues. Clearly, as per Xiaowan's revelation, this had not been the case. Si Ran abruptly rose, her dark and penetrating gaze fixed on the caretaker. "You fed San Miao whole chicken bones and beef." "I didn't." The caretaker's heart raced with shock as she vehemently denied the accusation. The wonderful zoo offered excellent working conditions, and although the requirements for caretakers were stringent, the remuneration was superior compared to other facilities. The prospect of dismissal terrified her, as she knew she would struggle to find a better job. The more she contemplated her predicament, the more fear overwhelmed her, leading her to tears. Observing this, Si Nian adopted a disapproving demeanor, stating, "Sister, how can you act so recklessly? You cannot accuse someone without evidence, especially while we are live. You need to apologize to the staff member immediately." Si Ran's expression remained icy. Despite the caretaker's seemingly good behavior, Si Ran discerned a flicker of unease in her eyes. Ignoring Si Nian's admonishment, Si Ran felt an urgent need to act. She bent down to lift the fur-covered San Miao and strode purposefully toward the exit. As she passed the caretaker, her gaze was as sharp as a blade, and she coldly advised, "Deep down, you know the truth. While there is still time, gather your belongings and leave." With that, she exited the glass enclosure, San Miao cradled in her arms, followed closely by the other guests. The guests noted that, even without guidance, Si Ran seemed remarkably familiar with the zoo, reaching the emergency room via the shuttle within 10 minutes. The zoo's veterinarians were on a 24-hour rotation, and upon seeing that San Miao had lost consciousness, they promptly began their examination, confirming that its abdomen was indeed excessively hard. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, the veterinarian, after palpating San Miao's belly, looked up in shock at the caretaker. Who is responsible for San Miao? Its dental and gastrointestinal health has always been poor. Given the hardness of its abdomen, did you not chop the food before feeding? Instantly, the caretaker's face drained of color. The expressions of the program's guests varied widely. Si Nian's face resembled a spilled palette of colors as she turned to look at the trembling caretaker. With such evident distress, failing to recognize the truth would be foolish. Xia Wan's gaze shifted to Si Ran, her eyes dimming as she pondered the scene. San Miao was taken for examination, and, within 10 minutes, the results revealed that numerous undigested chicken bones remained in its system. These bones had lacerated the gastrointestinal tract, causing bleeding. Fortunately, upon arrival, various medications had been administered, providing a glimmer of hope for survival. Without waiting for the guests to process the information, San Miao was whisked into the operating room, its abdominal fur shaved away, revealing a soft, pink belly. Previously, San Miao had captured the attention and affection of viewers during live broadcasts due to its delicate appearance, rivaling the popularity of Kwai Kwai. Now, its predicament stirred great concern among netizens. "Oh no. Please don't let anything happen to my electronic pet. San Miao, hang in there. I promise never to mock you again." Si Ran's anger is justified. Given San Miao's genetic illness, it requires meticulous care. The caretaker's negligence in feeding whole pieces is inexcusable. Si Nian's behavior is so disappointing. She constantly criticizes Si Ran for her actions. I find their interactions particularly awkward. Si Xing claims Si Ran dominates the Si family. Yet every time she speaks to Si Ran, it's with an air of entitlement and authority. Those comments are ridiculous. Si Ran is not the villain here. It's commendable that she cares, while Si Xing's attitude is completely unwarranted. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly tumultuous, hinting at a potential trending topic. Meanwhile, within the zoo, shortly after San Miao was admitted to the operating room, the veterinarian emerged, his expression grave. Si Ran, sensing something was amiss, felt an unsettling apprehension grow within her. As anticipated, the veterinarian stated, "We've removed the bones from San Miao's intestines, but it is experiencing severe internal bleeding, accompanied by cardiac arrest. There is a significant chance we will not be able to save it. We must transfer it to a specialized wildlife rescue hospital. But the journey will take at least 3 hours." Before the veterinarian could finish, Si Ran abruptly strode toward the operating room. "What are you doing?" he called out, attempting to block her path. Si Ran swiftly donned a sterile surgical gown and gloves, her gaze unwavering as she replied, "There isn't enough time to transport it to the rescue center. I can save it." Chapter 23. Si Ran's academic credentials revealed the veterinarian was momentarily stunned. The petite celebrity before him claimed she could perform surgery to save San Miao. Yet, her calm demeanor exuded confidence, prompting the veterinarian to instinctively follow her. "Sister, please don't be reckless." Just as Si Ran turned to enter the operating room, Si Nian reached out a hand, positioning herself in front of Si Ran. Si Ran lifted her gaze slightly, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. "Step aside. Sister, I understand your concern for San Miao, but even if you are skilled, you haven't even graduated. How can you perform surgery? Let the program team take San Miao to the rescue station." Unbeknownst to Si Nian, the live stream audience was abuzz with speculation about her actions. She believed that since the cat was on the verge of death, this could be an opportunity for viewers to perceive Si Ran as irresponsibly overstepping her capabilities, leading to San Miao's demise. The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became, her voice rising. "Sister, you can act however you wish at home, but this is in public, and I absolutely cannot allow you to proceed."
Singing kaim din.
"Exactly. Nian Nian is only looking out for you." The veterinarian is a doctor. You haven't even completed your associate degree. If they cannot save San Miao, what makes you think you can? You might end up causing its death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Si Ran's icy glare pierced through him. Si Xingying instinctively retreated behind Si Nian, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Upon regaining his composure, he cursed under his breath, lamenting the lasting impact of Si Ran's previous harshness, which had instilled fear in him. For days, Si Xingying struggled to comprehend the drastic changes in Si Ran. Once the epitome of selflessness, cooking for him while ill, she now regarded him with disdain. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Grasping Si Ran's arm, I know you mean well, but your good intentions may lead to disastrous outcomes. Please, just stop. Unless you want me to retaliate, I suggest you step back. Si Ran wrenched her arm free, her eyes brimming with a fierce warning. Turning to the veterinarian, she continued, if you have any reservations, feel free to call my instructor. However, while you summon them, I need to stabilize Sen Miao's condition. You will assist me. After a moment's hesitation, the veterinarian asked, Miss C, who is your instructor? My instructor is He Qingyuan.
What?
Upon hearing that name, the veterinarian's voice cracked, drawing the attention of the program's guests and staff alike. As the events unfolded, the previously hesitant veterinarian's face suddenly brightened with delight. He exclaimed, You should have mentioned this sooner. There's no need to summon your teacher. You are his apprentice, and this surgery will pose no challenge at all. He is indeed a towering figure in the realm of veterinary medicine. Others would covet the opportunity to engage with him, yet by sheer fortune, you have been granted the role of surgical assistant to the esteemed Professor He. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the veterinarian ushered Si Ran into the operating room. Meanwhile, in the live stream, comments erupted. Huh? Who is He Qingyuan, and why does the veterinarian seem so exhilarated? As a veterinary student myself, I can attest that He Qingyuan is a luminary at the pinnacle of the field, renowned even abroad. He is an honorary professor at Qingbei University, immensely popular. Who would have thought Si Ran was a disciple of Professor He? Si Ran is boasting without a shred of evidence. How could Professor He possibly accept a junior college student as his apprentice? Si Ran should exit the entertainment industry. In her quest for fame, she dares to harm animals. She's truly lost her mind. She should be reported to the authorities. Across the internet, disbelief permeated the notion that Si Ran was a protege of such a distinguished figure. In a lecture hall at Qingbei University, Yao Jingjing had been intently following Si Ran's live stream. Upon witnessing the doubts cast upon Si Ran, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How dare the netizens question a scholarly genius without any evidence? After class, Yao Jingjing slammed her fist on the desk in frustration, exclaiming, This is infuriating. Do these netizens lack common sense? Why tarnish Si Ran's reputation? The sentiment resonated with her dormitory mates, one of whom pondered aloud, This matter can be clarified easily. Let us seek out Professor He. If he speaks on her behalf, the university will surely support her. Yao Jingjing's eyes sparkled with determination. You're absolutely right. Let us go find Professor He. As the hours of surgery ticked by, finally, after 8 long hours, the operating room door swung open. The veterinarian emerged, his expression radiating joy. Aware that a live broadcast was underway, he preemptively addressed the audience. The surgery was a resounding success. Within 3 seconds, the heart has returned to a normal rhythm, and the body temperature has stabilized. With proper post-operative care, it is certain to live a full and healthy life. What he refrained from mentioning was the brilliance of Si Ran's surgical skills. Eager to document his reflections, he briefly spoke before hastily departing, showing no signs of fatigue. Xiaowan observed the scene and glanced into the operating room. Si Ran bore the marks of her mask, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she vigilantly attended to the recovering creature. Moments later, the animal opened its eyes, seemingly pleased to see her, and let out a soft call. Si Ran appeared to whisper something reassuring to it before stepping out. Noticing Si Ran's fatigue, Xiaowan quickly supported her as she exited the room. Si Ran, momentarily taken aback, murmured a soft thank you, with a face full of tenderness and concern. Xiaowan gently inquired, Ran, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? Si Ran shook her head. I just need to lie down for a bit. But there is something that must be addressed immediately. Her gaze then fell upon the animal's caretaker. Moments later, Si Ran coldly pronounced, You are dismissed. The caretaker stood in stunned silence, unable to process her sudden dismissal. After a lengthy pause, she burst into tears, yet instead of offering an apology, she protested. Who do you think you are? San Miao is a wild animal, a beast. Its bite force greatly exceeds that of a human. How could I have anticipated that it couldn't even digest a chicken carcass? Isn't it normal for mistakes to occur in my line of work? What gives you the right to dismiss me just like that? The caretaker lamented the loss of her well-paying, easy job at the zoo, fearing that no other establishment would dare employ her after this incident. Moreover, she viewed Si Rand as an outsider, questioning her authority to expel her. Si Rand maintained a frosty demeanor, remaining silent. She had been anxiously waiting for San Miao to awaken, and upon its awakening, it had disclosed that the caretaker had consistently provided it with chicken carcasses or bones that were difficult to chew, leaving it to starve if it could not eat. Had the staff taken their responsibilities seriously, today's tragedy could have been averted. And now, the caretaker had the audacity to question why she was being dismissed. Si Rand's eyes, as cold as stars, bore down on the caretaker, each word laced with icy resolve. Every animal within the park has specific care standards, yet you, in your quest for convenience, disregarded the proper care protocols, nearly causing a protected animal to perish within the zoo. Pausing for effect, Si Ren suddenly revealed a chilling smile that sent shivers down spines. I misspoke. For the harm you have inflicted upon a wild animal, not only will you be dismissed, but you shall also face imprisonment. As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Si Nian. Si Nian's expression stiffened, her fingers instinctively curling. She sensed an undercurrent in Si Ran's gaze. Was it mockery or a warning? Si Ran promptly dialed the authorities, and soon the caretaker was escorted away. Moreover, just 10 minutes prior to her departure, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried in, introducing himself as Meng Tao, the deputy director of the wonderful zoo. He had come specifically to address the situation after receiving news from Si Ran. Upon arrival, he cast a glance at Si Ran. The internal affairs regarding her had already been noted, and a confidential file had been established, with even he being privy to scant details. Feigning ignorance of Si Ran, Meng Tao addressed the livestream audience and the caretaker with a stern demeanor. Si Ran is correct. You are hereby dismissed. The wonderful zoo will reinforce employee vetting procedures and will cooperate with the police in their investigation regarding this incident. His concluding remarks were aimed at the viewers, recognizing the adverse societal impact of the caretaker's actions during the live broadcast, necessitating proper resolution from the zoo. As Meng Tao's words concluded, the caretaker's face drained of color. In a matter of hours, not only had she been dismissed, but she also faced the looming threat of imprisonment. I don't want to go to jail, she exclaimed, shaking her head in desperation. Director Meng, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Grant me another chance. Yet Meng Tao was unyielding, retorting another chance? Then why didn't you treat San Miao properly in the first place? The caretaker fell silent, her gaze pleadingly searching for Si Nian. Today, Si Nian had been her ally, and she hoped for her support in this moment of crisis. However, Si Nian's expression had darkened. No longer was she the gentle figure of before, instead glaring at her with disdain before turning away. As the caretaker was taken away, the live stream's viewers erupted in an uproar. Wow, the police arrived swiftly. The caretaker supposed to care for the animals? How could she violate park regulations? Thankfully, San Miao was saved. From now on, San Miao will be safe. Even if you don't perform well, I won't ridicule you. Am I the only one curious about who Si Ran really is? She appears to be no ordinary student. Her knowledge of surgery, animal rescue, and even wildlife laws is astonishing. Just to show off, Si Ran doesn't genuinely care for animals. All of this is mere luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. However, the very next moment, this comment about a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse was shared on Weibo. He Chengyuan, with 3 million followers, screenshot the comment and posted, if possible, I hope this netizen also experiences a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Subsequently, He Chengyuan made another post. Si Ran is my direct disciple, a 3-time national award winner, and her academic performance has never dropped below second place in her major. Indeed, she has consistently ranked first in her field. Moreover, she was the provincial top scholar at that time, and upon entering the university, she completed her credits 2 years ahead of schedule while also participating in numerous wildlife rescue operations. Netizens. 3-time national award winner? Finished her credits 2 years early? Always ranked first in her major, and still the provincial top scholar? Goodness. The comparison is infuriating. Many netizens immediately recalled their own experiences, struggling to complete their graduation theses, and felt a tightness in their scalps as they gained a terrifying and vivid understanding of Si Ran. Yet this was not the end. After 3 years of silence on Weibo, He Chengyuan began to comment on Si Nian. He Chengyuan, Si Nian, I hear you are also from the art department of Qingbei University. Have you not heard of my precious disciple's fame? Isn't she adopted by your family? After all this time, does your family not even know which school she attends? He Chengyuan boldly tagged Xin Yan, a daring maneuver that left netizens utterly stunned.
Meanwhile,
More students from the veterinary medicine department flocked to comment on He Chengyuan's Weibo. Today I stand here. Let us see who dares to criticize Si Ran and Professor He. Xin Yan is nothing but a white lotus. If Si Ran hadn't forcefully entered the operating room, she would have been dead in 3 seconds. Just a casual check on Alipay. Look what I've found. This must be Si Ran's beloved pet Alipay. For over 3 years. Si Ran has averaged 3 videos and photos on Alipay daily. Si Ran, you are a dog slave. So, who exactly said Si Ran hates animals? She loves them too much, okay? I wonder if I can say this. But it seems like it has always been the Si family siblings claiming that Si Ran has a low education and despises animals. He Chengyuan is a figure of national prominence. Even stars like Si Xingying would not dare to provoke him lightly. Furthermore, students and alumni from Qingbei University have always kept a watchful eye online. Who would dare to offend him? What's more intriguing is He Chengyuan's last Weibo post. Netizens couldn't help but ponder. Regardless of any strained relations, is it not absurd that one wouldn't know what university their adopted daughter attends? Just as everyone thought the matter had concluded, He Chengyuan quietly liked many speculative comments. He then seriously replied to a netizen, "Isn't that right? I also think so. As a teacher, I can remember every one of my disciples' grades. After all, it gives me something to boast about." He Chengyuan showed no fear in confronting the Si family. The Si family may have wealth, but he too is not lacking. Yet the Si family lacks power, while he possesses it. Thus, netizens gradually realized that He Chengyuan's fervent activity on Weibo might very well be entirely for Si Ran. His bold confrontation of the Si family and his veiled jabs at Xin Yan seemed to declare, "Let us see who dares to bully my precious disciple." However, even more shocking events were yet to unfold. Countless official media outlets suddenly rushed to tag Si Ran's account. Once netizens discerned the content shared by the media, they were left in stunned silence. Chapter 25. No one cares about the official media stating that last month, a large poaching gang appeared in Shili. And it was Si Ran who led a scientific expedition team to confront the poachers, saving hundreds of snow wolves that are on the brink of extinction in the country. Accompanying the post was a very blurry silhouette, yet netizens immediately recognized it as Si Ran. In the first image, Si Ran stood before a massive pack of snow wolves. The two species mere feet apart, the wolves' eyes glowing with an ethereal green light. Yet, no one perceived the wolves' gaze as fierce. Instead, it radiated reverence. They looked upon Si Ran with sincere eyes. At that moment, Si Ran seemed to embody a deity caring for all living beings atop the snow-capped mountains. The photograph, though blurred, still conveyed Si Ran's gaze filled with compassion, as if she was lovingly embracing every creature in the natural world. After viewing this divine image, netizens remained in shock, unable to recover for quite some time. Even those who typically despised Si Ran found themselves at a loss for words to slander her. In that instant, everyone witnessed an ethereal sense of divinity. Wow, this photo is absolutely breathtaking. Though it may sound amusing, I feel I see the Mother Earth's compassion reflected in Si Ran. Seeing the skinned snow wolves is heartbreaking. It suddenly dawned on me that animals coexist beautifully. And it is humanity that continually creates troubles. Shili is vast, yet the snow wolves' habitat is so limited. It's all humanity's fault for overexploitation. Am I the only one shocked that Si Ran stood so close to the snow wolves without fear of being bitten? From previous live broadcasts, it's clear that Si Ran knows how to interact with different animals. There's a more mystical belief among Tibetans that the guardian deity of animals is called Gongbu Duoji. Wherever Gongbu Duoji appears, all beasts bow down. In foreign terms, it's called a dragon trainer. In our country, it's a beast master, right? That's hilarious, but I just checked the media's shooting timeline. Si Ran was likely delayed due to being in Shili, not on vacation as rumored. I just remembered. At that time, Si Ran claimed she was unaware that the live broadcast had started early, yet many criticized her for being a liar. As Si Ran's reputation continued to reverse dramatically, her detractors sought to unearth any dirt on her. However, they soon discovered that after so many years in the industry, Si Ran not only had an astonishingly sparse amount of scandalous material, but she was also becoming increasingly popular. By the end of their digging, her critics were almost brought to tears out of frustration. Si Ren's undeniable charm made it impossible for them not to salute her. In the blink of an eye, Si Ren's Weibo followers surged by 1,000,000, while Si Nian and Si Xingying saw their numbers plummet. Every time Si Nian glanced at Si Ren, she wished she could peel away a layer of her skin. Yet Si Ren remained blissfully indifferent to outside matters, bustling between the parrot garden and the steppe cat enclosure. And, at night, she would enter the system to carefully observe other animals. Si Ren felt exceptionally cheerful these days. As the reality show progressed to the halfway mark, she could logically exit the industry, but unexpectedly, director Fan Tong found the current format too monotonous and devised a new torment for the guests by swapping animals. Si Ren drew the panda, Xia Wan received the black bear, Zhou Ai got the swift fox, while Si Nian and Si Xingying ended up with the steppe cat and the golden python, respectively. The expressions of the Si siblings grew increasingly sour. Just the thought of the cold, slimy golden python sent chills down Si Xingying's spine, prompting him to approach Fan Tong and state, "Director, I request a swap." Fan Tong scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. "You can swap with a fellow guest in your group." Si Xingying had anticipated this and approached Si Ren directly. "Si Ren, I don't like snakes. Let's trade." Zhou Ai, having previously drawn the golden python, naturally wouldn't exchange with him, and since Xia Ying and Si Nian were both afraid of snakes, the only option left was Si Ren. "I refuse." Si Ren's rejection was clear and decisive, without any hesitation. In that instant, Si Xingying's face stiffened, staring incredulously at Si Ren.
What?
Si Ren actually refused him one day. Si Xingying had been in a foul mood lately, ever since Si Ren's educational background was revealed, although the Si family could manage public opinion. They could not halt the steady decline in followers. He had blamed all of this on Si Ren. Now, for her to reject him over a trivial matter was infuriating. In the live broadcast room, can't Si Xingying see that Si Ren has no desire to interact with him? Suddenly, I feel like Si Xingying is quite pathetic. Why does he presume Si Ren would want to swap with him just because he is the second young master of the Si family? The live broadcast truly showcases character. Are they really cursing our shadow? Clearly, it was just a trivial matter, especially since the shadow is my brother. Si Nian realized that Si Xingying's recent behavior would undoubtedly spark discussions. Seeing him poised to strike Si Ren, she quickly grasped his arm. "Sister, please don't be angry. Second brother didn't mean it that way. You know he has always been terrified of snakes since childhood. If possible, why not exchange with him?" After speaking, she even winked playfully, adding, "I kindly ask you to switch with second brother." Some individuals are simply shameless. Just a few days ago, he had arrogantly demanded that she apologize to the caretaker, yet today, he can smile broadly and request an animal exchange from others. The Si family is a bit deranged. Since they are destined to withdraw from the public eye, Si Ren has decided to abandon all pretense, no longer bothering to act. Her beautiful face fell as she declared, "Why should I swap just because he fears snakes? If I exchange a snake today, will I have to give him my life tomorrow?" This statement rendered the Si siblings utterly speechless. Si Nian clenched her teeth in frustration, but her expression feigned a pitiable and magnanimous demeanor. "Sister, regardless of the circumstances, we are still siblings. You are his biological sister. If you care for him so deeply, why not exchange with your own brother?" Si Nian found herself at a loss for words after Si Ren's retort.
Ha ha ha.
How come I never realized Si Ren was such a sharp-tongued person? Does this sister plan to exit the entertainment industry altogether? Though I really like Si Xingying, I'm suddenly developing a fondness for Si Ren. She speaks with such courage. Si Ren is right. If you don't like something, why should you have to exchange it?
Besides,
Si Xingying always speaks to Si Ren in a commanding tone on the show. If I were in her shoes, I would feel unbalanced as well. No wonder their relationship is strained. But Nian Nian is the biological sister. Without the Si family, how could Si Ren have achieved her current status? She should be infinitely grateful. Regardless of the discussions among netizens, Si Ren remained steadfast in her refusal to exchange animals. Director Fan Tong, observing from the sidelines, felt somewhat weary. He had only produced 3 variety shows in his lifetime. The first was a children's show featuring a child and a calf, leading to a male guest's imprisonment. The second was a travel show, where an 18-year-old girl, seemingly well-behaved, ended up fortune-telling for foreigners abroad, causing chaos and even resulting in another female guest's demise. This time, he had learned from his missteps and decided to create an animal-themed show, reasoning that those who love animals cannot be bad people, right? However, it appeared that the Si siblings were also on the verge of collapse. Fan Tong cast a sympathetic glance at the two. Si Xingying's countenance darkened. It was already humiliating for him to be embarrassed by Ran in front of so many people. Now the director was looking at him with such pity. Didn't anyone intend to speak up for him? Yet, when everyone picked up their cards and departed, no one cared about his feelings. In the end, Xing had no choice but to reluctantly assume the role of the golden python's caretaker. Meanwhile, Ran arrived at the panda enclosure. The venue of the wonderful zoo was vast, yet its decor was not as refined as that of other zoos, making the panda area appear rather shabby. Ran had been contemplating how to renovate the zoo once the show concluded, aiming to provide the animals with a more comfortable living environment. The caretaker nearby began explaining, currently, there are 4 giant pandas in the panda enclosure. However, since Ping does not get along with the other 3, the park has designated a separate territory for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the caretaker noticed that the 3 giant pandas, who had been lounging on a rocking chair basking in the sun, were now sprinting towards Ran at an astonishing speed. The caretaker gasped in alarm. Despite their soft and adorable appearance, with their dark eye patches making them seem harmless, pandas were once known as fierce carnivorous beasts. A single bite could lead to a lifetime of transformation. Cautioning, the caretaker attempted to shield Ran behind him. However, at that moment, the pandas halted just a meter away from them, their glassy eyes fixated intently on Ran. Just when the caretaker feared the pandas were about to attack, he was astonished to see the 3 giant pandas suddenly flop onto the ground, exposing their round bellies, their short, perky tails wagging like little dogs, transforming into propellers. Moo moo moo. They made an endearing bleating sound. Chapter 26. The Depressed Panda Livestream. Wait, why does the panda's call sound like that? Ah. It's my first time seeing so many silly pandas. Ran has such a way with animals. Why do I feel like all animals adore her? Ha ha ha. It's my first time noticing that pandas have tails too. Pandas. Human, I want to be your dog. Seeing the panda's playful antics, Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter. She visited the panda enclosure every evening and had long since become familiar with these 3 pandas. Each time they spotted her, they would excitedly come over and then flop onto the ground, rolling onto their backs. Ran crouched down and explained to the camera, giant pandas have many vocalizations. For instance, the bleating sound you just heard indicates that they are quite happy. If you hear a hum sound, it often means they want to play or are being affectionate. As if on cue, the 3 pandas emitted hum sounds. With no other option, Ran reached out to pat the 3 little ones' bellies. Of course, there are other situations. When giant pandas are angry or frightened, they might bark like dogs or chirp like birds. Therefore, many wildlife rescuers and zoo staff can use their vocalizations to assess their physical condition. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by her informative explanations, eagerly requesting Ran to share more knowledge. I just searched for panda sounds on a video site and found that besides the absence of a cat's meow, giant pandas seem to possess every other animal's vocalization. Haha. Why can Ran touch the giant pandas? I wanted to. Previously, when Yen was taking care of the pandas, these 3 actually made barking sounds. At that time, we thought we had misheard. It's because Ran is so gentle. From the beginning of the show, she hasn't intervened too much with the animals, but Yen is different. She has always wanted Ping to interact with her, even though Ping clearly didn't want to, resulting in her not completing any of the tasks given by the production team. Please don't drag us into this, okay? Ping-en's caretaker has already said that Ping-en suffers from depression. He doesn't even play with these 3 pandas, let alone live with humans. Exactly. Ran would certainly not complete the tasks either. Facing the camera, Ran remained oblivious to the controversies in the live stream. She petted the giant pandas until the caretaker reminded her that it was time to find Ping, and reluctantly, Ran stood up, ready to leave. The 3 pandas immediately expressed their displeasure, emitting hum sounds and collectively clinging to Ran's legs, refusing to let her go. Giant pandas, moo moo moo. Director. Play with us instead. Ping-en is just a weirdo. Yes, Ping-en even hit me before. I was also hit by Ping-en. Director. Don't go over there. We won't play with him. Ran found herself unable to move an inch as the pandas clung to her legs. She had indeed seen Ping-en a few times when entering the zoo at night. Ping-en always curled up alone, no matter what she said, staring blankly ahead. Yet, he would obediently lie at her feet like a furry wooden post. Initially, she thought the little one was exhibiting stereotypical behavior due to feeling confined. But after observing for a few days, she realized it was not the case at all. His symptoms might not stem from captivity, but from other underlying issues. However, she had not had the time to delve into it earlier. Now, she could seize this opportunity to see if she could address the matter. Ran took 3 small apples from the caretaker and distributed them among the 3 giant pandas. Moo moo moo. The 3 little ones' eyes instantly widened, releasing Ran and eagerly munching on the apples. Netizen. Ran broke free from the grasp of 3 giant pandas and smoothly arrived at the enclosure of Ping'an. The camera panned, yet there was no trace of the panda.
Huh.
Where has Ping'an gone today? Haha, Ran is nothing special. Ping'an simply ignores her. Ran has finally been slapped in the face. The comments section was flooded with derision. Ran scanned her surroundings and followed the zookeeper into a nearby metal shed, where she indeed found a fluffy ball of black and white nestled in the corner. Ping'an. The light from the entrance spilled in, causing Ping'an, hidden in the dim corner, to tremble instinctively. Ran gestured for the zookeeper to halt, then treaded lightly into the room. Approaching Ping'an, she spoke softly, Ping'an. It's me. Ping'an paused, lifting its head from where it had buried it against its chest. Upon recognizing Ran, its eyes widened in momentary astonishment. However, it quickly lowered its head again, treating Ran as if she were merely air. The comments erupted in mockery, believing Ran's attempts to market herself as an animal lover had utterly backfired. Everyone was eager to witness the spectacle. Yet, within the live stream, Ran remained unfazed. She had joined the show to confront the sea siblings, but even so, every animal in the zoo was far more significant than them. Ping'an's condition had deteriorated even more than it had 2 weeks prior, visibly thinner. Animals enjoy being petted, and Ran yearned to touch it. But as her hand approached, Ping'an trembled even more violently. Ran suspended her hand in midair, her brows furrowing. After 2 weeks apart, Ping'an's mental state had evidently worsened. The last time she had petted it, Ping'an had silently exposed its belly for her to stroke. What had done to it during this time? Ran's complexion grew pale, while viewers in the live chat mistakenly believed she was angry with Ping'an. Nian was right. Ran is indeed putting on an act. She pretended to be the victim, then marketed her love for animals, and now, with Ping'an's disobedience, she's wearing a dark expression. Who knows how Ping'an will be bullied in the coming days? She's not even as good as Nian. Heaven has eyes. The heavens can no longer tolerate Ran's facade. However, viewers soon realized that the unfolding events were entirely contrary to their expectations. After a few seconds of looking displeased, Ran's expression softened once again as she leaned in close to Ping'an's ear and gently said, "Sweetheart, raise your head and see who I am." Ping'an had already caught the familiar scent, but upon hearing the even more familiar voice, its ears twitched ever so slightly. Gradually, Ping'an lifted its head, and upon confirming that it was indeed Ran, its round, expressive eyes widened, emitting a series of affectionate mm sounds. To the astonishment of the viewers, the panda, which had just moments ago been trembling, now flopped down beside Ran's feet, revealing its adorably round belly. Viewers? Wait. How did they end up being the ones slapped in the face? Wasn't this supposed to backfire? Yet, as Ran's hand once again stroked Ping'an's head, the panda's body ceased to tremble, visibly gaining a sense of security. The zookeeper behind them nearly burst into tears at the sight. She remarked, "Ping'an rarely interacts with people, and in recent days has even stopped eating." I thought. The zookeeper did not continue, but her reddened eyes spoke volumes of her deep affection for Ping'an. The panda's deteriorating condition had evidently caused her distress for quite some time. However, to the ears of the viewers, the implications were entirely different, especially among Xian's fans. It sounded as if the zookeeper were blaming Xian for not caring for Ping'an properly. Did you think it was being mistreated by Nian? What does that mean? Our Nian prepared extensively for this variety show. How could she be slandered like this? There's no need to belittle Xian just to elevate Ran. Nian's fans may be few, but we are not without our voice. This panda is also ungrateful. Let's hold the zookeeper accountable. A wave of online harassment surged forth like a tempest. Ran immediately realized that Xian's fans would not take this lightly as soon as the zookeeper finished speaking. She hastily explained, "I've always had a close affinity with animals, and when I previously visited the bird park, I passed by the panda enclosure. Ping'an may have seen me." Hence the familiarity. The zookeeper, still unaware of Ran's rationale, had attended a staff meeting a few days prior, where the deputy director Meng informed them that whatever Ran wished to do with the animals, they were not to obstruct or discourage her. They should find ways to assist her, and if their authority was insufficient, they were to contact superiors directly to fulfill Ran's requests within 3 minutes. Today, Ran had effortlessly coaxed the panda, which had been hiding in the metal shed, to lie down for her to pet, raising the zookeeper's admiration to new heights. Even if she didn't fully understand, the zookeeper nodded obediently. However, during the break, she quickly grasped Ran's intentions. Within just half an hour, her phone screen was inundated with a torrent of abuse. Chapter 27. Ran's desire to withdraw from the spotlight was far more profound than expected. The zookeeper, Xiao Mei, had just graduated from university a year ago. Being able to work at the marvelous zoo as a zookeeper was a dream come true for her, as she genuinely adored giant pandas, despite Ping An's indifference toward her for so long. Xiao Mei had never anticipated that one day she would become the target of widespread online harassment due to a single statement. Her ID number, home address, and even her friends and family were inundated with harassment from netizens. As a result, during the following activities, she remained silent, her eyes red-rimmed. Meanwhile, Ran was still attempting to communicate with Ping An, but after a while, her efforts bore no fruit. Her focus remained solely on Ping An, oblivious to Xiao Mei's emotional turmoil. It wasn't until the nearby cameraman noticed the increasingly uncontrollable comments in the live chat that he hurriedly waved to Ran. Confused, she approached him, glancing at the barrage of messages. 3 seconds later, Ran's voice turned icy as she read a long string of usernames aloud. In the live stream, Ran seems to be mentioning my username. What is she planning? Isn't she supposed to be live? Why did she go behind the camera? Oh no. Ping An is following Ran over there. In just half an hour, Ping An's condition has visibly improved. It's a pity that every time Ran communicates with the animals, she has to remove her microphone. What could she possibly be saying that we can't hear? Ran is still reading usernames, and many of them are fans of Xian. Ran listed every username associated with the harassment, quickly taking a screenshot to send to her legal team, typing as she spoke. The usernames I just mentioned, please bring your lawyers to court within 3 days. Viewers? What is happening? Did Ran just sue them? Before the online harassment group could react, Ran's chilling voice echoed through the live stream. Since you enjoy targeting others so much, you must also face the legal consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei, who had been dumbfounded and unsure of what to do, looked up in shock, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Ran turned her gaze toward her. Xiao Mei, the law exists to punish these individuals, so do not be afraid. The internet is never a lawless realm. Xiao Mei, who had done nothing wrong, found herself the victim of online abuse due to a single misinterpreted statement. A soft tongue can sever bones. Words are often more terrifying than violence. Xiao Mei seemed to sense that Ran had something important to convey to her. She slowly rose from behind the camera and approached it, her voice trembling yet resilient. I will never admit to actions I did not undertake or words I did not utter. I harbor no malice towards Yen. Rather, it is you who have maliciously distorted my intentions. We shall meet in court. The live stream's comment section fell silent for 2 seconds before being inundated with a flurry of messages. Absolutely right. The caretaker was genuinely concerned about the decline in Ping An's condition during this period. Yet you twisted it into a narrative suggesting that the caretaker believes Yen has failed to care for the giant panda, even inciting online harassment against an innocent individual. It's about time someone took action. I have long been displeased with Yen. I've never seen a celebrity stand up for an ordinary person like this on a variety show. Impressive. It seems Ran is becoming increasingly reckless. Is she truly considering exiting the entertainment industry? Ran values money above all. The entertainment industry offers swift financial rewards, so there's no way she would withdraw. She's merely seeking to seize this opportunity for trending topics. Indeed, Ran had made headlines. This variety show had frequently trended recently, and whether they were bystanders or fans, everyone felt compelled to click on the sensational headlines. Initially, it was flooded with fans of Yen crying out in injustice. As a large influx of bystanders entered and grasped the situation, they collectively expressed confusion. Isn't Ran in the wrong? Why is she still facing backlash? Just when everyone thought Ran would remain passive, the legal team from Sunshine Law Firm, boasting 5 million followers, sent a letter of attorney on behalf of Xiao Mei and Ran to the individuals perpetrating online harassment. The trolls, sensing impending trouble, hurriedly deleted their accounts and fled. What they presumed was a minor issue turned into a nightmare when, that evening, a letter of attorney arrived at their doorsteps. The moment they received it, everyone felt as though they had swallowed something bitter. Meanwhile, after 3 seconds, Yen had recovered, but the room required extensive sanitization. Exhausted from a day of labor, Yen had been wailing in pain from her wounds for half the afternoon. Finally, when she managed to take a break and check the trending topics on her phone, it felt as if the sky had fallen. Prior to this, she had harbored a strong dislike for Xiaomei. Xiaomei had always pointed fingers at her during live streams, insisting that her methods of caring for the giant panda were incorrect. Thus, upon hearing Xiaomei's words during the broadcast, she readily assumed that Xiaomei was blaming her for inadequately caring for Ping'an. Consequently, even when she saw Xiaomei being subjected to online harassment and her fan group brazenly discussing how to obtain Xiaomei's personal information, she refrained from intervening. Xiaomei had brought this upon herself by casting aspersions, and she deserved to be dealt with by her fans. She even entertained the notion that when the time came for her to step forward and mediate, Xiaomei might express profound gratitude towards her. However, she never anticipated that Xiran would suddenly intervene and take legal action against a significant portion of her fanbase. Rather than fearing the loss of her loyal fans, she was apprehensive that the public would unearth her passive involvement in this affair and consequently direct their ire towards her. After much contemplation, Xi Nian, upon returning to the staff dormitory, proactively stopped Xiran, who was on her way to the bathroom. "Sister, I saw today's trending topics. It was my fans who were in the wrong." She lowered her head in guilt, saying, "It is also my failure to manage my fans properly that has led to this misunderstanding. Many of them are still students, and if they are sued, it could adversely affect their studies. I am willing to apologize to Xiaomei on their behalf." Observing Xiran's silence, Xi Nian continued speaking to herself. Only after she finished did Xiran fix her with a cold, penetrating gaze and calmly reply, "You indeed bear some responsibility." "Xi Nian, what do you mean?" Xiran, "Thus, you will also receive a copy of the letter of attorney." "Xi Nian?" Netizens. "No way. I didn't believe it when netizens said Xiran didn't intend to stay in the entertainment industry, but this goes beyond that. It seems she doesn't intend to live at all. The Xi family is a renowned wealthy clan. Xiran cannot possibly win against the Xi family's legal team. Everyone should take a look at which law firm Xiran has engaged for this case. Sunshine Law Firm is globally renowned. Their success rate has consistently remained at 100%. Xiran has truly lost her mind." Xi Nian was indeed rendered speechless by these words. Staring blankly at Xiran for an extended period, Xiran continued, "Those who make mistakes must bear the consequences. If they are minors, then let the law teach their parents a lesson. Do you think that by apologizing on their behalf, they will understand their wrongdoing?" After a brief pause, she coldly gazed at Xi Nian and slowly uttered, "No, they will only become more unrestrained than they are today." Chapter 28. Mother's visit. Xi Nian's lips trembled slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Xiran. The tone Xiran used was unmistakably one of severing ties and refusing to negotiate. Xi Nian bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she nearly pleaded, "But they are so young. Sister, can you not spare them? If their classmates and friends find out, they will be unable to hold their heads high for the rest of their lives." "And what of it?" Xiran replied without lifting her eyelids. "Isn't this what they deserve?"
Xi Nian hesitated.
"It was precisely because they were young and because of an idol like you who sympathizes with fans, that they felt emboldened to perpetrate one act of online harassment after another, knowing there would always be someone to shield them. But what about the ordinary individuals who are victimized?" Xiran's words were few, yet resonated deeply. In the live stream, Xiran is absolutely right. The bullies retreat unscathed while the victims suffer. The harm has already been inflicted, and the scars will never heal. Let's commend Xiaomei. From the moment she decided to sue, she has been unwavering in her pursuit of legal accountability for these individuals. I cannot comprehend why Xi Nian is apologizing for her fans. She will probably end up suffering along with them in the depths of hell. Such a good tea. I support pursuing legal accountability. Xi Nian was indeed rendered speechless by Xiran's words, ultimately sitting on her bed with red eyes, silent and seemingly aggrieved. Yet, no one offered her comfort. The following day, bright and early, Xi Nian received the letter of attorney brought by the firm, instantly paling in shock. Her fanbase was not particularly large, and since participating in this show, she had nearly lost all her followers. This was all Xiran's fault. Seizing a moment while in the restroom, Xi Nian hid away and opened the family group chat on WeChat, sharing the letter of attorney with them. She sent a message to the family group. "Xi Nian, Mom and Dad, what should I do? My fans have angered my sister, and no matter how much I apologize, it seems futile. What should I do?" She concluded with a crying emoji. Before long, her family responded. "Si Guxing, this is outrageous. What on earth is Xiran trying to accomplish?" "Wan Xiao Xiao, don't worry, sweetheart. We won't allow anything to happen to you. I'll have a word with your sister in a couple of days to ask her to withdraw the lawsuit. Si Jun he. Big brother will ensure Si Ran apologizes to you. Focus on your filming. I've been watching your live streams, and you are doing wonderfully. Don't let this affect you. The family group buzzed with messages, quickly resulting in the outcome Si Nian desired. A subtle smile crept onto her lips, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. She intended for Si Ran to be seen as a lifelong rat in the gutter, forever despised. In the ensuing 2 days, Si Nian feigned indifference as if nothing had transpired. The 5 guests continued fulfilling their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Si Ran faced her first challenge. Although Ping'an was attached to her, it had not yet engaged in communication with her. However, Si Ran soon sensed something was amiss. She discovered that, despite Xiao Mei's daily care, Ping'an exhibited considerable resistance towards her. The records indicate that Ping'an is a wild giant panda who sustained injuries at merely a few months old. It was discovered helpless and starving after falling down a hillside, having been mistaken for prey by a pack of wolves. At first glance, this situation seems unremarkable. However, Si Ran harbors a lingering suspicion that the true issue lies within that troubling interval. Upon inquiring with Xiao Mei, she found that Xiao Mei, too, was in the dark. Xiao Mei explained, when Ping'an was rescued from the wild, it exhibited a profound fear of humans. Initially, it would lash out and bite anyone who approached, refusing to allow anyone into its territory. It took several months of nurturing before it accepted my presence. The events that transpired during Ping'an's time in the wild remain a mystery to all. Si Ran then asked, where exactly was it found? Xiao Mei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure, but I can look into it and update you later, if that is acceptable. Si Ran nodded in response. During lunch, while the guests convened in the cafeteria, Si Ran was still lost in thought. Noticing that Si Ran had barely eaten, Xiaowan took the initiative to pile a generous serving of food onto her plate, saying, make sure to eat well. You'll need your strength to think clearly afterward. Startled back to reality, Si Ran gazed at Xiaowan, who was witnessing her endearingly dazed expression for the first time, evoking a mixture of amusement and disbelief. You're so thin. You must eat more. Look at my second child. He is 25 and devours his meals like a ravenous beast. If he continues to eat like that, shall I have him share some of his appetite with you? Si Ran recognized the jest in Xiaowan's tone. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily finished her meal. After lunch, Xiaowan proposed a leisurely stroll through the zoo to aid digestion, to which Si Ran readily agreed. Xiaowan, who never played the diva, effortlessly kept pace with Si Ran's youthful energy, and their interactions had been delightfully harmonious during this period. After wandering for a while, they prepared to leave as the workday approached. Just as they had taken a few steps, a familiar voice called out to Si Ran from behind. Turning around, she was met by Wan Xiao. A smile immediately faded from Si Ran's face, her expression darkening. Xiaowan noticed the abrupt change in her demeanor and instinctively shielded Si Ran, eyeing the woman before her with suspicion. Despite Wan Xiao's outward beauty and gentleness, her demeanor towards Si Ran was laced with malice. Ran, do you know each other? Xiaowan inquired. Not really, just a stranger. The show is about to start, and Xia, let us go, Si Ran replied curtly, unwilling to engage with the woman who was her biological mother. Yet Wan Xiao was not about to relent so easily. As Xiaowan stood momentarily stunned, Wan Xiao approached in her elegant high heels and grasped Si Ran's arm. Si Ran, I need to speak with you for a moment. I'll leave right after,
she said.
Si Ran remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on Wan Xiao's hand. Let go.
What?
Release me. Do not touch me. Si Ran. Wan Xiao's heart ached at the sight of Si Ran's distant demeanor, her voice rising in desperation. I am your mother. Wan Xiao was wounded by Si Ran's icy demeanor. She could not comprehend why her daughter bristled with defensiveness, pushing her family away time and again. After such a long separation, not even a single mom had escaped her daughter's lips. Meanwhile, Xiaowan was taken aback by Wan Xiao's declaration. Upon noticing their similar features, she was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that Si Ran was a foster child of the Si family? At that moment, as Wan Xiao still clung to her, Si Ran resolutely removed Wan Xiao's hand from her arm and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. The Si family has never raised me. I have stated before that I share no ties with the Si family. I kindly ask you, Mrs. Si, to cease your harassment. Harassment? Wan Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom why Si Ran would employ such a term to describe her. However, Si Ran nodded emphatically. Yes. Not only you, I request that no one from the C family appear before me again. After this variety show concludes, I will also remove myself from your presence. Should you persist, do not blame me for being impolite. Wan Xiao's eyes welled with tears, her disappointment palpable. C Ran, how can you speak so of your own kin? We are all looking out for your best interests. Apologies, but I do not feel that. C Ran regarded her coldly. The woman before her was her biological mother, professing love for her, yet when she was fatally harmed by a fan of Si Nian, she had been valiantly shielding another daughter, completely devoid of danger. Even as she heard the cries for help, she had chosen to cover Si Nian's eyes, fearing that such a bloody scene would leave her sister traumatized, while she herself endured the stabbing blows. Now Wan Xiao professed her love, and in the past, Si Ran would have believed it without hesitation. However, after enduring a lifetime of suffering, she trusted no one but herself. Contemplating this, Si Ran could not suppress the urge to mock her mother, her expression turning frosty as hatred seeped from her words. Leave. Si Ran, you are being utterly ungrateful. Wan Xiao had come with the expectation that Si Ran, being a child, would eventually soften with time and reconciliation. Yet, it had become evident that this was far from the case. Si Ran's temperament was deeply affected by her prior environment, a complexity not easily altered.
Remembering Xinyan.
Wan Xiao forced herself to remain calm. Children can be taught patience. However, we cannot afford to wait regarding Nian's situation. Si Ran, I am here to ask you, in light of your sisterly bond, to refrain from pursuing legal action against her. This would greatly jeopardize her career. Si Ran replied with a simple, "Oh." Wan Xiao, taken aback, stared in disbelief. When she realized Si Ran had nothing further to say, her expression faltered. Are you truly so heartless? Nian has been nothing but accommodating towards you, yet you still find it unfair. What must happen for you to deem it fair? Wan Xiao, now visibly angry, commanded, I formally demand that you withdraw your lawsuit against Nian immediately, or you shall face my wrath. Regret washed over her as she spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, Si Ran was still her daughter. In her moment of anger, she had spoken harshly. Yet, words once spoken can never be taken back, and the atmosphere grew tense. Eventually, Si Ran nodded, her tone calm. Mrs. C, I shall await your response. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Wan Xiao attempted to follow, but two robust security guards in black uniforms approached just in time.
Who are you?
The zoo is not open to the public yet. How did you get in? Leave immediately, or we shall call the police. One guard seized Wan Xiao's arm, dragging her away. Helpless, she could do nothing to convince them, and was ultimately expelled. Meanwhile, Xiaowan stood in place, watching Si Ran walk away, momentarily stunned. She quickly gathered herself and hurried after her. Upon returning to the panda enclosure, Si Ran acted as if nothing had transpired, diligently continuing the tasks assigned by the production team. At that moment, Xiao Mei returned from the rescue station with Ping and S records. Si Ran lowered her head to review the documents, most of which chronicled Ping and S daily life. Xiao Mei stated, the first sighting of Ping and was at the junction of Province S and Province Y. We initially suspect that it became separated from its panda group. Si Ran furrowed her brow slightly. Her first thought was that the location of Ping and S discovery seemed rather peculiar. Before she could ponder further, Si Nian approached with a filming crew, wearing a gentle smile. Sister, how is your task coming along? Si Nian, not waiting for Si Ran to respond, added playfully. I've already completed the task assigned to me ahead of time. I thought I could help since I have a better understanding of Ping, and Si Ran remained silent. And after a prolonged pause, Si Nian's smile nearly faltered under the weight of the silence. She could never truly be benevolent enough to assist Si Ran in completing her task. Rather, she merely sought to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether Madame Si had fulfilled her assigned duties. However, Si Ran remained silent, leaving Si Nian at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, Si Nian feigned exasperation and sighed. Sister, you are perpetually so headstrong. There's no harm in seeking help when necessary. I have studied a great deal about wild animals prior to coming on this show, and I genuinely wish to assist you. Seeing that Si Ran was not engaging, Si Nian felt no irritation and proceeded directly towards Ping'an. In truth, Ping'an was not always so dazed. During my previous interactions with it, it would bark at me excitedly. In the live stream, someone remarked, didn't Si Ran mention that giant pandas bark like dogs when they're angry? Hard to evaluate. What on earth is Si Nian doing? This girl is spouting some outrageous claims. Ping and barking at you is a sign of disdain, not affection, you big sock. Off camera. Xin Yan silently reached out towards Ping and Xiran turned to see Ping and S for visibly bristle as Xin Yan approached, its previously vacant gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. Xiran's expression changed drastically, and she rushed over at the utmost speed. Yet it was too late. The moment Xin Yan drew near, Ping and lunged at her, emitting a low growl of warning. Simultaneously, a crisp, girl-like voice echoed in Xiran's ear. You humans are no good. I will kill you.
Ping and
Xiran dashed in front of Ping and, signaling for it to stop. Xin Yan was pinned to the ground. Although unhurt, she was utterly petrified by the scene unfolding before her. Help! This bear has gone mad. It's insane. It wants to eat me. Call the police, hurry. Xin Yan struggled frantically, but Ping and offered her no chance to escape. Its amber eyes radiating a predatory gleam. Ping and growled menacingly, drool dripping onto Xin Yan. The surrounding staff, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly dialed emergency services. Seeing this, Xiran urgently implored the staff, do not call the police. The staff expressed their disapproval, but the guest is in danger. Trust me, I can manage this. Xiran asserted, her gaze softening as she turned to Ping and Ping and, please calm down. Let us discuss this slowly. First, release her. She cared not for Xin Yan's well-being, but Ping and absolutely could not cause her demise. If a life were lost, she would be unable to protect Ping and. Indeed, upon hearing Xiran's voice, Ping and's deep-set eyes flickered with a moment of daze, and it whimpered a couple of times, appearing immensely aggrieved. Xiran quickly said, has our Ping and been wronged? Can you share your feelings with your sister? Ping and blinked, glancing at the nearly fainting Xin Yan beneath it. Before finally speaking, sister, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Xiran felt a wave of relief wash over her. She extended her hand, and when Ping and did not resist, she placed it gently on its back. It's all right, I know Ping and did not mean it. Ping and's demeanor visibly calmed. Xiran switched off the microphone on her person and tossed it aside, her voice softening. Xin Yan, your life is expendable. It's no concern if you perish. Startled back to consciousness, Xin Yan retorted indignantly, Xiran, you've lost your mind. Do you want it to kill me?
fool.
Xiran did not even spare her a glance, continuing, however, if you were to kill her, the human authorities would turn their weapons upon you. Your life holds far greater value than hers, thus, she is not worth such a sacrifice. But I despise her. Ping and's agitation resurfaced. This woman carries the same scent as the one who harmed my mother. She always sneakily prods my side with a stick, wanting me to interact on camera. But I have no desire to. I only want my mother and sister. I want to go home. At merely a year old, according to human standards, Ping and was still a juvenile. To Xiran's ears, it sounded like a little girl's voice, quivering and laced with sorrow, evoking a deep sympathy within her. Yet Xiran realized something was amiss in their dialogue. Giant pandas were a national treasure of Huaga. Who would dare harm them? Could there be poaching syndicates in City S? Chapter 30. The zoo standoff with the internet. Xiran recognized something was wrong. She quickly urged, Ping and, please release her. Whatever grievances you have, share them with your sister, and I assure you I will help you, alright? Your life must be preserved. Xiran paused, leaning close to Ping and's ear, whispering, do you not wish to find your mother and sister?
I
do. Ping and's voice trembled. But my mother and elder sister have been killed by humans. My second sister sacrificed herself to draw the humans away, and I do not know what has become of her. I will help you find them. Xiran promised softly, lowering her voice. Ping and, I will assist you. Will you trust me? Ping and hesitated, regarding Xiran. She visited it every night, and being near her inexplicably brought a sense of safety. Subconsciously, it felt that this human, who often spoke to and played with it, was kind. But could it truly trust her? The sincerity in Xiran's eyes was overwhelming, and Ping and found itself unable to refuse her. I trust you, Ping and murmured, gradually releasing Xin Yan, its round eyes gazing pitifully at Xiran. Director. I only trust you. Xin Yan scrambled to her feet, ready to speak, but Xiran's voice turned icy. If you wish to live, then leave at once. Xin Yan, startled by the sudden lunge of the giant panda, hastily crawled away. Once Xin Yan departed, Xiran felt emboldened to inquire further. Ping and, you are quite astute and should know that I can understand your words. Ping and nodded. It often observed Xin Yan conversing with the three neighboring pandas. Feel free to share all that you know. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Ping and's ears perked up, its tone evidently brighter. Really? Truly? Ren nodded affirmatively. Ping no longer hesitated, recounting events from months prior. We originally lived in a vast mountain, where our clan had an abundance of tender bamboo and streams. However, in recent years, humans have encroached upon our territory, constructing tall buildings at the foot of our mountain, forcing us to constantly relocate. Ran's breath hitched. Once again, human exploitation had driven a species to abandon its habitat. Her grip tightened as she continued to listen intently to Ping's tale. When our mother gave birth to us, we were already on the brink of losing our habitat. If this continued, our clan would simply await extinction. Thus, we decided to migrate once more. Not only our clan, but several others sent their healthiest pandas. My mother, 2 sisters, and I were among them. We heard from other animals that there were suitable habitats for pandas in the neighboring city of Y. My mother led us across tumultuous rivers, and just when we were about to find a suitable place to dwell, tragedy struck. Ping's voice trembled as it continued, sounding like a sorrowful lament. We discovered a bamboo grove, but we did not know it was also human territory. We were famished and bit into sheep raised by humans. A man with a gun pursued us for a long time. My mother and elder sister fell to protect us, and my second sister diverted the armed human away. Why can't all humans be as good as the director? Their habitats are shrinking, changing again and again, until finally, our once mighty clan has dwindled to mere fragments. They wish to survive, and our mother led us across thousands of miles, seeking a place where all panda clans could breathe freely. Yet it was destroyed by humans. Are we in the wrong? Ping'an asked, its innocence and sorrow palpable.
No.
Without a moment's hesitation, Ran asserted, you have done nothing wrong. She cradled the little creature in her arms, soothing it like a mother would her child. I promise you, no matter what, I will do my utmost to help you find your mother and sister, even if it means searching for their remains. The sight of the human and the bear interacting was witnessed by the viewers in the live stream. Unfortunately, Ran had already discarded the recording equipment, and Yan's microphone had been smashed by Ping's paw, leaving the audience frustrated, able to see but not hear the unfolding drama. What's happening? Why can't I hear anything? We can't hear either. It seems Ran has removed the microphone. Damn, I just tuned in and stumbled upon such an exciting scene. This giant panda should be put down for exhibiting aggressive behavior. Why hasn't Ran called the police? Didn't she see Nyen nearly lose her life?
Ha!
If it weren't for Ran, Nyen would truly be in peril. Exactly, pandas are wild beasts. They should not be approached casually. So, what exactly did the human and the panda discuss? Am I not a VIP, unable to listen? This zoo is utterly unprofessional. Ran had surprisingly turned off the microphone, and discontent was already brewing among some viewers, providing a perfect opportunity for her detractors to attack. The online vitriol surged like a tidal wave. Seizing the moment, Nyen reported Ping'an online, sharing images of her injuries inflicted by the panda, garnering sympathy from many netizens who lamented her misfortune in encountering an emotionally unstable panda. Watching as some individuals even began to criticize the zoo, Ran couldn't help but furrow her brow. She informed her teacher about the incident involving the panda being shot within the province and subsequently contacted Meng Tao. Director Meng, I intend to open a Weibo account to clarify the situation, capitalizing on the buzz around Wonderful Zoo. What do you think? Meng Tao, having crossed the half-century mark, was infuriated upon learning that Ping'an's mother and sister had been killed, yet he was somewhat inept with the internet and unsure how to explain Ping'an's behavior. Upon hearing Ran's proposal, he readily agreed. Go ahead and create the account. I will have the higher-ups handle the rest. With approval in hand, Ran promptly set up the account and posted, in response to the recent doubts circulating online regarding our zoo. We affirm that our staff provides education to guests both prior to entering the zoo and during their visit. Yen's sudden, unsanitized contact with a panda, Ping'an, was a violation of protocol. We must emphasize that even the most adorable creatures are still wild animals. Please refrain from sudden contact and then blaming us for any injuries incurred, with a honeyed smile. The post from Wonderful Zoo was swiftly shared by various official media outlets and, within half an hour, was discovered by netizens, propelling it onto the trending list for an even wider audience. The zoo's stance was assertive and unyielding. Wow, the zoo launched an official Weibo due to this incident? They're really going to stand their ground, huh? I genuinely appreciate this protective attitude. To be honest, Ran has always interacted with Ping and without incident. But the moment Nyen touched it, it went berserk, clearly due to improper handling. The official account is spot on. Even the fluffiest creatures are still wild animals. and Ping has likely experienced trauma from humans before. Did Si Nian previously suggest the police shoot the panda? Nian never said that. Ping released Si Nian afterward and looked quite aggrieved. It must have been due to their earlier unpleasant interactions. What right does Si Nian have to feel wronged? Public opinion began to sway heavily, igniting a fierce clash between animal enthusiasts and Si Nian's fans. Meanwhile, Meng Tao informed Si Ran that the higher-ups were aware of the situation and were furious. They entrusted the investigation to Wonderful Zoo, insisting on locating the mother panda's remains and any other pandas that may be in the vicinity. Si Ran nodded but was reminded that she was still in the midst of filming. Meng Tao waved his hand dismissively. What are you even filming for? A giant panda's welfare is far more important. Si Ran's lips twitched as she replied, but what about the 30 million in breach of contract? What does 30 million matter? Meng Tao's mouth ran ahead of his mind, and upon realizing his words, he abruptly fell silent, eyes wide as he turned to Si Ran. 30 million is out of the question. We simply cannot afford it. He spoke earnestly, but we must hurry to the province. I will discuss this with Director Fan. Being a man of action, Meng Tao wasted no time. He approached Fan Tong, expressing the desire for the guests to venture into the wilderness to search for the panda. Fan Tong, upon hearing this, excitedly slapped his thigh. Going into the wild sounds fantastic. Let's do it. That evening, Fan Tong announced to the guests that their upcoming itinerary would involve traveling with Meng Tao to the province to film the giant pandas. Chapter 31. Departing to the wilderness. In search of the giant panda the following day, the guests rose at 5 in the morning to catch the earliest flight, leaving them no time to apply makeup. Soon, it became apparent that the 3 female guests were mismatched. Si Nian, standing alongside the other 2, appeared out of place. Si Ran's fair skin, under the high-definition live stream, showcased not a single pore, her features exquisitely defined, with a high nose and enticingly soft pink lips. Si Nian, while not lacking in beauty to enter the entertainment industry, felt overshadowed when compared to a triple award-winning actress and a rising star, leading her to wake up in a foul mood. The male and female guests gathered at the zoo's plaza, where the dawn had yet to break, and a gentle blue hue enveloped the sky, accompanied by swirling morning mist. Si Xingying spotted the barefaced Si Ran among the crowd, and upon seeing her resemblance to their family, he paused. Si Ran, good morning. Yet Si Ran merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, nodding slightly before positioning herself beside Xiaowan. Why is she so cold? We greeted her. Yet she ignores us, such a lack of manners. Clearly, she is a product of a mother who bore, but did not nurture. However, one must admit that Si Xingying and Si Ran do resemble each other as siblings, both being stunningly beautiful, with not a single flaw visible on their bare faces. One might assume they share the same mother. Si Nian is also quite lovely, and she is the biological daughter. Mind you, Si Nian indeed pales in comparison among the crowd. Zhou Ai is a talented singer who doesn't rely on looks. But Si Nian's transformation is quite stark before and after makeup. Unaware that netizens were discussing her appearance, Si Nian would surely be furious if she knew. At present, her anger was palpable, especially since Si Xingying had approached Si Ran first. It was all due to Si Ran's face. Once she found the opportunity, she would undoubtedly ruin it. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the guests and the production team boarded vehicles heading to the airport, arriving punctually at 8 o'clock at the provincial airport. Meng Tao, serving as the team leader, accompanied them for the recording. After disembarking, the guests traveled to the location Ping and had mentioned, while he remained in the vehicle, educating the guests. In the past few days, as well as prior to this, we have been investigating and analyzing the reasons behind Ping An's depression and erratic behavior. Pausing, Meng Tao's gaze fell upon Si Nian, whose expression stiffened. The zoo had registered a Weibo account to confront her directly, although the matter had ultimately fizzled out. Numerous individuals continued to mock her online. This issue lodged itself like a thorn in her throat, uncomfortable and unresolved. Now, with Meng Tao's gaze seemingly directed at her, Si Nian felt unable to express her frustration and could only lower her head, her expression darkening. A hint of mockery flashed in Meng Tao's eyes as he turned to Si Ran, his face instantly softening into a benevolent smile. We owe much to teacher Si Ran for her insights. We have discovered that before Ping An was rescued, other pandas had also arrived in the province. Thus, our primary objective during this visit is to locate the missing giant panda. If we succeed, it will stand as a significant historical testament. Zhou Ai sat in the back seat of the car, raising her hand as she questioned, why is this a monumental historical testament? Meng Tao smiled gently and replied, because prior to this, No panda had ever traversed 1,000 miles to arrive in Y province. The guests and online viewers were momentarily taken aback by his words. Indeed, the majority of giant pandas were predominantly found in the regions of S province and the Qinling Mountains. Y province had never harbored any wild pandas. At this moment, C. Rand interjected appropriately, stating, since 1963, the nation has been dedicated to the protection of giant pandas. Although some progress has been made, the habitat of wild pandas remains perilously fragile. Research indicates that pandas thrive in dense bamboo forests at altitudes of 200-500 meters, and studies suggest that Y province is, in fact, unsuitable for their survival. Their willingness to journey across mountains and rivers to reach this place signifies a gradual degradation of their habitat, leaving them with no choice. C. Rand's words plunged the guests in the vehicle into deep contemplation. Xiaowan glanced at C. Rand beside her, detecting a hint of coldness in her tone. She inquired, if Y province is unsuitable for pandas, then why is it deemed a great testament? Meng Tao turned to C. Rand with a slight smile, saying, I believe C. Rand can elucidate this question for everyone. C. Rand nodded and seamlessly began, there is a precedent to consider. In 1988, the last year of the tiger in the 20th century, the northeast tiger was officially declared extinct in the country. However, in 2010, a female tiger named October, by a team of experts, crossed 1,000 miles into our territory. Her arrival attracted other northeast tigers from abroad. Over the subsequent decade, the population of northeast tigers proliferated and ultimately spread to the Chongbai Mountains. The arrival of October not only salvaged the northeast tiger population in our nation but also rejuvenated a forest ecosystem spanning hundreds of kilometers. Similarly, for the giant pandas, ecosystems can indeed transform, it merely requires time. If pandas discover new habitats, the forest ecosystems spanning dozens or even hundreds of kilometers may change due to their presence. As the vehicle traversed the towering mountains of Y province, C. Rand's voice lingered like a mist in the ears of all present.
Oh my.
Who spread the rumor that C. Rand lacks culture. If she is uneducated, then I haven't even graduated from kindergarten. Most importantly, C. Rand's specialty lies in veterinary medicine. Even if this knowledge can be found in books, it still demands a significant investment of time to read and comprehend. Isn't that just knowledge from textbooks? Anyone could say that. Exactly. Anyone can recite textbook knowledge. Her lengthy discourse is merely an act of pretension. When the field operations commence, she will surely be proven wrong. It's truly absurd for a group of non-experts to criticize professionals. Did the detractors not notice Director Meng's appreciative gaze? Director Meng truly values talent, haha. Regardless of how the detractors in the live stream belittled her, the guests and staff in the vehicle were genuinely astonished. Especially Meng Tao, who had been gazing at C. Rand with admiration and awe throughout the journey, making it evident that C. Rand was far more than just a superficial celebrity. 3 hours later, around 10 in the morning, everyone arrived at the foot of a mountain adorned with vast bamboo forests. At the base of the mountain lay lush green rice terraces and a quaint village characterized by its unique mud-tiled houses from decades past. The production team had pre-arranged accommodations, and for the next few days, everyone would reside in the homes of the villagers. Upon learning that a scientific research team and a production crew were present, the villagers welcomed them with open arms. While the guests indulged in a welcome meal prepared by the villagers, C. Rand ventured out with the research team to survey the surroundings. She sought out several villagers who frequently ascended the mountain to gather herbs and mushrooms, inquiring about the situation on the mountain and whether they had ever spotted a giant panda. Giant pandas? Aren't they found in Gabi? How could they possibly come to our area? The villagers spoke in a heavy local dialect, and though C. Rand grasped only parts of their conversation, she understood the essence of their meaning. Realizing that she might not extract the information she sought, she instead inquired about the mountain's conditions. Once the guests had finished their meal, C. Rand returned. Xiaowan promptly stood up, asking, "Where did you go, Ran? Si Nian also rose, saying, "Yes, sister. We were all waiting for you to eat. We didn't see you, so we started without you. You aren't upset, are you?" Si Ran silently regarded Si Nian's antics. In her previous life, Si Nian often spoke in such a manner, and while she felt anger, she believed Si Nian simply lacked understanding of social niceties. "I was scouting the path with Director Meng. I didn't have time to inform you all. How could I be upset?" After saying this, Si Ran smiled at Si Nian and added earnestly, "While I understand you didn't mean any harm, it's best to avoid such remarks. If it were another production team, they might maliciously edit it, and I could find myself embroiled in public controversy." A moment of silence enveloped the room. Director Fan Tong, with his prominent belly, dramatically interjected, "Teacher C. Rand, please don't say such things. We are a serious production team and do not engage in such antics." His humorous tone alleviated the awkward atmosphere. Zhou AI chuckled. Indeed, Director Fan is quite forthright. Xiaowan reassured, "Don't worry, Ran. If Director Fan dares to edit maliciously, I will take to Weibo to support you. My influence is considerable, and I will advocate for you." Director Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this how you bully people?" The two nodded in unison. Indeed. A director and two guests exchanged banter, effectively lifting the program's atmosphere. Only Si Nian remained awkwardly curled in a corner, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I didn't mean it that way. Sister, please don't misunderstand." Si Xingying, noticing this, stepped protectively in front of Si Nian, stating, "Si Ran. Nian didn't think that much. It wasn't intentional. Please forgive her." The crowd responded with confusion. "Viewers? Where is your dignity?" Chapter 32, Reporting Phone Call. Wait, did Si Xingying lose his mind when faced with Si Nian? Help! Si Xingying's comments are truly brainless and foolish. His words are infuriating, igniting an inexplicable fury within me. Why is everyone blaming Nian? Siren should have at least mentioned her scouting. Isn't it unreasonable to keep others waiting for half an hour? Whoever said that is foolish. Siren must have been too rushed to inform anyone. And she didn't even eat. Exactly. And the guests had all eaten. Half an hour wouldn't starve anyone. The actions of the Si siblings were deemed beneath contempt by onlookers. Yet, the Si siblings remained blissfully unaware of the audience's scorn.
Signala kay di bain si Xingying.
Feigning innocence, while Si Xingying bore a face that suggested he intended to shoulder the blame for his sister. Siren suddenly chuckled. "What's the big deal? I'm not angry. You don't think I would take this opportunity to retaliate, do you?" Si Xingying opened his mouth, wanting to convey that Si Ran was indeed that type of person, especially given her history of causing trouble for Si Nian. However, upon gazing at Si Ran's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, he fell silent. Si Nian's fingers, concealed beneath her long sleeves, trembled together, turning a shade of blue. After a quick bite to eat, Si Ran shouldered a hiking bag that was heavier than those of the other four guests, and began her ascent up the mountain. Zhou AI observed her and remarked, "Si Ran, why not let me carry your bag? Mine is lighter than yours." Si Ran, however, shook her head in refusal. "Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. However, one must carry their own pack in the wild." Thus, Zhou AI witnessed Si Ran ascend with a backpack nearly as tall as herself without pausing for breath until she reached the vicinity of their destination. In contrast, the others were exhausted and panting, lost in thought. After the variety show concluded, he wondered if he should consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Si Ran turned her head to see Zhou AI deep in contemplation, first puzzled, then realizing the breathless state of her companions. Over this period, Si Ran had evidently noticed a significant improvement in her physical stamina. In the past, she might not have been able to ascend without stopping. Faced with the astonished expressions of Xie Wan and Zhou AI, Si Ran could only smile in resignation. "Aunt Xie, Senior Zhou, please rest here for a while. I will take a look nearby to see if there are any traces of pandas." Before coming here, Si Ran meticulously inquired about the environment surrounding Pingan, and this location closely resembles what Pingan described. However, even so, there are still over 10 kilometers to explore. Si Ran had no intention of venturing too far. Along the way, she pretended to educate the viewers in the live stream about flora and fauna, all the while using the opportunity to probe for any sightings of giant pandas. Yet, after inquiring for a considerable time, she found no clues. Even the viewers in the live stream began to feel bored. Si Ran explained, "This is the nature of fieldwork. It is not uncommon to go 10 days or even half a month without spotting a single wild panda, let alone finding their droppings." She then commenced a lesson on how to identify panda feces. In the live stream, comments flowed. Whenever people talk about excrement, they seem to forget their decorum. The fecal matter content is exceedingly high. Si Ran, how can you say such things with such a beautiful face? Previously, when Si Ran was cleaning the parrot and panda enclosures, she remained unfazed and even directed the camera to focus on the droppings, analyzing the situation with her fans. There is nothing wrong with that, but it is indeed peculiar to see her, with such a lovely visage, engaging in such activities. The viewers chatted animatedly, with most being Si Ran's devoted fans, creating a rather pleasant atmosphere in the live stream. At that moment, the viewers noticed Si Ran pause abruptly. Oh. Why did she suddenly stop? Did she discover something? Her expression seems to have changed. After a brief 2-second pause, a glimmer of joy appeared on Ran's face. She exclaimed, "I truly have found panda droppings." However, it quickly became evident to the audience why Ran was so elated. Ran and the research team used sticks to sift through the weather droppings, explaining to the live stream, although pandas are omnivorous, they primarily consume bamboo. The presence of this species indicates that this area is suitable for panda habitation, and it confirms that we have indeed found a promising location. Meng Tao silently collected the panda droppings into a testing bag. Discovering what might be the droppings of Ping An's mother or sister on the very first day was already a significant piece of good news. There was a strong probability that Ping An's second sister was still alive. However, after the research team ventured another kilometer forward without finding any further traces of pandas, they had no choice but to return. Upon rejoining the group, the guests proceeded to set up infrared cameras at the designated location before descending the mountain.
Y province.
With its breathtaking scenery and encircling mountains, unfortunately, faced challenges in transportation and economic development compared to other regions. That evening, after returning to the village at the foot of the mountain, Ran hurriedly instructed the research personnel to take the droppings to the city laboratory for analysis, then rested to prepare for another ascent the following day. Following Ran's educational segment, the viewers were quite excited about the possibility of the production team finding the giant pandas. Yet, to their dismay, aside from the panda droppings discovered on the first day, the production team and research crew yielded no further results. As the recording was nearing its conclusion and the team was preparing to return one afternoon, a member of the research team who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain with red-rimmed eyes looked at Ran. The team member's voice quivered as they conveyed, "We just received a call from the police 3 days ago. They were tipped off by a vendor regarding the illegal sale of panda meat. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the pandas we were searching for, Ping An's mother and sister, were found in a freezer at a villager's home in the neighboring village." Chapter 33. Anger. No more pandas. Ran had prepared herself mentally for this news. However, upon hearing that Ping An's mother and sister had been discovered in a villager's freezer, her heart sank, and she found herself momentarily stunned. Ansia, sensing the gravity of the situation, grasped Ran's hand anxiously. Ran quickly regained her composure and asked, "How many were found?" "2, one 4 years old, and the other less than a year old," the research personnel replied through gritted teeth. "We have arrived too late." Aside from Meng Tao, no one else was aware that these 2 giant pandas had succumbed months prior. However, since Ping An had mentioned having 2 sisters, Ran took a deep breath and declared, "I need to go to the police station." The police station did not permit live broadcasts, thus abruptly cutting off Ran's stream, leaving the audience to speculate about the unfolding events. Simultaneously, a wave of news regarding ignorant villagers who had mistakenly killed 2 giant pandas surged across major platforms, becoming a trending headline. In the interrogation room, Ran watched as a man wept profusely, continuously apologizing. "At first, I was afraid that a wild beast would eat my sheep, and I didn't see clearly before I shot. When I realized they were giant pandas, I panicked, fearing imprisonment for killing them. So I skinned them and sold the meat as cat meat. I did not mean to kill them." The room fell silent. The man had openly confessed to his actions since arriving at the police station, even expressing a desire for punishment to atone for his misdeeds. However, Ran regarded him with contempt, clicking her tongue. "Your acting is commendable," she remarked coolly. "If you hadn't pursued the other 2 fleeing pandas, I might have almost believed you." "What are you talking about? What other 2 pandas?" The man's eyes flickered with unease. The assisting police officer took a serious tone and urged, "Come clean." The man shook his head. I don't know what she is talking about." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he exclaimed, "Yes, I recall there were 3 cubs in total, but after I accidentally shot 2, the other 2 fled in fear. I was too terrified to stay and just carried the dead pandas down the mountain. I did not kill them." Yet the police were not swayed by his excuses and pressed for further details. However, the man appeared to have rehearsed his story countless times, revealing no cracks in his facade. Ran's brow furrowed deeper, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. She understood that the man was aware he would eventually be discovered. Hence he had practiced his deception countless times. Her foreboding instincts intensified. She knew she could not afford to wait any longer. Regardless of whether Ping An's second sister was still alive, she had to find her, dead or alive, without delay. Rising in indignation, her face set in icy resolve. She fixed her gaze upon the handcuffed man as if he were prey, declaring, "You may continue your web of lies. Ignoring his pale complexion, she continued, "Once a person resorts to lies, they must weave countless others to cover them." Emerging from the police station, Ran swiftly returned to the village, determined to ascend the mountain once more that night with the research team. Zhou Ai and Aunt Xia had been keenly observing the situation. It was clear that Ran was genuinely intent on locating the panda cubs. Zhou Ai remarked, "Since the variety show is nearing its conclusion, I will accompany you up the mountain. If we manage to find the panda cubs, it will provide a fitting conclusion to the show, and if we do not, we shall have no regrets." Xin Yan and Si Xingying, exhausted from their ordeal, had initially hoped to hastily distance themselves from the production team. Yet, seeing the two seniors willing to assist, they felt compelled to join. Xin Yan expressed his willingness to accompany them as well. Observing this, Fan Tong decided to take a chance, promptly announcing, "The production team will give the 5 guests one last task, to find the missing giant pandas by tonight. We eagerly await your good news." The group quickly returned to gather their equipment for the ascent, armed with powerful flashlights as they continued their climb. By the time they reached the bamboo forest, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Ran grasped Aunt Xia's hand and cautioned, "The mountain path is steep, and ahead lies a naturally formed pool. Please exercise caution." Though visibility remained limited even with strong flashlights, Ran was particularly concerned for everyone's safety. Thus, the ascent took considerably longer than during the day. The bamboo grove was dense, and without the guidance of experts, it was easy to lose one's way. Thus, the research team encircled the guests and staff of the show, with Ran and Meng Tao positioned in the second tier. The winds in Wei province were fierce, causing the bamboo leaves to emit eerie, wailing sounds. Xin Yan was so frightened that she nearly burst into tears, prompting a wave of sympathy from numerous fans. "I can't fathom why Ran chose to set out at night. It's perilous. What if they encounter wild boars or other beasts? Can she bear the responsibility?" Xin Yan is on the verge of tears. I feel a bit sorry for Xin Yan. She came on this show as a trial by fire. Just then, a piercing scream erupted in the live stream. The camera panned, revealing a vibrant green bamboo viper, its pointed head now coiled around Xin Yan's shoulder, tongue flicking at her. Holding a flashlight, Xin Yan's heart nearly leapt from her chest at the sight of its glimmering green vertical pupils. "Ah! Help! There's a snake." Upon hearing this, Ran turned back. Then, the bamboo viper emitted a crisp, youthful voice. "I've been watching you for the past few days, glaring at that little girl in front of you with a gaze as venomous as Cinderella's wicked stepmother. Today, I simply must frighten you." Although Ran could understand animal speech, the viper's fluent Wei province dialect and its flickering red tongue lent an unexpected humor to the situation. The bamboo viper was highly venomous. Though the research team had anti-venom at the ready, no one wished to be bitten without cause. Xin Yan was truly terrified and began to cry. She looked at Si Xingying, pleading, "Second brother, please save me. I don't want to die." Ran felt as though her eardrums might burst. "If you don't want to die, then be quiet." As she spoke, Ran approached earnestly, casting a serious glance at the viper coiled around Xin Yan's shoulder. This bamboo viper was considerably larger than most she had encountered. The flashlight illuminated its body, which gleamed like jade. The viper widened its pupils, gazing at Ran. "Wow, you're stunning. I like you." Ran extended her hand, and instinctively, the viper launched itself, coiling around her delicate wrist. As Ran stroked its head, the onlookers were astonished to see the viper squinting its eyes in sheer delight, akin to a dog. The crowd was left speechless, while only Meng Tao, who was privy to the truth, wore a knowing smile. At that moment, Ran remarked, "You're beautiful, too." The viper's half-closed eyes widened once more. "Hiss. You can hear me." Ran, unable to speak in front of so many, merely nodded. The viper was so astonished that it began to question its very existence. Then it shifted its gaze and added, "No wonder I've seen you talking to my food while looking down from the tree these past few days. It's wonderful that you can understand me. You must be cautious of that female human. Though young, she harbors many ill intentions and has been glaring at you fiercely. I simply couldn't stand by and let it continue, which is why I wanted to scare her." Ran hadn't anticipated that her affinity with animals would extend to serpents. She concealed the viper behind her and addressed the crowd. "As long as we do not provoke snakes, generally speaking, they will not attack unprovoked. This bamboo viper must have fallen from a tree unexpectedly. It poses no threat to us. I'll find a thicket nearby to release it." With that, Ran made her way to a patch of grass. As she placed the viper on the ground, a thought struck her. I forgot to ask, have you ever encountered a panda with a coat of black and white, whose diet consists solely of the surrounding bamboo? The bamboo viper, coiled around a slender vine, flicked its tongue in response. A panda? I've never seen such a creature. Ran was not disheartened. After all, she had questioned hundreds of animals over the past few days, yielding no results. Just as she was about to rise, the viper suddenly said, "But there is a black and white cat in the pond ahead. Could that be the panda you speak of?" The viper sighed. "It has been dead for several months now, and no one has retrieved it. You humans possess the strength and means. If you were to retrieve that black and white cat, it would allow me to enjoy a leisurely bath in the water." Chapter 34. Hence, I say you lack sense. The viper's statement struck Ran like a thunderbolt. She was acutely aware of the high mortality rate of pandas in the wild, yet upon hearing the viper's words, her heart still lurched. Ran instructed the viper to lead the way, while she and her team followed behind. No one understood why her expression had turned so grim. Eventually, they halted by a natural pond on the mountainside. The pond, approximately 200 meters in diameter, had cliffs rising about 4 to 5 meters above the water as surface. The water lay still, devoid of ripples, exhibiting a faint cerulean hue. The bamboo viper had been weaving through the trees, unnoticed by the crew. It hissed twice, saying, "Over there by the cliff. Months ago, I witnessed it being pursued by a male human and subsequently falling. I wished to help but was powerless to do so, forced to watch it struggle and perish in the water." The black and white cat possessed an intriguing appearance. I had never encountered a cat like it before. And its demise is indeed a pity. The viper leaped to another bamboo leaf, continuing, "But we have long since grown accustomed to this. Sometimes, we meet our companions in the morning only to find them served on your dining tables by afternoon. Not everyone is as benevolent as you humans. If you retrieve that black and white cat, at least its death would not be in vain. Well then, I'm off.
Goodbye."
The viper concluded its lengthy monologue and vanished into the night. Ran's expression hardened. Her hand gripping the flashlight trembled with effort to remain steady. After half an hour of walking, Xingying, exhausted, could no longer contain his complaints. "Ran, have you found anything?" "A panda," Ran replied flatly, standing still, her face devoid of emotion. "What?" This single utterance sent the production team and research crew into a frenzy. In the live stream, "What? Where's the panda? Am I blind? Why can't I see anything? Oh my god, are we about to witness a historical moment? I can't believe it. So thrilling. Competing with you province folks, soon you'll be able to ride pandas to school." However, in the next instant, the excitement was doused like cold water, sending chills down everyone's spine. Ran, trembling, turned the flashlight to its maximum, illuminating nearly half the valley. Beneath the stone wall, partially concealed, lay a distinctly black and white, fluffy form floating in the water, lifeless. The air became eerily silent. Meng Tao's face paled, and after a deep sigh, he calmly retrieved his phone to dial for emergency services. The rescue would take some time, so everyone settled around the guest team in mourning while the seasoned researchers wore expressions of anger. Yen and Xingying sat on the grass, her thoughts diverged from those of others. She had initially believed they could find a giant panda, only to discover that all the pandas they encountered were dead. Moreover, the spotlight was entirely on Ran, leaving her with nothing to show for it. Now, they had to wait for the rescue team to arrive before they could return. As the night temperature plummeted, Yen could not help but exclaim, "It's too cold. Auntie Xia must be struggling. Perhaps we should head back now, as we have a flight to catch tomorrow." In the live stream, yes, the guests are shivering. Doesn't Ren care about anyone else? Wow, she's even calling her auntie. It seems like Nian has a great relationship with her. They're both from wealthy families, so they must know each other. But it seems like Auntie Xia is a bit displeased. In the frame, Xiaowan gazed at Yen for a prolonged moment before speaking in a calm and measured tone. "Xiao Yen, from now on, please call me Xia Senior." Being addressed as Xia Auntie feels rather peculiar. Xiaowan's words were imbued with a gentle warmth, leaving no trace of disdain. Yet, Yen felt a chill of cold sweat trickle down her spine. She understood that despite Xiaowan's seemingly amiable demeanor, as a star in the entertainment industry who had managed to secure her place in a prestigious family and was lavished with affection, her capabilities must be formidable. Just now, Xiaowan had issued a warning. But why could Ran address her as auntie, while she could not? What made her inferior to Ran? The thought lingered, and Yen's eyes reddened, resembling a frightened little rabbit as she hastily apologized. "Xia Senior, I am truly sorry. I will certainly be more mindful in the future. I was merely concerned for your well-being, wanting you to return home first. Upon finishing, Xinyan glanced at the giant panda lying serenely in the water, and suddenly remarked, "It is the will of fate for it to have playfully fallen into the water and met its demise. Please do not be too sorrowful." To her astonishment, her words drew the attention of the entire research team. Unaware of her misstep, she continued to flaunt her knowledge. The survival rate of giant pandas in the wild is quite low. It is a matter of natural selection. Although it is heartbreaking that the panda drowned, such incidents are not uncommon in the wild. We should take it in stride. What on earth are you saying? One of the team members, enraged by her presumptuousness, exclaimed, "Are you in cahoots with that villager? Who told you that the panda drowned out of sheer mischief? Just because you're a celebrity doesn't he give you the right to speak so irresponsibly?" Xinyan was taken aback by the sudden accusation. She immediately retreated into Si Xingying's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she protested. "I was merely sharing what I knew, and I also read the news online. The villager was innocent. The panda had eaten his sheep, and it was an unfortunate accident that led to its death. This was reported in the news. Not something I fabricated. If I have erred, I sincerely apologize." The team member nearly fainted from anger upon hearing her words. Meanwhile, the live stream audience rallied to see Nyen's defense, deeming the team member's reaction an overreaction. "Isn't this too much?" Si Nyen was merely relaying what she saw in the news. She shouldn't be blamed. Why is Si Ran reprimanding Nyen? Didn't she acknowledge her mistake? Si Ran isn't blaming her. She's just suggesting she read more. Haha, the previous commenter is really ruthless. Our Nyen is a student from Qingbei, you know. Si Nyen's reputation among bystanders crumbled, yet many internet trolls and fans still defended her. At that moment, she felt the palpable exclusion from the research team, which only heightened her anxiety as she repeatedly apologized on camera. Si Xingying, witnessing his sister's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of resentment towards Si Ran. Regardless of the circumstances, Nyen was oblivious to the situation, and he thought, "Si Ran, must you persistently target her?" As he spoke, he became increasingly convinced he had uncovered the truth. Si Ran, who could easily have offered Nyen a way out, remained silent, clearly fixated on undermining her. Hearing this, Si Ran raised an eyebrow. "I was merely imparting knowledge to Si Nyen, encouraging her to read more if she is unfamiliar. How else can she educate viewers about wildlife without thorough research? But you shouldn't speak to her like that. Nyen was only trying to help. And your words may lead others to misconstrue her intentions." Si Ran's expression turned icy. At this moment, she was merely reflecting the criticism she had faced in her previous life back onto Si Nyen. Was her second brother truly unable to tolerate it? Si Ran offered a chilling smile. Si Nyen, before millions of viewers, confidently claims that the panda fell into the water due to a misstep without considering external factors. That is the error. Si Xingying felt a flicker of defiance, yet he retained a semblance of reason. His gaze hardened, his voice cold. "If there is an error in the knowledge shared, we will acknowledge it and apologize to the audience." However, the panda was not harmed by Nyen. So, why must the blame be exaggerated? You don't understand anything. Before Si Ran could respond, a team member seated nearby suddenly burst into tears. As the camera panned, it captured the team member's tear-filled eyes, reflecting not only sorrow for the lost panda, but an overwhelming sense of despair. Si Ran's gaze shifted between the two siblings. And then her voice rang out, clear yet grave. "Pandas have thrived on Earth for 8 million years, with the most intelligent and healthy among them sent forth to explore. The sister and mother of Ping and embarked on this journey with a mission, traversing thousands of miles, scaling endless peaks, and crossing the once impenetrable Jinsha River. Along the way, they faced countless life-threatening dangers to reach this habitat suitable for their kind." Si Xingying furrowed his brow, confused about Si Ran's intent with this monologue. She continued, "On the first day we arrived, I recounted the successful revival of the once-extinct northeast tiger in our country, and these 4 female pandas are no different. If they had stayed here, their presence would have signaled to their kin to return next year. But what is the reality? 2 were shot by villagers. One was chased and fell to its death in a valley, and the other, witnessing the demise of her mother and sister, no longer trusted humans. None of them returned. The disappearance of the female panda signals to their kind that this is not a suitable place for survival. Henceforth, no panda shall ever set foot in Y province again." Si Ran's voice resonated with conviction, and after she finished speaking, the team could be heard sighing in unison. "Oh my, how could the panda mother have led her cub across the Jinsha River? These 4 female pandas were the Columbus of their kind. One female northeast tiger can alter an entire forest's ecosystem. What about these 4 pandas? It is truly heartbreaking and a tremendous loss. No wonder Si Ran and the research team are so incensed. She didn't unjustly call Si Nian brainless. Nian was merely trying to educate. Why must all the blame be placed upon her? Because her attempt at education was not only flawed but also tarnished the lives of Ping and sister and mother. And her so-called knowledge trivialized the grand yet tragic existence of these 4 female pandas. Si Nian deserves to be scolded. Si Nian had never experienced such a widespread online harassment before. After the rescue team arrived, the guests departed. Si Ran initially wished to stay, but Meng Tao, noticing her distress, insisted on having her escorted home to rest while he dealt with the remaining matters. As night fell, the croaking of frogs resonated through the rice paddies, and the moonlight bathed the village, enveloped by the majestic 10,000 mountains, in tranquility and serenity. Upon her return, Si Ran didn't even bother to freshen up. She lay down fully clothed on her bed, closing her eyes to enter the system. Her progress bar for saving the fluffy creatures had advanced to 5,100, with the system also accounting for Ping'an. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder, how could she truly consider this as saving? The damage to humanity had already been inflicted. The shadow of Ping'an would linger for a lifetime, a chasm that even she could not bridge. Si Ran spent a restless night. The following day, the variety show concluded its recording, and the scientific research team was set to transport the body of Ping and sister for legal autopsy procedures. Animal testimonies were not admissible. But thanks to Si Ran's alert, the police reopened the investigation into the panda slaughter case. Out of fear and guilt, the villagers confessed to intentionally shooting the giant panda and pursuing the fleeing panda cub, which ultimately led to its drowning. The revelation sent shockwaves across the internet. Countless netizens expressed their sorrow, outrage, and heartbreak. Gradually, they began to understand Si Ran's words from the previous night. There would no longer be any giant pandas in Province Y. The villagers are truly foolish and ignorant. They've admitted it, the panda ate his sheep. Initially, he didn't recognize it as a giant panda, which led to the first shot. After the panda fell from the tree, he sawed its skin, firing a second and third shot at Ping An's mother and sister. His greed is insatiable. I genuinely feel that what Si Ran said that day was too mild. The locals could have soared to great heights thanks to the giant pandas. Yet they acted so thoughtlessly for few panda skins. Let us put it this way, a single panda could generate billions for the local economy.
Province Y,
with its multitude of mountains, suffers from economic disparity. Having giant pandas would undoubtedly lead to the establishment of panda reserves and a flourishing tourism industry. Transforming treacherous paths into accessible routes is not merely a saying. One person's actions shattered the local economy. Si Nian found herself trending on social media once again due to the official police report, but fortunately, the Si family had preemptively invested heavily to suppress it. When she disembarked from the plane and saw the trending topics, she was met not with welcoming fans but with journalists who had been lying in wait. As they bombarded her with questions, Si Nian felt her mind go blank. After a strenuous encounter with the reporters, she hastily boarded the nanny van. Inside, with reddened eyes, Si Xingying softly comforted her. Nian Nian, I will send a lawyer's letter to those unscrupulous journalists when we return.
Please don't cry. Sinyan curse inwardly.
Calling him a fool. With her reputation in such disarray, she knew the media could easily turn against her. Brother, let it go. Suppressing her disdain, she lifted her reddened gaze. It was my mistake. I deserve the criticism. If it can alleviate my sister's anger, I'm willing to endure any hardship. Si Xingying frowned at her words, immediately recalling that this time he had not informed any fans or media about their return. Nian Nian's mention of Si Ran made him suspect she felt guilty about the situation being connected to her sister, and yet felt too indebted to discuss it with him. Anger swelled within him, and he murmured, Nian Nian, our elder brother returns to the country tomorrow. Si Ran usually listens to him the most. I will ensure he talks to her properly. Chapter 36. The disappearance of Alipay after Si Xingying had finished speaking. He first took Si Nian back to her apartment near the company for her to rest. Being a popular star himself, he had manipulated his schedule to allow Si Nian to experience the entertainment industry's lifestyle. After ensuring Si Nian was settled, he hurried off to handle the remaining work, lest he incur hefty penalties for breach of contract. The siblings exchanged a few words at the apartment entrance. Just as Si Xingying turned to step into the elevator, Si Nian's frail, delicate countenance suddenly twisted into a snarl. Picking up her phone, she typed furiously, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Si Ran. All the suffering I've endured during this time, I will make you repay it tenfold. At the airport, as she prepared to leave, Xiaowan expressed her reluctance to part. Ran, I used to think you were difficult to get along with due to all the negative media coverage. But after spending these past 2 weeks with you, I truly like you. Please come to my home for dinner in a few days. I'll even recommend a few directors to you. Si Ran refrained from mentioning her plans to withdraw from the industry once the contract was rescinded. However, gazing into Xiaowan's earnest eyes, she nodded, unable to turn down the invitation. I'll come over for dinner. Xiaowan beamed with delight, her maternal affection for Si Ran intensifying. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just reach out to me. I'll support you. Suddenly, Xiaowan scoffed. The Si family is utterly clueless. They don't even know what you study or your major. I'm thrilled that my son managed to get into a mediocre school. If he had gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University, I would be flaunting it to the media every day. Even if they regret it and beg you to return, don't look back. Si Ran stared blankly at Xiaowan's sudden change in demeanor, doubting if she had been possessed. During the variety show, when Si Ran appeared dumbfounded, Xiaowan quickly clarified, it's all an act. I used to offend many people while filming, so my manager advised me to adopt a gentle and quiet persona in front of the media. In reality, I'm quite easygoing. After saying this, Xiaowan expressed concern. You won't dislike me for this, will you? Si Ran quickly shook her head. How could I? No matter how you change, I can still feel your kindness towards me. Xiaowan intended to have her driver take Si Ran home. Si Ran recalled that Alipay had been sent to the dog training school for over half a month, and she was uncertain about how much resentment had accumulated. Thus, she accepted Xiaowan's kindness. Just as she was about to make a call, the staff member who had been caring for Alipay suddenly called her. Miss Si, something terrible has happened. This morning, when we arrived at work to take the dogs to play on the lawn, we found Alipay's room empty. After reviewing the surveillance footage, we discovered that Alipay was drugged and taken away. We have already reported this to the police. As soon as Si Ran answered the call, she was met with the staff member's panicked voice. Upon hearing the news, her mind went blank. Noticing Si Ran's pale lips and trembling body, Xiaowan quickly asked, Ran, what happened? Si Ran was jolted back to reality after being shaken a few times. She blinked rapidly, forcing herself to regain her composure. She picked up the phone again and said, I'm heading to the police station from the airport now. Please send me a copy of the surveillance video. The staff member on the other end kept apologizing. Although Si Ran was furious, she understood that now was not the time to blame the dog school. She swiftly reviewed the surveillance footage, which showed a man stealthily entering the dog training school in the middle of the night. He appeared to be comparing something on his phone for a while before finally locating Alipay. The man was clearly premeditated, heading straight for Alipay. Initially, Alipay struggled, but the man had evidently come prepared. Not only was he wearing a cap obscuring his face, but he had also sprayed a sedative on a handkerchief. Si Ran could only see Alipay struggle a couple of times before falling silent. Suddenly, she pressed the pause button, her gaze fixed intently on the man whose face was partially visible in the footage. Xiaowan urged the driver to speed to the police station. Both the staff and the school owner were present, and upon Si Ran's arrival, they immediately began to apologize profusely. Si Ran paid no heed and walked straight towards the police officer, producing her phone to take a screenshot. Officer, I recognize the individual in this video. He is Fu Xiao, a third-year student at Qingbei University and the scion of a wealthy family. Si Ran succinctly laid bare the man's background, effectively saving the police time that would have been spent in questioning. However, what Si Ran did not disclose was that, at this moment in her life, she had no inkling of Fu Xiao's existence. The reason she could identify the person in the surveillance footage so readily was that in her previous life, Fu Xiao had been the client who deliberately intoxicated her with the intent to assault her. Fortunately, she had regained consciousness in time, shattering a teacup in the room and injuring her thigh, compelling her to threaten death by jumping from the window, ultimately resulting in a broken leg and rescue by a passerby who alerted the authorities. After undergoing surgery in the hospital, she had not even had the opportunity to report the incident before Fu Xiao destroyed the evidence, publicly accusing her in the media of seducing him and seizing the moment to profess his feelings for Si Nian. Consequently, she was branded a mistress and a shameless harlot by the online community. After her demise, Si Nian flaunted her triumph at Si Ran's grave. And it was then that Si Ran realized the entire affair had been a scheme orchestrated by the two of them from the very beginning. Fu Xiao and Si Nian had been middle school classmates, and he had long been pursuing her. Thus, when Si Nian merely uttered a few words, Fu Xiao could not contain himself and sought to eliminate any obstacles. At this thought, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Si Ran's eyes. Having been dead for so long, she had nearly forgotten the existence of Fu Xiao. If something were to happen to Alipay, she would not spare Fu Xiao, nor the entire Fu family. Chapter 37. Vomiting. Si Ran's revenge. When the police arrived at the Fu residence, Fu Xiao's parents claimed ignorance of the situation. Instead, they expressed their displeasure at the sudden police visit, arrogantly declaring, "Why are you looking for our son? He is a student at Qingbei, excelling academically and possessing a kind heart. You must be mistaken." The officers accompanying the investigation twitched their lips. They had already established that the individual who had stolen someone's dog was indeed Fu Xiao, yet the parents maintained an unwaveringly distorted perception of their son, oblivious to the true circumstances, and insisted on his innocence. One of the investigating officers responded, "Police investigations are grounded in evidence. We do not wrongfully accuse the innocent, nor do we overlook any wrongdoers. If you have any information regarding Fu Xiao, please inform us immediately." With that, they departed. With the Fu family's communication cut off, the police were left to rely on the surveillance footage along the route. Ultimately, they traced Fu Xiao's vehicle to a village over 100 kilometers away. While the police continued their search for additional surveillance, Si Ran hastened to the last known location of Alipay. Before departing, she turned to Aunt Xia and said, "Aunt, you have accompanied me tirelessly. It would be best for you to return. I will locate Alipay." Aunt Xia understood that following Si Ran would only be a burden. She nodded. "Once I return home, I will assist you in the search. Si Ran, please do not rush." Si Ran, in a state of desperate urgency, drove over 100 kilometers to the location where Alipay had vanished. The area was rural, dotted with numerous residences, with at least 100 households. With her eyes closed, she recalled the gruesome fate of Alipay in her previous life, daring not to pause for even a moment. Fortunately, she discovered a frog seeking shade in a rice paddy. Si Ran inquired of the little creature if it had seen Alipay. To her surprise, the frog croaked, "You mean that dog named Alipay? I saw it. A few hours ago, it was bound and taken to the village's dog meat slaughterhouse." Si Ran's complexion turned pale. "Where is the slaughterhouse?" The frog croaked again. "I wouldn't know. I've never ventured beyond this rice paddy, let alone to the village. However, I often hear dogs crying for help." Without hesitation, Si Ran proceeded into the village. The village was densely populated, and the slaughterhouse, known for its trade in pet cats and dogs, would logically be hidden away in a very discreet location. Most villagers were familiar with one another, and Si Ran posed as a customer seeking dog meat, effortlessly acquiring the address of the slaughterhouse. Upon arriving nearby, she was immediately met with the anguished cries of dogs from within. In an instant, Si Ran nearly lost her balance. She could hear the dogs' desperate pleas, begging for their lives, believing that their misbehavior was the reason for their impending slaughter. Tears filled her eyes as she heard their voices growing weaker, and only then did she belatedly pick up her phone to call the police. Once connected, she quickly relayed the situation before hanging up. Then, with unwavering resolve, she approached the slaughterhouse's entrance.
Bang, bang, bang.
Si Ran relentlessly pounded on the iron door of the slaughterhouse. Soon, a foul-mouthed voice called out from within, followed by the sound of rubber boots clattering against the ground. A pair of wrinkled eyes peered through the gap in the door, glaring at Si Ran. It was a man around 60 years old. Through the rusted door, Si Ran could see numerous stubborn brown stains of blood on the man's clothing. Maintaining her composure, she declared, "I'm from the neighboring village. My father sent me to buy dog meat for drinks." The door emitted a loud creak as the slaughterhouse owner swung it open, and a wave of acrid blood rushed towards Si Ran. She clenched her fists tightly. In the next moment, bang! As the owner opened the door, Si Ran kicked it wide open, sending him tumbling to the ground. The other workers in the slaughterhouse immediately dropped their bloodied knives and rushed out. At that moment, Si Ran had already turned the tables on the slaughterhouse owner, binding him and warning the approaching individuals, "None of you are allowed to come any closer." While speaking, Si Ran retrieved her phone, opened her photo album, and presented a picture of Alipay to the man. "Have you seen this dog?" The owner, a portly man with a triangular face and a severed brow, looked particularly menacing. Yet, more intimidating was the aura emanating from Si Ran. The slaughterhouse owner felt that if he did not speak, the next moment, Si Ran would take them both down together. I'll tell you, he stammered, nodding vigorously. Si Ran leaned in closer with her phone. However, after a prolonged gaze, the owner shook his head. "I haven't seen it." Si Ran's brows knitted tightly. Are you daring to play games with me? The owner, sensing her anger, suddenly smirked, exuding arrogance. Little girl, we receive hundreds of dogs daily. How could I possibly remember each one of these creatures? Initially intimidated by Si Ran's fierce disposition, he now found it hard to believe that anyone would go to such lengths over a mere dog. With a smug expression, he continued, that dog of yours looks quite plump. It should have long been on our menu. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the roaring fire stove. Today, we just happened to stew a large and fat one. Perhaps it is the one you're looking for. I can't say for certain if it was raised by a human, as I kill what others sell to me. But, considering your search, I'll offer it at the market price of 24 per pound. As he continued to speak, Si Ren suddenly kicked him in the rear. The owner, about to curse, turned to see Si Ren picking up a knife that had fallen to the ground, her gaze cold and unwavering. The slaughterhouse owner felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retreating step by step. Even the others dared only to watch, not daring to approach. You better not come closer. Murder is against the law. However, Si Ran was beyond listening, her gaze fixed on the portly owner of the slaughterhouse, her mind a whirlwind of chaos. Her eyes fell upon the pot the owner had mentioned, and she walked straight over. The slaughterhouse was vast, surrounded by the sorrowful cries of various cats and dogs pleading for mercy, while rusty, cramped cages housed one animal after another. They stared vacantly at their kin being bled, skinned and chopped into pieces. Various skins of different animal breeds hung around the walls. On the expansive concrete floor, blood, black, red, congealed, and even steaming, intertwined in a grotesque tapestry. This was a hellish purgatory. The overwhelming stench of flesh clung to Si Ran's nostrils, yet her complexion grew increasingly grim. She was taken aback to discover, beside the large pot simmering with meat, a bloodied and unprocessed hide of a husky, along with severed limbs. Memories from her past life surged forth like a tidal wave. In her previous existence, when she stumbled upon Alipay, she was also left with a mangled corpse and dismembered limbs. When a person takes another's life, they may receive leniency. Yet when an animal is slaughtered, they are met with mere disdain. In a few days, their actions will be forgotten. Today, these individuals would not face any legal repercussions. A mere insipid apology would suffice to sweep the matter under the rug. Why is it that humans possess the right to live while these animals do not? Why must they be relegated to mere dishes upon a dining table?
Ugh.
Si Ran spun around abruptly, retching violently in the corner, nearly expelling her bile. The butchers from the dog meat market continued to mock her, and Si Ran's nose burned with acidity as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, falling like large beads. She turned, her gaze radiating a chilling fury, and strode purposefully towards the owner of the slaughterhouse. With a resounding slap, she struck him. The owner instinctively raised his hand to retaliate, but as he did so, Si Ran pivoted sharply and forcefully toppled the nearly 200-pound owner to the ground. In an instant, the previously raucous laughter vanished without a trace. Everyone stared in shock and terror at the woman before them, who seemed to be a harbinger of vengeance. Chapter 38. Nyugilu Alipay. The slaughterhouse owner, having taken so many dogs' lives, was experiencing the sensation of impending doom for the first time. Si Ran stood over him, her foot pressing down on his back, a bloodied knife in her hand. Murder is a crime. If you kill me, you'll face the consequences. The owner threatened. I am not so impulsive, Si Ran replied, her eyes glinting with coldness, a smirk playing at her lips. For a fleeting moment, she truly contemplated ending the owner's life. However, such a person was not worth it. The true culprits behind the kidnapping of Alipay, and those who enabled them, had yet to face her retribution. Trading lives with such a person was utterly unworthy. Si Ran lowered her long lashes, gazing down at the man. But if I were to merely sever your hands and feet while ensuring you remain alive, would I not evade imprisonment? What? The slaughterhouse owner trembled in fear. Isn't it true that wrongdoers must face punishment? My dog lost its life, while you would only lose your arms and legs. Quite a fair trade, wouldn't you say? The owner, paralyzed by fear, crawled frantically on the ground, and soon, a pool of yellow, foul-smelling liquid spread across the crimson floor. He had not anticipated that Si Ran was not a normal person. She was a madwoman. She was willing to kill for a dog. Just as Si Ran was about to raise her knife, the sound of police sirens suddenly erupted. A discreetly luxurious BMW pulled up, positioning itself amid the police cars, and Xie Wan stepped out. Upon witnessing the scene at the slaughterhouse, she froze momentarily. Then, She quickly regained her composure. Ran, please don't act rashly. She feared Ran was truly about to kill the owner, her lips trembling. It's not worth it for someone like him. Just put down the knife and come home with me, okay? Auntie. Xiaowan's voice broke as she spoke. Which pet owner could endure such a sight? She had recently followed Ran's Alipay account, where Ran had posted over 3,000 videos in just over 1,000 days. She had watched every one of Ran's dog training videos. Seeing her teach Alipay how to use the toilet, how to swipe its paw to enter, and how to sit and stand properly. Despite the breed's resilience to cold, Ran had bought it a beautiful wardrobe. After each recording session, no matter how exhausted she was, Ran would still video call Alipay. Even though a dog could not comprehend human speech, she patiently coaxed it. Ran had poured all her love into it. And, in the end, Xiaowan observed the bittersweet smile on Ran's lips, her eyes filled with sorrow, and could not help but feel her own heart ache. She slowly approached, discarding the knife from Ran's grasp, unperturbed by the blood that stained her. Gently, she wiped it away, like a tender mother comforting her daughter. Ran. I understand your pain and frustration. Let me take you home, shall we? After speaking, she attempted to lead Ran away. However, just as she turned, the owner scrambled to his feet, cursing. You can't just leave after beating me like this. I'll take you to court. He pointed at Xiaowan. I'll report you. Xiaowan's previously gentle demeanor shifted dramatically as she swiftly delivered a kick to the owner. Caught off guard, he was sent rolling on the ground. Have you lost your mind? You think you can just walk away after this? I'll ensure your dog meat market is shut down by tomorrow. Let us see who won let go of whom. Xiaowan unleashed a torrent of fury, leaving Ran, who had been lost in sorrow, utterly astonished. Mom, please don't get worked up. I'll handle this, she said, as a woman in a police uniform approached, a look of exasperation on her face. She appeared to be in her late 20s, tall, and possessing a subtle beauty. Xiaowan quickly introduced her. Ran, let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law. Songji, the police officer for this area. Ran was somewhat taken aback, noting the insignia on Songji's uniform, indicating a high rank. Songji's gaze lingered on Ran for a moment before she nodded slightly. Miss Ran, the police will handle the situation from here. Please do not jeopardize your future over a scoundrel. Even if she did not follow the news closely, she was aware that Ran was considered a rising star in the entertainment industry. With such a promising future, there was no need to ruin it all. She anticipated a lengthy discussion to convince Ran, but to her surprise, Ran nodded and stepped aside. The slaughterhouse owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh. So you are relatives. You think I can't see that I've been assaulted? I will sue you. He pointed at Songji. I will file a complaint against you. Songji approached and deftly handcuffed the owner, efficiently securing him in cuffs. Feel free to report me, she said as she lifted him off the ground and handed him over to a male officer. But let me remind you, we will thoroughly investigate whether your slaughterhouse is operating legally and whether the dogs you have killed possess valid quarantine certificates. Upon hearing this, the owner's face drained of color. All those dogs were either stolen pets or strays. Where would he procure quarantine documentation? Songji, uninterested in further discussion, prepared to have her colleagues take all the slaughterhouse operators back to the station for questioning. As the police continued to apprehend individuals, Xiaowan vented her frustration while observing Ran's emotions. Given the circumstances, she was at a loss for how to comfort Ran. Ran's current demeanor was evidently not favorable. Ran, should we consider? Xiaowan hesitated, struggling to find the right words. She could hardly fathom how a living dog could transform into a pot of dog meat in the blink of an eye.
Auntie, me fine, sirani nale deeply.
Her eyes ablaze with hatred. I will handle this matter myself. Xiaowan was momentarily speechless. She sensed Ran's closeness to her, yet over time, she had realized that Ran seemed to have erected a wall around herself, making it difficult for anyone to penetrate her heart. All her emotions appeared to remain on the surface. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaowan felt an increased sense of sympathy towards her. Ran found a black bag, preparing to take Alipay's remains home. Just as she was about to crouch down, she suddenly heard panicked voices from outside. Simultaneously, a cacophony of distressed barking erupted. Ran stood up abruptly, her heart aching and her expression one of shock as she gazed toward the door. A tricolored husky bared its teeth at the slaughterhouse owner, who was about to board the police car, and without hesitation, bit him on the rear end. Woof, woof. You scoundrel. To purchase the young master for 250 yuan and then sell him for 380 yuan is nothing short of an affront to dogs, a blatant discrimination against them. Chapter 39. The vast gray industry chain. Numerous police officers observed with a sense of schadenfreude as the owner of the slaughterhouse was bitten. As soon as Alipay appeared, it darted straight toward the slaughterhouse proprietor, indicating a well-defined target for retribution. Thus, the onlookers engaged in playful tugging at the scene. Alipay was lifted by the police, while the owner instinctively scrambled frantically toward the police vehicle. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Alipay clung tenaciously to the owner's rear, refusing to relent, and the owner's wails echoed throughout the village. As Siren watched the scene, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. In disbelief, she gazed at the unfolding drama, her voice delicate and trembling as she uttered, "Alipay?" Upon hearing Siren's voice, Alipay immediately released its grip and tilted its head toward her. Upon seeing Siren in tears, Alipay's large, ice-blue eyes reflected panic, and it scurried toward her in a flurry of legs. "Woof, woof, woof. Ran, you've finally arrived. Please don't cry. The dog is perfectly fine." Alipay rushed to Siren's side, standing upright to nuzzle against her. Siren's heart raced. Yet the cacophony of Alipay's barking inexplicably soothed her. She embraced Alipay tightly, burying her face in its soft fur, exclaiming, "Alipay, I thought you were dead." Alipay responded with 2 sharp barks. The dog nearly perished. "Someone knocked me out and stole me, then sold me for a mere 250. Ran. Let us be fair. A dog as charming and handsome as I am deserves at least 3 more zeros added to that price." Before Siren could respond, Alipay grew increasingly agitated, and to top it off, this scoundrel deemed me too noisy and sold me to the dog meat restaurant for immediate slaughter. And he only got 380 for me. This figure is not just an insult, it's an affront to all dogs. With its head cocked, Alipay earnestly asked, Ran, do I look like a 250? Ran replied, strangely enough, you do. The very first thought upon escaping was not to flee but to return for vengeance, unafraid of being killed by the slaughterhouse staff. Ran contemplated reprimanding Alipay but hesitated, recalling that the husky's mind was already quite peculiar. She held Alipay tightly, feeling its warm breath. The value of something once lost is particularly cherished upon its return, and she was overwhelmed with gratitude. Ran placed Alipay on the ground and squatted down to inquire, "How did you escape?" "A dog from the vehicle helped me gnaw through the cage, allowing me to flee," Alipay recounted. Suddenly, it began to bark excitedly. "By the way, Ran, you must hurry to rescue the other dogs taken to the meat restaurant. There were at least 3,000 of us sent away, crammed into 8 trucks. And we even had wild animals in our load." Ran's expression changed dramatically, and she sprang to her feet. Songji, noticing Ran's distress, quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Upon saying this, she glanced at Alipay. The dog's demeanor was oddly human-like, which felt peculiar. As Alipay caught sight of Songji, it instantly tucked its tail between its legs, adopting a furtive demeanor entirely at odds with its earlier bravado. Ran's focus was elsewhere, oblivious to Alipay's odd behavior. She turned to Songji and asked, "Officer Song, have you noticed anything unusual at the slaughterhouse?" Hearing Ran's words, Songji shifted her gaze away from Alipay. Her eyes scanned the slaughterhouse, and she quickly remarked, "The entire slaughterhouse spans about 10 acres. Yet there are only 100 or 200 cats and dogs present. The size of the area does not correlate with the number of animals." Afterward, Songji promptly returned to the police vehicle and dragged the weeping and wailing slaughterhouse owner out. "I ask you, where have the remaining dogs gone?" The owner's eyes darted nervously, stammering, I don't know what you're talking about." Songji's gaze darkened as she threatened, "If unquarantined dogs and cats end up on the market and we trace it back to the source, it won't merely be a matter of financial compensation. It could lead to imprisonment." Seeing the owner hesitate, Songji continued, "If you come clean now, it can be considered a confession. But if we discover it ourselves, I'll speak." The owner panicked. An hour ago, indeed, a batch of cats and dogs was sent to the dog meat restaurant. But I don't know exactly where they went. They called for their own trucks to take them away. Ran inquired, "How many were there?" The owner hesitated to respond, but under the pressing gaze of Ran and Songji, he felt immense pressure. After swallowing hard, he said, about 3,000. Songji immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Over 3,000 stray cats and dogs left on the market posed a significant societal impact. Without quarantine certificates, it was impossible to ascertain whether these animals carried infectious diseases and what implications they might have for humans. Song Ji addressed her subordinates. Report to the higher-ups and strive to secure permission to block all routes in the shortest time possible. We absolutely must not allow these vehicles to leave.
Wait.
At that moment, Si Ran suddenly spoke up. Song Ji turned around, patiently inquiring, Miss Si, do you have any further questions? Si Ran nodded and asked the slaughterhouse owner once more, I ask you, besides cats and dogs, were there any other animals on the truck? Standing beside the police vehicle. Her gaze was icy and resolute. For instance, wild animals. None. The owner vehemently tried to mask his panic, shaking his head frantically. How could I brazenly engage in the trafficking of wild animals? That would land me in prison. Is that so? Si Ran replied with a cold smile, pointing at the fox fur hanging on the adjacent metal wall. Then how do you explain this fox pelt? The owner glanced over and offered a sycophantic smile. Foxes can also be farmed domestically. I can provide quarantine certificates for that. The owner appeared confident. The domestic fur market was thriving, and foxes could be raised on a large scale. He had prepared well and was unafraid. Si Ran approached the metal wall, carefully examining the already processed fox fur. The snout was pointed, the ears were large and erect, the shoulders were a light yellow, the ears dark brown, the belly white, the legs long and sinewy, and most importantly, the tail was a grayish white. After speaking, Si Ran sneered. How impressive, owner, that you can even issue quarantine certificates for the national second-class protected species, the red fox. The owner's face drained of color. Song Ji, witnessing this, interjected, speak quickly. There are at least 30 identical red fox pelts here. It's evident that the slaughterhouse has been up to no good. Song Ji's insight went beyond the surface. She recognized that a slaughterhouse owner possessing so many red foxes likely indicated the trafficking of other wild animals as well. This extensive gray industry chain sent chills down her spine. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the owner finally confessed after several minutes, stating, there were a total of 8 trucks of goods, one of which contained live wild animals, but I only purchased them. I have no idea where the buyer intended to send them. Chapter 40. The Little Sparrow as a Guide Song. Ji quickly accessed nearby surveillance footage to identify the vehicle's license plates. However, they discovered that once they reached an intersection, the vehicles vanished completely. These trucks, bold enough to transport their cargo openly, undoubtedly had a highly secretive route that evaded detection. The group conducted thorough investigations and ultimately uncovered this route. Song Ji declared, Mom, Si Ran, you two should return to rest. I'll take some personnel to intercept the vehicles. Knowing she could not be of assistance, Xiaowan nodded. All right, dear, but do ensure your safety. Song Ji nodded in agreement. I'll accompany you. Hearing Si Ran's sudden insistence, Song Ji appeared disapproving. However, before she could voice her objections, Si Ran added, I am a member of the Wild Animal Protection Association. I have already reported the situation to my teacher and leaders, and they will arrive shortly. If the police are unable to trace the vehicles, I may have other methods to assist. This declaration left Xia Wan and Song Ji momentarily stunned. Song Ji hesitated for a moment before nodding decisively. Mom, you head back on your own, and take good care of Alipay. Seeing this, Xia Wan had no choice but to acquiesce. The mountain path was treacherous and muddy, and as the vehicles navigated their way to the summit, torrential rain suddenly poured down from the sky, causing several cars to become mired in puddles and unable to proceed. One police car was deeply entrenched, having lost its way. The entire convoy wore grim expressions. Si Ran alighted from her vehicle, braving the rain as she stepped onto the sodden ground, casually picking up a wooden stick and squatting down to dig into the earth. Song Ji approached her and urged, Si Ran, hurry back to the car, lest you catch a cold. Just then, she noticed Si Ran uncovering a wriggling earthworm from the soil. Suddenly, Si Ran waved her hand towards the sky, and a round, plump gray sparrow landed on her shoulder. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little sparrow nuzzled against Si Ran affectionately. This scene widened Song Ji's eyes in astonishment. Si Ran extended her hand, allowing the small bird to hop onto her palm, and offered it the earthworm. With a few swift pecks, the sparrow devoured the worm. Thank you, bipedal creature. The sparrow chirped excitedly. Is there anything I can assist you with? Si Ran playfully tapped its tiny head, saying, Little sparrow, you fly high and see far. Could you help me locate any animal transport trucks in this mountain? The sparrow puffed up with pride at the compliment, momentarily envisioning itself as a grand bird. With a comical flutter, it patted its chest with its wings. Rest assured, it's all in the wings. As long as you provide more worms, I can enlist my avian friends to help you find a vehicle. Si Ran was somewhat taken aback. That sounds promising. But I've only found this one earthworm. If your companions can assist, please have them meet me at the wonderful zoo after we're done. And I'll provide food. Sure thing. Wait here, and I'll call my friends to help you. The little sparrow took flight, and soon after, a multitude of birds burst forth from the forest, scattering in all directions. The other officers remained preoccupied with the vehicles stuck in the mud, oblivious to what was unfolding beside Si Ran. But Song Ji was right next to her. Si Ran turned around. This is what I meant by a plan. A young woman like Song Ji, excelling among the police force, clearly possessed a mind that set her apart. As she asserted, you can understand animal speech? While it seemed fantastical, Song Ji had encountered remarkable individuals before. Indeed, Si Ran nodded. It's still under wraps, so please keep it confidential, Officer Song. Song Ji agreed. And then she adeptly pretended that nothing unusual had occurred, helping the other officers push the police car free. With a final heave, it was soon extricated. The last police vehicle, mired in mud, was finally pulled out after 10 minutes of effort. The little sparrow returned, hopping onto Si Ran. We found the truck you mentioned. About 20 kilometers ahead. They too are stuck in the mud. I'll lead you there right away. Hearing the sparrow's excited chirping, Song Ji, despite not comprehending bird language, recognized that it had indeed found a clue. Once it finished speaking, she inquired, "Did you locate it?" Si Ran nodded and indicated a general direction. Song Ji immediately turned to her team. Everyone, get in the vehicles at once. Along the way, Si Ran watched the sparrow's flight path, providing the animal protection team with new coordinates while directing the police cars. On the muddy mountain road, 5 blue and white police cars surged through the rain, heading toward the location of the truck. Meanwhile, 7 large blue trucks were halted on the road. This area was undeveloped, making it nearly impassable in the rain. Yet they had not anticipated that all their vehicles would be stuck to varying degrees. The anguished cries of the dogs within the cargo area echoed in the driver's ears, heightening their anxiety. This is bad. My boss's contact just told me the slaughterhouse was raided, and we need to return quickly. Will the police find us? One truck driver lamented, lighting a cigarette and squatting despondently in the underbrush. Before long, another driver interrupted, "Stop with the doom and gloom. The trees here are dense. Unless these cops can fly, even if they turn the mountain upside down, they likely wouldn't find us." The other drivers pondered this and realized it made sense. Calming down, "Let us just wait for our crew to arrive. We only need to stall for another 3 hours. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of sirens grew closer. The truck drivers' breaths hitched as they stared in shock at the 4 or 5 police cars approaching with flashing lights. The officers, armed, left the drivers no choice but to comply. Once handcuffed, Song Ji quickly called for other colleagues at the station to escort the drivers back, while the remaining officers photographed the involved vehicles. They proceeded to unlock the rear doors of the truck. With a loud clang, the doors swung open, and the officers were taken aback by the sight before them. Cages filled with cats and dogs were crammed together, many large breeds like Alaskan Malamutes unable to stand upright. Some even suffering broken limbs, curled up in rusted wire cages, howling in agony. The officers could not contain their outrage. How could anyone be so cruel? These dogs might die from pain before even reaching the dog meat market. You underestimate dogs, Si Ran spoke with a chilling calmness. Nearby officers turned their gazes toward her. Si Ran continued. The environment has endowed these animals with immense tolerance for pain. This level of discomfort is negligible to them. Pausing, she surveyed the tightly packed cages within the truck and added, however, the lack of an air circulation system means the cats and dogs inside will soon suffocate from lack of oxygen. Just as Song Ji finished her call, she exclaimed, "We need to unload the cages immediately." The officers exchanged glances, and despite knowing they were short-staffed, they hastened their pace in silence. Each second they saved could mean rescuing another animal. They swiftly opened the doors of the other trucks, only to discover an alarming issue. It appeared that none of the vehicles contained the suspected wildlife. Chapter 41. Reporting suspected vehicles. Only then did the group realize that one of the trucks was indeed missing. After questioning the handcuffed drivers, they reluctantly admitted, "Wildlife is highly profitable. The boss equips us with powerful vehicles. The only truck that hasn't gotten stuck is the one carrying the wildlife. And it's probably already left the city." Si Ran and Song Ji exchanged a worried glance, realizing the gravity of the situation. He Qingyuan and his team arrived shortly thereafter. Noticing Si Ran's troubled expression, He Qingyuan took a breath and asked, "My dear apprentice, where's the wildlife you mentioned?" Si Ran's face was grim. "It's escaped." Having experienced numerous challenges, He Qingyuan remained considerably calmer than Si Ran. "Don't panic. As long as the vehicle hasn't left the city, we're fine. We have a search warrant, and officers will be stationed at every exit. It won to get away. However, Siren shook her head. Master, my concern isn't that. I'm worried about the lack of an air circulation system in the truck. If we don't find it soon, all the animals will suffocate. With that, Siren glanced at the officers who were diligently trying to remove the cats and dogs from the truck. Several large dogs were already in dire straits. Siren's fingers instinctively curled, her thumb rubbing against her index finger. Master, while the wildlife is important, these cats and dogs are equally significant. Please leave a portion of those knowledgeable in animal medicine to assist the officers. The rest should come with me. After speaking, Siren whispered something to the little sparrow perched on a nearby branch. The sparrow flapped its wings and returned within minutes. Human, you were right. That truck has indeed left the mountain and is currently heading southwest toward a village. Upon finishing her words, the little one added, but you must hurry. The traffic on the national road is sparse, yet once we reach the main thoroughfare, the vehicles will multiply and the birds may lose track. Without a moment's hesitation, Siren boarded the vehicle, her foot pressing down on the accelerator as she took off. Observing this, He Chengyuan promptly dispatched over 30 individuals, instructing, all follow Siren's vehicle. Siren discerned that the driver of the truck transporting wild animals was undoubtedly aware that the slaughterhouse's nefarious activities had been exposed. For 2 consecutive hours, he had been erratically driving, making it impossible to ascertain his intended direction. The little sparrow and the other birds were too fatigued to continue flying. So Siren had no choice but to allow them to rest within the vehicle while she sought information from other animals. Each passing second was a torment for the yet-to-be-rescued creatures. Siren parked the vehicle at the roadside, closing her eyes in contemplation. The convoy had essentially lost track of the target, and the birds could not sustain flight indefinitely. The foremost concern was having someone available to report the position of the suspect vehicles at any given moment. If only someone could relay the whereabouts of these vehicles? Siren instinctively ruminated on this thought, and a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. With newfound vigor, she opened her eyes and excitedly unlocked her phone. On Weibo, her registered account for the marvelous zoo had amassed over 500,000 followers, and the numbers continued to rise, reaching a peak of activity. These followers represented her final hope. With trembling hands, Siren typed out a few lines and sent the message. Soon, internet users browsing the platform stumbled upon the recommendation from Weibo. The marvelous zoo had been in the limelight recently, with many fans clamoring for public visitation. However, Siren hesitated, feeling the internal issues concerning the animals were far too numerous. When netizens noticed the sudden activity on the official account, they clicked without hesitation. To their astonishment, they found a plea for assistance in locating the truck involved in the illegal wildlife trade. This was alarming. The events involving the mother and sister of Ping and had only recently unfolded, and the fervor had not yet subsided. Now, there existed a vast network of wildlife trafficking within the city. This was intolerable. Looking for the vehicle? We'll arrange it immediately. Report. Is this the vehicle? I accidentally photographed it 10 minutes ago while stopped at the roadside. It bears a striking resemblance to the one mentioned in the zoo's plea. I found it too. Here's a photo from half an hour ago. I distinctly heard pig squeals from inside, and I told my friend that the second brother was headed for the slaughterhouse. Could there be wild boars inside? Damn it. Why do they crave the thrill of consuming wildlife? Is farmed chicken, duck, goose, or fish not palatable enough? Agreed. Personally, I believe if they are farm-raised, we can consume them with a clear conscience. However, much of the dog and cat meat comes from strays or stolen pets that end up in the market. It is truly disgusting, especially considering that wild animals are involved, having been captured from their secluded habitats. I cannot comprehend those who consume dog meat. In some places, eating cat and dog meat is a tradition, but we cannot prevent it. However, theft, abuse, and ethical farming are fundamentally different. It is utterly cruel. Report. I just captured this vehicle's movements. It is heading towards the neighboring province. In less than 3 minutes, Siren sifted through thousands of messages and unearthed useful information. Based on her deductions and insights, she swiftly confirmed the driver's route. She restarted the vehicle, proceeding towards the predetermined destination. Half an hour later, the rain intensified, pelting the truck's windshield with a resounding clatter. One moment it was daylight, and the next, darkness enveloped the sky. Damn it! The truck driver cursed under his breath. Once he delivered this load and received his payment, he intended to take a well-deserved month-long rest. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. Who could have foreseen that this time he would nearly be caught? As the driver continued to grumble, he suddenly spotted 4 or 5 vehicles parked 100 meters ahead, their high beams nearly blinding him. Just as he was about to utter another curse, he noticed the uniforms worn by the individuals and the badges adorning their collars. With a screech, the driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, staring incredulously at the scene before him. Among the crowd stood a familiar-looking woman, seemingly fragile. Yet she was at the center of their protective formation, exuding a commanding presence. The uniforms and badges were unmistakable, members of the Wildlife Protection Association. The driver swallowed hard. Just as he was about to turn the steering wheel to retreat, a piercing siren blared from behind. At that moment, the woman at the center of the group stepped forward, approaching within 10 meters of the truck, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Rand declared, "You cannot escape. It is not too late to exit the vehicle and surrender." The rain fell with increasing ferocity, pounding against him, as if it were striking at his very heart. A massive bolt of yellow lightning sliced across the sky, followed by a thunderous boom that made his body tremble, while Rand remained steadfast, her icy demeanor sending chills down his spine. The driver gritted his teeth and leaned out, shouting, "Nonsense. Surrendering means jail time too. I know you command these wildlife officers. Tell them to back off, or I'll drive through you all." Rand stood undaunted, regarding him with the disdain one might reserve for a jester, confidently asserting, "Give up. You lack the courage." No sooner had she spoken than the driver noticed Songji, flanked by a dozen police officers, encircling the truck. Songji pointed at him, her voice as frigid as an ice cellar. "Get out of the vehicle with your hands on your head immediately. If you refuse, I can assure you that I will shoot you dead within one shot." Chapter 42. Nyan was taken away for questioning. The condition of the rescued wild animals was dire. Many had succumbed to asphyxiation and fallen into unconsciousness. The sole silver lining was that Rand, through her calm analysis, had arrived ahead of time at the route the driver was bound to take, facilitating the rescue of these wild animals. However, within the less than 7-meter-long vehicle, over 800 wild animals were crammed inside, including more than 100 critically endangered species protected by national law. All the truck drivers were taken back to the police station for interrogation, and Rand, needing to provide her statement, accompanied Songji to the precinct. Having been on the go for days, Rand felt a throbbing pain in her temples. Songji poured her a glass of warm water, inquiring with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Rand nodded honestly. "I'm a bit sleep-deprived. Once I finish my statement, may I return to rest?" Songji nodded. "If you don't mind, you can rest in my dorm. It should take around 2 hours to get from here to your home." Exhausted, Rand accepted without hesitation. If she didn't sleep soon, she would surely collapse. The statement was completed swiftly, and afterward, Songji led her to her resting quarters. After changing into Songji's pajamas, Rand was about to settle down when Songji remembered something. "Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to mention." "What is it?" Rand opened her eyes, looking at Songji, who was about to close the door. "The thousands of dogs and cats rescued by the police currently have no shelter for stray animals. They are still at the precinct. I wanted to ask if you know of any other animal shelters?" Rand felt a pang of distress at this news and quickly inquired, "Approximately how many?" 1,832 dogs and exactly 1,600 cats, with a total of 323 deceased. Rand's heart ached. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that since no animal shelters were available, she would create the conditions herself. "I will take in these stray cats and dogs. I'll sort it out after 3 hours of sleep." Songji was somewhat taken aback. Her initial intention was to suggest that since Rand was affiliated with the Animal Protection Association, she would likely have more channels for animal shelters. Yet she was astonished that Rand intended to care for them herself. This amounted to over 3,000 cats and dogs. Even feeding them rice daily would require a substantial amount of money and resources. Rand, after merely 2 seconds of hesitation, was determined to personally take them in. Despite her poor reputation online, it was remarkable that she would unhesitatingly accept the responsibility for these cats and dogs. Songji wished to clarify that her previous words did not convey her true intent. However, Rand, perhaps too fatigued, closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber mere moments after speaking. As Songji gazed at the girl resting on the bed, a deep sigh escaped her lips. Encountering Rand might irrevocably alter the course of her life. She gently closed the door and proceeded to the conference hall at the police station, where, without a flicker of hesitation, she signed 2 agreements in the presence of various dignitaries. Rand, originally intending to nap for 3 hours, unexpectedly drifted into a deep sleep. Awakening the following morning, Unbeknownst to her, within a mere 10 hours. Her involvement in what could be termed a rescue operation related to educational regulations had sparked a fervent discussion among millions online. Moreover, the police swiftly apprehended Fu Xiao, who was found drinking at a bar. When captured, Fu Xiao exhibited no remorse, defiantly asserting that his grievances were solely with Si Ran and had nothing to do with anyone else. He was convinced that he would not face incarceration for such a trivial matter. If necessary, he could simply pay his way out, confident that his parents would bail him out. What left him dumbfounded was that after he openly confessed to his wrongdoing, he was promptly detained, clearly indicating that his release was not in the cards. Fu Xiao began to panic. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be free to leave once he answered their questions? The officer shot him a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth twitching. Leave? You deliberately stole someone else's property, and the repercussions are severe. It seems you won't be walking out of here anytime soon. Fu Xiao was perplexed. I stole a dog. When did it become about money? The officer corrected him. You stole a viral sensation dog, one with commercial value. And the drug you used is classified as a prohibited substance in this country. In summary, you have committed a crime. You might as well settle in here for a while. With that, the officer lost interest and departed. Fu Xiao, as if struck by lightning, stared blankly at the retreating figure of the police. Soon after, he received another devastating piece of news. His biological parents had arrived. Fu Xiao felt a glimmer of hope, believing he could soon be released. However, his father delivered a stinging slap across his face, seething with rage. You wretched child. Look at what you've done. Why did you have to offend Si Ran? What's going on? Fu Xiao was left dazed by his father's slap. Since entering the police station for questioning, his mind had been in a fog. His father, witnessing his son's bewildered expression, was infuriated. How can you even ask? You nearly brought ruin upon our family over a woman.
Now,
the second son of a Pei family has openly declared that anyone who dares to collaborate with us will be considered his enemy.
pay you?
At the mere mention of the name, Fu Xiao felt a tremor of fear. It wasn't that Pei Yu was particularly formidable, but rather that he was notorious for his unpredictable and unruly behavior. Anyone who attracted his attention could expect a lifetime of torment. How is this possible? I have no enmity with Pei Yu. Doesn't anyone in the Pei family control him?
Fu Xiao protested.
Pei Yu might be reckless and undisciplined, but the Pei family's enterprises are managed by his elder brother. Surely they should intervene.
Ha!
Pei Yu's mother is Xia Wan, who participates in variety shows alongside Si Ran. Given their close relationship, whose influence do you think this is? His father had no desire to elaborate further, simply stating, the Pei family is clearly demanding that you clarify this situation. Otherwise, our entire family will share your fate. With that, his father stormed off, leaving Fu Xiao in a state of shock and despair. At the Si family villa, Si Nian had barely stepped through the threshold when the police arrived with a summons. Miss Si, we have reason to believe you are involved in a case of theft. Kindly accompany us to the station. Si Nian's expression shifted dramatically. I don't know what you're talking about. My family is wealthy. How could I possibly steal from others? At that moment, Wan Xiuxiu rushed out, exclaiming, Officers, you must have misunderstood. My daughter has never lacked for anything. She would never resort to theft. Wan Xiuxiu fiercely shielded Si Nian behind her, as if the officers were monstrous beasts. The police officer nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Miss Si is suspected of inciting theft, and we must take her to the station for a statement. If she is innocent, we will personally escort her back. The officer's tone was grave. Cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty. Please do not obstruct official business. Otherwise, we may have to take further measures. Wan Xiuxiu's face paled further than Si Nian's, and with her husband and 2 sons absent, tears welled in her eyes as she watched her daughter being taken away. Chapter 43. The family blamed Si Ran. Si Ran had intended to sleep for just 3 hours, but when she awoke, it was already the next morning. She was roused by a call from the police. Miss Si, we have apprehended the suspect. Could you come to the station at your earliest convenience? The officer's voice held a note of respect. In truth, the matter of the stolen dog was not particularly severe, and imprisonment was unlikely. However, those higher up were keenly interested and demanded that every detail be scrutinized, indicating a determination to see the perpetrator incarcerated. They had also emphasized that the resolution must satisfy the victim. With direct communication from the upper echelons, the pressure on their department was immense, leading them to speculate about Si Ran's true identity, as various influential figures had rallied to her support. Thus, after bidding farewell to Song Ji, Si Ran drove to the police station, where everyone treated her with utmost courtesy. Miss Si, Fu Xiao has confessed. He claims that Si Nian messaged him on her phone expressing her grievances. He originally intended to take revenge on you, but upon learning that the dog was at a training school, he acted with malicious intent to teach you a lesson. Learning by accident? Another identical excuse. Si Ran couldn't help but smirk coldly, then inquired, and what of Si Nian? The officer hesitated before responding. We have retrieved their chat records. Si Nian's incitement was rather subtle. Pursuing legal action against her may prove challenging. What the officer did not state was that while Si Ran could file a lawsuit, Si Nian's actions did not constitute a crime. Even if the court ruled against her, the repercussions would merely be financial, a trivial matter for the Si family. Si Ran was well aware of this. I understand. I will pursue legal action against Fu Xiao, but I will also file a lawsuit against Si Nian. She had long suspected that Si Nian was behind this provocation. The police would likely only educate Fu Xiao for a couple of days before releasing him. However, she had no intention of letting Si Nian off the hook. Even if it caused her distress, she would ensure that Si Nian faced the consequences. As expected, the officer nodded. That is your right. After signing the necessary documents at the police station, Si Ran encountered her family, who had just arrived. They froze momentarily upon seeing her in the lobby. Before they could utter a word, Si Nian emerged, her eyes red and puffy. Escorted by the police from the interrogation room. Upon witnessing her family and Si Ran together, Si Nian trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Wan Xiuxiu immediately rushed to her side. Nian Nian, the police Haven team mistreated you, have they? Are you alright? Si Nian shook her head, biting her lip pitifully. Mom. You must believe me. I would never harm my sister or the Alipay account. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Xiuxiu nodded. You are so kind. How could you possibly do such a thing? Fu Xiao must have misunderstood your intentions. On the way to the police station, the Si family had already learned the background of the situation. They were appalled to discover that it was yet again due to Si Ran. How could she have borne such a loathsome daughter? Wan Xiuxiu turned, her gaze filled with sorrow and hatred. She slowly approached, standing just a step away from Si Ran. Before anyone could react, Wan Xiuxiu suddenly raised her hand. The police were already too late to intervene. However, just as the hand was about to strike Si Ran's face, she raised her own hand and firmly grasped Wan Xiuxiu's wrist. With a swift motion, she released her grip, causing Wan Xiuxiu to tumble to the ground. Mom, darling. The two sons of the Si family and Si Guhong rushed forward in a frenzy. Si Nian was utterly taken aback, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy. She had never anticipated that Fu Xiaowei would expose herself, and she feared that the Si family would develop a rift because of this incident. To her astonishment, Si Ran, who always seemed to squander opportunities, had actually pushed her own mother to the ground. Si Nian quickly positioned herself between the two, her eyes filled with despair. Sister, how could you shove Mom? She exclaimed, and then added, all the blame lies with me. It was my message that led Fu Xiaowei to misunderstand, nearly causing a disaster with Alipay. But I never intended to harm Alipay. Nian Nian, do not waste your breath on this wretched creature. After helping his wife to her feet, Si Guhong's expression was dark with anger. She is merely resentful for our perceived shortcomings in caring for her. And thus everything you do appears malevolent in her eyes. He regretted having once believed that Si Ran was obedient and sensible upon her return to the Si family. Si Ran, have you ever considered that if Nian Nian truly wanted to target Alipay, she would not have pleaded with us to keep Alipay within the Si household? She often assists in looking after it when you are not around. Assist? Upon hearing this, Si Ran let out a cold laugh. Thanks for the reminder, otherwise I might have forgotten those instances. Every time Alipay was fed by Si Nian, it would fall ill. If it hadn't he learned to be clever afterward, it would likely have been poisoned to death by her. Back then, she had been lost in the happiness of being welcomed back by the Si family, never realizing that Si Nian had long wished for Alipay's demise. What profound hatred and resentment lay beneath, that Si Nian could never coexist peacefully with a mere dog. Si Nian, this matter is far from over between us. Si Ran's voice was hoarse and frigid, yet it resonated powerfully throughout the vast hall. In this lifetime, we shall settle this to the bitter end. Si Nian instinctively raised her gaze, locking eyes with Si Ran's dark, composed stare, trembling with fear. She understood all too well that Si Ran had changed. While she may have issued threats in the past, now her words would be followed by action. What exactly did Si Ran intend to do? Si Nian's expression was one of panic, while the Si family members were seething with rage. And Si Ran found the situation amusing. She addressed the police. If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. The officer, having just witnessed an unfolding drama, nodded blankly. I will escort you. With a police presence, the C family dared not pursue her. Upon returning home, C Ren exhaled deeply. Only then recalling the stray cats and dogs she had rescued still required attention, along with Alipay. How troublesome. C Ran messaged Xiaowan, informing her to come by tomorrow to pick up Alipay. Xiaowan responded almost instantly, agreeing. She was concerned that C Ran might fear she wouldn't take care for the dog properly, and even sent a video of Alipay lounging like a canine emperor on the sofa, watching television, making it appear as though it were the master of the Pei household. C Ran felt a bit embarrassed, yet Xiaowan seemed entirely unperturbed. C Ran breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Songji also messaged her, inquiring when she would address the stray cats and dogs. C Ran contemplated. She currently had the means to care for these animals, but the only pressing issue was space. A whimsical zoo? The thought of her own zoo sprang to mind. If her memory served her correctly, the zoo spanned 1,000 acres, entirely capable of sheltering these homeless creatures. C Ran pondered, hastily closing her eyes to check on the situation at the zoo. But soon, she realized something was amiss. Chapter 44. Official support for C Ran. The whimsical zoo had undergone a dramatic transformation. C Ran discovered that the area designated for the animals had doubled in size, and numerous facilities had been updated with cutting-edge technology she had never seen before. System, what has transpired? C Ran inquired. Instantly, a familiar blue panel materialized before her. Simultaneously, the system's mechanical voice responded. The host has completed the system's novice task. The goal of rescuing 100 animals has been achieved, and the system has successfully upgraded. This is your reward. Following this, several lines of text appeared on the blue panel. The rewards for the novice task are as follows. 1. The area of the whimsical zoo has been expanded to twice its original size. 2. A single renovation of the park has been granted. C Ran was nearly overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the rewards. She had been worried about whether she would have enough funds to refurbish the zoo, but unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon her, effortlessly resolving all her concerns. The system was truly commendable. Are there any new tasks? What are the rewards for completing tasks again? C Ran asked eagerly. The system replied mechanically. Advanced tasks will open randomly. The host currently lacks sufficient authority, and the system cannot disclose the task rewards. C Ran felt no disappointment upon hearing this. With so many animals in need of rescue, the system would inevitably upgrade. Perhaps it could even enhance the medical facilities within the park, enabling treatment for the injured and lame wolf swiftly. C Ran exited the whimsical zoo and promptly called He Qingyuan, requesting his assistance. He readily agreed. Previously, C Ran had rescued over 100 animals, and her renown had surged within the wildlife protection community, even attracting the attention of some international figures. Her request was hardly a burden. Xiaoran, the leadership is aware of the Alipay situation. They assure me you will not face any injustice. C Ran was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the implications. However, she soon grasped what not facing any injustice entailed. Although the wildlife protection bigwigs were financially constrained, they still wielded considerable influence. Within an hour, hundreds of news outlets began to circulate a civil dispute from the A city police. Initially, netizens paid little heed. But the police not only mentioned a certain popular star inciting others to steal dogs out of jealousy, but also specifically tagged C Ran's account, thanking her for her participation in the rescue efforts that saved thousands of animals. The police department in Songji's jurisdiction also expressed gratitude to C Ran for adopting over 1,000 stray animals. At first, netizens were skeptical, but they soon noticed that virtually all official media outlets had shared the police's Weibo posts from both sides. Hongqing Daily, we thank Ms. C Ran for her contributions to the little animals. Jiang City Media, Ms. C Ran's great love. Netizens were bewildered. Yet soon, speculation arose regarding the identity of the star who had allegedly incited the theft of dogs. So, the person who lost the dog can't possibly be C Ran, right? Because in the process of searching for the dog, they discovered a slaughterhouse, and within that slaughterhouse, they found the pelts of wild animals. Lady the following day, C Nian's eyes were swollen like eggs, and she feigned a sorrowful demeanor as she descended the stairs. The C family, upon witnessing her state, felt an increasing ire. At the dining table, C Nian was sobbing so uncontrollably that she could hardly catch her breath, completely unable to eat breakfast. Si Xingying's knife and fork scraped sharply against the plate, producing a piercing sound, before he forcefully slammed the utensils onto the table. Nian Nian, do not cry. Second brother will go find Si Ran today and have her issue a statement to clarify things for you. Si Ran has gone too far, pushing Nian Nian to the brink. Si Nian, taken aback, lifted her tear-streaked face for a moment before lowering it again, seemingly harboring unspoken burdens. Si Juanhe, seated nearby, pondered more deeply than his simpler-minded younger brother. Si Ran was clearly intent on opposing them. Not only would she refuse to issue a statement, but if pressed too hard, she might even resurrect the painful history concerning Nian Nian's biological parents. Should matters escalate to that extent, Nian Nian would indeed find herself in a dire predicament. With this thought, Si Juanhe's tone bore the weight of authority. Xingying, you are too impulsive. I shall handle this matter.
Si Xingying,
who held great respect for his elder brother, nodded without hesitation. It is better for you to go, brother. Si Ran has always listened to you, and surely she will heed your words. Wan Xiuxiu interjected. Juanhe, after all, your sister is still young. Having just returned, she might feel a sense of imbalance seeing how we dote on Nian Nian. Speak to her kindly, and let her know that as long as she acknowledges her mistakes and seeks to amend them, our Si family is still willing to accept her. She too had spent a sleepless night. While undoubtedly disappointed in Si Ran, she recognized the bond of blood that connected them after 10 months of pregnancy. After her initial anger, she felt that a child who misbehaved should be gently guided. If she could nurture Nian Nian well, she could certainly steer Si Ran back onto the right path. Si Juanhe nodded lightly. I understand. The entire family engaged in conversation, oblivious to the corner where Si Nian wept, her eyes filled with loathing. She had initially thought that with Si Ran's behavior, the Si family would surely despise her. Yet to her astonishment, they still wished to offer Si Ran a chance. Chapter 45. The eldest brother of the Si family visits after dealing with the stray cats and dogs. Si Ran rose early the next day to head to the Pei residence. Xiaowan had been waiting at the villa gate with her dog, Alipei. When Si Ran exited the car, Alipei eagerly broke free from its leash and dashed over, exclaiming, Ran, you finally came to pick up the dog. You have no idea what a miserable life the dog has been living. Alipei ran up to Si Ran, barking loudly, causing all the motion sensor lights outside the villa to illuminate. With a stoic expression, Si Ran seized Alipei's mouth. The dog emitted a muffled sound, abruptly silencing, then cocked its head and blinked, adorably attempting to charm her. Si Ran let out a cold laugh. Don't think I'm unaware of your royal antics at Aunt Xia's. In a video sent by Xiaowan, a young man in his 30s caught Si Ran's attention. She recognized him as Pei Lizhou, the eldest son of the Pei family and Song Ji's husband. In the video, as soon as Pei Lizhou sat down, Alipei, seemingly in defiance, attempted to claim Pei Lizhou's seat. Initially, Pei Lizhou chose not to engage and moved to another seat, only for Alipei to scamper over again. Ultimately, when Pei Lizhou accidentally nudged it, Alipei threw back its head and let out a thunderous wail. How could Alipei then claim to be the wrong party? It was clearly the one bullying the prince. As expected, Alipei hung its head, clearly feeling guilty. Si Ran, observing this, released her grip on Alipei's mouth and gently patted its head. With a hint of apology, she addressed Xiaowan. Aunt Xia, I haven't trained it properly. I will certainly discipline it when I return. Xiaowan waved her hand dismissively. Alipei is far better behaved than my youngest son. Although its bark may be a bit grating, it doesn't destroy things. As a fellow dog owner, she had expected a spirited dog like Alipei to be destructive. Yet, it was remarkably well-behaved aside from teasing her eldest son. At that moment, Pei Lizhou emerged from the door, clad in a sharp suit. He showed no surprise upon seeing Si Ran, evidently having been briefed by Xiaowan in advance. With striking features, his deep-set eyes and high nose were accentuated by the austere elegance of his black suit. He nodded slightly to Si Ran before addressing Xiaowan. I'm heading out to pick up Songji for lunch. Mom, Xiao Ran, you two take your time to chat. Xiaowan urged, be careful on the road. Once Pei Lizhou left, Xiaowan promptly ushered Si Ran into the foyer. Alipei, as if entering its own home, swaggered over to its sofa, its hefty pink paws pressing the remote control to turn on a popular singing competition show. Xiaowan seemed unfazed. Alipei is remarkably clever. I've noticed not only does it operate the remote by itself, but it also sneaks into the fridge at night. Si Ran shot a death glare at Alipei. The dog, ears perked, attempted to hide its head in the sofa crevice, though its body trembled uncontrollably. Siren couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Alipay was indeed unlike ordinary dogs. Animals possess a simple mindset, not as foolish as human studies suggest. Yet, Alipay was exceptionally clever, with thoughts that approached human reasoning. Now, it was even raiding the fridge? Siren couldn't help but wonder if, when she wasn't around, Alipay also rummaged through the fridge or the trash. Perhaps she should consider installing surveillance at home. Not wishing to scold Alipay in front of Xiaowan, Siren shifted the conversation towards her plans to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Ran. If anyone else were in your position, I would certainly advise them against leaving, but you're different, Xiaowan said earnestly. You are too genuine and pure for the murky waters of the entertainment world. Even though Siren's reputation has turned around, a casual search online reveals a plethora of negative posts about her. In the past, when I was less informed, I didn't believe the negative portrayals, but I did think her character might not be ideal. Later, I realized how misguided I was. I had been too subjective in my judgment. Even I, who entered this industry out of love for acting, found myself reveling in the applause and flowers as my fanbase grew. Yet, I sensed that Siren views stardom merely as a regular job. While that is commendable in an industry as tumultuous as this, her disposition will only invite envy and suspicion. Indeed, it was precisely the case. Now that Siren wished to withdraw, Xiaowan was the first to offer her support. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Xiaowan declared with assertiveness. At that moment, Alipay, who had been hiding its head in the sofa's crevice, lifted it to bark. Ran, I am your most steadfast support. Siren turned her head, gazing at Alipay's fluffy head, and gently reached out to pet it. She thought to herself, how wonderful it is to live this life anew. Having anticipated Siren's visit, Xiaowan had asked the chef to prepare a sumptuous meal. Except for her husband, Pei Tianhua, who was abroad on business, and her youngest son, Pei Yu, who was out enjoying himself, the Pei family had gathered together. After lunch, Siren prepared to take her leave. Since she had driven herself, Xiaowan refrained from offering to escort her, instead reminding Siren to be cautious on her way back. Upon returning to her own little home, Siren, despite knowing that Alipay was gentle and wouldn't bite, still leashed the medium-sized dog, mindful of safety. Just before the elevator doors opened, she loosened the leash. Alipay bolted out, exuberantly announcing, "The dog is finally home." Siren heard Alipay racing through the house, its paws making a rhythmic patter. However, as she stepped out of the elevator, Alipay suddenly barked twice. Siren hurriedly pursued, only to find Alipay growling ominously at a man clad in an exquisitely tailored black suit, its fur standing on end. The moment the man turned his head, Siren finally recognized him, and her smile vanished instantly. Si Juanha, what brings you to my home? Chapter 46, Diminishing Siren's Query. Alipay, sensing the tension, began to curse from the sidelines. It was well aware of Siren's current disdain for Si Juanha and leapt up, attempting to push him away with its front paws. Our Siren has no affection for you whatsoever. This home belongs to me and her, so scram. When Alipay noticed Si Juanha standing there like a statue, it launched itself at him with a bold move. The husky's strength caused Si Juanha to stumble, nearly toppling to the ground. Just as he intended to shove Alipay aside, Siren stepped forward protectively, shielding the dog behind her with a vigilant expression. What are your intentions? Siren. Si Juanha lowered his voice, his brow furrowed. I have no intention of harming your dog. It was evident to anyone that Alipay initiated the confrontation. Siren always harbored the most uncharitable thoughts about others, consistently bringing sorrow to her parents and disappointment to her two brothers. Recognizing that she was ultimately his sister, Si Juanha suppressed his rising anger, striving to adopt a calmer tone. Xiao Ran, I came here to have a serious discussion with you. We have made mistakes in the past, and if you have any grievances, let us sit down and discuss them properly. Sit down and discuss? Where? Si Ran retorted, gesturing towards her doorway. Did Si Xian disclose my address to you? Si Juanha felt a headache coming on, as his sister was always so calculating and suspicious of Si Xian. No. It's quite easy for the Si family to obtain your residential address. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly paused. Si Ran was rummaging through her bag, and soon produced a mobile phone. What are you doing? Si Ran dialed 110, casting an exasperated glance at him. I'm calling the police. Upon hearing this, Si Juanha could no longer contain his fury. He snatched the phone from her grasp and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The corridor lights blazed to life, and the atmosphere between them became palpably tense. Si Ran's eyelashes fluttered as she stared at the broken phone. Si Juanha, witnessing the destruction, felt a pang of regret. Xiao Ran, eye slap. As he spoke, Si Juanha's face turned abruptly to the side. His eyes widened in disbelief as he met Si Ran's icy gaze. Si Juanha, am I being too lenient with you? What did you just call me? Si Juanha exclaimed in incredulity. Could it be that Si Ran was unwilling to even address him as brother now? In that moment, he genuinely felt the shift within Si Ran.
No.
He had witnessed that same piercing gaze when she had pushed Si Xian down the stairs and was confined in a dark room. The Si Ran of old was not like this. Her eyes had always been filled with concern for her family. She would never have regarded him with such animosity. Avoiding eye contact with Si Juanha, Si Ran spoke in a detached tone. I have nothing to discuss with the Si family. If you wish to protect Si Xian, then do so. Having lived a second life, the notion of forgiveness had never crossed her mind. In her previous life, she had been cast into hell by Si Xian's own hands. This time, she intended for Si Xian to experience the taste of being despised step by step. Now that the Si family insisted on involving themselves, they would be included in her retribution as well. After all, a few more additions made little difference. Si Juanha's expression darkened. Just as Si Ran was about to open the door, he suddenly grasped her wrist. Si Ran recoiled as if touching refuse. Si Juanha's deep, dark eyes bore into her. I did not come here because of Si Xian. I specifically sought you out. Si Ran was taken aback. But that was the extent of her surprise. Noticing her silence, Si Juanha quickened his speech. Mom and Dad miss you dearly. They hope you will return to the Si family. Whatever you desire, we will provide. Anything you can give me? Si Ran's response was merely a laugh. Particularly at Si Juanha's certainty, as if he truly believed he could offer her anything she wished. Indeed, Si Juanha proceeded to say, as long as you cease opposing Xian, I can give you anything you desire. Ultimately, it all revolved around Si Xian. Had she heard such words in her past life, they would have shattered her heart. She, the genuine daughter of the Si family, had always been overshadowed by the endless favors showered upon Si Xian. In the end, it all comes back to her. Si Juanha interpreted her words as jealousy. Si Ran, our willingness to bring you back signifies our affection for you. He couldn't help but recall the first time he encountered Si Ran, thin, yet her bright, shining black eyes radiated sincerity. She always prepared breakfast for him, urging him to eat well, even risking her own safety to bring him medicine during a storm, resulting in an accident. He cherished those memories. At that time, he genuinely cared for this sister. But somewhere along the line, everything changed. Si Ran consistently opposed Si Xian, making every effort to push her away. She had never considered how the Si family had nurtured Si Xian as a treasure for over 20 years. How could they simply abandon her? In recent days, he had been reflecting, and from Si Ran's perspective, her jealousy of Si Xian stemmed from a lack of security. Ultimately, there was nothing wrong with that. He hoped to seize this opportunity to make amends, ideally mending the relationship between the two sisters. Si Juanha's gaze remained intense as he regarded Si Ran. I heard you have rescued over 3,000 stray animals. If you are willing to return home, I can provide the funds to ensure they are well taken care of. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Ran flatly refused. I don't need your assistance. Si Ran, you are an adult now. Could you not be more rational? Do you realize how much space and funding is required to care for so many dogs? Then there's no need for you, young Master Si, to concern yourself. I have already secured a location, and the expenses will not trouble you. I can manage it myself. You can manage it yourself? Si Juanha let out a laugh, as if he had heard something absurd. Given your poor reputation in the entertainment industry, who knows if you will even secure future work? And your academic qualifications are rather lacking. Si Juanha's statement halted abruptly, as he belatedly recalled that Si Ran was indeed a top student from Qingbei University. Chapter 47. Backed by the state, but what if one is poor? Si Juanha's face stiffened momentarily, and when he looked up, he found Si Ran's mocking gaze fixed upon him. Si Ran curled her lips into a smile. Why is young Master Si's memory so poor? Have you forgotten my academic background? Si Juanha frowned. With so many prominent figures defending her, he found it hard to believe Si Ran was as exceptional as she seemed. After all, she was merely a child from a remote area, with little formal education and no friends or teachers to speak of. Si Ran was clearly aware of her family's misunderstandings, so why hadn't she spoken up earlier? Are you blaming us? Si Juanha countered, turning the tables. Why didn't you mention you attended Qingbei University? We all thought you. Now that you are aware, there's no need to discuss it further, Si Rand interrupted firmly, making a gesture that beckoned him to leave. Young Master Si, there's nothing more to discuss between us. Please take your leave, or I shall report you for harassment. Although Si Rand's expression was inscrutable, inwardly, she felt a twinge of amusement. During her 3 months at the Si family from the moment she entered, she had been subjected to Si Xian's subconscious belittlement, which painted her as a woman of no merit, who relied solely on her looks to ascend in the entertainment industry. Even after the Si family learned of their misconceptions, she had repeatedly asserted her ongoing education. Yet, they remained disinterested or stubbornly clung to the belief that she was beneath them. Having explained herself too many times in her previous life, she now felt no desire to clarify anything further. It simply no longer mattered. Woof, woof, woof. Alipay sensed the emotional turmoil of Si Ran, barking fervently before Si Juanha. Indeed, Ran, we shall not heed him. Let us together drive him away. Si Ran affectionately patted Alipay's furry head. Although she harbored a desire for revenge against the Si family, her current capabilities were insufficient. To confront them now would merely be akin to tickling them, utterly ineffective. Moreover, in this lifetime, she had been reborn with a grander mission. Engaging further with such individuals was truly a squandering of her existence. Alipay, go open the door. We are heading home. With its tongue lolling, Alipay promptly scampered to the door, standing upright to raise its hefty paws. A couple of beeps later, the door swung open. Si Juanha, witnessing a dog opening the door, was so taken aback that he momentarily forgot his next words. It was only after Si Ran slammed the door shut that he regained his senses. He hurriedly knocked, but no reply came from within. After a prolonged wait, a flicker of impatience crossed his deep-set eyes. He had been rapping at the door for 10 minutes when the elevator chimed and opened. 2 security guards approached, one wielding a fork, the other a shield, exuding an air of authority. Si Juanha, security, you are not a resident of this community. Who are you? If you do not leave, do you believe I will take coercive measures against you? As he spoke, the guard brandished the fork menacingly. Si Juanha, incredulous, pointed at Si Ran's door number and questioned, did Si Ran send you? The guards exchanged blank looks.
We do not know any Si Ran.
But the complaint came from the resident of Unit 2222. They reported that you were howling and throwing a tantrum at a young lady's door, prompting us to investigate. Howling? Throwing a tantrum? Si Juanha's countenance darkened, his anger causing his whole body to tremble. As the guards escorted him away, he could not help but glance back, contemplating who this resident of 2222 truly was. Si Ran rested at home for 2 days, during which the payment from Wonderful Zoo inexplicably arrived mere days after filming concluded. Her remuneration was considered quite reasonable in the industry, $3 million for 1 season of recording, split evenly with the company, leaving her with approximately $700,000 to $800,000 after taxes. This was no trifling sum, and upon receiving it, Si Ran deposited the entirety into her bank account as was her custom. Just as she was about to invest in a 1-year fixed deposit, her phone suddenly pinged with a notification. XX Bank on May 1st, 12:00. Your account ending in 0213 made a quick payment of 68,934,022 yuan, balance undisclosed. Si Ran shot up from the sofa, incredulity washing over her as she stared at the inexplicable deduction of nearly 700,000 yuan. No, rounding it off, it was almost 70,000. The money had barely arrived before her wallet was compressed like a zip file. Her vision blurred, as she had no clue where this money had vanished. Si Ran quickly scoured through her phone and discovered that this charge was from Wonderful Zoo. What is happening? She thought, her heart bleeding. She promptly inquired with the system for clarification. The system coldly explained, Dear host, the system is responsible for providing rewards and repairing the park and its equipment, but the expenses for maintaining animals and the park's utilities are your responsibility. The mechanical tone of the system seemed to soften, almost whimsically adding an O. Yet, Si Ran could not absorb this information. For the first time since her rebirth, the sky felt like it was caving in. With monthly expenses reaching into the hundreds of thousands, even working tirelessly in the entertainment industry would not yield such returns. Furthermore, she was determined to exit the industry. Currently, her savings could sustain the zoo for a year or 2, but this was not a long-term solution. Given that the number of animals in the zoo would only increase, the expenses would inevitably rise. She needed to devise a plan. Si Ran hastily contacted He Qingyuan and Meng Tao. The three convened at Wonderful Zoo, accompanied by several familiar leaders. Ran articulated her predicament, suggesting whether the government could alleviate some of the burden. However, the leaders at the conference table exchanged glances, their expressions indicating a hint of guilt, before collectively bowing their heads. Ahem. Cheng-Yuan cleared his throat, covering his mouth and nose, contemplating for a moment before stating, "My dear apprentice, we understand your concerns. But we also face a critical issue on our end." Ran, "Master, you wouldn't say you cannot allocate funds for me, would you?" "Sharp as ever, my dear apprentice." Cheng-Yuan smiled with a hint of flattery. Ran fell silent. Noticing her reaction, Cheng-Yuan quickly added, "The zoo is undoubtedly our responsibility. We will do our utmost to apply for funding, but you must realize that full reimbursement will not be approved." Meng Tao nodded in agreement, explaining, "Although the zoo is backed by the state, the higher-ups often find themselves powerless. You are aware that there are numerous conservation stations across the nation. If we overtly receive funding, it would create imbalance among other stations. Thus, we must brainstorm alternative revenue sources." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Fieldwork was their forte, but generating income was not. As Ran noted, as long as tasks were completed satisfactorily, the zoo would upgrade in the future, resulting in escalating monthly fees. They could manage for a while, but eventual collapse was inevitable. Utilities could be minimized, but the animals required ample sustenance. "Why not sell admission tickets to the Wonderful Zoo while we still have animals?" someone suggested. Upon hearing this, the group felt it was a feasible idea, as ticket sales could significantly alleviate the zoo's financial strain. However, Ran promptly dismissed the suggestion. The pathways within the park are not yet properly planned, and many of the rescued animals are not accustomed to the presence of so many visitors. Opening now would not only diminish the visitor experience, but could also induce anxiety in the animals. As Ran spoke, her mind raced, and suddenly she proposed, "What if we also consider live streaming?" Chapter 48. Treating Ping and 3 pandas indoor beatings. As soon as Ran finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. The reason was simple. Most of the prominent figures present were of an older generation, familiar with watching videos but largely unfamiliar with the burgeoning trend of live streaming. Ran was aware of this, and she lacked confidence. She elaborated, "My contract with the agency expires in 3 days. After the termination, I will establish a short video account, live streaming footage of wild animals in the park during the day, and connecting with viewers in the evening to address their pet care queries." Ran understood that ordinary live content would likely not attract interest, but if she infused it with a bit of flair, such as featuring a pet communication expert, pet owners would surely be intrigued. After all, the abilities of pet owners are no less compelling than a man's penchant for tobacco and spirits, or a woman's desire for clothing and cosmetics. Could they possibly resist? Ran painted a vivid picture for the experts, who seemed to envision money beckoning them. "All right, this is a splendid idea. While we cannot assist you financially, we will ensure you have all the necessary resources." The experts, invigorated, eagerly began preparing the live streaming equipment Ran required. While the experts busied themselves with the equipment, Ran ventured to the panda enclosure. Ping had become notably more spirited, yet upon hearing the news of his mother and 2 sisters' demise, he shrank into a corner of the enclosure, resembling a moldy mushroom. Ran crouched beside him, her sorrowful gaze imbued with compassion. "Ping, I do not wish to utter platitudes about not being sad. What I truly wish to convey is that I hope you find peace, whether you return to your kin or remain here in the zoo." Ran had researched and learned that Ping had been rescued at the border of 2 provinces. The name was bestowed by the elderly man who discovered the peaceful one. Such is humanity. Some engage in the slaughter and torment of living beings, while others display compassion and salvation. In the eyes of animals, humans are omnipotent deities, yet these all-powerful deities often exhibit capricious moods. Peaceful S. fluffy ears twitched slightly, as if absorbing this sentiment. However, the sudden loss of both mother and sister is a burden no creature could bear. Ran rose, pondering that no matter the circumstances, she must help Peaceful regain his spirits swiftly. As she contemplated, she departed the panda enclosure, blissfully unaware of the 3 pandas descending from the trees, charging towards her with the speed of a sprinter, and then clinging to her legs. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the trio from the neighboring territory playfully wrapping their arms around her legs, pouting. "Director, why do you always come to see Peaceful and ignore us?" They seemed to whine. "Peaceful may only wrestle with the big pandas, but we are different. We can be adorable." "Director, please look at us." The three pandas gripped her pants, revealing their vulnerable bellies in a plea for her affection. During this time, the trio felt both gloomy and envious. They could not comprehend why, despite being cuter and more obedient than Peaceful, Ran consistently chose to visit him instead of them. This time, she even departed without petting them, which incited their anger. Ran felt as if a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around her ears, giving her a headache. Yet, as she gazed at the three playful pandas, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and a smile broke across her lips. "I almost forgot to pet my adorable little treasures while lost in thought." Ran knelt down, indulging in the soft fur of the three pandas. One of the little ones squinted its already small eyes in delight. The panda wooed and blamed the director. "All we want is for you to come and pet us every day." The giant pandas understood that the director's affection had to be shared among many. And they didn't demand too much. An hour of her company each day would suffice. Just the thought filled them with joy. The three little ones failed to notice the glint of cunning in their beloved director's eyes. Ran hesitantly spoke, "But Peaceful is unwell. And there are so many little animals in the zoo that require my care. After I check on Peaceful, I want to have time to visit you."
Woof.
The three giant pandas barked in indignation.
What?
"Is there no justice? Peaceful monopolizes our time with the director? What about us?" One panda opened its eyes wide, clinging tightly to Ran's leg. "Then the director should come to see us twice a week." Ran shook her head once more. The trio's lively eyes instantly reflected despair. "What? Once a week?" Ran continued to shake her head. "If we queue up, I might only be able to see you once a month." The three little ones tightened their grip on her. Realizing her objective had been achieved, Ran displayed a triumphant smile and said, "Actually, there might be a way." "What way?" The three little ones looked up in unison. Ran, with utmost seriousness, explained, "Peaceful's mother and sister were killed by humans, and he is now heartbroken. My task is to cheer him up and be a lively and charming panda like you. But if he cannot resolve his emotional turmoil, I need to spend a lot of time helping him. However, if you can find a way to play with him and talk to him, maybe Peaceful will feel better. Then I can have more time to play with you." The three giant pandas exchanged glances, feeling that Ran's suggestion was indeed a good one. However, they hesitated, "But director, Peaceful is so fierce. He once pinned us down. Yes, he even bit my ear off. It hurts so much." Ran instinctively glanced at the one-eared panda, remaining silent for a long moment before calmly turning around. Shaking with suppressed laughter, she could no longer hold back, chuckling at the thought of the one-eared panda, whose comical appearance was even more amusing knowing that its ear had been bitten off by Peaceful. She explained, "It was because Peaceful was unfamiliar with you and thought you were going to bully him. We never intended to bully him. We just wanted to play with him. But he bared his teeth and attacked us. Right? We are afraid of him. We don't want to play with him." The three giant pandas expressed their strong reluctance. Ran understood their feelings. In truth, Peaceful was not aggressive. The trio's boisterousness had likely startled him, resulting in the altercation. With a hint of resignation, Ran said, "Then, I suppose there is nothing to be done. I'll come to see you again next month." The three pandas panicked upon hearing Ran's intention to leave. "Director, don't go. Please don't leave. We will go, and be friends with Peaceful."
Sobi.
"It's just an ear, I have two. If Peaceful bites them both off, he won't have any ears left to bite." The three pandas, as if facing the guillotine, scampered over the border of their territory. Soon after, Ran saw the little ones crowding around Peaceful, who was acting like a mushroom, causing a ruckus. Peaceful, overwhelmed by their antics, could no longer wallow in sorrow and was rather exasperated. The three giant pandas returned to their territory, whimpering after being playfully thrashed by Peaceful.
Sobi.
Peaceful is really fierce. Chapter 49. Withdrawal from the circle, live streaming. The three giant pandas and Peaceful, who previously kept their distance, were now engaging in playful antics together, much to the surprise of their actual caretakers. However, they soon noticed that Peaceful's demeanor had shifted from volatile to calm, even ceasing to berate the little ones, which prompted the caretakers to stop intervening. Peaceful's condition began to improve gradually. Ran's streaming equipment was finally ready after days of preparation. Bound by contract, she had to wait until the day the agreement automatically concluded before she could initiate her live stream. Counting down the days, Ran logged onto her long-neglected Weibo account the day before her contract's expiration to inform her fans. After just a few days away from her phone, Her follower count had surged from 5 million to over 9 million, approaching the monumental 1,000 mark. As she scrolled through her latest comments, she noticed numerous disparaging remarks from accounts sharing the same IP address, all too familiar as the handiwork of Si Nian. In preparation for the upcoming live stream to generate revenue for the zoo, she had essentially relocated her entire household to the zoo, bringing her Alipay along. Xiran continued to sift through the comments until she stumbled upon a familiar post from a hater beneath a comment demanding her to leave the entertainment industry. Xiran. Alright. I'm out.
Goodbye.
Netizen. Wait. When did she start taking such an abstract route? Seriously, Xiran, you're not thinking of quitting, are you? Crazy girl. You have 3 seconds to retract that statement. I permit you to grace the entertainment industry with your tragically beautiful face alongside handsome co-stars. Even though I'm a hater, I've never missed an episode of your dramas. Well, another one bites the dust in the entertainment industry.
Hey.
You better be joking about going abstract. Xiran's reply to the hater-s comment made it to the trending topics. The title Xiran withdraws from the entertainment industry topped the trending list. Though Xiran's fanbase was not vast, she had been a focal point of attention and discussion in recent months, making her one of the most talked-about female stars. Her potential departure prompted everyone to click in and discover what was happening. However, upon entering Xiran's Weibo, they were met with a collective confusion represented by 3 question marks. Seriously, Xiran, do you have to be this abstract? Just 5 minutes after stirring rumors of her withdrawal, Xiran posted another Weibo update featuring a pre-broadcast link. Upon clicking, everyone discovered a new Douyin account with rapidly increasing followers. Initially, netizens speculated that Xiran was planning something momentous. Upon clicking the link, they were greeted with the message, "Do you wish to understand the heartfelt sentiments of your beloved pets? Join us tonight at 8 o'clock for an unmissable live session with a pet communicator." The reactions were bewildering. I feel like I haven't fully woken up today. Has Xiran's Weibo been hacked? But when I clicked on the verification, it indeed displayed her real name. I can't bear to open my eyes. I hope this is all just a figment of my imagination. As the online buzz intensified, Xiran felt a wave of relief as she observed her newly registered account amassing 500,000 followers in less than an hour. Tonight's live broadcast was crucial for determining whether the wonderful zoo could sustain itself financially, compelling her to approach it with utmost seriousness. As evening descended, the conference room of the zoo was filled with conservation experts, all reluctant to leave, their eyes fixated on Xiran, who was adjusting the lighting. After an hour of preparation, everyone took their respective seats 10 minutes before the broadcast commenced. Concerned about potential server overload from too many viewers, Xiran decided to start the stream 5 minutes early. Even so, the moment she began, tens of thousands flooded into the live room. Within 5 minutes, the viewership skyrocketed to 1 million. Facing the camera, Xiran felt a flicker of nervousness. "Hello everyone, I am Xiran. Are you really going to retire from the industry? Such a stunning face should not be wasted outside of entertainment. While I may not be fond of you, I never criticized your looks. Not acting is a loss for the industry, and I might have to refrain from disparaging you in the future. Your acting is commendable. We've silently supported you all along. Please don't abandon the entertainment world. What a disappointment. I've followed you for years, only for such a sudden retirement." As Xiran gazed at the rapidly scrolling comments, she pressed her lips together. In her previous life, she had languished in the entertainment industry, where she could have garnered more recognition and applause, yet Xian's interference always thwarted her. At that time, she was neither clear-headed nor resilient, perpetually critiquing her inadequacies. In this life, however, she was sufficiently assertive, possessing the inner strength to confront the violence of the internet, thus remaining surprisingly calm in light of the comments. Many of you seem concerned about my potential retirement, so while the audience is plentiful, I wish to convey a few succinct thoughts. Firstly, there are indeed matters I find more important and fulfilling than acting, leading me to the decision to indefinitely relinquish all my duties within the entertainment industry. Xiran's declaration left both fans and detractors momentarily stunned. For a fleeting moment, whether it was due to buffering or sheer shock, the chat room fell silent. They could not fathom why Xiran, who had just gained millions of followers through this animal live stream, would opt for retirement. Especially when her acting was among the finest among young stars, and her beauty was beyond reproach. Clearly, she was destined for greatness, yet she chose to withdraw instead. Is she truly serious about retiring? What a pity. Xiran had just begun to reverse her poor reputation with the success of Wonderful Zoo, and now she plans to exit the industry. Wait, isn't this girl a pet communicator? Observing the comments, Xiran responded, Previously, my profession was that of an actress, but now, this account will host a 4-hour live session every Saturday night at 8. I can assist you in addressing communication issues between pet owners, and I will also share knowledge on pet care and wildlife. Ran's swift transition into the subject caught many off guard. The disparity between an actress and a pet communicator was significant. Yet Ran maintained a serious demeanor. Leaning closer to the camera, her fair and beautiful face illuminated as she asked, "Pet communication is free. Are there any pet owners who wish to connect? If not, we can chat for a bit." As she spoke, dozens of individuals expressed their desire to connect. Ran randomly selected an account, and the person on the other end, seemingly familiar with live broadcasts, immediately activated their camera. The individual was a bald man, sporting a prominent brow and a hefty gold chain around his neck. Upon realizing he was connected, he exclaimed in a thick northeastern accent, "Hey, am I on? Please help me figure out what my cat is trying to say." He then inadvertently left a hefty backside in view of the camera, busily fussing off screen. Soon, a disheveled ragdoll cat appeared, looking utterly dejected. Upon seeing Ran, the little creature let out a soft, dispirited meow. The bald man cradled the ragdoll cat as if it were a child. However, viewers quickly noticed the cat's emaciated state, its fur lacking luster, and its overall demeanor appearing quite poor. Oh no, such a cute ragdoll. How could this guy let his cat get like this? Seriously, has he been mistreating it? How dare he even connect? Ran observed the barrage of insults directed at the bald man and interjected, although the kitten's fur appears unhealthy. Ragdolls have notoriously high grooming needs. The absence of any mats suggests that its owner tends to its coat diligently. The bald man, noticing the comments, nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. How could I mistreat it? I adore my cat. I even consulted with the shelter and a veterinarian about its dietary needs. And I often add extra kibble, worried it might have a bigger appetite than normal. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ran noted the man's luxurious surroundings, suggesting he lived in a grand villa, adorned with ample gourmet cat food and toys visible in the background. Viewers began to rethink their previous accusations. While the ragdoll appeared frail, it still nestled closely against the bald man's neck. "Meow, I'm so hungry," the little one mewed, gazing blankly at the camera. It was oblivious to the concepts of phones or live streams, yet the radiant Ran drew its attention. Yet, hunger dulled its energy. Ran raised an eyebrow at the bald man. "Could you bring the kitten closer to the camera? I'd like to communicate with it." "Of course, no problem," he replied eagerly. The entire screen was soon filled with the kitten's adorable face, charming all viewers. Wow, what a lovely cat. This man's ragdoll has impressive features. A broad face and large paws. Such a specimen must be worth at least 30,000. So why is it being fed so poorly? The cat's eyes seemed to hold the universe. Looking at the little one through the lens, Ran's voice turned gentle and melodic. "What should I call you, little one? Why did you say you're so hungry?" Initially lethargic, the kitten perked up at her words, meowing. "My name is Guan." After a brief pause, Guan widened its eyes in disbelief, asking you can hear me?" Ran smiled and nodded. The little one's eyes sparkled with joy. "That's amazing. You can understand me. Please tell my owner to feed me more. I'm so hungry. I haven't been full in ages." Guan meowed excitedly toward the screen. Ran turned to the bald man, inquiring, "Do you often not feed Guan enough?" It just mentioned feeling very hungry. The bald man hesitated for a moment before firmly replying, "Impossible. I'm worried about not caring for the kitten properly. So I specifically asked the shelter and a vet how much food it requires. I even add a few extra kibbles each time, just in case it has a larger appetite than usual." She swiftly extracted the crucial information. "Elder brother, may I inquire how many grams of cat food you typically feed the kitten?" The elder brother faltered, confusion clouding his expression. With a hint of unease, he replied, "Do cats eat by grams? The shelter and the veterinarian advised me to feed them by the piece daily." The live stream audience. Then elder brother, how many pieces of cat food do you feed in a day? The elder brother pondered for a moment. The shelter and the vet said that kittens have small appetites. So I feed them 20 pieces after each meal. I fear she might have a hearty appetite, hence I give her 23 pieces each time, twice a day. Upon finishing his explanation, the elder brother fell silent, for he had witnessed a barrage of comments flooding in at a speed rivaling that of a rocket. "Elder brother, you're feeding a 1-year-old kitten over 20 pieces of cat food daily? Buddy, you should really consider releasing the kitten. We won't hold it against you." Brother, have you ever thought that cats grow up too? It's truly remarkable how the kitten has survived on 46 pieces of food a day. The elder brother, his gaze turned vacant, his lips quivering in disbelief as he looked at Siren. Did I feed her incorrectly? Siren, with a heartless nod, offered a semblance of comfort. The kitten holds no grudge against you. Please take her for a checkup shortly. If all is well, ensure to feed her a bit more. We wouldn't want her to starve. In the next moment, the elder brother clutched the kitten and wept inconsolably, uttering apologies in nearly every sentence. Siren found the noise overwhelming, and upon resolving the matter, connected with another participant. On the other end was a dapper young man with clear, bright eyes, reminiscent of a university student. Hello, host, I'm a university student named Ruan Xingyue. The student introduced himself, without hesitation. Siren almost burst into laughter, jesting, greetings, university student. You really don't need to disclose your real name. The student flushed crimson and promptly shifted the topic. Host, I'd like your assistance in asking my dog what transgression I've committed to deserve such treatment. With that, the student pivoted the camera on his phone, revealing a large, dark hole in the ceiling. Siren. The student explained helplessly. You're not mistaken. My dog has indeed created a large hole in the ceiling. It frequently escapes, and yesterday, I forgot to close my window, and it nearly jumped from the 20th floor. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Siren urged, please bring your dog to the screen so I can inquire. The student nodded. Wait a moment. I'll go catch it. With that, the screen filled with the sound of the student's footsteps in slippers. After a while, the video from his side began to tremble, and soon, the screen went black. In the live stream, comments erupted. It's clear that this dog is quite the challenge to catch. Perhaps consider rehoming the dog. We won't blame you. Ruan Xingyue. ISNT that Ruan Xingyue, the campus heartthrob from Qingbei Computer Science? He is still holding on to that dog. Haha. What? Do you know the university student? Not just acquainted. Ruan Xingyue is famous in the computer science department. Initially, he lived on campus, but recently, I heard he found a puppy on the mountain, and on the very first day, it dug a hole in the dormitory door, leading him to rent an apartment. He'd rather rent than abandon the dog. Truly a kind-hearted university student, haha. As the discussion unfolded, Ruan Xingyue finally retrieved his black-screened phone, directing it towards himself and the infamous dog. Ruan Xingyue was pinning the struggling dog down, and with gritted teeth he said, Host, I've caught the dog. Please hurry and ask, or it will escape. The camera revealed a small, fluffy creature with a pointed nose and ears. Upon seeing the dog's appearance, the viewers were momentarily speechless. Siren's lips twitched. Are you certain it's a dog? Chapter 51. The snow leopard enters the cow shed beneath Ruan Xingyue. The creature struggled and whined. Siren, suppressing a grin, inquired. University student, may I ask where you found this dog? The student appeared perplexed, especially when he noticed the barrage of laughter in the comments. He candidly recounted the dog's origins. I discovered it with my classmates during a hike nearby. It was only a few months old and had injured its leg. So I brought it home. Ruan Xingyue's expression began to twist into one of despair, but on the first day in the dormitory, it dug a large hole in our door and urinated all over my blanket. Subsequently, I moved out with it. But it not only bullied my other dogs but also created a hole in the ceiling. The landlord is unfortunate, and I am even more so. I have no idea what I did wrong. Ruan Xingyue felt utterly aggrieved, tears welling in his eyes. Siren asked, what breed do you think your dog is? Breed? Ruan Xingyue lowered his gaze at his now docile pet. It has white fur with some black spots. I've checked. It should be a mix of a meteorite and a border collie. Netizens, Siren. I initially thought this was a comedic moment, but it turns out to be genuinely absurd. Wait, brother. You truly don't recognize it? This doesn't resemble a dog at all. What kind of eccentric characters does Siren's live stream attract? This is clearly a fox. Siren is nearly at a loss for words. The university student remains completely oblivious. I'm dying of laughter. University student. Do you realize what you're saying? He is genuinely enamored with this fox, huh? Ruan Xingyue stared at the comments streaming by like shooting stars, bewildered. It's a fox? No, it can't be. Ruan Xingyue was still somewhat hesitant at this point, while on the other end of the live stream, Siren began searching through her phone. Finally, Siren retrieved a photo of a creature identical to the one in front of her and presented it to the university student. This fox is scientifically known as a panda fox, a breed of artificially cultivated colored fox. To the untrained eye, it may resemble a border collie, but border collies do not have such elongated ears or pointed snouts. Additionally, I checked the map, and there is indeed a fox breeding farm near where you found the fox. It likely wandered out, but do not worry. Panda foxes can be domesticated, and you're not in trouble. As Siren spoke, she also showed the student a photo of a border collie. At this point, Wan Xinghua found it difficult to deny the truth. What saddened him even more was that he was now the subject of ridicule across the internet. After feeling dejected for a moment, Wan Xinghua asked, "What should I do if it continues to be mischievous? Look, I can't even contain it." He genuinely adored these little creatures. It's quite simple. Foxes are very active and possess superior jumping and agility abilities compared to kittens and puppies. If you don't take them out long enough, their energy will remain unspent, leading them to start destroying things. Wan Xinghua understood. He contemplated and carefully suggested, "I usually attend classes, and I can only take it out to play for 2 hours each evening. Should I now consider renting a villa with a large lawn?" Netizens. Wait, are university students this wealthy now? Before the viewers could fully process their astonishment, Wan Xinghua, after receiving Siren's nod, ended the connection, preparing to find a villa with a spacious lawn near the school. Honestly, this is quite disheartening to watch. University student. May I ask if you would consider a 28-year-old sister? I've grown weary of striving. I'm an agent. It seems the aforementioned university student is inquiring about nearby villas that allow foxes. Wow. With such initiative, this student would succeed in anything. Host. Please connect with the next participant. Seeing Wan Xinghua disconnect, Siren randomly selected another ID without a profile picture for the next connection. The voice on the other end was quite chaotic, and she could only hear the sound without seeing the video. Viewers urged Siren to hang up and select someone else. Siren discerned that the individual on the other end was likely an elderly man, and disregarding the comments from netizens, patiently guided him through the process of connecting for a live broadcast. After 10 minutes, an elderly gentleman, his face etched with deep lines, appeared before the audience. Siren smiled gently and inquired, "Good day, sir. Is there a particular issue you would like assistance with?" The lighting in the video was dim, and the background suggested that the man's living conditions were rather modest. The elder, noticing Siren's courteous demeanor, felt his initial anxiety dissipate significantly, and he cautiously asked, "Will there be a charge for this?" Siren shook her head reassuringly. "Rest assured, I am here to assist you free of charge. Could I trouble you to take a look at my cow? There's something wrong with it." In the live chat, comments began to surface. Wait, is a cow considered a pet? Aside from its size, a cow's temperament is actually quite suitable for companionship. Indeed. The cows back in my hometown are incredibly affectionate and remarkably intelligent. It seems like this is a rural setting, likely a work cow. The viewers engaged in lively discussion as the elder moved his phone towards the cow shed. While walking, he explained the situation to Siren. "A few days ago, my cow stopped eating and drinking. I suspected it was ill and called a vet, but he said there was nothing wrong." As he spoke, the dim light in the cow shed was turned on. Although the illumination was poor, Siren could sense that the elder kept the shed remarkably clean and tidy. The cow, which had ceased to eat, was huddled in a corner, its gaze vacant yet wary, resembling a creature troubled by psychological distress. The elder continued, "By the way, I've noticed it hasn't closed its eyes to sleep for several nights now. Could you possibly help me understand why?" Siren reassured him, "Do not worry. I will inquire on your behalf." She then instructed the elder to bring his phone closer to the water buffalo. The buffalo, upon hearing the voice, flicked its nose and tail, but remained silent. Siren found herself at a loss for a moment and asked the elder, "If it isn't speaking, I have no means to help. Has there been anything unusual with it or any significant events in its life recently?" The elder shook his head firmly. "No. We rural folk hold these animals in high regard. I only let it out to work during spring. I have never mistreated it. I ensure it is well fed and even take it to the pond for baths during the summer heat." The elder, confused, could not fathom why his cow had suddenly changed behavior. Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with various opinions. The elder is correct. A water buffalo costs over 10,000 yuan, so it would certainly be well cared for. The cow appears clean. The elder is not lying. Ha! I always thought Siren was a fraud. How can there be such a thing as a pet communicator? And look, this is the third connection, and it's already a mess. Hey, let us not forget that Siren knew the name of the canister right off the bat. And besides, that water buffalo looked dazed and completely ignored her. Seriously, how can you not see? The first one was definitely a setup. Siren chose to ignore the barrage of skepticism directed at her and simply instructed the elder to pan his phone around the cowshed. Suddenly, as a flash of green caught her eye in a corner of the screen, Siren exclaimed, "Wait." The elder paused his phone. "Sir, could you shift your phone slightly to the left?" The elder complied. In that dim room, a pair of eerie green vertical pupils became strikingly visible. In the corner, an alarmingly plump snow leopard lay sprawled on the ground, panting with its tongue out, its deep-set eyes fixated intently on the screen. The live chat erupted. "Sir, what on earth is going on?" Chapter 52. Saving the snow leopard. The audience was left bewildered and astonished. While they might not know the precise scientific name of the snow leopard before them, they were undeniably aware that it was indeed a large feline. Most astonishingly, the elder had a snow leopard in his cow pen. "I think I might understand why the cow isn't eating." "Are you serious, elder?" The cow, finally. "Someone is speaking for me. Just imagine having a leopard in your home. Wouldn't that terrify you?" Siren quickly scanned the comments. While many netizens were joking, she could perceive that the snow leopard appeared to be in poor condition, especially considering the elder's IP address was from S City, where the summer heat was intense. With such a thick coat, the snow leopard was likely showing signs of overheating. Siren promptly stated, "Sir, your cow is afraid of the snow leopard, which is why it is too frightened to eat." "What?" The elder's eyes widened in surprise. He pondered for a moment and realized that the cow had started to refuse food since the snow leopard's arrival. The elder hurriedly explained, I didn't think of that. The snow leopard fell into a ravine and got stuck. There were wolves howling nearby, and we were worried it might get eaten. So we brought it back and placed it in my cow shed. It has been eating my chickens. Over a dozen have disappeared." "What? The snow leopard is injured? Why didn't the elder call the authorities? What if the snow leopard needs medical attention?" "The snow leopard does seem to be in poor spirits." "Ah. The elder must have done this on purpose." Older individuals might not understand these things. Allowing a snow leopard to eat their chickens without reporting it suggests that wildlife encounters are commonplace for them. To put it bluntly, can you recite the official hotline for the Forestry or Wildlife Protection Bureau? The viewers chimed in with their thoughts. Siren, having sensed that the snow leopard posed no aggression, refrained from asking the elder to approach for a closer look. She understood that her connection with wildlife was enhanced by her unique abilities, but for an ordinary person, it was a different matter entirely. A starving snow leopard could be a formidable force, and the elder would not stand a chance if it turned aggressive. Siren advised. This is a snow leopard native to the mountainous regions of Central Asia, primarily inhabiting meadows or rocky areas, with prey typically consisting of antelopes or small rodents. Therefore, your cow is not in danger. The elder replied, Then why is my cow so frightened? Since neither party understood their respective strengths, the cow, although domesticated, weighed several hundred pounds and could easily kick down an adult. It was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation between it and the snow leopard. Siren is right. In terms of size and strength, cows are indeed much larger than snow leopards. The snow leopard appears rather plump, suggesting it was once formidable. But due to its injury, it can only hide in the farmer's home, knowing that the farmer would not harm it. The cow is so pitiable. Siren continued. If you're skeptical, you could distance yourself from the snow leopard and lead your cow outside to feed it grass. Let us see if it eats. The elder complied, leading the cow out of the shed. True to Siren's prediction, the moment the cow stepped out, it began to eagerly graze on the grass. The audience heard the water buffalo mooing, and it seemed as if tears glimmered in their eyes. Without Siren's translation, everyone could feel the cow's joy at having survived its ordeal. The elder exclaimed, You are a miracle worker. I must pay you. Siren hurriedly declined. My assistance is free. However, the snow leopard is a protected species in our country, and given its current injury, I must contact local wildlife professionals to assess its condition. In recent years, technological advancements and the rise of the internet have improved the living conditions of snow leopards compared to a decade ago. As snow leopards play a critical role in maintaining the health of high-altitude ecosystems, saving even one is of paramount importance. As she contemplated the fate of the snow leopard, Siren concluded her broadcast within half an hour. Viewers reacted with confusion. The host signs off so abruptly? Siren. While I grant you permission to step back from the scene, can you at least live stream daily? Siren truly possesses remarkable skills. I cannot ascertain whether Siren possesses the ability to communicate with animals, yet it is evident that she possesses a profound understanding of their behaviors. She can discern from the frail condition of a cat that the food provided by bald brother is insufficient, rather than concluding that bald brother is abusing the feline. When confronted with wild creatures, Siren seems momentarily at a loss, although her sudden withdrawal from the public eye is somewhat lamentable. I perceive that she radiates joy in the presence of animals. This image captures a moment of interaction between Siren and Kwaikua, wherein her smile is truly enchanting, and her eyes reflected deep affection for the animals. I have also noticed that during this period, Siren has been subjected to unwarranted criticism and harassment online, to a degree that even an outsider like myself finds utterly absurd. However, Siren remains unfazed by the disparaging remarks. After concluding her live stream, she promptly reached out to the elderly gentleman, engaging in a telephone conversation to ascertain his family's location, and immediately contacted the local wildlife protection agency. 2 hours later, the protection agency called Siren, revealing a slight complication. The snow leopard's condition is severely compromised. We are reluctant to administer anesthesia as it hisses whenever we approach. Clearly terrified of human presence, it appears quite reluctant to leave the old man's cattle shed. Siren, alongside Meng Tao, pondered for a moment before he suggested, "Siren, why don't you travel to S province to take a look? Our zoo lacks a snow leopard, and it would be splendid to bring one back." With that, Meng Tao rubbed his hands together in excitement. The snow leopard is critically endangered, and despite visiting S province numerous times in his youth, he has never encountered one. Siren replied, "Director Meng, you must have noticed that the snow leopard appears quite well fed." "Our zoo's budget," Meng Tao interrupted, seemingly resolved. "I shall plead with the higher-ups. I refuse to believe that our zoo, capable of housing thousands of animals, cannot accommodate a single snow leopard. It looks quite healthy. Regardless, they must have a snow leopard at their zoo." Uncertain of how many days her trip would last, Siren was unwilling to leave her dog, Alipay, behind. After much contemplation, she decided to entrust Alipay's care to Xiaowan. Xiaowan was eager for more contact with Siren, believing that looking after a dog was a trivial task, and readily agreed. However, Alipay was less than pleased. "Siren, can't you take me with you? I can be quite fierce. If that snow leopard dares to bully you, I'll help you take it down." With that, Alipay bared its teeth in a mock display of ferocity, accompanied by a low growl. Yet, the combination of its icy blue eyes always elicited a smile from Siren. Siren explained, "Next time I go on a business trip, I'll bring you along." "Unfortunately, I cannot this time. Some airlines do not permit dogs of your size," Alipay retorted. "I'm not fat. I'm simply magnificent and muscular." Despite this inner monologue, Alipay lowered its head dejectedly and lay on the sofa, which had cost the Pei family a fortune, letting out a deep sigh. After bidding farewell to Alipay, Siren swiftly packed 2 outfits and boarded a flight to S City. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, a trending topic emerged online regarding Siren's purported withdrawal from the entertainment industry. Chapter 53. The snow leopard raised by wolves. The flight from a city to S City lasts 2.5 hours. Siren activated airplane mode on her phone during the flight, but upon landing, she restored her signal and discovered a plethora of messages on WeChat. Many were from classmates, teachers, or acquaintances from the entertainment industry. Siren was bewildered, lacking the time to peruse them. The most fervent messages came from He Chengyuan, her teacher, who had called over a dozen times and sent 86 messages within those 2 hours. He Chengyuan exclaimed, "Dear disciple, did you not say you were withdrawing from the entertainment industry to focus on rescuing wildlife?" A strong man in tears, Meng Tao added, "Siren, what is happening? Your agency claims you have renewed your contract." Upon reading these messages, Siren immediately frowned and hurriedly checked the trending topics on Weibo. She discovered that at the very moment her flight took off, her agency had posted a message announcing her voluntary contract renewal and the commencement of subsequent arrangements. At this juncture, Xiaowan likely saw the trending topic and initiated a video call. As soon as it connected, Xiaowan inquired, "Siren, have you been set up by your agency? Would you like me to find you a lawyer?" "Annie, I just landed and plan to check on the injured snow leopard. I will handle this matter. The agency is merely underestimating the support I have from the Sir family. Moreover, given my recent popularity from several trending live streams, the company would not forsake their cash cow so easily. Having seen through their tactics in my past life, I am far from unprepared this time." Upon hearing Siren's confidence, Xiaowan felt reassured. "As long as you can manage it, Auntie will not worry. Please ensure your safety while tending to the snow leopard. I will take good care of Alipay." With that, Xiaowan, adopting the mindset of a pet owner, allowed Alipay to chat with Siren during the call. 5 hours later, The staff from the nearby protection station met Siren, who finally arrived at the elderly gentleman's home. The old man was ecstatic to see her. Having seen her in a video just the previous day, he was astonished by her swift arrival. Siren inquired, "Sir, your cattle should be starting to eat now." "Correct." The old man eagerly nodded. "Yes. They are eating." He then gave a thumbs up and earnestly praised, "You are a miraculous healer." Siren exchanged a few pleasantries with the elderly gentleman before heading to the cattle shed, where 3 or 4 staff members in red uniforms were squatting outside, sighing. Upon seeing Siren, their eyes lit up. Is this the expert from a city? They were aware that a small celebrity had been mentioned in the call, and their leader had been keen to recruit a star with a connection to animals as a successor. However, they had not anticipated that the visitor would be Siren herself. After confirming her identity, the group, despite their initial skepticism, accepted the reality. Siren set down her belongings and donned disposable shoe covers before entering the cattle shed. The shed was indeed impeccably clean, with barely any waste on the floor, and the corners were piled with freshly cut cattle fodder. The snow leopard lay motionless atop the hay, its eyes glazed over, and upon noticing an approaching figure, it emitted a low growl. Yet, Siren interpreted the sound as a trembling voice. "Please, two-legged beast, do not approach. I am quite robust. You wouldn't intend to devour me, would you? How many meals would that require?" The snow leopard feigned ferocity, yet its heart was filled with trepidation, and it was quite the chatterbox. Standing less than a meter away from the snow leopard, Siren softly reassured, "Do not fear. I am not here to harm you." Her gentle voice resonated, and the snow leopard, initially growling, instinctively lifted its gaze to Siren. This gaze was transformative. The two-legged creature before it emanated a soft, ethereal glow, exuding a comforting presence unlike anyone else it had encountered, which only fueled its suspicion. Moreover, the two-legged creature was undeniably beautiful. With a howl, the snow leopard vocalized its surprise. Siren could not decipher its words, but based on human studies of animal behavior, it was clear that the snow leopard's emotional state had improved significantly since their initial encounter. As Siren gradually approached, the snow leopard displayed less resistance. The staff outside the cattle shed were utterly flabbergasted. Previously, when the leadership from a city mentioned someone coming to enchant with love, they had imagined some novel anesthetic that could knock the snow leopard out in an instant. Perhaps even a grand gesture akin to a legendary hero using their fists to tame the creature. Little did they know, it was genuinely love that was being utilized to win over the snow leopard. It was becoming as docile as a kitten. The elderly man nearby was also engrossed in the performance. Observing the incredulous expressions of the staff, he discerned that they had not witnessed Siren's live stream the previous day. He remarked, "What is so astonishing about this? A divine healer can communicate with animals. When my cow refused to eat, she immediately knew it was frightened. She instructed me to lead it out of the stall to feed it grass, and lo and behold, my cow began to eat right away." The staff replied, "Truth be told, it's common knowledge that cows can be scared." However, the old man harbors a profound admiration for Siren. One cannot deny her remarkable abilities. Their anesthetics were insufficient to subdue the snow leopard in one go, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Yet, Siren approached the wary, injured snow leopard without any reliance on medication, earning their genuine respect. Unbeknownst to them, their own admiration for Siren was gradually intensifying. At this moment, Siren had gently touched the plush head of the snow leopard. The creature was undeniably corpulent. The elder's earlier mention of it consuming dozens of chickens was no exaggeration. Despite its injury, the snow leopard was as clingy as a hurt child, lamenting, finally, a kind biped. "Oh, kind biped, are you taking me to that zoo? I've heard from Brother Wolf that the zoo has delicious food, though the territory isn't as vast as the forest. Every day there's tender chicken to whet the appetite, and beef galore to devour." It willingly accepted its role as a golden canary, nay, a golden leopard. Siren inquired, "Brother Wolf?" Despite its considerable size, the snow leopard was still quite young. When she examined its gums to check for excessive blood loss, she discovered it was likely under 2 years old. In the food chain, wolves should be the snow leopard's prey. Yet this 2-year-old plump cub referred to wolves as Brother Wolf, which made Siren realize just how little humans understood animals. Treating the snow leopard as one would a child, she encouraged it to roll over on its back for a leg examination while signaling to the staff outside to bring over the medical equipment. She then continued the conversation about Brother Wolf, asking, "Do you have a close bond with him?" "Very close. He is like my adoptive father," the snow leopard replied. recounting how it was abandoned by its mother due to frailty and subsequently discovered by a migrating pack of wolves. Initially, 2 adult wolves intended to raise it only to consume it later, but over time, they grew fond of it and could not bring themselves to do so. The snow leopard continued. Brother Wolf said I was adorable and allowed me to live with the pack. A few days ago, I stepped into a trap set by those bipeds and fell into a ravine, only to be caught by a tree. Siran explained that the snow leopard had been rescued by villagers, as many wolves surrounded it at the time, leading the staff to conclude that the pack was waiting for the snow leopard to succumb in order to feast upon it. In reality, it was merely a case of the pack being anxious for their beloved, plump cub stuck in a tree. After examining the snow leopard's legs, Siran noted that the trap was exceedingly sharp and had deeply penetrated its thigh, leaving a gruesome wound. Alone, she was unable to remove the trap. She reassured the snow leopard, I will call my colleagues to assist in freeing you from the trap. If you fear pain, we can administer anesthesia. And by the time you awaken, your wound will have been treated. If you prefer to endure the pain, you mustn't bite us, even if it hurts. Siran had initially intended to call it Little One, but given its size at merely 2 years, she found the term inappropriate. The snow leopard blinked its amber eyes and pondered, then please give me a shot. Siran wasted no time. The snow leopard appeared to be in a poor state, and the information it provided was scant, yet she surmised that its reluctance to emerge from the barn was likely due to its so-called brother wolf. Wolves are aware of the zoo. It must have been rescued by humans and understood that the snow leopard would only survive if taken for treatment. Siran swiftly prepared the anesthetic, chuckling at the trembling snow leopard. Haven't you ever been injured in the wild? Why are you so frightful? The snow leopard opened its eyes at the sound of her voice and replied, Brother Wolf always finds food for me. I haven't hunted before. But Brother Wolf was injured recently. I'll have to hunt to provide for them. It then began to cry, but I can't even catch a rabbit. Siran reflected on the greatness of the snow leopard's brother wolf, who had likely toiled tirelessly, finding food to sustain his hefty son. Without a hint of emotion, Siran administered the anesthetic, and the chattering snow leopard fell silent immediately. Rising to her feet, she signaled to the staff at the protection station, I've communicated everything. The anesthetic has been administered. Let us first remove the trap from its leg and then transport it to the protection station for examination. The staff, already astonished, were rendered speechless. They listened in a daze as Siran gave instructions, and after a laborious half-hour, they finally managed to free the snow leopard from the trap. Hissing, they were unprepared for the sight of the snow leopard's thigh, now bloodied and mangled, with bone protruding. Due to the sweltering heat, maggots were already gnawing at its flesh. It was clear that infection had set in. Indeed, when the staff measured the snow leopard's temperature, they discovered it was running a high fever. Immediate transport back to the protection station for treatment was imperative. Siran nodded. I know its condition best. I will perform the surgery. The Wildlife Protection Association has a website, making her credentials easily verifiable. Moreover, unlike others, they were perhaps considered temporary staff. But once involved with the main association, they were official members. They also discovered that Siran held a notable position within the main association. An elite graduate from Qingbei University, with extensive surgical experience and a leadership role in the association, no one could refuse her. With the collective effort of the staff, the snow leopard was hoisted onto the vehicle. Due to its considerable size, they struggled immensely to lift this hefty cub. As they prepared to depart, Siran suddenly heard the haunting howls of wolves nearby. Remembering the snow leopard's mention of Brother Wolf, she unfastened her seatbelt and addressed the staff. Please wait a moment, I need to attend to something. With that, she exited the vehicle. The others followed her, only to discover a pack of at least 10 wolves standing atop stones, gazing at them from a distance in the dense thicket. The humans and wolves stared at each other, and the staff felt a chill run down their spines. Could these wolves be the very ones that had attacked the snow leopard? Now that they were taking its food away, it was likely they would seek revenge. Some tried to stop Siran, but it was too late. Siran approached within 10 meters of the pack. 2 limping wolves stepped forward, quietly watching her, their eyes betraying their concern. Is Mau Mau okay? The injuries on the legs of the 2 limping wolves had begun to scab over, with some distortion in their bones. These were likely the brother wolves mentioned by the snow leopard. Moreover, they appeared quite aged, their fur lacking the luster of the younger wolves, suggesting they were at least 8 years old. Mau Mau's injuries weren't too severe. Once treated, it would be no different from an ordinary snow leopard. Siran addressed the 2 wolves. However, your injuries are significantly worse than Mau Mau's. It doesn't matter. We raised Mao Mao like our own son. We will age one day. And we trust Mao Mao to take care of us, one of the limping wolves replied. In its youth, the clan encountered poachers, and a group of humans came to its rescue. Due to its injuries, it was sent to a zoo for rehabilitation for a period of time. Thus, it is acutely aware that there will come a day when they can no longer catch prey. If Mao Mao could remain in the zoo indefinitely, it could live a happy and peaceful life until old age. Concerned for Mao Mao's well-being, we decided to pay a visit, assuring you that we mean no harm. Upon confronting Ran, the limping wolf was astonished that humans could comprehend their speech, but more than that, it felt a sense of relief. After conversing with the other wolves, the limping wolf was about to depart when Ran spoke up, saying, Mao Mao's situation is unique. It may not be able to adapt to life in the zoo. Since both of you are injured, why not return with me to the sanctuary for treatment? Furthermore, we plan to conduct a wild training program for Mao Mao later on, which will require monitoring its capabilities and willingness. Having you by its side could be beneficial. The two limping wolves exchanged incredulous glances. Their sole concern had been Mao Mao's safety, never considering their own. However, Ran's words stirred something within them. After all, remaining in the wild could mean surviving on the remnants left by the Wolf King if luck was on their side, or becoming prey to other animals if fortune turned against them. Accompanying Mao Mao would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor. They looked at each other resolutely and declared, We are willing. Thus, upon Ran's return, she brought back two limping wolves in a similarly precarious state. The staff were astounded. Even more shocking was when Ran opened the iron cage of her pickup truck, allowing the two wolves to join the sedated snow leopard. The wolves leaped into the cage and affectionately licked the snow leopard's fluffy head, their eyes brimming with tenderness. The staff questioned their own perceptions, trembling as they whispered, Is this acceptable? What if the wolves eat the snow leopard? The day had been filled with too many surprises. Ran communicated effortlessly with the snow leopard and returned with two injured wild wolves, leaving everyone perplexed about where to begin their inquiries. Yet, Ran remained composed, confidently assuring them, Rest assured, Mao Mao is their dear child. They could never bring themselves to harm it, even in hunger. The staff responded in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that two male wolves gave birth to a snow leopard? This will surely cause chaos in the biological gene pool. Chapter 55. The pursuit and interception Mao Mao surgery was remarkably successful. Ran removed the necrotic tissue and stabilized the fractured bones with steel rods. The animal's recovery was swift. In Mao Mao's case, it could be transferred to the wonderful zoo within a week and would be fully rehabilitated in less than 6 months. However, the condition of the two limping wolves was far from optimistic. Their wounds had festered and scabbed over countless times, and with Mao Mao's substantial appetite, they had been forced to share their meager rations, resulting in severe malnutrition. Had they not encountered Ran, it is likely that the two limping wolves would not have survived more than 3 months. The wolves required gradual care, while Mao Mao needed to recuperate at the sanctuary in S City for a week and could not be moved yet. Nonetheless, Ran had already coordinated with the sanctuary's leadership to transfer Mao Mao to the wonderful zoo for wild training once its condition improved. Ran had only spent 3 days in S City, yet the trending topic she had neglected had escalated dramatically. It was not that she was indifferent. Rather, she simply lacked the time. While she could have asked He Qingyuan and others to intervene, she believed that a decisive strike was necessary against such unscrupulous companies. A true leader should emerge at the most critical moment. However, Ran had underestimated the audacity of the company and the media. Upon her return to a city, intending to freshen up before heading back to the wonderful zoo to discuss Mao Mao and the two limping wolves with Meng Tao, she was taken aback to find the corridor teeming with media. To make matters worse, red ink had been splattered at her doorstep, leaving the ground in disarray. Ran furrowed her brow, her gaze icy. The reporters, who had initially planned to confront her with cameras, instinctively recoiled at her fierce demeanor, hesitating to approach. Some media outlets, unwilling to miss such a sensational news story, even began live streaming on their phones. Ran surveyed the scene, mentally noting the names of all the companies present. While she could not prevent any online harassment, she certainly would not let any group or individual conducting a critique against her go unpunished. Pointing at the mess on the ground and door, she demanded, Who did this? Ran, slender and pale-skinned like snow, exuded an air of exceptional beauty even in her simple black t-shirt and jeans. Her words carried an overwhelming authority. The media remained silent, well aware of the implications of being the first to attract her ire. Previously, Ran had maintained a good temper, tolerating any inquiries from the media, but now, she clearly did not care about her image. She had even dared to slap her brother, Xingying, during a live broadcast. So it was only natural that she would not spare them either. Instinctively, as Ran stepped closer, the crowd retreated. A cold smile crept onto her lips. So now they knew fear? Ran scoffed. We are merely the media. We have the right to seek the truth. The events at your door are not our doing. Your pretense of withdrawing from the circle to incite public outrage has nothing to do with us. One reporter, wearing an intern badge, couldn't help but protest. We pursue good journalism, stemming from a quest for justice. Ran's gaze swept across the crowd, her expression cutting as she declared, not for the sake of sensationalism. Trampling to my doorstep. As she spoke, Ran reached for her phone. Some reporters, realizing she was serious, hastily attempted to leave. However, the majority remained unperturbed. Ran had already severed ties with the C family, given the time that had passed, if they truly intended to assist her. They would have resolved the trending topic long before it escalated to this extent. We are merely pursuing fairness. Your deliberate withdrawal for publicity has led to your downfall. Ran, they exclaimed, directing their cameras straight at her face. At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly chimed open, and all voices fell silent as everyone instinctively turned to look. A dozen police officers in uniform emerged from the elevator, their expressions stern. What are you media doing here? We received reports of disturbances caused by your presence. You all need to return with us for questioning. Upon hearing this, Ran was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't made the call. The other reporters were equally bewildered. Ran, did you call police? They questioned. Was she truly willing to jeopardize her future? Some among them were still live streaming. Creating such a scene could only bring her detriment. Ran remained silent. In the ensuing standoff, the doors of room 2222 swung open. A man clad in a dark suit stepped out, his thick, glossy black hair framing a smooth, well-defined forehead. He exuded an air of casual elegance, one pale finger resting on the door handle, his gaze detached and indifferent. His eyes scanned the assembled media. His lips pressed into a thin line revealing a sharp jawline as he declared, I called the police. A stranger emerged from the crowd, causing everyone to pause in surprise and turn their attention to him. Ran also turned to face the man. She recognized him. They had indeed met before. After all, she had some ties with the Pei family. The man before her was Pei, the so-called unaccomplished younger son frequently mentioned by Xiaowan. Yet, in truth, Pei had built a globally renowned jewelry empire from the ground up, his personal wealth and capabilities rivaling those of her older brother. Previously, she had even received an invitation from Pei's jewelry group to serve as their spokesperson, but due to Nian's interference, the deal fell through. Little did she expect that Pei was a resident of room 2222. At this moment, Pei addressed the police. This group of media personnel has been lurking outside daily, significantly disrupting the residents' daily lives. Shortly, my legal team will arrive at the precinct for negotiations. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the panicked expressions of the reporters, and offered a faint smile. Those who owe compensation should pay, and those who deserve detention should be detained. I do not wish for the police to show leniency. Who do you think you are? We are merely conducting a standard interview. We have not committed any crimes. One reporter retorted defiantly. They had not been blocking the doors of celebrities' homes. When those stars made mistakes, did they not treat them with courtesy to prevent chaotic reporting? The one who should be fearful is Ran. However, those familiar with Pei's identity lowered their heads in silence, some even contemplating a hasty exit. Pei offered no opportunity for them, signaling to the police, and the media had no choice but to obediently cease their live broadcasts and be escorted to the station. Once the crowd dispersed, the corridor was left with only Pei and Ran. Ran sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Pei. Although she was not afraid of these media reporters, many enjoyed creating chaos. Without Pei's intervention, she could only imagine how long it would have taken to deal with them. Pei's expression remained indifferent. No need for thanks. He then glanced at the wall stained with red ink. Your residence has been exposed. It seems you will soon be unable to stay here. Ran was acutely aware of this reality, and she knew she could not sell the apartment either. Just as she was about to speak, Pei added, I am aware of your friendship with my mother. If you do not mind, you may stay at the Pei residence for a few days while I assist you in finding suitable accommodation. Ran was taken aback by this suggestion and instinctively looked up at Pei. His gaze was distant and detached, as if he were merely helping her because of Xiaowan. Yet, She could not shake the feeling that Pei Yu's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. Chapter 56. The annoying old busybody Si Ran's eyes were filled with skepticism, prompting Pei Yu's demeanor to grow increasingly aloof. Ultimately, Si Ran declined Pei Yu's generous offer. Though she was on good terms with Xia Wan, she believed that there should always be a boundary. She could not rely on others for every little thing. Thank you, Mr. Pei, but I have somewhere to stay. Her focus would now shift to the zoo. She would pack her belongings and relocate there. After speaking, Si Ran felt a twinge of guilt. I didn't realize you lived across the hall. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. I will treat you to dinner soon to make amends. Very well. Pei Yu's gaze was inscrutable, his thin lips pressed together, but in the next moment, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Let us exchange WeChat. Si Ran. Seeing her hesitation, Pei Yu's tone turned cold. Did you not say you would invite me to dinner? Realizing his seriousness, Si Ran quickly apologized, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. After adding her, Pei Yu stated he had matters to attend to and turned to leave, seemingly disinterested in lingering any longer. Si Ran found him peculiar, but dismissed the thought as she wiped the red ink from the doorknob and entered her room. With her address compromised, she could no longer stay there, so she promptly hired a moving company to swiftly transfer her belongings to the staff dormitory at the wonderful zoo. Only then did she feel ready to address the trending topics online. In the meantime, Xia Wan, her teachers, and former classmates had sent her numerous messages. After responding to each one, she opened Weibo. The post about her supposed withdrawal from the entertainment industry still loomed prominently on the trending list, accompanied by netizens impersonating her teachers and classmates, spreading various rumors. Her Weibo account had become inundated with negativity. In a more outrageous turn of events, her management company and Si Nian were colluding, presenting a united front. The company generously stated they would not pursue legal action against her and expressed difficulty in contacting her, urging her to address the situation openly. Si Nian, on the other hand, claimed on Weibo that she did not believe Si Ran would act in such a manner, asking netizens for more understanding. While they appear to be defending her, they were effectively shifting all blame onto her. What a cunning strategy! Si Ran scoffed internally and quickly dialed He Qingyuan. He Qingyuan picked up almost instantly. My dear disciple, how are you doing? His voice, though calm, betrayed a hint of concern. Si Ran felt her spirits lift somewhat, a slight smile gracing her lips. Teacher, I'm fine over here. That's good to hear. He Qingyuan exhaled a long breath, then spoke soothingly. Do not take those words online to heart. We are already working to suppress the trending topics. Despite his reassurances, his tone was filled with regret. Initially, when Si Ran said she could handle it herself, they took her at her word. However, as the situation escalated, they began to intervene. Little did they know, the netizens interpreted their actions as evidence of Si Ran's wrongdoing, resulting in even harsher criticism directed at her. He felt a sense of helplessness, as if he could not reach through the screen. Hearing He Qingyuan's apology warmed Si Ran's heart. Over 2 lifetimes, her teacher had always been the one most concerned for her well-being. Si Ran's tone softened as she reassured him, Teacher, the entertainment industry is filled with clever individuals. They know how to manipulate public sentiment, so please do not feel guilty. In fact, you are doing very well. I wish for this matter to escalate further. At that point, we can deal with all of them at once. Si Ran and He Qingyuan spoke on the phone for about 10 minutes, after which He Qingyuan became serious. Rest assured, my dear disciple, I will handle this matter thoroughly. Whoever dares to bully my disciple will face my wrath. After hanging up, He Qingyuan hurried off to take care of the tasks Si Ran had entrusted him with. Meanwhile, Si Ran logged onto Weibo, ready to confront the situation head-on. Si Ran, I clearly stated to my agent at the end of last month that I wished to terminate my contract and submitted the corresponding documents. Furthermore, I have been in Y province these past few days. How could I have personally gone to the company to renew my contract? She then boldly tagged Si Nian. Si Ran, are you my internal parasite? How do you know me so well? Finally, she attached a panda sticker. Annoying old busybody. Netizens. The company and Si Nian. Si Ran suddenly resurfaced online, fiercely confronting her company and Si Nian. Many viewers were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether her account had been hacked. No way, this girl must truly be withdrawing from the industry. Otherwise, how could she be so headstrong? Haha, that sticker has me in stitches. I can hardly imagine Si Ran plopping herself onto the couch, her expression cold, searching for that sticker among countless others, and then sending it out with a straight face. Who understands this kind of contrast? Ugh. So which side is lying? Isn't it obvious? The management company isn't just dealing with Si Ran. The Besides, they have her handwritten signature. She's merely trying to use her withdrawal to create some buzz. Exactly. Why have netizens suddenly become so forgiving towards Si-Ran? She even sent a sticker to taunt us about Si-Nyen. She's really asking for trouble. It's a shame Si-Nyen helped her. What a ghostly sisterhood. Seeing the comments, Si-Ran could not help but raise an eyebrow. She did not mind a bit of heat. So she selected the last comment to respond to. Si-Ran. Well said, I'm sending this ghostly sisterhood back to you. She then sent a sticker saying, get lost. You pest. The netizens collectively fell silent, thinking Si-Ran had truly lost her mind. On the other side, Si-Ran's agent, Sister May, and Si-Nyen were initially discussing how to enable Si-Ran to respond publicly. Suddenly, they heard a flurry of notifications from Weibo. Upon opening it, their faces turned ashen. Especially upon seeing the sticker Si-Ran had specifically sent to Si-Nyen, the warmth on Si-Nyen's face instantly darkened. Sister May gritted her teeth in frustration. This Si-Ran is utterly unmanageable. Si-Nyen suppressed her disgust, her lashes fluttering as she quickly said, Sister May, please don't be angry with her. She must not understand your good intentions. Upon hearing this, Sister May couldn't help but glance at the exceedingly well-behaved Si-Nyen, and her mood instantly brightened. She followed Si-Nyen's lead and remarked, You are absolutely right. Everything I have done for Si-Ran, from elevating her from obscurity to her current status, has been in her best interest. Yet, she remains obstinate, completely disregarding my guidance. Si-Ran is undeniably stunning, with a unique aura in the entertainment industry. If only she would be more compliant, she would undoubtedly secure better roles and resources. But what does she do instead? When I asked her to accompany the boss for dinner, she brazenly smashed a wine bottle over his head. When I suggested she dance with a fashion mogul, she purposely stomped on his feet like a clumsy oaf. Si-Ran's rebelliousness, bolstered by her prior status as the company's leading lady, has led her to oppose me at every turn, and even when I assist her, I am met with disdain. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Sister May found herself once again lamenting, Si-Nyen is currently standing firm against us. What should we do now? Si-Nyen beamed with a smile and interjected, although we signed for my sister without her consent, she wouldn't dare to confront the company. Once I allocate some resources to her in the future, her anger will surely dissipate. Yet as she spoke, Si-Nyen scoffed inwardly. Resources? Recently, for reasons unknown, the collaborations she had painstakingly secured were being abandoned, with partners preferring to pay penalties rather than follow through. When questioned, they seemed terrified, refusing to utter a word. This predicament left her career in jeopardy. She merely wished to keep Si-Ran trapped by her side, allowing her to live a life like a rat in a gutter beneath her radiant glow. Lost in her thoughts, Si-Nyen suddenly noticed a peculiar shift in Sister May's expression. Sister May looked at her with trepidation, hesitating to speak. It seemed that Si-Ran had recorded their conversation regarding the contract termination. In an instant, Si-Nyen's face paled. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at Sister May. What did you just say? Si-Nyen's voice was sharp and biting. Sister May jumped in surprise, her gaze fixed on Si-Nyen, panic evident in her eyes. At that moment, Sister May's phone rang. It was a call from the company's boss. Upon answering, the voice on the other end erupted in a tirade, the vitriol practically seeping through the phone line. What on earth are you doing? I told you to keep Si-Ran from leaving, yet you allowed her to have leverage against us. Now she's live streaming your conversation. You don't want to work anymore? Some of us do. Sister May was left utterly bewildered by the barrage. Meanwhile, Si-Nyen had turned her attention to her phone, her expression darkening as she opened Si-Ran's livestream account. She found no sign of Si-Ran, but the screen was looping a recording of Sister May's voice. Are you upset that I gave Director Fan's role to Si-Nyen? If you're unhappy, I'll find you something better. Who told you to hang up? The company just secured a reality show about animals, and I remember you're an animal science major, so you're supposed to go on the program with Si-Nyen. When you're on the show, be smart about it. Don't compete with Si-Nyen over everything. If you don't want to go, you can either renew your contract with the company or pay a penalty of 30 million. The choice is yours. Hearing these words made Si-Nyen's face darken, her gaze heavy upon Sister May. Sister May's complexion shifted dramatically. This was the very scenario the company had concocted to force Si-Ran into participating in the variety show. She had assumed Si-Ran's mention of a recording was mere bluster, only to discover that Si-Ran had indeed recorded their conversation and was now broadcasting it live. The viewer count in the live stream had skyrocketed to over 1 million, and the comments were pouring in like a torrent. Oh my. ISNT Sister May Si-Ran's manager? I recognized her voice when I picked Ran up from the airport. It's definitely her.
Wow.
So Ran wasn't lying at all. She mentioned wanting to terminate the contract last month, and now the company is caught in a web of shady contracts. Sister May even told Ran not to compete with Yen. Excuse me? Ran may not be a superstar, but she has starred in numerous popular dramas over the years. No one has ever questioned her acting skills, while Yen, who does she think she is? During the Animal live stream, Yen was acting all sweet while Ran was almost cyberbullied multiple times. If she wasn't doing it on purpose.
Eat my hat.
Ran is truly unfortunate. As she read the barrage of comments, Sister May's face turned ashen. Instinctively, she glanced at Yen, seeking guidance. The public sentiment was so fierce, if any extremists got involved, she would be in serious trouble. What can I do? Yen's gaze was laced with disdain, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Sister May was truly naive, failing to exercise caution in her actions. Now, she had dragged herself into the fray, and the internet was scrutinizing her as well. Recently, due to an incident with Alipay, she had lost 1 million followers, and now her hard-earned fanbase had vanished.
Now,
she sought help from Yen, who had every right to be furious. Yen was eager to extricate herself from this mess, abandoning all pretense. Her demeanor turning grave as she stated, Sister May, why didn't you mention Ren's request for contract termination earlier? And now look, you've entangled me in this predicament. Sister May was bewildered. It was the company and Ran who had insisted she retain Ran and not let her leave. Now that things had gone awry, all the blame was being heaped upon her. Sister May was furious, but dared not voice her anger. Fully aware that the company had turned her into a scapegoat, leaving her to face the wrath of the public. Within a day, all of Sister May's personal information was exposed, leading the company to terminate her employment in a bid for self-preservation. As for Yen, upon returning home, she feigned an apology on Weibo. The agency claimed ignorance and hoped to gain Ran's forgiveness. The contract Ran had personally signed for renewal was never mentioned. As Ran witnessed public opinion swiftly shifting back in her favor, she couldn't help but smirk. She had intentionally escalated the situation to create a gaping hole for the agency and Yen, ensuring their lies would grow ever larger, ultimately becoming irreparable. Public relations might steer the narrative, but Ran had navigated the entertainment industry for 3 years. She was no novice. At that moment, Qingyuan sent her a message, informing her that everything was ready. All that remained was the right moment. Ran logged back onto Weibo and posted, "Your company and that meddlesome manager truly excel in the art of rhetoric, elevating issues only to later dismiss them. I hereby not only demand contract termination but also intend to hold you legally accountable. Firstly, I was unaware of any changes to the filming schedule for Mystical Zoo or its early broadcast. As a seasoned manager, how could Sister May lack the professionalism to safeguard her artist's privacy? Secondly, I have been in Province Y for the past few days. Yet the signing date on the contract was 3 days ago. Who signed on my behalf? Thirdly, Ms. Yen has consistently tested my limits, even inciting her fans to vandalize my residence with red ink. Don't tell me you were unaware of this?" With her 3 pointed accusations, Ran once again reignited the fervor surrounding the situation. The company, which had hoped to downplay the issue, suddenly found itself in a state of disarray. Just as the executives were about to convene to discuss a resolution, a contingent of soldiers in uniform and police officers stormed into the meeting room, brandishing weapons. The military and police forcefully burst through the door, immediately handcuffing the executives without a word. "Who are you? I'm going to call the police," the company owner shouted, only to realize that these individuals were indeed law enforcement. Today, even invoking the divine would be futile. The leading officer sneered, slapping an arrest warrant onto the company owner's face. Lin Lihai, owner and legal representative of Yinhai Entertainment, has been reported and verified for extensive tax evasion. You are all to return for questioning. At that moment, Lin Lihai's complexion paled further, and he could only comply, resigned to being taken away. On the other side, Yen rushed home, eager to gauge her family's stance on the matter. However, as she stepped into the foyer, she was met with an astonishing sight. The living room was filled with military personnel and police officers. The entire family huddled in a corner, their faces pale with fear. This time, Songji was not clad in her police uniform, but rather donned a military outfit as she approached Yen. Yen's mind felt clouded as she stepped back in confusion, staring at Songji. "Who are you, and what do you want?" she stammered. But before Song Ji could respond, a pair of silver handcuffs appeared on Si Nian's wrists. Song Ji's gaze was piercing as she declared, Si Nian, you are under arrest. Chapter 58. Si Ran joins the ranks. Si Nian is detained. Netizens were initially astounded by Si Ran's bold confrontation with her own company. But what transpired next left them even more bewildered. They were still absorbing the shocking news when over 100 media outlets began reporting that Yunhai Entertainment was embroiled in a tax evasion scandal, leading to the arrest of all its executives and several artists, including Si Nian. The evidence was irrefutable, yet the online community remained incredulous. They had anticipated a showdown between Si Ran and the company, but now Yunhai Entertainment had seemingly imploded entirely. From the top management to the receptionists, everyone at Yunhai Entertainment has been taken away, leaving the company a mere shell. Just 10 minutes ago, court officials arrived to affix notices. Here I am at the company, and calamity is struck from the heavens. I'm the receptionist who was just interrogated and released. Hey, upstairs. Is this for real? Hurry, and explain what's going on. They've been caught for tax evasion, and there's no escape. We, the junior staff, are merely under investigation, but I suspect the higher-ups are being targeted as the authorities intensify their scrutiny of the entertainment industry's tax matters. I almost thought our company was being taken over by terrorists. Wow, this is serious. What about Si Nian? And what is the status of Si Ran's contract? Netizens scoured the internet for clues, akin to foraging for melons in a field, only to find nothing substantial after hours of searching. They continued their gossip from morning until night. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, the Chaoyang Daily unexpectedly released a report on the interrogations. Upon seeing it pertained to the sanctions against Yunhai Entertainment, they eagerly clicked to read more. The report detailed a lengthy investigation and even disclosed the consequences. Lin Lihai, the owner of Yunhai Entertainment, had been found guilty of tax evasion and was now under prosecution. Furthermore, other company executives and minor celebrities remained under investigation. Meanwhile, Si Nian, who had been apprehended alongside others, faced a month of detention for inciting online harassment and theft. The prior incident involving the theft of a dog by Fu Xiao had been consistently denied by Si Nian and her fans, ultimately fading from memory. Now, with her name explicitly mentioned in the criticisms and her detention confirmed, it was evident that the allegations were true. Is it worth it for Si Nian to act this way? She is clearly the eldest daughter of the Si family. Why would she target Si Ran? Previously, I didn't perceive her as a schemer, but now I truly find her repugnant. Will Mystical Zoo be cancelled? It's genuinely a wonderful variety show. The director is in a dire situation. He has only directed 3 shows, and all of them have encountered problems. Isn't Si Ran also suffering? Previously, it was said she had a bad temper and was difficult to work with, but after searching extensively, I couldn't find any evidence. While there's a plethora of incriminating material against Si Nian, the online community believed this feast of gossip had reached its conclusion. Little did they know. In a secluded corner, numerous wildlife conservationists were anxiously registering for Weibo, urgently seeking guidance from their apprentices on how to utilize the platform's features. They all wished to be the first to congratulate Si Ran on her departure from the entertainment industry to join the wildlife conservation family. However, they were a step too late. He Chengyuan and Meng Tao had already beaten them to it with their posts. He Chengyuan, congratulations to my dear apprentice Si Ran for escaping the depths of despair and officially returning to Mystical Zoo. Meng Tao quickly followed suit. Welcome back to Mystical Zoo. Through wind and rain, we await your return in the zoo. They then shared a video. When netizens clicked to view it, they were greeted by Kwai Kwai, the parrot that had participated in a previous live broadcast. Kwai Kwai's feathers had yet to fully grow back, but the greasy belly that had once dragged on the ground was now significantly slimmer. The transformation was quite remarkable. Perched on a bare branch, Kwai Kwai chirped in a high-pitched voice. Ran, through wind and rain, I miss you in the bird sanctuary. While the parrot flapped its bare wings and danced for the camera, netizens remarked, if memory serves, Mystical Zoo is indeed a government-supported venture. So Si Ran must have secured her position while they were preoccupied with gossip. Government exam candidates were utterly devastated. Those who failed the civil service exam shed tears of envy. No wonder Si Ran could afford to be so audacious. It turns out she has a secure position. In that case, it makes Yunhai Entertainment's leadership and Si Nian appear foolish. What could they possibly do to trouble Si Ran? Now that she has a secure position, it a simple matter for her to terminate her contract? No wonder Si Ran previously urged Si Nian to study more. Truly, the foolish must read more. With Si Ran's new appointment, the antics of Yunhai Entertainment and Si Nian on Weibo were undeniably akin to that of jesters. However, Si Nian was oblivious to the public's scorn, as she was taken into custody that very night. When her family saw her, her eyes were swollen and red like walnuts. Clad in prison garb, handcuffed, she sat on a chair, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her brother, Si Junha, who had come to visit. Brother, could you possibly help me meet with sister and convey my apologies? It has been so long, and I know she despises me, but I never imagined she would resent me to this extent. Once I am released, I will certainly leave the Si family, she lamented, lowering her head as crystalline tears spilled over. She appeared utterly aggrieved. Yet, the comforting words she had anticipated from Si Junha did not come. Si Nian's lowered gaze flickered with confusion as she slowly raised her head. Si Junha, dressed in an elegant black suit, regarded her with quiet solemnity. Her expression froze momentarily before returning to a semblance of composure as she beseeched, Brother, are you also disappointed in me? Si Junha met her gaze, studying her for a few moments before speaking slowly. We have already conducted our investigation. Si Nian's complexion shifted dramatically, her fingers curling tightly beneath her prison garb as she hastily replied, At that time, it was Mei Jia who requested my sister's address. I never intended to expose her location. I merely failed to manage my fans properly. Suddenly, Si Nian broke down, covering her face in tears. Brother, do you all think I did this on purpose? Upon witnessing her distress, Si Junha's demeanor softened considerably. Prior to his visit, he had sought out Si Ran, only to find her home empty, the hallway walls defaced with a multitude of red ink and unspeakable words. He had never imagined Si Ran's circumstances were so dire. Nian Nian, whether intentional or not, your actions have caused harm to Si Ran. Once you are released, you must sincerely convey your apologies to her. What? Si Nian abruptly lifted her head, disbelief mingling in her gaze. After all her pleading, her brother was unwilling to extricate her from this predicament? Was she truly to endure a month of detention? Si Nian hesitated, observing that Si Junha had no intention of rescuing her, and her anxiety surged. Brother, you can't leave me here. I don't want to be here anymore. I know I've wronged sister, and I'm willing to give her everything, even the position of the Si family as heiress. But it's so dark at night, the bed is so hard, and I'm really scared, she cried, tears streaming down her face. A month may not seem long, but for someone experiencing detention for the first time, claiming to be unafraid would be disingenuous. Especially, she could sense the gaze of the police, which seemed both palpable and elusive, laden with derision. She had to devise a strategy. However, the subsequent words abruptly interrupted all of Si Nian's thoughts. Si Junha furrowed his brows and explained, Nian Nian, it is not that we do not wish to bail you out, but rather that certain individuals are deliberately obstructing our efforts to secure your release. Not only was Nian Nian imprisoned, but the Si family's business also suffered significant repercussions, with numerous partners abruptly seeking to terminate contracts, resulting in substantial losses for the Si family. After maneuvering for a considerable time, they finally secured an opportunity for a private meeting with Si Nian. Si Junha inquired, Have you offended anyone recently? I don't know, Si Nian replied, bewildered, as she was completely unaware of the circumstances outside. Yet, she understood one fundamental truth. The Si family had been adversely affected, and she could not allow them to misplace their blame upon her. Aside from having crossed paths with my sister, I have maintained cordial relations with everyone else. Nevertheless, the fault lies with me. Big brother, please do not be angry with me, all right? Si Junha remained silent. Si Zhan, having emerged from impoverished regions, could hardly possess any form of backing. Nian Nian had always been amicable and unlikely to have offended anyone. Ultimately, it boiled down to unfortunate timing, caught up in a stringent crackdown from above. Nian Nian, you have endured here for a month. When you are released, we will come to fetch you, all right? After nurturing his sister for over 20 years, Si Junha was reluctant to utter any harsh words. Yet, in Si Nian's eyes, this sentiment felt akin to willingly relinquishing her. Even if resentment brewed within her, she had to feign grace, obediently nodding, I understand, I will be good, big brother. Si Junha was quite pleased. Just then, visitation time concluded, and Si Junha swiftly rose to leave. Suddenly recalling something, he approached the door, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Once the call connected, Si Junha promptly instructed, obtain all the information regarding Si Zhan from her childhood and deliver it to my office. After relaying his command, He departed without a backward glance, entirely oblivious to Xi Nian's terrified and venomous gaze. Chapter 59. Just drink some water. Are you casting spells on my dog from afar? After relocating her home to the wonderful zoo, Xizhan hardly paid attention to Weibo's trending topics anymore. Upon securing a position, she automatically terminated her contract with the agency. But she would subsequently pursue legal action against them for breach of contract, looking forward to a substantial compensation sum. For the past few days, Xizhan had been sleeping soundly. With this money, she could provide a better living environment and conditions for the little animals. Meanwhile, the snow leopard Mao Mao had almost completed its recuperation in S-City, where the protection station had brought Mao Mao and 2 limping wolves. After a week apart, Xizhan felt that Mao Mao had grown plumper. Upon seeing Xizhan, Mao Mao, confined in its cage, was brimming with excitement. As soon as Xizhan opened the cage, Mao Mao affectionately pressed its fluffy head against her. It found the director to be incredibly beautiful, igniting an irresistible urge to snuggle closer. "Director, pet me, please." Once out of the iron cage, Mao Mao promptly lay down and crawled forward, wagging its tail like a dog towards Xizhan. Then, it suddenly flipped over, exposing its pink belly beneath the white fur for Xizhan to stroke. The head of security, Alipay, stood nearby, gritting its teeth in frustration. "Woof woof woof." Alipay growled, seething. As this hefty creature was so large that its rabbit-style attack had no effect, after much effort, Mao Mao remained sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Alipay could only grumble from the sidelines. "Who do you think you are, you big-headed monster? Xizhan can only pet me, step aside." After saying that, Alipay mimicked Mao Mao, exposing its belly and lying on the ground, throwing a flirtatious glance at Xizhan as if electrified. Xizhan thought to herself, had she not understood animal language, she could hardly imagine that the competition for affection among animals could be so intense. With a sigh, she petted Mao Mao and then Alipay, before settling Mao Mao and the limping wolves in the lion enclosure. Initially worried that Mao Mao might not adapt to the zoo, she found that Mao Mao first patrolled the territory with the limping wolves, devoured 8 chickens and 3 pounds of beef, and then sprawled lazily on a large rock to bask in the sun. It was not just exercise that it avoided. It feared that taking even a single step might cause its fat to vanish. Xizhan realized her worries had been unfounded. After addressing Mao Mao's needs, Meng Tao approached Xizhan, saying, "Xiaozhan, we had promised our fans to live-stream pet communication and daily animal updates in the park. What do you think?" Xizhan was momentarily taken aback, patting her head. In the midst of confronting the company, she had nearly forgotten about the live stream. After pondering for 2 seconds, she promptly replied, "I will live stream shortly. By the way, how did the earnings from the last live stream turn out?" Her connection was free, relying solely on viewer donations. After the last stream, she had rushed off to rescue Mao Mao, paying no attention to the details. Upon glancing at Meng Tao, she noticed his excited expression, confirming that the earnings were favorable. "From our last live stream, aside from splitting the revenue with the platform and deducting taxes, we earned a total of 1.2 million. Sufficient to cover the monthly expenses of the zoo and the 3,000 stray cats and dogs you've rescued." The zoo's expenses actually far exceeded the 690,000 Xizhan had spent last month. Large animals required hundreds of dollars in meat daily, in addition to staff salaries and the animals' health care. In reality, the monthly expenses were at least several million. Meng Tao's face flushed with excitement as he continued, "Moreover, I have applied for a 50 subsidy from Heiress. In short, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Xizhan was somewhat taken aback. It was known that ordinary zoos could only reimburse about 20 to 30. Meng Tao must have genuinely pleaded earnestly before the leadership. The donations would not always amount to such figures, and the platform could not continually promote them. Their popularity would inevitably dwindle. Nevertheless, with this funding, the zoo could sustain itself for a year and a half, enough time to train the animals for public viewing. Meng Tao was well aware of this. However, this money represented the zoo's only significant income, and even if the amount decreased in the future, it would still be a source of revenue. As long as they maintained a balanced budget, they would fare better than other protection stations and zoos that continuously operated at a loss. Despite the wonderful zoo appearing shabby, its facilities had been systematically upgraded, placing it among the top 3 zoos in the country. Now, countless people online were clamoring for the opportunity to visit. Meng Tao was so thrilled that he could hardly sleep. Xizhan, having committed to live streaming, said little more before descending to prepare. She first announced the live stream, and when the time arrived, she began broadcasting from her bedroom. As soon as she started, over 10,000 viewers flooded in. Jean set up a connection and announced, "I have been dealing with disputes with my former company, and I apologize for not being able to start the live stream at the agreed time. Therefore, today I will live stream until midnight. If anyone needs communication with their pets, feel free to connect. I will select randomly." She prepared 10 connection spots, ultimately selecting one at random. The chosen connection was a very young man, appearing to have just graduated from university. Upon realizing he had been selected, he immediately said, "Hello. I wanted to ask if you could help me find out what is wrong with my dog." After speaking, the young man turned the camera toward a large brown and white Alaskan Malamute. The dog, massive in size, with a pink nose, was panting heavily and appeared to be on the verge of rolling its eyes. A woof. Ran heard the feeble voice of the Alaskan Malamute. "Someone save the dog. It's going to die of thirst." The dog's throat. Before Ran could speak, the owner continued, "Host, it's just as you see it. Every time I walk my dog, it collapses at my feet, gasping and rolling its eyes. I've taken it to the vet over a dozen times. It's perfectly healthy. Not a single issue. Please, just ask if there's any discomfort so the vet can treat it accordingly." The owner's expression was one of utter desperation. This dog had been adopted when he was nearing graduation, at a time when his living expenses were a mere 1,500 yuan, and the dog alone consumed 1,000 each month. Since adopting it, the dog had frequently gasped for breath. He had visited the vet countless times, yet it always seemed fine upon arrival, leaving the doctors baffled. After the young man finished speaking, the Alaskan began rolling its eyes again in a frenzy. The Alaskan barked, "Of course, there's nothing wrong with the dog. The vet gives it water, but the foolish owner never realizes." The young man asked, "What did my dog just say?" For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a deep sorrow emanating from his beloved pet. Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Adopting a serious demeanor as she instructed, "Quickly fetch a bowl and fill it with cool water," placing it on the ground. The young man, bewildered but obedient, complied. After he set the bowl down, Ran addressed the Alaskan through the camera. "Go ahead." Neither the viewers in the live stream nor the young man could discern whether the dog understood, but suddenly, the Alaskan stood up, lowered its head, and began to drink the water with vigor. Ran remarked, "That's right. Once it drinks, it will feel better." The young man, still in a state of confusion, exclaimed, "Just drinking some water will do? Did you cast a spell on my dog from afar?" Chapter 60. The Wildlife Conservation Team Assembles. Upon hearing this, Ran fell silent for a full 10 seconds. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. How can there be so many talented people in the host's live stream? Are pet owners always this amusing? This guy is a total novice. He clearly has no idea how to care for a dog. It's already June. Alaskan Malamutes, being sled dogs, need air conditioning every day. He should consider trimming some of its fur to prevent overheating. True, but don't shave it completely. That can lead to skin diseases. Ran watched the comments flow by, eventually shifting her gaze away from the screen. She turned to the still bewildered young man and explained, "Alaskan Malamutes are sled dogs with thick fur. The reason it gasps after walks is that it's thirsty. Ensure it has water promptly, but don't let it drink too quickly. Wait for its emotions to stabilize before feeding it again." The young man's face lit up with understanding. Realizing he had just jokingly suggested Ran was casting spells on his dog, he suddenly felt as if he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Blushing, he quickly rewarded Ran with 1,000 yuan before logging off. Embarrassed, he even cancelled his account that very night. What followed next was Ran's true introduction to the peculiar owners and their unfortunate pets. She connected with a middle-aged lady who immediately lamented, "My dog eats its own feces right after it poops. It eats and eats." The lady broke down in the live stream, exclaiming, "I'm going crazy." Ran initially suspected a condition known as pica, but upon seeing the dog's appearance, she grimaced. It was simply underfed and had become alarmingly thin. Thankfully, it had connected online today. Another day of hunger could have been fatal. Next came a couple who, together on camera, inquired why their dog was unable to lose weight. Upon questioning the dog, Ran was taken aback. The 80 grams of dog food served was merely an appetizer. The couple additionally fed their precious pet an apple, 2 bottles of yogurt, and some nuts, beef, and eggs daily. The dog had no chance of shedding any weight. As the live stream extended past midnight, Ran was astonished to discover that the viewership had unknowingly swelled to 1 million. She had never anticipated such an audience for a pet communication broadcast. She announced plans to share updates on the animals within the park during future streams, with the next session scheduled for the following week. If there were any changes, she would notify her viewers. After bidding farewell, Ran promptly ended the stream, leaving the audience wanting more. Regardless of whether Ran truly possessed the ability to communicate with animals, the viewers could see her genuine passion for the work. Moreover, she had an exceptional talent for engaging the atmosphere of the live stream, leaving everyone eager for daily broadcasts. However, upon noticing her schedule indicated a maximum of one stream per week, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Ran, unaware of their sentiments, proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Not long after lying down, there came a knock on the employee dormitory's door. A muffled voice called out, Ran, are you asleep? It was Meng Tao's voice. Meng Tao never sought her out at night. His sudden knocking suggested something urgent. Ran quickly donned a jacket and opened the door. Mr. Meng, what's the matter? Meng Tao replied, I just received a call from the Animal Protection Station in Y Province. They reported that 7 or 8 adult elephants have been blocking the road. Initially, we thought the herd was afraid to cross, but even when the staff asked vehicles to stop, the elephants continued to linger on that road and obstruct traffic. Ran immediately grasped Meng Tao's intention. He wanted her to help resolve the issue of the elephants stranded on the road. Meng Tao nodded, exactly. However, the protection station staff indicated that the elephants pose no threat to humans. You should get some rest. I've already booked your flight.
Oui?
Ran quickly picked up on Meng Tao's wording. He didn't conceal anything from her. As you know, our wildlife conservation team requires collaboration. So they assigned a few capable individuals to assist you. But don't worry, these individuals have excellent field experience and character. They signed a confidentiality agreement before coming. They won't disclose your role as the zoo director or your ability to understand animal language. I understand. I will comply with the arrangements. Seeing that Ran did not object, Meng Tao exhaled in relief. You should hurry and rest. After Meng Tao left, Ran swiftly packed her belongings. The next day, she awoke early. Arriving at the conference room, she found several leaders already gathered. Upon seeing Ran enter, their faces lit up with smiles, as if gazing upon a treasure. Ran's gaze fell upon a few familiar faces at the conference table. Meng Tao had spoken true. She recognized these individuals. They were the Snow Wolf research team she had encountered in Kekexili, along with Officer Songji. Captain Lin, long time no see, Ran greeted Lin Sueya. The individuals before her were indeed Lin Sueya, Zhang Mingyi, Ji Jishir, and Qiuqi. It had been a month since the Snow Wolf incident, and their contact had mostly been limited to WeChat. She hadn't anticipated that they would reunite as teammates. Lin Sueya and the others nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Ji Jishir was as chatty as ever. Meng Lao Shi, where is Officer Song? At that moment, Ran turned her attention to Song Ji, who was seated in a corner. Dressed in a neat short-sleeved shirt and trousers, her hands rested on her knees as she sat upright. As Ran spoke, Song Ji's gaze met hers. Officer Song will also be one of the team members, primarily responsible for ensuring your safety, Meng Tao stated, his tone growing serious. Ran, while animals may be drawn to you, outdoor work carries many potential dangers. Your foremost priority is to protect yourself, do you understand? Ran was taken aback. She was well aware of the extreme dangers of outdoor work, where one's life could be at risk at any moment. The moment she submitted her resignation, she had already cast aside her life, ready to embrace death at any time. Yet Meng Tao was emphasizing the importance of prioritizing her own safety. In this lifetime, both Xia Wan and most of the people she encountered bestowed upon her a warmth she had never experienced in her previous life. Inside Ran, it felt as though a string had been plucked. She gazed at Meng Tao and solemnly nodded. I will. She resolved to live and strive to save more animals. Chapter 61. The truth behind the elephant herd blocking the road as they set off for Province Y. Ran brought along Alipay. Upon learning this news, Alipay was so elated that it stumbled about in a frenzy. When it discovered it would be traveling in its own airline box, it did not fuss, obediently entering the container, while watching Ran with longing as she boarded the plane. Compared to being confined in the airline box, it yearned to accompany Ran outside. She hadn't forgotten about it this time. What a relief. The flight landed in the morning, and as soon as they disembarked, Lin Sueya rented a car to head to their destination. Inside the vehicle, Ran held Alipay close, stealing furtive glances at Song Ji, hesitating to speak. It was difficult for Song Ji not to notice. Ran, if you have something to say, just say it, she said with a hint of exasperation. Caught off guard, Ran sheepishly touched her nose to mask her embarrassment. I didn't expect to partner with Officer Song. Ran was astute. During the previous investigation into wildlife trafficking, she had inadvertently revealed her identity. Being suddenly assigned to protect her was likely related to her earlier disclosure. A wave of guilt washed over Ran. She refrained from elaborating, but Songji understood. Suddenly, she smiled. This is a good thing for me. Protecting you is far easier than apprehending criminals. And this path is one I chose myself. Ran was taken aback. Songji continued with a gentle smile. The state does not coerce anyone. The path I tread is of my own choosing, so you needn't feel guilty. Rather, I should thank you. Your presence has introduced me to an entirely new and uncharted journey, which is both a challenge and an opportunity. Moreover, Songji's gaze lingered on Ran. Her voice tender yet straightforward. Ran, I quite like you. At that moment, the four men in the car turned to look in unison. Confused, Songji inquired, "What are you all staring at? Don't you like Ran?" Due to this unexpected interlude, the camaraderie among the 6 individuals deepened further. They arrived just in time for a meal, and after a casual bite, the 6 proceeded to the scene. Recently, a herd of elephants had been frequently blocking the roads, prompting the placement of warning signs as soon as they entered the mountainous area. Upon Ran's arrival, she indeed heard the calls of wild Asian elephants from the jungle and could faintly discern their gray forms among the foliage. The size of an Asian elephant rivals that of a small truck. Should the herd become aggressive, vehicles on the road could easily face calamity. After parking the car at the roadside, they exited. Once again, the air resonated with the ancient, haunting trumpets of the elephants, and soon 7 or 8 large elephants descended from a mound less than half a meter high, resuming their pursuit of the vehicles. A local police officer, attending to Ran, spoke up. This herd migrates back to Zishuangbana every year. They used to behave well, but this year, for some unknown reason, they are blocking the road without harming anyone. Due to the reduction of their habitat and changes in the ecological environment, these elephants migrate annually in search of food or other necessities. Local police and wildlife protection staff assist in facilitating their migration. Things were fine in previous years, but this year, it was perplexing. Ran responded, "I will go and ask what's going on." The rest of the team chimed in unison, "We will go too." The local officer was taken aback. Is this how the current research teams operate now? While the officer remained puzzled, Ran and her companions had already ventured into the midst of the blockade created by the elephants. Ran observed the Asian elephants, upon seeing humans appear before them. The elephants ceased their obstruction, watching Ran in quiet contemplation. Both parties regarded one another intently. Ultimately, Ran's gaze fell on a particularly anxious female elephant, and she earnestly proclaimed, "I can understand your words." The mother elephant froze, her eyes brimming with confusion. Ran continued, "You have been blocking the road. Are you searching for something? Tell me, and I will help you find it." As her words echoed, the herd erupted in thunderous trumpeting. The questioned mother elephant's eyes visibly brightened. "Human, can you truly comprehend my speech?" Ran nodded, extending her hand slowly toward the mother elephant's trunk. "I am here to assist you." "Oh, how wonderful." The mother elephant gently coiled her long trunk around Ran's wrist, expressing her excitement. "Can you help me find my child? My child has gone missing." "Your child?" Ran gasped, unable to suppress her surprise. She turned to Lin Sueya and the team. "Captain, the mother elephant says her child is missing. Have we added any new members to the herd in our records?" Lin Sueya, equally stunned, shook his head. "The records indicate that the Menghua family consists of 16 elephants, 3 females and 13 males, with no new calves in recent years. If the mother claims her child is lost, it must be a calf born not long ago." Lin Sueya struggled to contain his excitement. "The Menghua family hasn't welcomed new life in nearly 8 years. We must locate that calf. With fewer than 40,000 Asian elephants globally and fewer than 400 in our country, each elephant is invaluable. The missing calf must be found." Ran shared this sentiment and quickly inquired, "Where did you last see your child? How long has it been missing?" The mother elephant replied, "About 4 days ago. We were exhausted and resting at night. My child was sleeping beside me, but when I awoke, it was gone. We aren't blocking the road on purpose. I know only humans can help me find my child. The intelligence of elephants surpasses human comprehension. They understand the dangers posed by humans. Yet for the sake of their young, the herd willingly took the risk of obstructing the road alongside the mother." The mother elephant's anxiety became palpable once more. Ran promptly reassured her, "Do not worry. We will surely help you find your calf." They had brought along a considerable amount of equipment for this venture. Immediately, the team retrieved infrared drones, while Ran directed the herd to return to the forest's edge. However, after extensive aerial scanning, the drones failed to detect any sign of the calf. Zhang Mingyi, the eldest and most seasoned field expert in the team, elaborated, "The forests of Province Y are densely canopied. There are areas where the drones cannot penetrate. To trace the calf, we may need to venture deeper." Upon hearing this, the mother elephant and the herd eagerly exclaimed, "We will lead you." With that, the elephant closest to Ran lowered its front limbs to the ground, inviting her to climb onto its back. The rest of the team, having signed confidentiality agreements, were well aware of Ran's abilities. Even so, they were taken aback when the Asian elephant knelt to allow them to mount. Yet, with the calf missing for so long, there was no time to hesitate. Without second thoughts, they climbed onto the backs of the elephants, who began guiding them toward the location where the calf had gone missing. Chapter 62. The missing calf. The herd of Asian elephants moved swiftly, leading Ran and her companions deeper into the forest until they reached a patch of flattened grass where the elephants had trodden. After gently placing Ran and the others down, the mother elephant spoke, "My child went missing right here." Ran surveyed the surroundings. This was a pristine forest, rarely visited by outsiders. If the calf's disappearance were linked to humans, it would have caused quite a commotion. There was no way the resting elephants would remain oblivious. Hence, it was likely that the calf had wandered off on its own. As she pondered, Ran suddenly heard a faint rustling coming from above in the trees. She glanced up and beheld a golden monkey with a round head and short ears, its bluish face quivering as it timidly concealed itself among the branches. The little creature seemed intent on hiding from prying eyes, yet its rear half, along with its long tail, remained conspicuously exposed. A clear, high-pitched whisper echoed in Ran's ears. "Humans cannot see me, cannot see me. Little monkey, come down, I have something to ask you." The little golden monkey froze. It had noticed the beautiful human leading the group early on. Although her aura compelled it to draw near, the multitude of unkind humans instilled a paralyzing fear. Nevertheless, upon hearing the beautiful human's voice, it could not resist the urge to peek down from its perch. Their eyes met, sparkling and bright. "Ah, is the beautiful human speaking to me? What should I do? Even though she looks kind and lovely, what if she intends to harm me?" The little golden monkey longed to flee, but Ran's unwavering gaze seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering its feet immovable, reluctant to depart even a step. Then, Ran smiled gently at it and waved her hand. "Little one, stop staring. I am indeed speaking to you." The golden monkey tilted its head, momentarily dazed. It only realized it had unwittingly fallen into a trap when it found itself nestled in Ran's embrace. "Oh no. Mama doesn't need to save dinner for me tonight. I am to become dinner myself. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm," Ran reassured, sensing the little monkey's apprehension. Though these wild creatures often felt a closeness to her, their wariness was palpable. They did not easily trust humans. Ran was determined not to instill any lasting fear in the little one. Fortunately, her words managed to alleviate its tension. The creature gazed at her with its amber eyes, stammering, I actually feel a bit less scared now. Can you tell me if you've seen a little elephant?" "A little elephant?" The golden monkey hesitated for a moment. "Are you talking about Pippi?" Ran nodded. For the missing little elephant was indeed named Pippi. Pippi's family is searching for it. If you know where it is, could you please tell us? The golden monkey glanced between Ran and the herd of elephants before nodding earnestly. "I have seen Pippi. It was chased down a cliff by a group of bad people. Fortunately, it fell in a spot where there was a flat area below. But the cliff is too steep. Although Pippi is unharmed, it cannot climb back up. We are too weak to rescue it. So we can only bring it some fruit to eat. All the golden monkeys nearby have been searching for food for it, but nothing seems to satisfy its hunger. The fruits around here have all been consumed by Pippi. That's why I came here to find more." The golden monkey recounted the entire sequence of events with clarity. However, the others sensed something amiss. The dense jungles of the primordial forest were rife with wild beasts. Local villagers would hardly venture into such depths. How could there possibly be humans here? Yet the little golden monkey insisted. "There are." Pippi said it smelled sweet water at a villager's house, but its mother forbade it from drinking. So, it snuck out at night, intending to return by dawn to migrate with the herd. But after drinking, it felt dizzy and unknowingly got lost, accidentally wandering into the human's lair, and was driven away, causing it to fall. The golden monkey declared proudly, "I live right here. I can attest that Pippi did not lie." There is indeed a large house in the forest, and the humans inside are very strange. They always wear the same clothes, and their home emits an unpleasant odor. The little creature was quite talkative, oblivious to Si Ren's increasingly grave expression. Seeing this, Songji quickly inquired, Si Ren, what did it say? Your face. Officer Song, we must call the police immediately, Si Ren said, clutching the golden monkey as she turned to the group, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. I suspect that someone is manufacturing drugs here. This concern was not unfounded. The border of Y province spanned an extensive 4,060 kilometers, sharing borders with several countries, and naturally, various factions sought to infiltrate. Even with vigilant border guards and police, there would always be some who slipped through the cracks. If her suspicions were correct, these individuals were incredibly audacious. Lin Suiye and the others grew solemn as well. Just as Songji was about to use the satellite phone, the little creature spoke up. You humans might be too late. When I came to find food for Pippi today, I saw them packing up, preparing to leave. The group froze, astonished that these individuals were relocating so swiftly. Si Ren quickly grasped the situation and said, the Menhua family of humans has been tracking them. These people are clever and know that if a young elephant goes missing, the local police will surely intervene. Once they venture into the depths of the primordial forest, their location will undoubtedly be exposed. Upon hearing this, Songji no longer hesitated, moving aside to call the police and explain the situation. With only 6 of them, they were uncertain whether the other party was armed, and ensuring their own safety was paramount. Si Ren insisted, we need to check on the elephant's situation first. The 6 of them mounted the backs of the elephants, guided by the little golden monkey, and made their way to the edge of the cliff, where Pippi had fallen. Before they arrived, Si Ren could already hear the plaintive murmurs of the young elephant below. Wah, my little feet are numb. I'm so scared, mama. Peering down, she indeed spotted a small elephant lying on a platform at the base of the cliff. However, this cliff was easily dozens of meters high. Pippi had been fortunate to land on a ledge, but the nearly vertical cliff face made it exceedingly difficult to lift a 200-pound baby elephant, which had been born only recently. Pippi seemed to sense the presence of the herd and lifted its head to gaze up the cliff. Its large, tender ears perked up, and it called out, Mama, did you bring humans to save me? Wah, I'm so hungry. The fruits the little monkey gave me are hardly enough. Si Ren remarked. The little monkey must have picked every fruit within reach, yet this little one still claims to be hungry. Then, unable to ascertain how thick the platform beneath Pippi was, she called down, Pippi, stay put. We will find a way to rescue you. With that, Si Ren's gaze shifted to a nearby tree, and an idea struck her. I will go down and tie a rope around the little elephant. Then I can instruct the herd to pull it up. Relying solely on their numbers would be futile, but the herd could accomplish this with ease. However, Lin Suiye interjected, Si Ren, you stay up here and speak to Pippi to keep it calm. I and Xiaoqi will go down. Lin Suiye's tone brooked no argument. Everyone present had more experience in the wilderness than he did, and Si Ren was not one to act recklessly. She nodded in agreement. As Si Ren and the herd consoled Pippi, its demeanor improved significantly. By the time Lin Suiye and Xiaoqi descended the cliff, Pippi was obediently gazing up at Si Ren, its large eyes fixed on her face, unwilling to look away. Just moments before, it had felt that this bipedal human had descended from the heavens into its world, and now it perceived her as a divine being come to rescue it with a rope. Pippi shook its trunk, feeling grateful for the appearance of such a wonderful human. All the hardships endured over the past few days had not been in vain. Pippi remained calm, allowing Lin Suiye and Xiaoqi to bind it with rope, and it dutifully followed Si Ren's instructions for the herd to pull it up. As the elephants heaved from behind, Pippi cleverly used its limbs to climb up the cliff. Yet, when it reached the top, it did not rush toward its mother but stealthily crept around to Si Ren's side. The group remained oblivious to the reason behind this behavior. However, it was not long before the group noticed the matriarch elephant let out a loud call, then angrily strode towards the young elephant behind Si Ren. With a swift flick of her trunk and a powerful stomp of her foot, the young elephant promptly knelt down. The matriarch, filled with disappointment, chastised, useless creature, I warned you against stealing the human's rice wine, yet you insisted on indulging. If it weren't for encountering a human who can understand our words today, you would be left to your fate. After delivering this reprimand, she could not restrain herself and gave the young one a sharp smack on the rear with her trunk. The surrounding herd glanced around, avoiding eye contact with the matriarch's reprimand of the little one. Observing this, Lin Sueya and the others also turned away, pretending they had seen nothing. Siran shook her head in exasperation. Even if the others could not comprehend, they understood that Pai Pai was feeling guilty for causing concern among the herd due to its mischievousness. It had stealthily approached Siran, hoping for her intervention. Yet, the matriarch, known for her fiery temper, adhered strictly to the herd's upbringing principles, believing humans should not interfere. Consequently, Pai Pai was left to endure its mother's discipline, casting a pitiful glance at Siran, seeking her assistance. Once the matriarch seemed to have delivered a sufficient lesson, Siran beckoned to Pai Pai, saying, "Come here. Pai Pai, I have a question for you." The matriarch immediately halted her lecture, nudging Pai Pai with her trunk towards Siran. "The benefactor is asking you something. Answer her, do you understand?" she commanded. Pai Pai obediently nodded its head. It tiptoed over to Siran, producing a small sound with its trunk. Just recently born, it still bore a layer of soft fur, and its diminutive size made it appear particularly endearing next to the adult elephants. Siran could not resist reaching out to stroke the young elephant's head. Before she could speak, Pai Pai suddenly exclaimed, "Human, I really like you. Thank you for saving me. I have something very important to give you." With that, Pai Pai abruptly turned and dashed into the depths of the jungle, using its trunk and head to root around the ground. In a short while, the little creature had unearthed a black box and placed it before Siran. "After I accidentally stumbled into the human's house while drinking the rice wine brewed by the villagers, I found this. It smells really bad. So, I wanted to get rid of it. But when those humans saw me take their things, they hit me," Wu Pai Pai lamented, its voice growing increasingly pitiful. In truth, it had intended to dispose of the object midway, but once pursued by humans, it forgot everything. After enduring several days of hardship, Pai Pai felt as if it had swallowed a bitter melon. The little one nudged the box forward with its trunk, stating, "I will never take others' things again, sister. I am returning it to you." The black box, approximately 18 inches in size, was somewhat cumbersome for the young elephant to carry, and it was unclear how Pai Pai managed to drag it away while being chased. Siran approached to pick up the box, but her expression quickly changed. The box had a damaged corner, and as she lifted it, a package containing white powder in plastic bags tumbled out. Songji instantly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Xiao Ran, don't touch anything yet." Siran froze, and Songji hurried to her side, crouching down to inspect the contents. After a silent exchange of understanding, she nodded to the others, "Let us wait for the police to arrive. Do not touch anything." The box weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds, and if traced back, the drug traffickers involved would face dire consequences. The group initially intended to wait in place for the police, but then they heard commotion from the trees. In the distance, hundreds of golden monkeys were swinging through the foliage, heading towards them. The little golden monkey in Siran's arms perked up, pointing excitedly at the monkey troop. "Wow. My grandparents, parents, uncles, and aunts are here." Just as the words left its mouth, a strong golden monkey leaped down, anxiously tugging at Siran's pants. "Bad news. We just saw a dozen large humans coming your way. They seem to be searching for something and are armed. You all should run." The little golden monkey nestled in Siran's grasp, as the troop had been silently following the herd of elephants. Little did they know that the humans who had chased Pai Pai that day were also approaching. The monkeys were in a state of panic. Yet, they noticed that this group of humans appeared unfazed, standing still in the jungle. Siran gently stroked Pai Pai beside her, smiling as she asked, "Pai Pai, would you like to have an endless supply of bananas and sugarcane?" Pai Pai's eyes widened, its soft trunk lifted towards the sky, and its mouth slightly agape. "Yes. I want that." Siran continued, "And, do you wish to take revenge on the humans who harmed you?" Pai Pai nodded vigorously, but after a moment of contemplation, hesitated. "But is it possible?" As elephants, they were far more intelligent than other animals. Pai Pai had always understood that not all humans were benevolent. Many were harmful. Good humans would assist them in migration, while bad ones would chop off their tusks and gut them. Therefore, they would never provoke humans. Humans were a terrifying presence. Feeling a twinge of fear, Pai Pai glanced at its mother, then at Siran, finally declaring, "We have already relinquished so much of our habitat to humans. Yet they are never satisfied. Elephants have the right to live too." The little one grew increasingly agitated, ultimately exclaiming, "I refuse to accept this." Upon hearing Pai Pai's words, Siran gazed towards the approaching drug traffickers in the distance and calmly stated, "Then let us trample them all." As soon as the words left her lips, the sound of the elephant herd resonated throughout the forest. Chapter 64. Capturing the Fugitive. The drug traffickers, who had initially spotted the young elephant, were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the thunderous calls of the elephant herd. 4 days prior, a young elephant had intruded into their factory, destroying numerous instruments and even making off with a shipment. They had chased it relentlessly but ultimately lost track of the young one. That shipment was worth millions, and if lost, their lives would be in jeopardy. Thankfully, after scouring the valley for 4 days using drones, they finally located the young elephant's trail. As long as they found the young elephant, the cargo would surely be nearby. However, they had not anticipated that they would not only find the young elephant, but also the entire elephant herd. The elephants stood quietly in the tall grass, their deep eyes fixed intently upon the intruders.
Gulp.
The traffickers instinctively swallowed hard, their legs turning to jelly.
Wait.
One of them suddenly recalled something, fear gripping him as he asked, "Didn't that young elephant fall down? How did it get back up?" As he spoke, the traffickers were horrified to discover that 6 humans appeared to be perched on the backs of the elephants. Before they could fully grasp the situation, they suddenly heard a cacophony of chattering above their heads. Looking up, they found themselves surrounded by a swarm of golden monkeys swinging above them. Aha! One bold monkey leaped onto the head of a trafficker, clawing at his eyes before biting down on his skull. In an instant, the air was filled with the harrowing screams of the traffickers, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard. The elephants, having been wronged by the traffickers, would not let this transgression go unpunished. Though Ran had allowed them to unleash their vengeance, the elephants understood that these individuals would face human judgment, so they merely intended to frighten them. Yet, to the traffickers, the elephants were colossal beings. Even a gentle scare or a careless stomp could easily shatter their bodies. Thus, when the local police rushed to the scene, they could hear the anguished cries of the traffickers from afar. Simultaneously, the arriving officers were met with the deafening roars of the elephant herd. Upon approaching, they found a dozen criminals huddled in the grass with their hands on their heads, while 10 imposing elephants stood watch over them. To their astonishment, the branches were also teeming with a dense congregation of golden monkeys. Witnessing this scene, the local police stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The drug traffickers, upon seeing the approaching police, fell to their knees, weeping profusely. "Dear officers, how wonderful it is that you have finally arrived. We confess our crimes. Imprison us if you must, even sentence us to death, but please, take us away swiftly." The police, bewildered, pondered the sanity of this group. Yet, their sorrowful cries resonated with a depth of despair. "What uncle nonsense is this? Do not address me so casually." As the officers handcuffed the culprits, one remarked, "So now you are afraid? Where was your fear when you were manufacturing and peddling drugs, destroying families?" Though the officers were unclear about the unfolding events, a sense of satisfaction simmered within them. At that moment, Ran dismounted from the back of the matriarch elephant and clarified the situation to the lead officer, explaining, "The contraband was discovered by the young elephant, and I suspect that the remaining drugs could not have been entirely removed at once. They must have been hidden somewhere." The officer, with a serious demeanor, replied, "We will report this matter to our superiors. However, we are unaware of the location of the drug manufacturing facility." Ran offered, "I can guide you there." Without waiting for the officer's response, she suddenly beckoned to the troop of monkeys above. The little golden monkey, who had previously aided them in finding Pai, leaped down from the tree and landed on Ran's shoulder, chattering incessantly. With a gentle smile, Ran lowered the little creature and cradled it in her arms, tenderly stroking its head. The monkey knew the whereabouts of the troop and could lead them, but requested some fruit as a token of gratitude once they located the factory. The police, somewhat skeptical, recognized Ran as an expert from the capital, and thus, without further inquiry, took the criminal gang into custody and followed the little monkey to the facility. It must be noted that this factory was exceptionally well concealed, situated deep within the primitive forest. Even with the guidance of the little monkey, they had to walk for a full 2 hours. Apart from Songji and Ran, who were slightly out of breath, the rest of the team was gasping for air. Fortunately, they reached the drug factory without incident. Upon nearing the site, they observed that the surrounding trees and underbrush had turned a dismal yellow, with an increasingly sparse presence of flora as they approached the factory. The local police, seasoned and knowledgeable, immediately brandished their weapons and entered. However, they found that all personnel had evacuated, likely already beyond the forest's edge. After a thorough search of the premises yielded nothing but some abandoned drug manufacturing equipment, the officers expressed their frustration. "We have arrived too late. All the crucial items have been moved. Before Ran could respond, the little golden monkey piped up. Are you looking for those foul-smelling items scattered on the ground? They only took part of it. The rest has been hidden away. If you wish to apprehend other criminals, our troop can assist you. The monkey's voice was soft and childlike, evoking sympathy. Gigi sure couldn't help but approach and whispered to Ran. What did the little one say? It explained that the drugs had not been completely removed but rather concealed, and the monkey troop could help locate the remaining fugitives. Gigi Shure's eyes widened in surprise. Glancing at the adorably innocent monkey, Ran recognized the urgency of both matters and placed the monkey on the ground. Little one, if you help me with these 2 tasks, I will reward you with plenty of fruit. The little golden monkey replied, we're not doing this solely for you. These humans are quite terrible. Ever since they arrived, we have been forced to migrate to the outskirts, as this entire area of food has become off-limits. If you drive them away, it will greatly benefit us. Thus, it was evident that the monkey's motivations were not only rooted in affection for Ran but also in the desire for a broader living space for its troop. After conveying this to the police, the officer assured her, rest assured, once we ascertain the exact whereabouts of the criminal gang, they will either face handcuffs or bullets. We will spare none of these offenders. At that moment, the little monkey returned, stating, I will lead you to where they have hidden the items. Ran nodded. Thank you, little one, for your efforts. Once again, she patted the monkey's head, causing it to feel a delightful sensation, as if its very soul were floating. It led them to a natural stone formation, exclaiming, this is the spot. I have seen them frequently hiding things here, and after some time, many humans come to retrieve the items from the forest. Ran nodded, recognizing that the immense boulder was beyond human strength to move. She turned her gaze toward the herd of elephants and, stepping forward, addressed the matriarch. I place my trust in you. The herd responded with a trumpet and approached, using their trunks to gently nudge the massive stone, which fell apart in an instant. With their trunks, they cleared the area, revealing a rusty cover beneath the displaced earth and grass. Pai, with his little trunk raised, advanced but quickly recoiled, wrinkling his nose in disgust. The smell inside is even worse. How could humans create something so foul? The matriarch, exasperated, kicked him aside, admonishing, children should not meddle. The little one, recognizing its misstep, lowered its ears and quietly retreated, too timid to speak further. The matriarch and the other elephants gathered around the cover, lifting its edges with their trunks. The sturdy iron lid creaked ominously as it was uprooted. Ran peered down, and to her astonishment, the vast cellar was cluttered with prohibited substances, strewn about like discarded weeds. The police, upon witnessing this, immediately instructed everyone to retreat to a safe distance. At that moment, the monkey troop returned from various directions. Jumping in front of Ran and chattering excitedly, we saw that group fleeing toward the western highway. Hurry and apprehend them. Ran quickly inquired about the distance and relayed this information to the police. The lead officer was utterly astonished. They had anticipated a daunting operation, mentally preparing for possible sacrifices. Who could have predicted that not only would they uncover a substantial cache of drugs, but they were also on the verge of capturing the remaining fleeing criminals? They envisioned accolades awaiting them, the prospect of earning commendations for their efforts. In less than half an hour, news arrived from the police heading toward the highway checkpoint. Over 30 drug manufacturers had been apprehended without exception, with 5 shot dead on the spot for resisting arrest and attempting to flee. Furthermore, the authorities seized over 3,000 kilograms of illegal substances and the latest drug manufacturing tools, effectively dismantling the vast drug factory. Awaiting these criminals was the ultimate penalty: death. In gratitude for the assistance of the elephant and monkey troops, the local police not only rewarded them with a significant amount of fruit, but also proposed to honor the elephants with red ribbons as a mark of distinction. Ran found this gesture unexpected. However, the police chief explained, Teacher C, you may not understand, but our region is exceedingly impoverished. The only thing we have to offer is our picturesque scenery. The leadership suggested that if these little creatures are not averse, we should take some photographs. It might attract tourists and stimulate the local economy, thus providing jobs for the residents. Although Ran was puzzled as to why the higher-ups believed that wildlife would cooperate for photos with red ribbons, she recognized that the leadership must have their rationale. At the chief's earnest insistence, Ran conveyed this proposal to the elephant and monkey troops. Most golden monkeys exhibit little interest in photography, yet the young golden monkey, Pai, dances joyfully, exclaiming, I want to go. I want to go. Pai, in particular, becomes exuberant. playfully toying with its own nose while charmingly appealing to the mother elephant and the herd. Oh, what a splendid red flower. And I can take photos with the lovely humans too. I want to be in the picture. Only a few months old, Pai Pai is at that mischievous stage. And the mother elephant and the herd soon find themselves exasperated by its antics, ultimately conceding to its wishes. The following day, a captivating photograph depicting the harmonious coexistence of humans and animals graces the local headlines. Within the span of an hour, the image goes viral. It captures 11 adult elephants adorned with vibrant red flowers standing on the roadside, while the tiniest elephant gazes upward, its soft trunk raised, with a grinning blue-faced golden monkey perched atop its head. Most notably, the photograph features their familiar acquaintance. How did Ren end up standing so prominently among the elephants? Wow. Isn't this the herd that obstructed traffic a few days ago? I heard experts were dispatched to investigate. So is Ren one of them? Isn't Ren the keeper from the marvelous zoo? She must also be involved in wildlife rescue efforts. Considering she is a graduate in veterinary medicine and is accompanied by several prominent conservationists, likely assisting them. Don't just focus on the photo. Look at the headline. Ren and her team are being commended for assisting the police in seizing over 1,000 pounds of illegal drugs. Wow. It seems that Sister Ran deserves a grand recognition. Is that the main point? The real highlight is how Ren managed to convince so many elephants and little monkeys to obediently pose for the camera. Ren once again finds herself trending. Since her departure from the public eye merely days ago, her popularity has remained unabated. Currently, she harbors no interest in the trending topic. After handing over the situation to the local police, she intends to return home. Having rescued Pai Pai and inadvertently aided the police in combating a criminal syndicate, the smiles on Lin Sueya and the others' faces have yet to fade. Upon returning, they can leverage this opportunity to request additional funding from their superiors. The only one displeased is Alipay. From the moment it touched down, its expression has been glum. Initially, it believed Ren intended to take it along for the mission. However, upon arriving at the airport, Ren called a ride, sending it to the police station for local authorities to look after. It is furious. Throughout the ordeal, Alipay maintains a sullen demeanor, pridefully refusing to utter a word. Ren, well aware of Alipay sulking, feels helpless. In the vehicle, Alipay lies rigidly across the laps of Qiu Qi and Zhang Mingyi, resembling a petulant lord. Ren helplessly explains, "It's not that I didn't want to bring you. Rather, it wouldn't be useful for you to come." Hearing this, Alipay immediately becomes indignant, barking defiantly, "What do you mean it wouldn't be useful? There are so many police dogs now. Can't you just use me as a police dog? I'm just as formidable, if not more so, than those with official titles." It refuses to accept this notion. After expressing its discontent, Alipay turns its head away. If Ren cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, it vows to skip meals and show her its displeasure. Ren sees right through this. Alipay has 1,000 cunning thoughts, 400 of which are reflected in its eyes, while the others manifest on its face. Can you swing from trees like a little monkey? Or stand tall like an elephant? Alipay, with its sapphire-like eyes, contemplates and realizes that it indeed cannot compare, its ears drooping in defeat. Ren, both amused and exasperated, remarks, "In the primeval forest, the grass alone can reach 1/2 meter high. If you dive in, we wouldn't even be able to see your ears." At that point, instead of helping, we might have to put up lost dog notices. As Ren considers this, she clicks her tongue. "If we find you, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, you'll have to blend in with a pack of wolves and become their leader." Alipay. After pondering Ren's words, Alipay finds itself utterly speechless. Just then, the group arrives at the airport, preparing to check in. However, as they step out of the vehicle, Songji suddenly speaks up. "Wait." The group turns to look. Songji appears troubled, handing over her phone, her voice choked and heavy. Pai Pai seems to have been in an accident. Chapter 66. Rescue. Ren hurriedly examines the phone that Songji has handed over. The screen displays a news article that hasn't garnered significant attention. However, the accompanying photo reveals a white heavy truck with crimson blood pooling beneath it, while Pai Pai's mother presses her head against the front of the vehicle. And the rest of the herd frantically collides with the truck, attempting to rescue Pai Pai. Ren's heart tightens, and without a moment's hesitation, she re-enters the vehicle. "We must return immediately." No one in the wildlife protection team opposes. They silently climb back into the car. The journey from the airport to their previous destination takes 5 hours, yet Lin Sueya drives at breakneck speed, arriving in under 3.5 hours. By the time they reach the junction, The road is completely blocked, forcing them to park on the roadside and trek 40 minutes uphill. Upon reaching the scene of the incident, police lights flash amidst the trees, yet the rescue efforts remain stagnant. The mother elephant kneels beside the truck's wheel, her body stained with blood, repeatedly nudging the trapped Pai with her trunk, desperately trying to rouse it. The other elephants repeatedly strike the vehicle with their heads, their foreheads streaming with blood. The entire herd is engulfed in a state of extreme anxiety. Siran spots the police officers who had accompanied her the previous day and rushes over, asking what happened. How could such a large vehicle be allowed on these mountain roads? Siran's frustration is understandable. This road is frequently traversed by herds of elephants and other wildlife. Thus, only private cars or small delivery trucks are permitted. The enormous truck before them, with its 4-wheel drive and 8-wheel configuration, is not only overloaded but also entirely unfit for the road. With Pai weighing only a little over 200 pounds, being trapped beneath the truck for hours raises grave concerns about its chances of survival. The police, startled to see Siran's team return, quickly respond. We will address the driver's negligence seriously. Teacher C, you're just in time. Could you guide the elephants away? Our rescue team needs to proceed, but they might become agitated. They're not just agitated, Siran interrupts the officer, striving to maintain a calm tone. Elephants are one of the few animals with empathy and a clear understanding of death. The mother elephant is repeatedly testing with her trunk and softly mourning, only to ascertain whether Pai is alive. After stating this, Siran approaches the edge of the truck. The elephants, who had been mourning, catch a whiff of Siran's scent, their collective gaze shifting toward her. The mother elephant's eyes widen. She ceases her probing and stands, stepping toward Siran. Concerned that the elephants might misdirect their anger toward Siran, Songji rushes forward, attempting to pull her away. Before she can move, the mother elephant suddenly lowers herself before Siran, a long, mournful sound emanating from her trunk. Songji instinctively halts. The surrounding onlookers stand in stunned silence, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Even without understanding the mother elephant's words, Siran comprehends that she is imploring her to save Pai. Siran's expression turns serious as she steps into the midst of the herd, stating, Please step back so our rescue team can access the area. I promise we will save Pai. After delivering her assurance, Siran turns to the police, asking, Has the veterinarian from the protection station arrived yet? The officer nods. Yes, they are here. We initially thought the elephants would attack us, so please have them pass me the medications. Siran interjects. The herd has retreated and won't harm humans. Without hesitation, Siran takes the medication from the protection staff and crawls beneath the truck. Siran felt her clothes completely soaked in Pai's blood. She could hardly fathom the terror Pai must have experienced while being trapped beneath the wheels. Taking a deep breath, Siran retrieved a flashlight and began to assess Pai's condition. The little elephant's body lay twisted, its gums devoid of color from excessive blood loss. Fortunately, the rescue team had brought a supply of compatible blood for Pai. Siran hurriedly administered the blood transfusion and tended to the wounds. The heat beneath the vehicle was stifling, with Siran's body pressed against the undercarriage, the metallic scent of blood permeating her nostrils, causing her complexion to pale. Nonetheless, she persisted in her attempts to rouse the small elephant. Pai, please don't sleep. Your family is waiting for you. Yet, Pai's eyes remained tightly shut. Had it not been for the faint breath detected by the monitoring equipment, Siran might have doubted its survival. She spoke softly to Pai beneath the vehicle. While outside, the calls of the elephant herd echoed continuously. Siran sensed the number of rescuers increasing. At that moment, Lin Sueya crouched beside the vehicle and addressed Siran, Xiaoran. All the cargo has been unloaded. The rescue team is prepared to dismantle this truck. You need to come out quickly. Siran nodded and struggled to crawl out from under the vehicle. Upon seeing her blood-soaked appearance, Songji furrowed her brow with concern. Are you alright? Siran quickly shook her head. I'm fine. As she spoke, she realized that night had fallen completely, yet the mountain was ablaze with lights. As all the stranded drivers formed a long line, banding together to move thousands of pounds of cargo in the shortest time possible, the rescue team was finally ready to begin dismantling the truck. Upon hearing this, the truck driver's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed out, exclaiming, No, officer. This truck is very valuable. My entire family relies on it for our livelihood. If you dismantle it, we will be left with nothing. He had originally intended to save on toll fees, never anticipating that a young elephant would suddenly dash across the road as he turned. He had thought merely lifting the truck with a crane would suffice, never realizing it would have to be dismantled. The truck driver stood defiantly in front of his vehicle. "What you are doing is equivalent to taking my life. I will not allow it." The police were exasperated. The Animal Protection Association's expert has already assessed the situation. The elephant still shows signs of life. Your vehicle is simply too large for this narrow road. A heavy-duty crane cannot access it. We only need to separate the front and back of the truck, and your insurance will adequately cover the repair costs. The truck driver remained obstinately in front of his vehicle, and the police and rescue team could not forcibly remove him, as it did not comply with protocol. Meanwhile, the young elephant's fate hung in the balance. Tension mounted between the two sides. The truck driver's face turned pale as he swallowed hard and finally confessed. But I didn't buy insurance. For a vehicle of this size, the annual insurance premium was exorbitant, and he had hoped to save that money by being cautious. Yet he had never anticipated that he would one day collide with an elephant. The truck driver found himself in a predicament. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. This little elephant has been trapped for so long. Even if we try to save it, it may not survive. It would be better to protect my truck. Without further ado, Shur, who had been listening from the side, stepped forward and pushed the truck driver away from the scene. He spoke sternly. "As long as the elephant remains beneath your vehicle, it will be dismantled. Who told you not to buy insurance? Who told you to violate regulations to save money? The elephant herd migrates through this road every year without incident. Why has it met such a fate today at your hands?" Shur had long been contemptuous of reckless truck drivers. They always began with tales of hardship, yet many others faced similar struggles. Most importantly, the driver was full of lies. This road had a speed limit. If the driver had not been speeding, Pai would have merely been knocked aside rather than crushed underneath. Shur, who had consistently worked outdoors and never neglected his fitness, was certainly not to be outmatched by the truck driver. Seeing the situation, Rand interjected, "Dismantle it. I will take full responsibility for any issues." Pai's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and it could not afford to wait. Moreover, the elephant herd was watching closely. Animals are known for their discernment, and while they might not attack indiscriminately, the truck driver, the architect of this misfortune, was another story. Thus, regardless of the truck driver's desperate pleas, the rescue team proceeded to dismantle the vehicle, lifting it away with a crane. At last, Pai was freed from the crushing weight. The moment the truck was moved, ran, and the others rushed over. The elephant herd wanted to approach as well, but they remembered Rand's words and only stood back, trumpeting mournfully. Rand wore a serious expression. Without uttering a word, she hastily stabilized Pai's fractured limbs with wooden boards and applied clean gauze to staunch the open wounds. However, even after these efforts, Pai's condition remained dire. The heartbeat monitor emitted a constant beeping sound, echoing eerily amidst the mountain's chorus of insects. Rand quickly arranged for Pai to be transported to a better rescue station for treatment. Just as the local protection station staff prepared everything, the monitoring equipment suddenly emitted frantic beeping. The once steady heartbeat line plummeted sharply, gradually transforming into a flat line. Rand's gaze focused on the screen, her heart sinking, her lips paling instantly. Pai's oxygen saturation and heart rate had plummeted to zero. Without hesitation, Rand lay across Pai's body, fervently compressing its chest to stimulate its heart. Lin Sueya and others quickly grasped her intent and rushed to assist her in performing CPR. The mother elephant seemed to sense Pai's absence of breath. She pushed through the crowd, approaching Pai with a vacant expression. Her trunk gently caressed Pai's broken limbs and sunken chest, calling out desperately for her child, hoping for a response, as in days gone by. Yet, Pai lay silently, bloodied, and still on the asphalt. The mother elephant let out a roar that pierced through the crowd, sending shivers down spines. Rand dared not pause for even a moment. At that moment, the long-absent system voice echoed beside her. "System is about to initiate an advanced task. Task 1. Save Pai. Task reward. Complete veterinary manual." The sudden task from the system ignited a flicker of hope within Rand. With Pai on the brink of death, did the system's unexpected mission signify that there was still a chance for survival? Beads of sweat dotted Rand's forehead, trickling down her pale face and landing on Pai. Finally, she noticed a subtle rise and fall in Pai's body. In an instant, relief washed over Rand, her form sagging, only to be steadied by Songji's timely intervention. "How are you feeling now?" Songji asked, her eyes filled with concern. Siren's condition was far from ideal. Her bangs were drenched, beads of sweat dotted her neck, and her pallor suggested signs of heat exhaustion. She closed her eyes momentarily, overwhelmed by her earlier emotional turmoil. Performing CPR on an elephant was far more challenging than she had anticipated, and her hands trembled from exertion. "I'm fine," Siren managed to respond, though dizziness swept over her. She turned to Lin Sueya, senior brother. "Please take Pai Pai back to the rescue station for treatment. I'll join you shortly." Lin Sueya, noting Siren's poor condition, nodded. "Pai Pai's oxygen saturation and heartbeat are gradually stabilizing. Don't worry too much. Take your time." Siren nodded, and Pai Pai was swiftly lifted onto the rescue vehicle. At that moment, the herd of elephants emitted low rumbling sounds, and the matriarch, filled with concern, wished to follow. Just downhill lay the highway, and Siren feared that the elephants might encounter unforeseen dangers if they ventured there, so she hurriedly obstructed the leading matriarch. "We must take Pai Pai to the human base for surgery. I hope you can wait here, regardless of the outcome. I will return tomorrow to inform you of the situation. How does that sound?" Siren stood before the massive form of the Asian elephants, the matriarch's weathered gaze fixed intently upon her. Finally, she called out urgently. Siren did not comprehend the meaning of the sound. She surmised it was a signal among the herd. The standoff between one human and the elephant herd did not last long. Within 3 seconds of the matriarch's call, the herd slowly and silently retreated into the thickets on either side of the road. Once they returned to their territory, the matriarch called out once more, saying, "Humans, please save my child. We will wait for you here tomorrow." With that, the matriarch led her herd out of the sight of humans. Half an hour later, local traffic police cleared the vehicles from the mountain, and the truck driver, having thrown a fit, was taken to the police station. Whether intentional or not, his illegal road usage would ultimately face consequences. However, those matters were no longer of concern to Siren. The system's progress bar had reached halfway, and Pai Pai was still in peril. After managing the scene, she anxiously hurried to the local protection station. Upon arriving at the operating room, she found Qiu Qi and Ji Ji Shi waiting outside. Seeing Siren and Song Ji, Ji Ji Shi promptly stood up and said, "Pai Pai is already in surgery, and her condition has stabilized. You need not worry too much, Xiaoran." A great weight lifted off Siren's heart. She felt dizzy and knew she could not enter the operating room, so she decided to wait outside. Noticing Siren's discomfort, Song Ji turned to leave and soon returned with a box of medicine. When Siren saw it was Huixiang Jingqi water, she said nothing, inserted a straw, and expressionlessly drank it. That evening, Pai Pai's surgery was completed. Lin Sueyi, Zhang Mingyi, and local experts emerged from the operating room. Siren quickly stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Sueyi. The surgery had been highly successful. As long as Pai Pai survived the night, her vital signs would be stable. Wonderful. Siren exhaled deeply. "I'll monitor Pai Pai tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep." The others understood her concern and realized that persuading her to rest would be futile. Seeing her complexion had improved significantly, Lin Sueyi relented. "Very well. There are other staff members monitoring Pai Pai's vital signs. If you feel tired, do take a break." Siren nodded. Siren did not return home, and naturally, Song Ji did not leave either. She was ignorant of wildlife protection work and could only watch as Siren changed the dressings, occasionally lending a hand. After tending to Pai Pai, Siren noticed her vital signs had stabilized completely. In the latter half of the night, she could no longer hold back and simply sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, her eyes fluttering shut. The docile Alipay lay quietly beside her, serving as a pillow. At 6 in the morning, Siren, having slept less than an hour, was jolted awake by the mechanical voice of the system. "Congratulations, host. Pai Pai has escaped life-threatening danger and will soon receive the veterinary surgery manual. Please enter the wonderful zoo to collect it." Upon hearing the voice, Siren abruptly opened her eyes. In the ward, only the beeping of machines filled the air, interspersed with the laughter and conversation of the protection station staff outside. Song Ji was in high spirits. Having been a police officer accustomed to nights without sleep, she had been keeping an eye on Siren. As soon as Siren opened her eyes, Song Ji noticed. Siren walked over to Pai Pai, and just as she was about to speak, she saw the corners of Siren's usually stoic mouth suddenly bloom into a smile. Following Siren's gaze, Song Ji saw Pai Pai's soft trunk twitch. The next second, a faint sound emerged from Pai Pai's mouth within the room. Song Ji instinctively looked at Siren. Having hardly slept the previous night, Siren's eyes were red and bloodshot. When Pai Pai opened her eyes, a tear slid down Si Ran's cheek. Chapter 68. The life of the little elephant Pai Pai was saved. Si Ran felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with relief. Pai Pai had just undergone surgery, and the anesthetic had yet to wear off. Seeing Si Ran in tears, Pai Pai instinctively wanted to wipe the beautiful human's face with her trunk, but found it numb and barely able to move. Then she felt that her body was not quite her own. It felt as if her flesh had been sewn back together, tight and uncomfortable. Pai Pai panicked. Beautiful human, what is wrong with me? Where is my mommy? If Si Ran were not there, she would have wanted to stand up and rush out immediately. The unfamiliar surroundings made the little elephant feel a twinge of fear. Si Ran hastily wiped away her tears and gently patted Pai Pai's soft trunk. You were hit by a truck yesterday, and now you need treatment. It may take a long time before you can see your mother again. Si Ran had seen the monitoring report from yesterday. The little elephant would need at least a year to recover. Upon hearing this, Pai Pai panicked. She quickly apologized. I didn't mean to run under the human's car. I just wanted to eat the sugarcane that fell from it. I don't know how I ended up under the car. Woa though mischievous, the little elephant was clever. Her mother often warned her not to run on roads with vehicles, so she was always cautious when crossing highways. Who would have thought she would be hit by a car? Her mother and the herd must be very worried about her. When she returned, her mother would surely scold her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she began to feel miserable and started to cry. Songji, standing nearby, could not understand the little elephant's words but realized that the elephant was indeed weeping. What surprised her was how pitifully an elephant could cry. It was quite the revelation. Si Ran, with bloodshot eyes, comforted Pai Pai for a while, eventually persuading her to accept the treatment before she left. She had not closed her eyes for 24 hours. Her body was weary, yet her mind was highly alert. After washing up, Si Ran found it impossible to sleep. Remembering the rewards the system had just issued, she delved into the wonderful zoo. Upon returning to her room in the zoo, she indeed found the rewards mentioned by the system. Not wanting to look further, Si Ran found herself even more restless after examining the contents. System. It seems that the surgical examples contained here have never appeared before. Is this the level of medical care in your world? The system replied, Indeed, the world where the system resides is thousands of years more advanced than Earth. The problems you cannot resolve here are easily handled in the system's world. Si Ran understood. Having previously worked in the entertainment industry, she was familiar with the popular IPs in the market and had read quite a bit of interstellar literature, so she quickly accepted and comprehended the system's words. She had no desire to trace the origins and era of the system. For her, being able to utilize the system to gain rewards and understand the plush creature speech was already fulfilling. Si Ran spent quite some time perusing the surgical manual in the system's zoo. Once she determined enough time had passed, she reluctantly exited. She needed to find the elephant herd to inform them about Pai Pai's condition. Lin Sui and the others had long been waiting outside the room. When they saw Si Ran's eyes were even redder, everyone was taken aback. Xiao Ran, you haven't slept? Si Ran shook her head. She was currently filled with vibrant energy. It was normal not to sleep. Ji sure chuckled. Last time we encountered the poaching gang in Kekexili, I was so scared that I couldn't close my eyes for 2 days. With that, Ji sure received a heavy whack on the back of his head.
Ouch!
He exclaimed, casting a mournful glance at the captain, who frequently struck him. Lin Sui shot him a look. What are you staring at? Your situation is entirely different. You're just a cowardly scaredy cat. Ji sure had no retort. With Ji sure's lively presence, the atmosphere in the team lightened considerably. A few individuals drove to the mountain from the previous day, and indeed, the herd of elephants awaited silently by the roadside. Perhaps they had caught a whiff of Si Ran's scent, or perhaps the herd had recognized the vehicle that Si Ran and her companions traveled in. As the car came to a stop, the elephants immediately trumpeted, seemingly to alert passing vehicles of their intention to cross the road. As anticipated, the cars that were once in motion began to slow down and pass cautiously. Leading the herd was a matriarch who eagerly approached Si Ran, her trunk curling slightly as she gently touched Si Ran's head, inquiring, Human, how is Pai Pai? Since yesterday, they had not left, remaining steadfastly in place. Awaiting news from Si Ran. Si Ran replied, Pai Pai is gravely injured. Considering the recovery process, I wish to take him to my zoo for rehabilitation for a year. When you migrate next year, I will return Pai Pai to you. The elephants possess a memory that far surpasses that of humans, even after 40 years. They would still vividly recall the sight of trucks lined up along the road, unloading cargo, and the despicable faces of the drivers preventing others from passing. They remembered all too well the horrific moment when Pai Pai was caught beneath a wheel. If Pai Pai were to pass away last night, it would be a torment that would haunt the herd for a lifetime. Thus, Siren wished to ensure that Pai Pai would be returned to the herd intact and safe the following summer. Siren thought she would speak for quite some time, but as soon as her words fell, the matriarch gently nudged her with her trunk and let out a soft, prolonged call. As long as Pai Pai is with you, we are at ease. We will wait here for his return next summer. After speaking, the matriarch rested her trunk against Siren's cheek, her voice gentle. Thank you, human. The Manhwa family still needed to migrate. With Siren caring for Pai Pai, the herd felt reassured and agreed to return for him during their migration next year. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Pai Pai, upon hearing that he could accompany the beautiful human to the big city, felt as if all his pains had vanished. If only he weren't so large, the little one would have happily rolled over like a carp. He vigorously swung his trunk. How wonderful! I heard from the little monkey that there are countless bananas at the zoo, but I prefer sugarcane. Director, can you make sure baby gets sugarcane every day? The animals have an incredible capacity for recovery. In just a day, Pai Pai's spirits had notably improved, and he began to wrap his trunk around her thigh. Gazing at her with longing, Siren, being a lover of plush creatures, could not resist, even though Pai Pai's baby fur was coarse. His brown eyes were pure and endearing, and she agreed without a second thought. Regardless, their zoo would soon house an Asian elephant. So what did it matter if he could eat a bit? Pai Pai's injuries were severe, and he would need to be assessed by the sanctuary staff before being transported to the wonderful zoo. Upon learning that Siren could not remain by his side, Pai Pai felt as if the sky were falling. He cried out, refusing to let Siren leave. Siren was equally helpless. But I must return to prepare a room for our beloved Pai Pai. Don't you want a spacious room when you arrive at the zoo? Pai Pai blinked his big eyes. Of course, he wanted that. He not only wished for a comfortable abode but also for delightful meals. Siren continued to paint a rosy picture, and since you love sugarcane so much, I will plant plenty of it in the park for you, so you can eat as much as you like. Pai Pai was thoroughly enchanted. He began to envision himself sleeping nestled among the sugarcane. How joyous and blissful. He eagerly nodded then. Director, you must hurry back. Don't linger here any longer. With that, he pushed Siren toward the door with his trunk, fearful that if she delayed even a second, his sugarcane would be gone. Lin Sueya and others nearby struggled to suppress their laughter. Even if they couldn't understand, they could guess a bit from Siren and Pai Pai's anxious actions. The naive Pai Pai likely had no idea that by the time he returned to the zoo, the sugarcane he longed for would have long been out of season. Chapter 69. The Beagle Victim Alliance. The Wildlife Protection Team departed only after Pai Pai's condition was completely stabilized. Meng Tao, upon learning that the zoo would welcome its first baby elephant, was radiant, personally preparing the future elephant enclosure and planting sugarcane seedlings around its perimeter. After Siren returned and took a long rest, she realized she had missed her scheduled live stream, and since she didn't have to go out, she decided to host an impromptu broadcast. Meanwhile, the cat and dog owners had heard of a popular pet communicator online, known for their accuracy, and were clamoring to connect. They had initially expected the broadcaster, with such high popularity, to live stream for nearly 20 hours a day. However, after several days of waiting, they discovered that the broadcaster hadn't streamed for a full 9 days. Upon checking the homepage, they found it stated that there would be a live stream once a week and that any inability to stream would be announced in advance. Reviewing the live stream records, they were astonished to see that the broadcaster had only streamed twice that month. Regardless of how eagerly the cat and dog owners awaited, Siren seemed oblivious, leaving them no choice but to keep vigil daily. Just as Siren began her stream, within less than a minute, thousands surged in. It was as if they feared she might vanish, with gifts from cat and dog owners flooding in, surpassing even those from her first live stream. Siren swallowed hard and quickly explained, "I sincerely apologize. I've been engaged in rescue work outdoors these past few days, which is why I couldn't stream on time." Expecting a wave of complaints, she was instead met with understanding in the comments, save for a few disparaging remarks, which she chose to ignore. As per usual, she set up 20 connection slots for random selection. Once she finished speaking, she initiated the connections. The viewers were once again abundant, and Siren randomly selected a photo of a beagle with eyeliner for the connection. As the connection began, Siren saw a weary and helpless young girl on the screen. Behind her stood a beagle, barking wildly atop the sofa. In Siren's ears, the The beagle was singing off-key. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming, not a single note was in tune. At this moment, the girl spoke in her exhausted voice. Host, you're not mistaken. It barks like a lunatic every day. Because of it, I've moved 3 times in 3 months. And today, my neighbor reported me again. The girl looked up at a 45-degree angle, holding back tears, and sighed deeply. Sometimes I wonder if it would be better to end it all together. Upon hearing this, the viewers urged her to calm down. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for a dog. Sister, I understand you. I'm also a member of the Beagle Victim Alliance. This dog has been crazy since birth. Woe is me. Good people, bad dogs. Why would you harbor such malice against a little beagle? It's quite adorable. Hey upstairs, open the door. I'll give you my little beagle. The girl sighed at the comforting comments. In the past, I indeed thought about ending it all with him. Little Bai is a dog I rescued. When he was young, he seemed very well behaved and didn't he have eyeliner then? But everything changed once he got accustomed to this home. She paused, glancing at the comments, and said earnestly, That's right. He never missed a chance to munch on cat litter. That's nothing compared to what's to come. I wake up at 5 every morning to walk him. And after work at 7, I have to walk him again. Even so, he refuses to relieve himself outside, always choosing to do so at the door. Every time my boyfriend and I open the door, it's like a fan-shaped mess follows the door's swing. The little beagle seemed to have heard its owner mention its name, immediately tilting its head in curiosity. If it weren't for the disparaging remarks the owner had just made about it, onlookers would undoubtedly find this dog to be the most adorable creature on earth. However, that was not the case. The owner sighed deeply, reflecting. Eventually, I came to terms with the fact that I've taken on the responsibility of caring for this dog. Although it has turned out to be quite a troublesome pet, I could never abandon it. I simply wish to know if the streamer can assist in communicating with it, perhaps to encourage it to behave, for if this continues, I may find myself at my wit's end. The streamer, Ran, observed the comments from viewers. Oh my. The little beagle looks so harmless. Door firmly shut. From the owner's lengthy lament, I sensed her profound sense of suffocation. Truly, the beagle owner possesses great patience. I would gladly take one off your hands. Heiress' mischievous antics are simply hilarious. Ran was taken aback. She had heard of the challenges of raising beagles before, but now she truly witnessed it firsthand. May I converse with the little beagle? Upon hearing its name called, the beagle tilted its head, its large, expressive eyes gazing earnestly into the camera. When Ran appeared on screen, the beagle's eyes widened in delight. Wow. A beautiful human. I really like you. Were you just speaking to me? Ran nodded, her voice gentle. Indeed, your owner mentioned that you often misbehave. Can you tell me why? The beagle continued to tilt its head, a flicker of confusion crossing its features. It brayed again. I'm not misbehaving, but your owner often says you are quite rambunctious. The beagle remained puzzled, yet it turned to glance at its owner. I'm not disobedient. I love my owner dearly. If it weren't for her, I would have long since departed with my mother. The beagle pondered briefly. Unable to suppress a nostalgic recollection, my mother told me that the world outside is vibrant and lively, urging me to play joyfully and exuberantly. My owner is wonderful. She takes me out before dawn, and even at night. She is the best and most amazing owner in the world. Ran paused, suddenly inquiring of the beagle's owner, Did you rescue the beagle from a laboratory? The young girl nodded eagerly yes. Little Beagle was a lab dog. It was slated for euthanasia due to a lack of experimental value. I saw the message in a group chat and adopted it. The beagle chimed in excitedly. That's right. My owner is incredibly kind, and my mother said that living beagles must enjoy life for those who have passed. Ran felt as though her heart was being constricted, leaving her momentarily speechless. The young girl then asked, What did the beagle just say? Returning to her senses, Ran addressed the camera. The beagle expressed its profound love for you and declared that you are the best owner. Its mischief stems from youthful exuberance and a desire to experience the beauty of the world on behalf of its kind. The viewers, along with the young girl, appeared utterly bewildered. Ran elaborated. Every year, hundreds of thousands of dogs are sent to laboratories. Due to their gentle disposition and anatomical similarities to humans, beagles constitute at least 98 of experimental dogs. They dedicate their lives, and the fruits of their sacrifices continue to benefit humanity. In that moment, the hearts of the viewers felt as though they were being tightly grasped, rendering them breathless. Ran's words illuminated for them the unsettling truth that the advancement of human science is built upon the sacrifices of countless animals. To make matters more shocking, a portion of these experimental dogs undergo vivisection while alive, and even in death, they are not laid to rest but rather sold at meager prices as dog meat. In a previous study on explosion injuries, several beagles were placed in varying positions, anesthetized, and subjected to TNT explosions, resulting in immediate fatalities for most, with one suffering from pulmonary hemorrhage and passing within 24 hours. As a researcher, I must be resolute in my commitment to humanity's future. Yet witnessing these dogs depart in such a tragic manner fills me with profound sorrow. Previously, beagles in the laboratory that went unclaimed faced euthanasia. That was the first time little beagle stepped out of its cage, and it happily frolicked for a minute. Fortunate little beagle was forgiven by humanity, while unfortunate little beagle chose to forgive humanity. The beagle's owner wept openly. Little beagle had never been outside its cage before, so it has struggled to learn proper bathroom habits since returning. I promise to treat it well from now on. After saying this, the owner gently stroked its head. Upon ending the call, Rand initiated another live stream. After hours of streaming, it was already 3:30 in the morning. As she announced her intention to sign off, the screen abruptly went dark. The viewers expressed their reluctance, though longtime fans had grown accustomed to it. After all, Rand had streamed for a remarkable 6 hours this time, unlike her previous sessions which barely lasted 2. Once she concluded the stream, Rand headed to freshen up, preparing to visit Kwai Kwai, Ping'an, and Mao Mao the next day. As she reached for her phone to enter the bathroom, she noticed a message from He Chengyuan, reminding her not to forget to collect her graduation certificate in 3 days. Suddenly, she recalled that she had completed her credits early, and according to the timeline, she wouldn't receive her diploma until July. Ren couldn't help but feel grateful she had been reborn after her defense. Had she returned before, she might have faced a graduation delay. With these thoughts, Ren quickly replied to Professor He, washed up, and went to bed. The following day, she first visited the aviary to check on Kwai Kwai. The little creature had made significant strides in overcoming its psychological issues, although it still exhibited some feather-plucking behavior. It had improved remarkably. Upon entering the glass enclosure, Kwai Kwai bounded out of its nest, moving much like a frantic ground chicken. "Director, you finally came to see me." Kwai Kwai chirped excitedly, then leaped onto Rand's shoulder. Fluffy, light yellow down had sprouted on its head, and it pressed itself against Rand, exclaiming, "Director, I missed you so much." Rand encouraged Kwai Kwai to hop into her palm, using her other hand to gently poke the little creature's head. "I missed you too." Reflecting on the surgical manual provided by the system, which contained research protocols for avian fractures, she said, "Kwai Kwai, you must follow a strict diet. In 3 months, I will help you heal your wings, all right?" Kwai Kwai was taken aback, its bright, expressive eyes widening with astonishment. "Really?" The little one was incredulous. Previously, the director had mentioned that its wing injury was too severe and that without prompt treatment, it might remain in this condition indefinitely. Though not saddened, it felt a tinge of disappointment, as it was a bird that longed to soar like others in the sky. "If it's possible, I would definitely love that." Kwai Kwai flapped its remaining limb enthusiastically, declaring, "I believe in the director." The little one's trust was pure and unwavering. It asked nothing and gazed at Rand with adoration and admiration, feeling a swell of emotion at Kwai Kwai's unwavering faith. Rand gently placed it back in its nest, promising, "I will do my utmost. The director is the best." Kwai Kwai cheered in support. Rand smiled softly, determined to thoroughly study the surgical manual provided by the system, promising herself that she would undoubtedly heal Kwai Kwai's injury. Initially, she had intended to bring the surgical manual out with her, but she discovered that only she could emerge from the experience. After inquiring with the system, she learned that the rewards given could only be applied to herself, and to share the surgical knowledge, she would have to learn it all thoroughly herself. Consequently, during this period, Rand seized every opportunity to immerse herself in the system and study. She believed that for every day she advanced her knowledge, one less creature would succumb to illness or the hands of humanity. After teasing Kwaikua, she proceeded to check on Ping'an and Mao Mao. Recently, Ping'an had been too preoccupied to feel depressed, as the 3 giant pandas seemed to incessantly pester him, chattering away in his ear. After successfully driving them away one day, they returned the next. Now, Ping'an spent each day evading their company. As for Mao Mao, under the care of 2 wolves, his life was exceptionally comfortable. Upon reviewing Mao Mao's weight records, Ren couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Since his rescue, Mao Mao had gained a staggering 5 kilograms. Most importantly, Si Ran realized that Mao Mao truly lacked the ability to hunt in the wild. When the caretaker tossed a large goose for him to catch, it turned into a 4-hour chase, only for the goose to nip back at him. Ultimately, Mao Mao's prolonged fasting led to a bout of hypoglycemia. Si Ran felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her as she envisioned her future life, filled with chaos. Before she knew it, the time for graduation had arrived. Si Ran had diligently hosted 2 live streams along the way, but after the tips and taxes, she was left with less than 30,000. Even so, she felt a sense of contentment. While such an amount barely made a dent in the daily expenses of the zoo, it was better than nothing. However, in just a few months, the zoo would need to open to the public and begin charging admission. As she organized the materials she needed to bring to school, Si Ran pondered the opening date, contemplating whether she should consult a fortune teller about the best timing. Although she had previously dismissed such notions, her recent experiences had instilled in her a degree of reverence for the supernatural. Before long, Si Ran arrived at Qingbei University. As she entered, standing before the building of the animal medicine department, she felt a moment of disorientation. Just as she was about to step inside, a commotion erupted behind her. Turning around, she saw 2 men rushing past her. The one in the back, handsome and refined, sprinted ahead, shouting, "Students, help me stop him. The man in front is a cat abuser." No sooner had he finished speaking than a well-meaning passerby discreetly extended a foot, effectively tripping the fleeing man. The boy behind immediately tackled the abuser to the ground, pinning him down with a forceful grip. "Finally caught you. Why aren't you running now?" Si Ran listened, increasingly convinced that the boy's voice sounded familiar. Approaching for a closer look, she gasped in surprise. Wasn't this the college student, Wan Qingyue, who had mistakenly identified a fox as a dog? Glancing back at the man pinned beneath, Si Ran chuckled. What a small world. The cat abuser was none other than Zhang Yaning, the first person to kidnap her Alipay account after her rebirth. Last time, Zhang Yaning had nearly suffered a broken leg at her hands, and this time he was left with a bruised face thanks to Wan Qingyue. However, Si Ran's ears were filled with the words cat abuser. She stepped forward to assist Wan Qingyue in lifting him up. Wan Qingyue, already furious, saw someone intervening and was ready to retort, but upon turning, he was met with Si Ran's stunning visage. The harsh words he had prepared instantly vanished from his lips. Frowning slightly, Wan Qingyue asked, "Aren't you that anchor I connected with before? Let me go. I'm going to beat this bastard to a pulp." Si Ran firmly grasped Wan Qingyue's shoulder, preventing him from advancing further. "Wan Qingyue, this is school, and today is the day for graduates to collect their diplomas. The campus is filled with faculty members. If you strike him now, you will be breaking the law, and the school will not tolerate such behavior." Wan Qingyue, feeling indignant, pointed at the curled-up Zhang Yaning and, unable to contain himself, kicked him again. Like a schoolboy reporting a grievance, his eyes welled with tears as he exclaimed, "He's a cat abuser. Initially, I often fed the stray cats on campus, but they suddenly went missing. By the time I found them, they had been cruelly tortured to death, and their bodies were beyond recognition." Later, videos of cat abuse began circulating in the student group, featuring our school's stray cats. Si Ran interjected, "So you found Zhang Yaning?" "Exactly." Wan Qingyue seethed, wishing he could tear the man on the ground into pieces. "Based on the sporadic videos of cat abuse, I traced it back to the boys' dormitory in our school's southern district. Today, near the dorms, I saw him tying up a calico cat, slowly severing its limbs with a knife, and pouring boiling water from his thermos over it. Over the past month, he had killed more than 5 cats. Some were skinned and disemboweled, while others were roasted alive over a spirit lamp. One pregnant orange cat was even placed in a washing machine. Just as it was about to drown, Zhang Yaning pulled it out and, with a knife, slowly sliced open its belly, crushing the unborn kittens beneath his feet. Zhang Yaning's actions were nothing short of heinous and inhumane. Upon hearing this, Si Ran's expression darkened. "Zhang Yaning, was my previous warning not enough?" Lying on the ground, Zhang Yaning likely feared humiliation and shielded his face during the beating. Suddenly, Si Ran spoke, and he turned to her in terror.
Si Ran?
Upon seeing her, memories of the baseball bat striking his leg flooded back, and he stammered, "What are you doing here?" Si Ran said nothing, instead kneeling down slowly, her dark eyes narrowing with a glint of menace. "Did I not warn you to live in fear?" Before Zhang Yaning could muster defense, Si Ran delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly. One slap was not sufficient. She followed up with another from the opposite side. Wan Qingyue stood in stunned silence. He hadn't expected Si Ran to strike with such decisiveness, and as the blows fell, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Moreover, Wan Qingyue was no fool. It was evident that there had been past conflicts between Zhang Yaning and Si Ran. Most importantly, Zhang Yaning's cowardice revealed his fear of her. Si Ran, do you know Zhang Yaning? Wan Qingyue shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yaning. Let us deal with him together. With that, Wan Qingyue rolled up his short sleeves, cracking his knuckles as he prepared for action. The surrounding students pretended not to notice the unfolding scene. Zhang Yaning was genuinely terrified this time. Fortunately, at that moment, a school official approached. Upon seeing Zhang Yaning's swollen face, the official's anger flared, and he immediately demanded, "What happened?" Zhang Yaning, perceiving a glimmer of hope, crawled over to the official's feet, pleading, "Teacher, you've finally arrived. Si Ran hit me." Wan Qingyue's identity was not ordinary, and Zhang Yaning dared not offend him. But Si Ran was different. She had sent Nian Nian to detention, and her relationship with the Si family was undoubtedly strained. Without the protection of the Si family, dealing with her would be a piece of cake. Wan Qingyue, seeing Zhang Yaning's opportunistic demeanor, wanted to step forward and claim responsibility, but Si Ran stopped him. Wan Qingyue, puzzled, opened his mouth to question, but Si Ran took a step forward. Upon seeing Si Ran, the school official's expression softened considerably. Si Ran had entered the animal medicine department as the top student, subsequently skipping grades and receiving scholarships each year, consistently praised by the faculty. This left a lasting impression on the school official. Si Ran, what is going on? How could you hit a fellow student? Zhang Yaning. No, given that he has been beaten to such a state, shouldn't the school leaders sternly reprimand Si Ran and subsequently expel her? Why does the conversation flow as lightly as feathers? Zhang Yaning was somewhat distraught, adding fuel to the fire from the sidelines. Teacher, just look at the state of my face. You must stand up for me. The school leader instinctively glanced at Zhang Yaning's grotesque, swollen visage, where clear marks of slaps were still visible. The leader's gaze then fell upon Si Ran's hands, and his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. How could you strike a classmate? Upon hearing the leader begin to admonish Si Ran, Zhang Yaning's face instantly blossomed with a smug smile. After all, his family donates several million to the school each year. The leaders would surely advocate for him. However, his gloating grin quickly froze in place. The school leader solemnly stated, Si Ran, is there no way to resolve conflicts between classmates without resorting to violence? Have you not considered the pain in your own hand after striking someone? Zhang Yaning. Wasn't it agreed that he would be supported? Why was there now concern for Si Ran's hand? Chapter 72. Parents summoned. The Si brothers arrive. The school leader, albeit somewhat responsible, was not overly so. Si Ran was an exemplary graduate of the school, now contributing to the nation, and teachers often praise her. Thus, while the leaders believed Si Ran was wrong to strike, they certainly understood there must be a reason behind it. After speaking, the school leader turned to Zhang Yaning, furrowing his brow. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Zhang Yaning's smile faded, his face darkening as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The leader was asking him to speak. What could he say? He had been caught in the act of abusing cats, and while he could perhaps justify himself among classmates, facing the school leader left him utterly speechless. Wan Qingyue, seeing Zhang Yaning's hesitation, could not suppress a cold laugh. He stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Teacher, the missing cats from our school were all stolen and brutally killed by Zhang Yaning. I spent an entire month watching him, and even asked his roommate to check his dorm, where we found the skins of the skinned kittens in his wardrobe. I did not. Zhang Yaning instinctively sought to deny it. His family was in the pet business, and this matter could not possibly be allowed to leak. He would not admit to anything, no matter what. Observing Zhang Yaning's panicked demeanor, Si Ran said coolly, The evidence is clear. If you wish to dispute this, you must present counter-evidence. Before Zhang Yaning could speak, Si Ran lifted her dark eyes, filled with mockery. Surely you won't claim that Wan Qingyue set you up, will you? Zhang Yaning, who was about to say just that, was met with Wan Qingyue's incredulous laughter. I have no feud with you. Why would I orchestrate your downfall? It is you who harbors darkness in your heart, reveling in animal cruelty, and now that I have exposed you, you are terrified? Where was your fear when you were tormenting those cats and dogs? Zhang Yaning found himself rendered speechless, entirely panicked. His gaze fell upon the visibly displeased school leader as he hurriedly defended himself. Teacher, you must believe me. I didn't. Not a chance. The very cat you abused is now at the hospital, and you still attempt to argue. Wan Qingyue harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil. Zhang Yaning might plead for mercy, but he would also report him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, quickly pulling out his phone to show the school leader the harrowing images of the abused cat. Upon seeing those photographs, the school leader's face turned pale as the severity of the situation dawned on him. You all go to my office now. Zhang Yaning raised his head. Realizing the truth had been revealed, there was no escape for him now. But what about Siran? Even if I am in the wrong, Siran has assaulted me, and that is unlawful. Shouldn't such a student be dealt with by Qingbei? Wan Qingyue, overhearing this, felt something was amiss. Your injuries were clearly inflicted by me. So, what if they were? Siran suddenly interjected, her tone laced with a deadly nonchalance. If you have the courage, go ahead and sue me. You. Zhang Yaning had not anticipated that after a few months, Siran would seem entirely transformed. She had once been timid and fearful, entirely incapable of confronting such matters. But since that incident with the lost Alipay, she appeared to have become a different person. In light of the turmoil at school, even if the leadership tried to keep it under wraps, within an hour, news of the incident had begun to spread rapidly in small circles, gaining momentum. After all, Siran was a hot topic. Any news regarding her was bound to attract attention. In the principal's office, Zhang Yaning's parents hurriedly arrived, while Wan Qingyue's parents had both perished in the line of duty, leaving no other relatives available to return quickly. To Siran's surprise, the school leaders had indeed contacted the Si family. Si Juanhe and Si Xingying both arrived. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yaning's complexion drained of color. Hadn't it been said that Siran was not favored at home? Why had both brothers come rushing? At that moment, Si Juanhe's gaze scanned the office in search of Siran. Before he could speak, Si Xingying, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, Siran, could you not cause trouble every single day? Siran offered them not even a glance, bluntly asking, who summoned you? Si Xingying felt a lump in his throat. Regardless of their differences, Siran was still his sister. Blood ties held weight, especially after learning that Siran's emergency contact at school was him and their elder brother. He considered it imperative to drop everything and come. Yet Siran was ungrateful. Angered, Si Xingying felt the urge to strike her, letting out a cold snort. Siran, keep being stubborn. If you didn't want us to come, why did you list our numbers? Siran replied, the events of my past life are far too distant. How could I remember that I filled in the contact numbers for the Si brothers? But observing Si Xingying's expression, she couldn't help but maintain a cold demeanor. Oh, merely inconsequential numbers. I'll amend them next time. You may leave now. Si Xingying, upon hearing this, felt utterly defeated. Inconsequential? Siran, do you even have a conscience? He had sacrificed his job for her, and she showed no appreciation. Si Juanhe remained silent, quietly observing Siran before addressing the school leader. Hello. Could you enlighten me on what wrongdoing my sister has committed at school? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yaning's mother stepped forward, pointing at Siran and vehemently shouting, do you see? It is Siran who has turned my son into this. An hour had passed, and Zhang Yaning's face was now so bruised it was nearly unrecognizable. Si Juanhe asked, why did my sister strike him? Zhang Yaning's mother hesitated. Si Juanhe asserted, it must be because Zhang Yaning's actions were so egregious that Siran could no longer tolerate them, prompting her to strike your son. Nevertheless, our family is willing to cover all of Zhang Yaning's medical and nutritional expenses. Upon hearing this, Siran could not help but glance over. In such a short time, Si Juanhe seemed to have been possessed by someone else. TSK. In her previous life, she would have been moved to tears, but in this life, Siran's expression grew cold, unwilling to accept Si Juanhe's kindness. I will handle my own affairs. She wished to pursue her own interests in this life and had no desire to entangle herself with the Si family in any way. Her face was a clear display of rejection. Si Juanhe's sharp brows furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. Recently, he had been frequently dreaming of Siran. Unlike reality, the events in his dreams had not occurred, yet Siran remained as kind to her family as she had always been, in stark contrast to her current demeanor, which resembled that of a prickly hedgehog. In his dreams, Siran always gazed at him with admiration. Now, however, all he saw in her eyes was disdain. Chapter 73. Acquiring a younger brother, Siran was reluctant to face the two brothers of the Si family. She spoke first, asserting, I am fully prepared to take responsibility for my actions. If the Zhang family wishes to sue me, let them proceed. Upon finishing her statement, A subtle smile graced her lips, while her gaze lingered ever so slightly on Zhang Yanning. The color drained from Zhang Yanning's face in an instant. Si Ran was threatening him. Zhang's mother, upon hearing Si Ran's audacious words, erupted in fury. Very well. If you wish to sue, then sue. What of my son's cruelty towards cats? Does that violate the law? How dare you threaten us? I shall report this immediately. No, I shall call the police right now. Zhang Yanning, drenched in cold sweat, hastily interjected, Mother, please don't report this. Zhang's mother, bewildered, was about to inquire what affliction had befallen her son when Si Ran interjected, 2 months ago, Zhang Yanning stole my dog and intended to beat it to death. I still possess the recorded video, which I have yet to delete. The expressions of the Zhang mother and son shifted dramatically. Si Ran maintained her faint smile, her gaze now fixed on the 2 brothers from the Si family as she continued, I recall that the last individual who stole my dog ended up imprisoned, while another remains detained to this day. Wouldn't you agree? Elder brother, second brother. Suddenly referenced, the 2 Si brothers wore expressions akin to those suffering from constipation. Si Ran was alluding to Fu Xiao and Si Nian. Fu Xiao had been sentenced, while Si Nian had been detained for a month. The mere mention sent a ripple of discomfort through the gathering. Meanwhile, Wan Qingyu gazed at Si Ran with starry-eyed admiration, silently giving her a thumbs up, only to be met with a fierce glare from the school leadership, who had been waiting for their opportunity to speak, clearing his throat twice. The school leader finally addressed the assembly. Before your arrival, we consulted with the students in the vicinity, while Si Ran did resort to physical action. Zhang Yanning had already fallen to the ground and sustained injuries prior to that. As for whether you wish to involve the police, that is a matter for the parents to decide. His tone grew notably more serious, however, the act of animal cruelty is far more serious than that of physical assault. Qingbei is a paragon of national education, and it is a grave concern that we have students engaging in the abuse and killing of cats, a matter that has even escalated online. Thus, the school must address this with utmost gravity. What? Zhang Yanning and his mother immediately sensed the shift in circumstances. The situation had reached the internet? The school leader continued, in this age of advanced communication, with so many students present, how could one possibly prevent them from disseminating videos online? Unspoken was the fact that higher authorities had deliberately instructed the school to refrain from intervening, allowing the matter to escalate. Consequently, the video, initially circulated within a limited school circle, ultimately exploded onto the broader internet. After the school leader concluded his remarks, he glanced at his phone and calmly adjusted his glasses. Ah, it seems this has already trended. Zhang's mother's complexion darkened, her lips trembling. It was evident that despite her lack of intellect, she understood the peculiarities of their family's industry. Should she exacerbate the situation today, it would yield no benefits for her. Thus, she refrained from contacting the police. Online, videos of Si Ran confronting Zhang Yanning and the abuse of cats by Qingbei students spread like wildfire. Previously, Si Ran would have been the primary target of criticism, but this time it was different. She had fiercely confronted the cat abuser, much to the spectators' delight. Today, I stand here to see who dares to criticize Si Ran. Si Ran's fierce slaps are truly impressive. I'm a fan now. Ever since she left the entertainment industry, she has truly begun to live freely, haha. Isn't this better? When Si Ran was in the entertainment industry, she always seemed so exhausted. Just the other day, I watched her live stream and realized she didn't enter the zoo merely to escape her contract, but because she genuinely loves animals. I saw the images shared by Qingbei students. The poor kitten is in a dire state, pregnant, with all 4 limbs severed and fur scalded off. It remains in critical condition. The abuser deserves the utmost punishment. One must never underestimate the power of online discourse. Netizens quickly uncovered that the Zhang family was involved in the pet industry. Wow! The Zhang family is a leading name in the pet industry. Yet the young master is a cat abuser. Honestly, their cat food and dog food are terrible. My cat developed pancreatitis after eating their food. Their products are overpriced. I would never dare to buy from them again. As discussions proliferated online, discerning truth from falsehood became increasingly difficult. In a crowd, if netizens labeled the Zhang family's products as harmful, then they were deemed harmful. If allegations of quality issues arose, they were accepted as fact. Especially given the revelation of the young master's cruelty toward cats, public belief solidified. In an instant, customers who had purchased from the Zhang family clamored for refunds, and countless warnings circulated online. Meanwhile, food safety and quality inspection departments hastily dispatched teams to the Zhang family's production facility, catching Zhang father off guard. Zhang Yanning, still at school, was entirely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The school leadership convened and decided to expel him. Both Zhang Yanning and his mother were enraged.
Why?
Zhang Yanning clenched his teeth, casting a venomous glare at Siran. I merely killed a few cats. Why must I be expelled? This is all Siran's fault. If she hadn't intervened, I wouldn't be facing expulsion. Yet, despite his fury, Zhang Yanning could only attack with his eyes, too fearful to utter a harsh word. After all, the evidence in Siran's possession was sufficient to send him to prison. The school leadership recognized the Zhang family as obstinacy, but felt a deeper sense of anger and sorrow. What do you mean? Just a cat? Is a cat not a life? Should it be condemned to death? Just because the law may not punish you does not imply that Qingbei's regulations cannot. In the principal's office, a circle of leaders had gathered. These were titans of academia, and the Zhang family held little significance in their eyes. The principal spoke coldly. We are not expelling you. Rather, we are offering you a choice, to withdraw from your studies voluntarily. Should you wish to attend university in the future, we will not interfere with your choice of institution. But we at Qingbei cannot accommodate a student like you. How can a person be so despicable? Everyone present had seen the harrowing images of the kittens on Wan Xingyu's phone and felt a surge of grief, even absent the public outcry. This student was one they could no longer accept. The school's approach was resolute and decisive. Zhang Yanning, lacking any influential connections, ultimately faced unilateral expulsion and was removed from the school premises that very day. Not even the tears and wails of Zhang's mother could sway their decision. The Si family brothers stood silently by, unable to interject a single word. It was only after the Zhang family had been escorted out that the school leaders turned to Si Ran with a barrage of comforting words, appearing closer to her than even siblings. Si Xingying seethed with frustration. They had come specifically for Si Ran, yet she had ignored them throughout the proceedings, treating him and his elder brother as if they were invisible. Now that the matter was resolved, Si Ran turned to leave. Unable to contain himself, Si Xingying called out, Si Ran, stop right there. Si Ran paused momentarily. A triumphant smile spread across Si Xingying's face. He believed that Si Ran had merely been putting on an act. Now that he commanded her to halt, she complied, indicating that she still cared for him. For reasons he could not comprehend, Si Xingying felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, almost as if he were on the verge of tears. Yet he concealed this emotion, watching as Si Ran slowly turned her head, her deep, dark gaze cutting through him like ice. Her voice was chillingly cold. Si Xingying, do you feel those few slaps from the variety show were insufficient? Do you desire a few more? With that, Si Ran began to approach him slowly. Even though she had not yet been struck, Si Xingying felt a burning pain on her face, instinctively retreating a few steps while covering it. Si Ran, how dare you? Si Ran's hands itched to retaliate, but in front of their superior, she refrained from acting. More importantly, she was running out of time. If she did not resolve this matter today, what would happen to her graduation certificate? Si Ran was unwilling to entangle herself further with the two. If you wish to avoid a beating, then keep your distance and do not appear in my sight. As she spoke, an important thought seemed to occur to her. She approached Si Juanhe and stated with utmost seriousness, by the way, last time Mr. Si smashed my phone. Please deliver a new one to the security office at the wonderful zoo by tomorrow. Si Juanhe appeared somewhat dazed. The disjunction between dream and reality left him with a surreal sensation. As Si Ran turned to leave, he instinctively wanted to follow her. However, just as he took a step, Wan Qingyue darted in front of him like a slippery eel, lifting his gaze with an air of provocation. Did you not hear? The goddess has no desire to converse with you. With that, he displayed his fist. If you dare to approach again, I assure you, you will regret it. Chapter 74. The mass migration of Tibetan antelopes. Once Si Ran departed, Wan Qingyue could hardly contain his eagerness to follow. He had just witnessed the intense confrontation between Si Ran and the Zhang family, along with the two brothers from the Si family, which stirred his blood. Sister Ran, why didn't you let me take the blame for Zhang Yanning? I'm not afraid of punishment anyway. Si Ran turned back to Wan Qingyue. You are still a student. If Zhang Yanning insists on a tit-for-tat confrontation, no matter how skilled you are, you would gain nothing. However, I hold the leverage over him. If I can clear you of responsibility, then his beating will be in vain. And isn't the outcome rather favorable? Zhang Yanning's acceptance into Tsinghua University and Peking University demonstrates his academic superiority over many. Now that he has been expelled from school, he is likely grappling with a multitude of emotions. Wan Qingyue expressed a hint of regret, but Sister Ran, the evidence you possess could send him straight to prison. Do you truly believe the nonsense I just spouted? Ran smiled wryly. While she indeed had evidence, her phone containing it had been shattered by Juinha. And at that moment, she had merely recorded the audio. From a legal standpoint, it hardly constituted evidence. She stated this knowing full well that Zhang Yaning would be intimidated by the mere suggestion. Noticing Wan Qingyue's eyes, clear and innocent, Ran sighed and clarified. I don't have any so-called evidence. I was just deceiving him. He saw Fu Xiao imprisoned and, feeling guilty, dared not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, after we struck him today, we would surely attract trouble. Though it was not a significant issue, it was still quite bothersome. As Ran spoke, she noticed the graduates in the teaching building were already receiving their diplomas and remarked, I must take my leave now. You have raised a fox, haven to you? If you ever have questions in the future, feel free to ask me. With that, Ran dashed away like the wind, leaving Wan Qingyue, who wore a face full of grievance. Wan Qingyue extended his hand. Sister Ran, at least leave me a way to contact you. Yet all that remained was Ran's hurried silhouette. Upon reaching her advisor's office, Ran collected her graduation materials and proceeded to the hall to retrieve her diploma. After completing these tasks, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Just as she stepped out of the school gate with her diploma in hand and had not yet boarded the car, she spotted Song Ji and Lin Sueya waiting for her at the entrance. Their expressions were serious, prompting Ran to approach them immediately. Lin Sueya spoke urgently. Xiaoran, we have an emergency, get in the car. Seeing Lin Sueya's urgency, Ran hurriedly complied. As Lin Sueya drove, Ji explained the situation. This morning, Dean Meng received news that the Tibetan antelopes from the Aljan Mountains are supposed to migrate to Zhuanai Lake to give birth at this time of year. However, this year, the staff at the Aljan Mountain Protection Base discovered that the antelopes are not following their usual route, and their numbers have decreased significantly compared to previous years. We initially suspect that they have been poached. Tibetan antelopes have been classified as a first-class protected species in China since 1993 and are listed as endangered. Their wool is highly sought after in Europe and America, with the pelts of just 2 or 3 antelopes easily fetching prices as high as 300,000. Although the government has established numerous protection stations across various regions and laws have been significantly strengthened since the 21st century, poaching is still not as rampant as it was in the last century, yet it remains a serious issue. Whether in Tibet, Kakeksili, or even Xinjiang, Tibetan antelopes face varying degrees of brutality. Thus, witnessing such a large-scale alteration in their migration patterns is unprecedented. Ran pondered for a moment and felt that something was amiss. So, what is our mission this time? Lin Sueya glanced at the rear-view mirror. Dean Meng wants us to assist the antelope herd in returning to their original migration route and, if possible, to determine the cause of their population decline. With Ran's ability to understand animal language, this task should not be overly difficult. However, the specifics of the issue had only been communicated over the phone. Everything required on-site investigation. Song Ji had already packed Ran's luggage. After a flight lasting 5.5 hours, they finally landed at the local airport. However, given the vastness of the Xinlu region, they would need to drive for several more hours to reach the Aljan Mountain Protection Station. Fortunately, by the following morning, before the morning mist had a chance to dissipate, they arrived at their destination. Upon their arrival, local protection station personnel greeted them. The individual, named Kawini, a local resident, spoke with a rhythmic intonation. We have eagerly awaited your arrival. Had you delayed any longer, we would have been at a loss. His Mandarin was average, but everyone could understand him. It was now August, yet the temperature in the Aljan Mountains remained somewhat chilly, with unmelted white snow still visible atop the peaks. Ran was dressed in a fleece-lined jacket and a black windbreaker, ensuring she was fully bundled up to prevent the wind from penetrating her clothing. She inquired of Kawini about the situation regarding the Tibetan antelopes. Exhausted, Kawini replied, I have been guarding the Tibetan antelopes at this protection station for 20 years. Every May, the antelopes migrate to Zhuanai Lake to give birth, as it provides fresh water and meadows. This has been the routine for the past 20 years. He sighed deeply. But this year, something seems off. Not only have the antelopes not migrated en masse, but they have even altered their migration route. As experts from the mainland, you should understand that animal migration routes do not change drastically. Even if our personnel attempt to correct them, the antelopes still refuse to head in the original direction. We have no idea where they intend to go. After hearing this, Ran promptly stood up. Rest assured. Our purpose here is to assist the Tibetan antelopes in their migration. Kawini expressed his excitement. That would be splendid. Please rest for now. We shall set off tomorrow. Having already spent an entire day and night traveling, they indeed needed to recuperate. The facilities at the Algin Mountain Protection Station were significantly more advanced than the temporary accommodations set up in Kekexili. After washing up, Siran chose not to sleep immediately, but decided to step outside to assess the situation. Seeing this, Songji insisted on accompanying her. Siran initially wanted to refuse, but Songji firmly stated, "Siran, you are under my protection, so I must remain by your side at all times during this mission. This is my job and my responsibility." Siran was taken aback. Having grown accustomed to working alone, she had always felt a thin veil separating her from the wild conservation team and Songji, making it difficult to fully integrate. Thus, Songji's words struck a chord, enlightening her. These individuals are her comrades, with whom she is likely to share life and death experiences in the future. Mere camaraderie is insufficient. Siran gazed at Songji, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her eyes. "I comprehend now. Thank you, Sister Songji." Songji slightly pursed her lips and, unable to restrain herself, gently patted Siran's shoulder. "It's good that you've come to this realization. With so many in the team, you need not shoulder everything alone. You have teammates and friends supporting you, and the country as well." Chapter 75. The Divine Descendant bestows wisdom. The two, riding in a vehicle, surveyed the vicinity. The Ergen Mountains boasted breathtaking scenery, largely uninhabited, rendering it seldom visited. However, in reality, the Ergen Mountains harbored over 300 glaciers, their shimmering white expanse blanketing the peaks, presenting a vista of steep mountains and dark stones strewn across the ground. Curiously, amidst the desolate plateau, apart from a colossal yak with luxuriant fur grazing on the grass sprouting between the stones, not a single Tibetan antelope was in sight. Noticing Siran's furrowed brow, Songji could not help but inquire, "What troubles you?" Siran replied, "It seems odd. This time of year coincides with the Tibetan antelope's breeding season, making them typically easier to spot." Although Tibetan antelopes are elusive, she had meticulously followed their migratory patterns from previous years, yet encountered none. It felt less like mere bad luck and more as if the antelopes were intentionally evading something. With this question lingering, Siran turned her gaze toward the yak peacefully grazing nearby and approached it, her demeanor gentle. Before her stood a massive yak, remarkably a rare white-furred specimen. After a moment's contemplation, Siran spoke. "Dear yak, I wish to inquire about something." Upon hearing her, the yak abruptly ceased its chewing, casting a mournful glance in her direction. Siran's words faltered, her expression tinged with confusion. Had she spoken amiss? Due to her system's enhancements, animals were utterly defenseless against her, yet this was her first encounter of such a nature. Just as she prepared to apologize, the yak unexpectedly let out a sound reminiscent of a winding mountain road. "Hey, I'm a cow, not a bull. Thank you." Siran felt a flush of embarrassment. "My apologies. May I address you as Sister Yak?" The yak responded with a soft moo, clearly in agreement. It regarded Siran with keen interest, as if she were enveloped in a gentle, radiant light. Drawing closer brought it immense comfort. Moreover, this girl bore a striking resemblance to the roses in a garden, exuding exquisite beauty. A stunning human capable of conversing with it must surely be a divine being descended to enlighten this yak. With eager anticipation, the yak gazed at Siran, willing to accept any title she bestowed. Siran exhaled in relief and promptly stated, "We are from the Antelope Protection Station, and I wish to ask if you know the whereabouts of the nearby Tibetan antelope herd. We need to locate them to ask some questions." "Tibetan antelope?" The yak pondered, its tone tinged with indignation. "Humans are truly peculiar. On one hand, you claim to protect us, yet on the other, you slaughter us. Just recently, many Tibetan antelopes were killed by humans." Siran's complexion drained of color, her lips trembling. "Killed? Indeed, many were slain. A while ago, while grazing, I witnessed numerous Tibetan antelopes lying lifeless on the ground, their skins stripped away. Some young lambs were there, helplessly seeking milk from their deceased mothers, but alas, there was none to be had. I wanted to assist them, but as a mere cow, I had no milk to offer. Those poor lambs were left to await their fate. Humans can be exceedingly cruel." As the white yak spoke, it seemed to suddenly realize that the divine being before it was also human, hastily adding, "Except for you, beautiful human." Yet Siran appeared not to hear this. The yak's words elucidated the reason for the Tibetan antelopes not following their usual migratory path to the Zhuanai Lake for birthing. Most alarmingly, prior to her arrival, a significant number of Tibetan antelopes had already perished. It was no wonder that Kuei and I remarked on the visibly declining numbers this year. Ran hurriedly returned to the protection station with Songji, waking the recently asleep wildlife protection team, and Kuei and I. Upon learning of the Tibetan antelopes being poached and skinned, Kuei and I was instantly overcome with grief. How could this happen? How did I not notice? Why was I unaware? Since the age of 18, he had dedicated himself to safeguarding the Tibetan antelopes alongside his father, and now, 2 decades later, he believed he had been doing well, only to discover calamity had struck right under his nose. Ji sure clenched his fists in fury. Damn it. These despicable creatures. Our country has had policies in place for years, yet they dare to poach brazenly. A wave of helplessness washed over the group. With countless animals suffering at the hands of humanity, no matter how tirelessly they worked, their efforts to rescue animals remained limited. Despite decades of governmental crackdowns on poaching, numerous poachers, driven by greed, were willing to risk everything for a quick profit. They were acutely aware that no matter how many wild animals they hunted, they would not face the death penalty, while the profits from their illicit activities were substantial. Thus, many would resort to such perilous endeavors. A chill coursed through Ran's veins as she suppressed her mounting anger. Addressing the group, she declared, "We are up against a ruthless poaching gang, and the number of individuals involved remains uncertain, so we must strategize before we depart." The wildlife protection team stiffened in response, standing tall.
Lin sui spoke. Ran.
"Just give the orders. We are here to support you." Ran nodded. "We will split into 2 vehicles. Sui Yi and Ming Yi possess extensive field experience. You will lead the first group while observing for any signs of Tibetan antelopes. Uncle Kuei and I is more familiar with Air Mountain, so your vehicle will serve as the vanguard while ours follows closely behind." After outlining the plan, Ran turned to Ji Shi, meeting his eager gaze. She continued, "I, Sister Songji, and Brother Ji will form one group, with Brother Ji serving as backup, primarily monitoring for any traces of poaching activity. Stay safe. We will set off shortly." Chapter 76. The Lamb Still Lives with Clearly Defined Roles. Lin Sui's vehicle led the way toward the direction indicated by the white yak. After traveling over 100 kilometers, a faint stench of decaying flesh permeated the air, thickening it with an unsettling heaviness. Eagles and vultures soared low, less than 300 meters from the vehicle, circling around weathered stones. Ran could see the birds clutching bloody remnants of Tibetan antelope in their beaks. Ran grasped her walkie-talkie. "The Tibetan antelope has been located. The vehicle is heading towards 3 o'clock. Amid the crackling of the walkie-talkie, Lin Sui responded. "Received." The terrain of the Erjin Mountains was intricate. Without Kuei and I's guidance, the group would not have dared venture forth. Before them loomed a weathered stone formation, several meters high, resembling the unique earthen structures of Fujian province. Numerous nests of jumping mice dotted the stone. As the vehicle roared to life, the little creatures initially perked up their heads, chattering for a moment, before retreating into their nests, unwilling to partake in the commotion. However, a few bold ones, emboldened by curiosity, squeaked, "Wow! Are humans once again approaching to slay the Tibetan antelope? How pitiable these creatures are! If humanity continues this relentless slaughter, will the Tibetan antelope in our mountains face extinction?" However, there are very few of them, and the vehicle bears no scent of the antelope. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, the Pikas spotted a girl clad in a crimson jacket alighting from the vehicle, her gaze now fixed upon them. The 2 little Pikas stood on end, their fur bristling, chattering nervously as they nimbly scurried back to their burrow. Peeking out with their fuzzy heads, their voices trembled as they whispered, "These humans are not after the Tibetan antelope. Are they coming for us instead? Surely not." Despair gripped the little creatures, for they never imagined that indulging in a mere melon could lead to their own demise. At that moment, Ran approached. The 2 Pikas, frozen in fear, stared blankly at her, their bright, watery eyes filled with trepidation. Yet, they could not help but wish to observe this human a little longer. How astonishing! How could humans be so formidable that I, a mere Pika, find myself utterly motionless? I, too, am astonished. Has human technology advanced to such an impressive degree? My heart races at the sight of this beautiful human. Ran had previously believed that animals possessed high intelligence, but upon witnessing the foolishness of the 2 little Pikas, she felt compelled to retract her prior statements. "I mean you no harm," she reassured them as she crouched down, refraining from reaching out to touch the little creatures. The Pikas, their large ears pivoting backwards, clasped their slender paws to their chests, staring blankly at Ran. After a moment, one of them suddenly leapt up, shrieking in terror. Ah, a ghost. The beautiful human is speaking to us. With that, the two little creatures huddled together, shutting their eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight. I am not a ghost. I can understand your words, Ran declared. Ah, really? One Pika opened an eye, scrutinizing her from head to toe, finally exclaiming. So, you're a good human then? Are you here to find the Tibetan antelope? Ran nodded. The Pika pointed towards a direction, saying, the place where the vultures are most numerous is where the Tibetan antelope reside, but you are too late. They have all perished. However, a few mother antelopes gave birth to some lambs before they died. They should still be alive. Upon hearing this, Ran sprang to her feet. She and the others arrived at the weathered stones, and indeed, the ground was strewn with the remains of countless Tibetan antelopes. The stench of decay intensified, and the blood-soaked earth was stained a deep reddish hue. Witnessing the scene, even Songji's face turned pale, and she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the horrid carnage. Only Ran, after a moment of daze, resolutely stepped towards the remains. Among the numerous corpses of Tibetan antelopes, she discovered 3 little lambs huddled together, covered in flies. These lambs had not suckled since their birth, and had miraculously survived until now. However, their condition was dire. Flies buzzed incessantly around them, and the vultures nearby watched with keen eyes, as if waiting for the instant the lambs would falter to swoop down and feast upon them. Ran removed her jacket and wrapped the sole surviving lamb within it, then returned to the center of the wildlife preservation team.
Kyuki.
Mix the lamb milk powder with warm water and feed it to the lambs, she instructed. As Ran approached, the wildlife team encircled her protectively, their gazes fixed on the little creature in her arms. The tiny bundle appeared as though it might perish at any moment. Chi, though few in words, was exceptional in action. Wordlessly, he returned to the vehicle, retrieving some lamb milk from the trunk, mixing it with warm water to offer to the lambs. Ran assessed the lambs' condition. They were weak from lack of nourishment since birth, but otherwise seemed fine. After consuming the lamb milk, the lambs regained some strength. One of them blinked its large, tearful eyes, framed by dark lashes, looking utterly pitiful. The little creature gazed at Ran and cried out, "Mama, are you my mama?" The lamb was overwhelmed with emotion, and upon speaking, it began to weep. The shadow of death had loomed over it for days, leaving it bewildered as to what it had done wrong. From the moment of its birth, its mother had perished in agony, rendering it incapable of discerning who its true mother was. It looked at the human before it. Despite their dissimilar appearances, Ran radiated a gentle white light. And as it drew nearer, the lamb felt an overwhelming warmth and comfort. Surely, this human must be its mother, right? The lamb bleated a few times, seemingly determined to continue calling out until Ran acknowledged it. Ran felt a headache coming on. She had never anticipated that a small creature would mistake her for its mother. Nearby, Zhang Mingyi adjusted his glasses, puzzled. Is the little one mistaking you for its mother? Ran looked at him in surprise. Though Zhang Mingyi was not particularly prominent in the team, there were no useless members in the wildlife preservation unit. He was the oldest among them, his demeanor gentle, yet he possessed significant capability. Often, when the team faced unsolvable dilemmas, Zhang Mingyi would provide the solution. He may not have understood the lamb's words, yet he could discern its intentions through its actions. Indeed, it seems to regard me as its mother, Ran conceded, her expression one of helplessness. We should take these lambs back to the protection station for examination. The situation here. Ran's voice trailed off as she glanced at the pile of Tibetan antelope corpses in the shadows, her throat tightening with emotion. Since the severe crackdown on poaching gangs in 1993, this could be the first large-scale poaching incident in decades. She could not allow this atrocity to go unpunished. Chapter 77. The eagles are Ran's followers. The lambs needed to be returned for examination, so the group retraced their steps to the protection station, allowing the remaining staff to conduct checks on the lambs. In the meantime, local police also intervened in the investigation. Upon arriving at the scene and witnessing the multitude of Tibetan antelope carcasses, they immediately became alert, assuring Ran, this Mat police officer, be cautious. As Ran merely raised her hand, the talons of the soaring eagle gently latched onto her arm. Police officer. Wait, when did eagles become so gentle? It's well known that falconers must bind thick towels around themselves because an eagle's claws can slice through iron. Yet, the eagle before us prefers to stand unsteadily on Ran's arm rather than clutch it tightly, as if fearing that its own talons might injure her. The officer was taken aback, But upon glancing at the wildlife protection team beside him, he noticed their faces were perfectly normal, devoid of any surprise. He couldn't help but silently think, truly, these experts from the big city are remarkable. Not only are they adept at rescuing animals, but they can also tame them. Ran instructed the eagle to finish the piece of pork in its grasp, uttering something to it. The eagle promptly spread its wings and let out a resounding cry before soaring away. Ran turned to the officer and said, "I need you to return and bring sufficient personnel. We may soon delve into uninhabited territory. The eagle can traverse thousands of miles in a day, its vision surpassing that of humans. As long as the poaching gang remains in the Altan Mountains, they will inevitably be discovered by the eagle." Meanwhile, deep in the Altan mountain range, under the weathered stone, 5 SUVs were parked, accompanied by a massive supply truck. A group of 7 or 8 men huddled around a fire, warming themselves. Damn it! Thankfully, we ran fast enough to avoid being spotted by those officers and the experts from the provincial city. These men were indeed the poaching gang. Earlier, they had intended to locate a herd of Tibetan antelope for another lucrative venture before hastily disposing of the pelts. However, they failed to find the antelope herd and were alarmed by the approach of the protection station personnel. Indeed, we were fortunate to have fled. One of them spat and turned to the middle-aged man at the helm. "Brother Xiong, this batch could fetch us at least 20 million. Perhaps we should abandon the Tibetan antelope pelts? Those officers are formidable, and if we're caught, it would be disastrous." Brother Xiong pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Fine. But the police are undoubtedly pursuing us. We have enough supplies so we can hide here for a while. I refuse to believe they will keep tailing us indefinitely. A few hundred Tibetan antelope dead is unfortunate, but the police have too much on their plate to remain stationed here." With that thought, Brother Xiong felt a wave of relief wash over him. This operation could net them a fortune, enough for them to indulge for a while. Just then, someone in the group pointed skyward, exclaiming, "What is going on today? Why are all these eagles circling above us? It feels odd." Brother Xiong glanced at the sky, unfazed. "This uninhabited area is deserted. Those eagles must have caught wind of the Tibetan antelope meat we have, hence they're gathering.
What is so surprising about that?"
He then tossed a piece of roasted meat into the air, expecting the eagles to catch it. To his astonishment, the eagles scattered instead, refusing to eat. They landed on the weathered stones, silently observing the men. Brother Xiong finally sensed something was amiss. He became fixated on the eagle's eyes, a chill creeping over him. Something was terribly wrong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he stood up. "These eagles are not right. We need to leave immediately. The uninhabited area is rife with mysterious phenomena, and this peculiar behavior signals impending trouble." Seeing that his companions were still dawdling, Brother Xiong crushed the fire source. "Stop eating.
Run."
As his words left his mouth, the distant roar of engines reached his ears. Suddenly, hundreds of eagles erupted into a cacophony of cries, their sounds piercing through the desolate landscape. In the darkness, a bright beam of light illuminated the poaching gang. Brother Xiong instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, and when he managed to open them again, he beheld a girl clad in a red jacket and black pants standing beside a police vehicle, with a sharp-eyed eagle perched on her shoulder. Recalling the hundreds of eagles that had been circling them moments ago, Brother Xiong's face blanched. He realized that these eagles were followers of this girl. It was rare for eagles to be tamed in the highlands, and the girl's appearance did not resemble that of a local. She bore some resemblance to the animal expert they had encountered earlier today. But how could this girl be so young? Brother Xiong's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Don't move. Everyone get down and cover your heads." Hundreds of SWAT officers surrounded the gang securely. The criminals exchanged glances, fully aware that any act of defiance would result in the police turning them into Swiss cheese. Thus, without hesitation, they complied, covering their heads before being ushered into the police vehicles. While the officers conducted their investigation, Ran distributed the pig's head she had brought to the assisting eagles. The eagles circled around her, delicately eating the meat from her hand, being careful not to let their sharp beaks graze her skin. This scene left Brother Xiong in a state of astonishment, as he was being led away by the police. He couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly are you? Did you send those eagles to find us?" A girl from afar, capable of taming birds of prey and commanding their loyalty. How could such a fantastical reality exist? Chapter 78. Donation live stream income. Brother Xiong stood before Ran, his eyes reflecting an honest desire for answers. Ran's lips curved into a subtle smile as she stood just a step away from him. "Do you wish to know?" Brother Xiong's eyes widened, speechless, yet his gaze conveyed everything. At that moment, Si Ran let out a cold laugh, her voice akin to the biting winds of the Altan Mountains at night, as she indifferently remarked, "Perhaps in your next life." As her words faded, Brother Xiong was escorted into the police vehicle. The poaching gang targeting Tibetan antelope in the Altan Mountains was apprehended. At the police station, Si Ran was granted an exception to enter the interrogation room alongside the investigating officers. The poaching gang comprised 8 individuals, and over 800 pelts, along with several pieces of Tibetan antelope meat, were discovered in their vehicle. Each member was confined to separate interrogation rooms. The first to be interrogated was Brother Xiong. Aware that there was no way to conceal the truth, he confessed to his crimes. However, he fervently explained, "I had no idea it would escalate to this severity. I merely wanted to earn a little money for my 2 children's college tuition."
Bang!
The officer slammed his hand down on the table, suppressing his fury. "Are you ignorant of the law? Don't use your family as a shield. Of all excuses, you choose this one? What college tuition requires millions?" The lies birthed in panic are often flimsy. Brother Xiong found himself at a loss for words. Si Ran sat nearby, her chilling voice cutting through the air. "You originally intended to execute another operation, but upon discovering the carcasses of the Tibetan antelope, you and your cohorts had no choice but to hide deep within the Altan Mountains. Let me guess. Your plan was to wait until the police ceased their focus on the Tibetan law is a manifestation of morality, while morality is an expression of law. Both are not immutable. Merely serving a decade or so for the slaughter of countless Tibetan antelopes is grossly insufficient. What she seeks to achieve is to realign the occasionally skewed scales of justice." Si Ran contemplated this as she turned around. A white dove soared beneath the red flag, and a large police badge gleamed in the sunlight. On a pristine white wall, a phrase was inscribed, "The People's Police ensure safety, guarding the peace of every household." And she, too, aimed to protect the tranquility of animals. Si Ran returned to the Altantaf protection station. Following the apprehension of the poaching gang, the foremost priority now was to facilitate the Tibetan antelope's breeding at Zhuanai Lake. Upon her return, Si Ran promptly organized a meeting with her team to strategize on locating the antelope population and guiding them back to their original migration routes. Si Ran possessed the unique ability to communicate with animals, and her inherent affinity for them would surely enable the Tibetan antelopes to trust us, which should pose no considerable challenge. Si Ran nodded, affirming, "As Sui aptly stated, our primary objective now is to locate the migrating Tibetan antelope population. This mission may take longer than anticipated, thus we must ensure an ample supply of resources." Within the Altantaf protection station, aside from Quinny, only 4 staff members remained, for the unstable signal here deterred many from visiting. It was precisely due to the shortage of personnel that vulnerabilities were exposed. After deliberating for an entire night and ensuring every detail was meticulously accounted for, they finally prepared to depart. "Wait a moment. I suddenly have a proposal I'd like to discuss," Si Ran interjected, seemingly struck by an idea, but momentarily hesitant. Lin Sui, intrigued, encouraged, "Speak freely, Xiao Ran. As long as it is reasonable, we will certainly support you." The remaining team members nodded in agreement. Ji Zhishe raised his hand like a schoolboy. "Yes, yes. Xiao Ran, go ahead. We'll fully cooperate." Immediately after, he received a firm smack on the back of his head. Lin Sui shot him an exasperated glance, muttering, "What kind of absurd title is Xiao Ran?" Though Ji Zhishe appeared unreliable, he was, in fact, a bona fide doctoral student. However, standing there, he looked like a complete fool, hardly resembling an academic. Ji Zhishe, clutching his head, lamented, "What can I do? Xiao Ran is the soul of our team. I am neither the captain nor Mingyi, so calling her Xiao Ran just rolls off the tongue. I am merely 6 or 7 years older than her. Calling her simply Ran would be disrespectful." With his eloquence, Ji Zhishe had effectively silenced Lin Sui. "Whatever you say," Lin Sui conceded.
Yazishin.
Reveling in his victory, proclaimed, "Xiao Ran sounds wonderful. Captain, you should also call her Xiao Ran from now on."
Get lost. Lin Sui kicked Jitsishi.
His expression one of utter disbelief. Ji Zhishe nimbly ducked behind Si Ran, defiantly giving Lin Sui the finger. As Lin Sui seemed poised to retaliate, Ji Zhishe hastily added, "Xiao Ran, please hurry and speak up, or our duck brother will surely beat me to a pulp." In no time, Ji Zhishe had bestowed yet another nickname upon someone. It was no wonder he was always on the receiving end of a beating. Clearing her throat, Si Ran began. Whether it be the snow wolves of Kekexili or the current Tibetan antelope incident, poaching events have continually caught us off guard. Thus, I pondered whether we should consider live streaming to allow netizens to witness the current living conditions of wildlife, while simultaneously warning those poaching gangs. Live streaming?
Linsuye murmurdu.
Contemplating for a moment, that could be an excellent approach. If we can garner more attention from netizens regarding the plight of wildlife, it would be most beneficial. However, the challenge lies in our lack of experience with live streaming. Rand proposed, if everyone agrees to this idea, I can handle the live streaming. After a pause. Recalling the state of the protection station, she added, in the future, should the opportunity for live streaming arise, I wish to donate all proceeds to the local protection station. Most protection stations, both in China and globally, often operate at a loss. Despite China's rising status over the years, with countless governmental allocations, organizing even a single patrol expedition can cost hundreds of thousands to millions. Many staff members at protection stations earn meager wages, while risking their lives for the cause. The income generated from a live stream, though not substantial, could at least help local protection stations navigate their immediate financial hardships. Rand's proposal met with unanimous agreement from her team. Ji Shi, regretting their missed opportunity in Kekexili, lamented, why didn't we think of live streaming back then? We lost out on so much money. Chapter 79. Humans open a restaurant on my behalf before long. Ji Shi discovered that live streaming was not as simple as he had envisioned. Determined to earn a little extra, he decided to emulate Rand and attempt live streaming himself. He held his phone aloft in the vehicle for quite a while, only to find that the network was not only abysmally slow but that his live stream was attracting a mere 3 viewers, his mother, his father, and his brother, who was slacking off in class. In contrast, Rand seemed to possess either incredible luck or an inherent charm. Her network signal was far superior. And as soon as she began streaming, thousands of viewers flooded in. Within half an hour, her live stream stabilized at 50,000 viewers. Ji Shi wiped away non-existent tears, muttering to himself, indeed, one can be driven to despair when comparing oneself to others. Chiu Chi quipped from the side. There's a rescue rope at the back of the car. Shall I fetch one for you to hang yourself? Ji Shi exclaimed in exaggerated shock, clutching his heart and pointing at everyone. You are all too much. Boo-hoo. His antics elicited laughter from the group inside the vehicle. While Rand remained focused on her live stream, she noticed viewers were inquiring about who was present in the vehicle. She replied, these are all my teammates. With that, Rand continued, in the future, I may often stream in this manner, sharing with everyone the local customs and knowledge related to wildlife during my spare time. The Altentaf Mountains lay over 1,000 kilometers from Zhuanai Lake. As Rand streamed, her team utilized drones to scout the whereabouts of the Tibetan antelopes. Yet, they found nothing. Given the previous tragic events involving the antelopes, the current population was understandably cautious, seemingly aware that humans were in pursuit and deliberately evading detection. As time slipped away, evening descended upon them. Under a star-studded sky, the group set up their tents beneath a weathered stone. Rand, using a portable stove, commenced cooking. Such is the nature of wilderness rescue. Enduring the elements is the norm, and a life of comfort is utterly unattainable. Soon, enticing aromas wafted through the air, drawing everyone's attention as they gazed wide-eyed at Rand skillfully stir-frying garlic shoots with cured meat, their mouths watering. Rand, I never expected you could cook. Rand nodded, her tone casual as she replied, when I was young, my foster parents were often preoccupied with drinking and gambling, leaving me to fend for myself in the kitchen. After speaking, Rand scooped out several pieces of cured meat and offered them to the group. The wildlife protection team wasted no time, eagerly grabbing pieces and stuffing them into their mouths. The delightful flavors danced on their taste buds, even brightening Song Ji's eyes. Ji Shi was so enamored that he jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, Rand, how did you make this so delicious?
Wow.
We are truly blessed. After his declaration, he instinctively ducked to the side, fearing Lin Suiyi would strike him again. Lin Suiyi, though visibly speechless, refrained from countering Ji Shi's enthusiasm. We'll assist you next time, Rand replied, smiling gently. Though I haven't always cooked this well. The remoteness of my hometown means that even if you climb the tallest mountain, all you see are the endless ranges of 38,000 peaks. So, being able to prepare a meal back then was quite an achievement. Later, as I earned money from acting, I encountered a myriad of unfamiliar ingredients and began to learn culinary techniques from online tutorials. Gradually, my skills improved, and if you all enjoy it, I will frequently prepare meals for you. Beside me, Ji Shi nodded without hesitation, sure. However, I truly did not expect the C family's parents to indulge in gambling and drinking. How is it that such affluent individuals do not even hire a housekeeper? Ji sure seemed to realize something, and his voice abruptly faltered. The air fell into a profound silence. He dared not meet Ran's gaze, instead stealing a glance at Lin Suiyi, whose expression was dark, as if he wished to strike him dead. At that moment, Ji sure finally comprehended that he had misspoken. He yearned to slap himself, lamenting how his mouth could not endure the quiet. Why did he have to speak up? Now, he had unearthed someone else's sorrow. Ji sure nearly cried, lowering his head and stammering, "Sister Ran, please don't be angry. I just spoke too hastily. It's no big deal." Ran, observing Ji sure's demeanor, found it both amusing and exasperating. "I choose to share my story because I no longer care about such matters. I can now engage in the activities I love, which brings me immense satisfaction. Having experienced so much incompleteness in my past life, I now feel an unprecedented happiness in this one." Ran did not wish for Ji sure to feel guilty, her fair face displaying earnestness. "I truly mean it." Upon seeing this, Ji sure understood that Ran was not merely trying to console him, and he exhaled in relief. However, a vague sense of doubt lingered. Wasn't Ran the adopted daughter of the C family? Shouldn't she have always lived there? Could there be some hidden truth? Ji sure found himself unable to inquire further, so he suppressed his curiosity. Ran served the dishes and quickly stir-fried a couple more, and the group began to eat with the 3 dishes. Although the portions were scant and somewhat insufficient, it was a significant improvement over their previous living conditions. "Oh, it smells so good. I want to eat." Halfway through the meal, Ran suddenly heard a faint child's voice from a distance. She glanced at the seemingly unperturbed group and realized they appeared oblivious to it. It seemed that only she could hear the sound. Ran set down her utensils and stood up. "What's wrong?" Lin Suiyi immediately asked, and the others ceased their activities. Ran replied, "I think I heard an animal's voice. You all continue eating, I'll go check it out. I'll be fine. I'll go with you." Songji put down her bowl and joined Ran. Ran nodded in agreement. At that moment, the stars twinkled in the Aljan Mountains, and the pure moonlight poured over the landscape, illuminating the brown earth with a ghostly pallor. The wind rustled around them, and the moon, radiating a divine glow, reflected upon a small, fluffy Tibetan antelope. Ran locked eyes with the little antelope. After a moment of stunned silence, the little creature let out a sharp,
Terrified scream. "Ah, I'm doomed."
"The humans are going to kill me." The Tibetan antelope reacted swiftly, turning and rolling away, calling out as it fled, "Mom!
Mom.
Help me!" In the next instant, the little antelope leaped, half of its body getting stuck in a crevice formed by weathered rocks.
Bah.
The little creature's lively black eyes flickered with confusion as it looked up at the sky, then down at the ground and finally, at the beautiful human approaching it.
Hey.
"Mom, you don't need to wait for me to come home. The bipeds are going to open a restaurant on me." Chapter 80. The dim-witted little Tibetan antelope. The little antelope's cries drew the attention of the others. Lin Suiyi gazed at the half-stuck creature and grimaced. What happened? How did it get stuck? Ran recounted the events to the group. They exchanged knowing glances at the foolish little creature. Ji sure laughed, slapping his thigh. "Haha. How does this little brat have such a sense of humor? A restaurant on it? We're not some instant noodle brand. I could finish it in one meal." The little Tibetan antelope. Lin Suiyi kicked Ji sure in frustration. "You never know when to say something nice. If you provoke the little antelope, you'll have to deal with it yourself." Ji sure merely responded with an "oh," stifling his laughter. The little antelope, seeing the commotion, began to cry, bleating in distress. To Ran's ears, it sounded like a 4- or 5-year-old girl wailing. It was somewhat headache-inducing. However, before she could act, Songji stepped forward. With an impassive expression, she pinched the little creature's mouth shut and sternly said, "Stop crying." The Tibetan antelope looked up, its eyes filled with confusion. Then, addressing it as one would a child, Songji said seriously, "If you keep crying, I'll toss you out to the wolves." Ran, the others, it was decisive and straightforward. Presumably frightened, the little antelope immediately ceased its cries, its eyes glazed over, clearly dazed by Songji's intimidation. Satisfied with this outcome, Songji stepped aside for Ran, earnestly stating, "Xiao Ran, it's quiet now, you handle the rest." Ran felt helpless but nonetheless gave Songji a thumbs up. "Sister Ji, you're amazing." Songji replied, "You're too kind." Ran looked at the pitiful creature wedged in the crevice, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she spoke softly, "Do not be afraid. We are not here to harm you. The little Tibetan antelope had noticed Si ran long ago. In fact, without her presence, it would have kept its distance from humans. It had seen her cooking, and the enticing aroma had wafted over, leaving it no choice but to endure and watch them eat. The little creature grew increasingly sorrowful, on the verge of tears. Just as it was about to bleat, it stealthily glanced at the stern Song-ji beside her.
Wah.
The beautiful human next to the pretty human is so fierce. I don't want to be fed to the wolves. Thus, it forcibly held back its tears. The little antelope's tender voice trembled as it managed to say, I don't believe you. I heard you talking just now. You want to throw me to the wolves? You're all wicked humans.
Hey.
Ji sure blinked, pointing at the little antelope. What did this little thing just say? Is it cursing at us? After saying that, Ji sure poked the little antelope's backside in discontent. We've been here for days, sacrificing our sleep for you. Yet when you see us, you run away. What an ungrateful little brat. As he spoke, he playfully pinched its backside with 4 fingers. The Tibetan antelope's thick fur felt soft under his touch. However, the little antelope, annoyed, bleated, if it weren't for you humans, we wouldn't have altered our migration patterns, and I wouldn't have gotten separated from my mother.
Wah.
I want my mom. As the little creature's sorrow deepened, it no longer cared about being thrown to the wolves, throwing its head back and crying out, its bleats echoing across the Gobi Desert. Ji sure received another heavy blow from Lin Sui-yi and shrank back, afraid to speak further. The little creature was quite temperamental, and he feared it might truly anger the little one. The little antelope cried, gasping for breath. Thus the task of comforting it fell to Si Ran. Si Ran sighed, leaving it stuck like this isn't a solution. We should rescue it. If the little one went unnoticed today, it would be left to perish here, eventually becoming a desiccated, roasted lamb. As Lin Sui-yi and the others went to fetch tools, Si Ran reassured, my friend was just teasing you. We mean you no harm and have no intention of endangering your kin. The little Tibetan antelope gazed at Si Ran, clearly yearning for connection. Yet, recalling the many uncles and aunts from its herd that had perished, the little antelope resolutely turned its head away, snorting defiantly, even if I die today. Suddenly, a splash of green appeared before the little antelope's eyes. In the hands of Si Ran, a fresh and succulent blade of green grass had mysteriously appeared, one she had never encountered before. Gulping, the little creature, with its elongated neck, swallowed hard, its large, glistening eyes fixated intently on the grass held by Si Ran. How verdant, how fragrant, how desperately it yearned to taste. Observing the effectiveness of her temptation, Si Ran continued her gentle persuasion. Little one, do I appear to be here to harm you? Her voice was soft and alluring, leaving the little Tibetan antelope momentarily dazed. The young antelope felt a pang of inner conflict. Humans could indeed be quite detestable, yet not all were malevolent, were they? Take this one before her, for instance. Her voice was melodious, her eyes enchanting, and her tone tender. Surely, she was different from those wicked humans. The little antelope hesitated, caught between doubt and belief. Really? You are here to protect us? Noticing the creature began to lower its guard, Si Ran's voice became even more soothing. Indeed, once we rescue you, you may visit our vehicle. We carry no firearms or tranquilizers. In truth, firearms were present, but the little one's limited cognitive capacity rendered it oblivious to their existence. Nevertheless, Si Ran's earnest words instilled trust in the young antelope. It nodded vigorously, then I believe you, Adaxi. Hearing the endearing way the little creature pronounced her name, Si Ran felt a twinge of exasperation. Fortunately, this rescue mission posed minimal difficulty after they excavated a portion of the weathered rock with shovels. The little antelope's body could be extracted. However, having been trapped for so long, its legs had gone numb, and upon reaching the ground, it stumbled as though intoxicated, its limbs moving erratically. Yet it did not forget its purpose. Wobbling proudly towards the vehicle, raising its small head, we made a promise. I must inspect, Adaxi. Chapter 81. Long live the harmony of life forms. Long live the unity of all creatures. The little antelope proclaimed earnestly, nudging the car door with its plush, rounded head. Its adorable demeanor could melt anyone's heart. Si Ran, with a sigh of resignation, approached to open the door for the little creature. With impressive agility, it leaped into the vehicle, diligently inspecting every corner of the car. Ultimately, it found nothing amiss, but upon spotting a head of green vegetables in the trunk, it unabashedly began to munch. Oh, finally a meal. So delicious. The little antelope chewed rapidly, tears of joy streaming from its moist nostrils. With each bite, it bleated in delight, as if the leaves were not mere vegetables, but divine nectar bestowed from the heavens. It was hard to fathom that this juvenile antelope, not yet a year old, could consume an entire day's worth of rations meant for several people. Beside them, Chiochi could not help but voice her concern. Is it safe for it to eat so much? C ran, her lips twitching, leaned against the car door, and addressed the little antelope. Now that you've eaten and examined the vehicle, can we trust you? The young creature blinked its big eyes, glancing away. C ran raised an eyebrow. What is it? Are you not going to speak?
No.
The young antelope's ears drooped, a hint of embarrassment evident in its demeanor. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I just got separated from my herd. C ran replied. So, you intend to deceive us for food? I do not. I am not. The little antelope suddenly lifted its head, bleating, My mother will definitely find me. It brimmed with confidence, convinced that her mother, who loved her dearly, would search for her upon realizing she was lost, never abandoning her. Seeing the little one on the verge of tears, C Rant's heart softened. Then shall I help you find your mother? Really? The little creature exclaimed joyfully, dancing around with excitement. Human, you are the most beautiful and kind-hearted person I have ever met. My mother will surely like you. Among all the humans present, it found C Rant's presence the most comforting. From the moment it laid eyes on her, the little antelope felt an instinctual recognition of her beauty, intelligence, and kindness. She must be a good person. With this thought, the little antelope let out a long sigh. If only everyone were like you. We wouldn't have to be forced to alter our migration routes. C Ran remained silent, her lips pressed together. The notion of animals altering their migration routes may sound simple. Yet the original pathways had been measured over generations by the lives of countless Tibetan antelopes. Changing these routes now would result in a significantly high mortality rate. This urgency fueled her desire to locate the antelope herd and assist them in returning to their traditional migration paths. After inquiring about where the young antelope had become separated from its herd, the group set up camp for the night. As dawn broke the following day, they prepared to continue their search for the Tibetan antelopes. Inside the vehicle, the little creature nestled against C Ran, its dark, curious eyes peering out the window. The wind howled at an altitude of over 3,000 meters. The wheels crushed the sandy terrain of the Gobi, while the endless snow-capped mountains stood as silent sentinels. The most fluid brushstrokes of nature. C Ran prepared to start a live broadcast. The previous day, she had attracted 50,000 viewers, and although no Tibetan antelopes were sighted, many had enjoyed the scenery alongside her. Thus, on this day, numerous viewers eagerly awaited her stream. When C Ran aimed the camera at the little antelope, its round, dark eyes sparkled with life, and sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating its reddish-brown fur in a radiant, amber hue. Wow, is that a Tibetan antelope? Its eyes are stunning. Truly deserving of the title spirit of the snow mountains, its gaze is so divine. Has the streamer found a Tibetan antelope? At that moment, the viewer count was still under 10,000. Siren glanced at the screen and responded to the comments. This little Tibetan antelope was unexpectedly discovered after becoming separated from its herd. Today, we shall continue our quest to locate them. Hearing the mention of humans, the little antelope curiously looked at the screen, bleating inquisitively. What is that? C Ran, not ignoring the little creature's question, turned the camera to herself first. As her exquisite visage flashed across the screen, viewers were momentarily captivated by her beauty. However, C Ran then lowered her phone, revealing once more the adorable sight of the little antelope tilting its head in curiosity. As it blinked at the screen and spotted a reflection of itself, a twin, it stood up in surprise.
Bleat.
What on earth? Is that me? I saw my reflection when I was drinking water. How did I get trapped inside there? C Ran was taken aback, not expecting the little antelope to recognize itself. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, she clarified, that is indeed you. Many kind humans are concerned about you and your herd, and are inquiring about your well-being. The little antelope, though somewhat puzzled, felt a swell of pride upon hearing that so many humans cared for them. It sat upright on C Rant's lap and began bleating excitedly at the camera, eliciting coos of adoration from the viewers. Seeing the audience's fondness for the little antelope, C Ran decided to feature it prominently in her broadcast. Occasionally, she would relay the human's affection for Tibetan antelopes, and each time, the little creature would respond with bleats of gratitude. I wish the little Tibetan antelope would give me a kiss. C Rant's teammate has been trying to cuddle the antelope, only to be mercilessly pushed away by it. The boy next to C Rand must be called Gigi, sure, haha. He looks like he's about to turn into a mushroom. Have you noticed? All animals seem to genuinely adore Ran. The little antelope is always snuggled up against her. Only I am curious about whether the little Tibetan antelope can return to its herd. Will its mother even recognize it? The host previously mentioned that the Tibetan antelopes in the Cheongtong region, the Alkan Mountains, the Sanjianjiwan, and the Kekexili all congregate at Zhuanai Lake to give birth. Is there some kind of inheritance involved? What guides them to this place? Nature is truly remarkable. Upon reading these comments, Ran selected a few to elaborate. The precise reasons behind the collective migration of Tibetan antelopes to Zhuanai Lake for birthing remains scientifically uncertain. However, some speculate that this so-called inheritance, namely the collective migration of female Tibetan antelopes to Zhuanai Lake to give birth, stems from an event that occurred hundreds of thousands of years ago, when a group of their ancestors traversed mountains and rivers, perhaps even by chance, arriving at this very location. After giving birth, these ancestors would lead their young onward, venturing into ever more distant and expansive territories. Through the cycles of seasons, the current migratory patterns were established. Ran's words struck a chord, conjuring images of the first Tibetan antelopes that migrated to Zhuanai Lake millions of years ago. Generation after generation, this became a legacy. Yet before the audience could fully absorb the impact, Ran shifted her focus. Today, the population of Tibetan antelopes in our country stands at 300,000, making them one of our most successful conservation efforts. Yet, you may be surprised to learn that in the late 1990s, their numbers were fewer than 70,000. Oh my! From fewer than 70,000 to now 300,000, the conservationists have truly worked hard. I can't imagine the immense efforts and countless lives that must have been sacrificed to expand the Tibetan antelope population to its current level. I used to think Ran was overqualified as a caretaker, but now I feel the entertainment industry is unworthy of her. What she does is profoundly meaningful. No wonder she is determined to leave it. I hope all the little animals around the world remain safe. The herd of Tibetan antelopes must safely reach Zhuanai Lake. Ran lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes trembling gently. In that moment, the souls of the viewers resonated in unison, fervently wishing for the day when all Tibetan antelope herds could safely arrive at Zhuanai Lake. They hoped that as these creatures galloped across the grasslands, it would be in joy, not in flight from slaughter. Chapter 82. The lamb rescues its mother, colliding with the sturdy abdomen of the wolf king. Ran's words plunged the livestream audience into silence. Although they often spoke about wildlife protection, their only encounters with wild animals occurred within the confines of zoos and aquariums. Thus, each of Ran's live streams brought a stark awareness of the precarious state of animal ecosystems. Animals coexist harmoniously. It seems that trouble is solely wrought by humans. When will humanity realize that nature is not solely for humans, but encompasses all living beings? The host is quite amusing, speaking as if all of humanity is guilty. Most people have never even been to Kekexili, let alone seen a Tibetan antelope. Now, as a portion of the population harms Tibetan antelopes, we are also made to bear the blame for their suffering. The wealth of the affluent cannot be shared with us. Yet we are expected to shoulder their guilt. How is that fair? This comment seemed to resonate with many in the live stream. Indeed, as a child, advertisements for shark fins were ubiquitous, yet I have never seen shark fins in my life. Every day we are urged to conserve water, told that global warming is due to excessive air conditioning, and to reduce waste in order to protect polar bears. Yet, we cannot afford homes, and we hesitate to turn on the air conditioning, let alone throw garbage into the ocean. I also find the public service advertisements from my childhood quite ironic. They should be directed at the wealthy. Ran observed the barrage of comments, her eyelashes quivering as she pursed her lips. I do not dismiss your viewpoints, but the public service advertisements you see, and the intent behind my live stream are not meant to blame anyone, nor to impose guilt. The purpose of these advertisements and my streams is to cultivate a long-term societal consensus. When the majority of citizens embrace these deeply held beliefs, they will resist and oppose actions that harm the environment and animals. Neither public service advertisements nor my live streams have ever condemned ordinary people. Ordinary people are not at fault. Rather, the endeavor of environmental protection requires participation from generations. The earth has never belonged to humanity. Humanity belongs to the earth. Therefore, we cannot traverse the world in solitude. Promoting and protecting animals is of utmost urgency. The little Tibetan antelope in Ran's arms seemed to sense the shift in her emotions. Raising its fluffy little head and bleating, the little one said, Ran, please don't be too sad. We know that many humans are kind. We have never blamed them. They understood that many humans were helping them. Just like the Tibetan antelope herd, not all Tibetan antelopes are good. My brother is a naughty antelope. He devours so much that he often finishes his share and comes to steal mine. The little one shook its head, suddenly animated. But many Tibetan antelopes are really nice to me. If they see I haven't eaten enough, they will share their food with me. The little Tibetan antelope believed there is little difference between humans and animals. The only distinction is that humans are immensely powerful, with clever minds capable of constructing skyscrapers and weaponry, things that the antelopes could scarcely imagine. It genuinely envied the humans for having such remarkable intellect. The little antelope spoke with an endearing charm, and Ran's previously heavy heart lightened considerably. She chuckled, playfully patting the little Tibetan antelope's head. You certainly are chatty. Ba ba ba, the little Tibetan antelope felt praised and joyfully bobbed its head. Just then, Sure suddenly spotted something and hastily lowered the car window, leaning halfway out with a finger pointing toward the naturally weathered rock wall. Look. Isn't that a herd of Tibetan antelopes? Ran paused and quickly turned to look. At a distance of 400 to 500 meters, the cliff was indeed teeming with Tibetan antelopes. The little Tibetan antelope leaped from Ran's arms, its head peeking out of the car window, its dark, round eyes widening in excitement as it jumped on Sure's lap. It's my herd, and I can see my mother. As it spoke, the little one bounced joyfully on Sure's thigh, bleeding toward the distance. Mom, look at me, Mom.
Vo.
Is this little one intentionally seeking revenge, bouncing on my sensitive areas? Before Sure could educate the little lamb, Ran suddenly spoke, squinting at the distant cliff face, noticing something amiss. Thousands of Tibetan antelopes were scattered across the cliff, but they appeared to be fleeing from something, moving at such speed that many were losing their footing and tumbling over the edge. Let us drive closer and take a look. Human vision is limited, and the Tibetan antelopes were almost blended with the Gobi Desert, making it difficult for Ran to see clearly. The few hundred meters were quickly covered. The vehicle stopped less than 50 meters from the gravel road. It was at this proximity that they could finally discern the reason behind the panicked escape of the Tibetan antelopes. A pack of grayish-white wolves, their eyes glimmering like cold stars, was launching an attack on the Tibetan antelopes. Strangely, despite the multitude of antelopes before it, the wolf remained indifferent. After subduing one, it did not immediately sink its sharp teeth into the antelope's neck, but instead sniffed it delicately while pinning it down. Subsequently, it released a male antelope with long horns, its gaze filled with disdain. The little Tibetan antelope in Ran's arms was petrified. The viewers in the live stream urged Ran to rescue the Tibetan antelopes. Ran saw the barrage of comments, but did not move. The rules of the human realm do not prevail in the animal kingdom. In the wild, it is a brutal struggle for survival. Herds of sheep are mere prey for packs of wolves. The law of nature dictates that only the fittest endure, rendering her participation in such affairs nearly impossible. Yet, the behavior of the wolf pack was peculiarly perplexing. A dozen wolves exhibited no interest in the male Tibetan antelope. Rather, their sights were set on the females. When one of the wolves captured a female antelope, the entire pack abruptly ceased its assault. Seizing the opportunity, the antelope herd swiftly fled, maintaining a considerable distance from their predators. The only exception was the little antelope cradled in Ran's embrace, who emitted heart-wrenching cries as it wriggled free, sobbing and dashing towards the wolves. Let go of my mother, woo-woo-woo. Ran, feeling the emptiness in her arms, froze in shock. The swift antelope quickly outpaced the others, leaving them helpless to do anything but witness the little creature, in a desperate attempt to rally courage, yell, ah, while bouncing towards the wolves, only to collide with the formidable belly of the wolf king. Thud! The little antelope nearly knocked itself unconscious. As it rolled on the ground, it stood up to find several shadows looming nearby. Raising its gaze, it saw 4 wolves slowly encircling it, their cold, piercing eyes fixed intently upon it.
Ooh, mama.
Am I really going to become a spicy little lamb now? Chapter 83. A deal with the wolf pack. The little antelope blinked in silence, devoid of any thought, and immediately prostrated itself before the alpha wolf, murmuring woo-woo-woo. Big brother wolf, I'm still so young and have hardly any meat on me. Please don't eat me. Realizing that its life as a sheep was drawing to a close, the little antelope grew increasingly despondent, bursting into tears. The wildlife protection team, in shock, the audience in the live stream, dumbfounded, the wolf pack, speechless. What is this little antelope doing? Is it attempting to defeat the enemy with its adorable demeanor? Why didn't Ran hold onto the little antelope more tightly? This is infuriating. Can we really blame Ran? The little antelope is quite strong, and how could she have known it would jump from her arms? They had never encountered a Tibetan antelope so foolish as to throw itself into danger. It must be the first of its kind in the world. However, the wolves seemed utterly uninterested in the little antelope. Having recognized the wildlife protection team and seen the antelope leap from Ran's arms, the wolves refrained from swiftly dispatching this audacious little creature. Wolves are remarkably intelligent animals, known for their cunning and cooperation within their ranks. The Wolf King stood at the center, his golden eyes calmly observing Ran before emitting a low growl. Even without translation, the onlookers could discern the warning in the Wolf King's stance and the bristling of its fur, indicating the need for retreat. Ran handed her phone to Zhang Mingyi. Addressing the group, the behavior of the wolf pack seems odd. Mingyi, you live stream while the rest of you wait here. Zhang Mingyi nodded. Understood. Stay safe. Lin Sueya, observing the poised wolves, lowered his voice. Be cautious. Wolves possess strong territorial instincts. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Song Ji quickly chambered around. I'll stay right behind you. Ran nodded, and the two advanced. With each step Ran took, the wolves' vigilance heightened, as if they were ready to spring into action at any moment. The little antelope believed Ran had come to rescue it and was overwhelmed with gratitude.
Ooh.
Ran, you're so wonderful. Even at a time like this, you still want to save me. Ran yearned to explain to the little antelope that she was merely intrigued by the wolves' unusual behavior and wished to inquire further. However, seeing the pitiful expression on the little antelope's face softened her heart. Ran gradually approached within 10 paces of the wolf pack. The standoff between the wolves and humans was tense, with only the howling wind from the Gobi Desert daring to disrupt the fragile equilibrium. The audience in the live stream was on edge. Is it common now for wildlife protection teams to just walk up and rescue Tibetan antelopes? What's the big deal? Have you ever seen animal documentaries? Filmmakers often shoot face-to-face with animals, right up to their massive heads. This is nothing in comparison. Regardless, Ran shouldn't interfere with the wolves' behavior. If she rescues the antelope, wouldn't that violate the laws of nature? The wildlife protection team didn't intervene during the wolves' hunt, indicating they respect the laws of the animal kingdom.
Besides,
Ran already stated that she found the wolves' actions peculiar, hence her approach. The wolves' gaze is terrifying. For the first time, I realize how dangerous Ran's job truly is. The news hasn't reported it, but countless wildlife workers have perished in the Kakeksili region each year. Only in recent years, with improved equipment and legal advocacy, has poaching become less frequent, allowing wildlife protection efforts to proceed slightly more smoothly. Outside the live stream, although the wolves watched Ran with wary eyes, they did not launch an attack. This was partly due to the aura emanating from Ran that prevented them from harming her. Additionally, it was because Songji stood behind her, wielding a large-caliber weapon aimed at the pack. The Wolf King howled to the heavens, "We do not wish to be adversaries with humans. We have no interest in that little fool. However, we must take this female Tibetan antelope back with us." Ran was taken aback by the Wolf King's willingness to speak. "I will not disrupt the laws of the animal kingdom, but I am curious as to why you wish to take a female Tibetan antelope." Her voice carried through the wind to the wolf pack's ears. The wolves paused. One of them began to howl in response, and the others joined in. "Hey, what's with this human? How can she understand the Wolf King's words? Then surely our little wolf cubs are saved. How wonderful, Awa." As the wolves conversed among themselves, Ran deduced that the pack's capture of the female Tibetan antelope was not for consumption, but rather to procure milk for their young. After all, the captured mother antelope was noticeably full-breasted. Ran inquired, "Dear wolf cubs lack milk? Has their mother met with misfortune?" The Wolf King, without hesitation, recognized that the humans before him could offer more assistance than the female Tibetan antelope. Yes. Before Ran could respond, the Wolf King continued, "If you can save our wolf cubs, we are willing to release these 2 Tibetan antelopes." It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The pack was comprised of young, vigorous wolves skilled in the art of hunting, and they could easily do without 1 or 2 antelopes. However, the wolf cubs represented the future of the pack, and their survival was paramount. In truth, the Wolf King and his pack were gradually losing their wariness towards Ran, even harboring concerns that this comforting human might refuse their proposal. The Wolf King boldly added, "Of course, if you desire more sheep, we can provide more, as long as you save our wolf cubs." The pack eagerly voiced their agreement. "As long as we can save the wolf cubs, We can catch more Tibetan antelopes for you. We can offer you anything you desire. I find the little kangaroo mouse quite adorable. If you like, we can fetch one for you and your friends from their burrow right away. Ran, the Tibetan antelope and the little kangaroo mouse overhearing from their hiding place. 6 Are they trying to curry favor with their lives? How despicable. But the antelope and the eavesdropping kangaroo mouse could only stifle their outrage and silently berate the situation in their hearts. Ran observed the sycophantic demeanor of the wolf clan members, and immediately, the image of Alipe playfully requesting snacks from her surfaced in her mind. Remarkably, it was a striking resemblance. Glancing at the 2 Tibetan antelopes encircled by the wolf pack, Ran spoke with a calm demeanor. I can assist you in rescuing the wolf cubs. But you must not only release the mother and daughter, but also engage in a transaction with me. Chapter 84. The Great Migration of the Tibetan Antelopes. The wolf pack's guardian squad Ran beckoned to the wolf king. Without hesitation, the wolf king glanced back at the pack before approaching Ran, perked ears attentive, and head slightly inclined toward her. Ran continued. If you wish to save the wolf cubs, you must help us protect the Tibetan antelopes and ensure their safe passage to Zhuanai Lake for birthing. The wolf king promptly agreed, without a second thought. Agreed. In the next moment, he inquired with utmost seriousness, how many sheep can we consume on our journey if we become hungry? He calculated that his pack consisted of 14 adult wolves and 4 elderly ones. Leading 8 wolves to escort the Tibetan antelopes, they could eat 2 antelopes per day, which would suffice for 2 days, meaning they would only need to consume 7 or 8 antelopes in total. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found Ran's eyes gazing at him with an enigmatic intensity. The wolf king, perplexed, asked, What is it? Do you think we are asking for too much? While we can be frugal, we must at least consume 1.5 sheep each time, but half a sheep cannot survive. It would be better for us to eat it. I know you humans value frugality. Rest assured, we will not waste anything. The wolf king felt rather proud of his considerate reasoning. Ran sighed deeply, exasperated, and replied, We will provide the wolf pack with fresh beef or mutton. But during the journey to Zhuanai Lake, you must refrain from eating them. Moreover, there was a shortage of personnel in their wildlife protection team. The presence of the wolf pack would intimidate other animals, and the Tibetan antelopes, fearing the wolves, would naturally follow the larger group. The wolf pack, being at the top of the food chain in Kekexili, would significantly lower the mortality rate of the Tibetan antelopes. However, I hope you will spare the sheep. Your future lifestyle is not something we will interfere with. The wolf king seemed to grasp the implications. The prospect of humans providing them with meat was undeniably advantageous. Very well, but we shall not have mutton. It has a rather strong odor. If it weren't for the fact that these Tibetan antelopes are the easiest to catch, we wouldn't even bother with them. The Tibetan antelope could only exclaim in disbelief. After reaching an agreement between 1 human and 1 wolf, Ran approached the captured female Tibetan antelope. The female Tibetan antelope gazed at Ran with wide, adoring eyes. Seeing this, Ran spoke. Once we have rescued the wolf cubs, we will escort you to Zhuanai Lake. The female Tibetan antelope responded enthusiastically. All right. Ran instructed. Have the Tibetan antelopes on the cliff come down. We will return shortly. The female Tibetan antelope cheerfully agreed. Okay. Ran instinctively glanced at the little Tibetan antelope beside her, which was gazing at her with the same adoring expression, realizing that like mother, like daughter, the resemblance in their expressions was uncanny. Uncertain of the wolf cub's condition, Ran followed the wolf pack to their den, where she found 2 frail wolf cubs lethargically lying in the cave, struggling to lift their heads upon hearing her voice, but their heads barely rose an inch. The wolf king explained, My mate, Leah, died from excessive bleeding a week ago during childbirth, and there are no other mothers in our pack to nurture the cubs. Nearby packs will not accept my children. He had attempted to feed the cubs various animal blood, but they consistently vomited and suffered increasingly severe symptoms. Without milk, the wolf cubs faced certain death. The wolf king's tone was tinged with humility. I implore you to save them. Ran used a thermometer and a viral testing strip to assess the wolf cub's condition, sighing in relief upon discovering they were merely mildly malnourished. She reassured the wolf king. The wolf cubs are simply on the brink of starvation. The wolf king's expression faltered upon hearing this. How could this human convey such news with such calmness? Noticing the sorrow in the wolf king's eyes, Ran instructed Chiochi and Gigi to retrieve some goat milk powder from the vehicle's trunk, mixing it in a bottle for the wolf cubs to drink. As the cubs suckled from the bottle, their bellies visibly rounded within moments. Ran, cautious not to overfeed them, withdrew the bottle after they had eaten sufficiently. The wolf cubs regained some vitality, their amber eyes fixed on Ran, struggling to lift their heads in an effort to catch a clearer glimpse of her. They glanced at the wolf king and then back at Ran, slowly inching closer, the two cubs resolutely approaching her, calling out, "Mama," in their tender voices. Having been called mother by young animals on multiple occasions, Ran had grown accustomed to it. However, given the wolf cub's frail condition, she had disinfected herself thoroughly while feeding them to minimize any risk of transmitting bacteria. Thus, she refrained from reaching out to touch them, instead squatting beside the cubs with a gentle expression, explaining, "I am not your mother, your mother." Ran recalled the wolf king's words about the mother wolf's tragic fate. Unable to articulate the rest, she finally said, "You can call me sister." The two wolf cubs, however, would not comply. "Mama is the most beautiful in the world. If this human is not our mother, then who is?" The cubs chattered excitedly, using all their energy to plead, "Mama, Mama." Ran found herself at a loss. The condition of the wolf cubs was not as she had anticipated. She could not rely on a pack of wolves to boil water and prepare milk powder. Thus, the cubs had to remain by her side. She informed the wolf king of the situation, and he had no objections. After all, Ran would not harm the wolf cubs. The elder wolves and a few capable fighters remained behind to guard their territory, while the rest of the pack accompanied Ran to escort the Tibetan antelopes to Zhuanai Lake. Having reviewed the map previously, Ran noted that following this route, the Tibetan antelope herd could reach Zhuanai Lake in half a month. However, if they were to migrate along their previous path, it would take twice as long. Now it was late July. According to past years, the Tibetan antelope herd should have already arrived at Zhuanai Lake to give birth. Yet this year, they were still on the road, with many recently born lambs among them. The long journey posed no issue for the adult Tibetan antelopes, but it was an excruciating ordeal for the newborns. This was precisely why Ran had struck a deal with the wolf king. The wolf pack needed to do nothing, yet their presence could prevent many unforeseen accidents. Soon, the convoy of Tibetan antelopes escorted by the wolf pack set forth. Chapter 85. Arriving at Zhuanai Lake. Bidding farewell to the wolf king, the signal in the Gobi Desert was intermittent. Zhang Ming had been forced offline shortly after receiving Ran's phone due to the lack of signal. For 7 consecutive days, Ran had not broadcasted, leaving everyone eagerly awaiting her return. On the other hand, Ran traversed the Altantaf uninhabited region, preparing to lead the Tibetan antelopes into the Kekexili territory. All members of the wildlife protection team, deep within the remote area, had no signal on their smartphones except for specialized satellite phones. It was only when they were close to exiting the uninhabited zone that the signal returned. Upon noticing the signal, Lin Sueya immediately contacted local authorities to assist in facilitating the Tibetan antelope's entry into Kekexili. Fortunately, as Tibetan antelopes entered the city annually, the local departments responded swiftly and efficiently. The journey was relatively uneventful, and the majority of the Tibetan antelopes successfully entered Kekexili, poised to arrive at Zhuanai Lake in 7 days. At this moment, Ran finally recalled that it had been quite a while since she last engaged in a live broadcast. As soon as she started streaming, an influx of over 1,000 viewers rushed into the chat room. Host, you've finally gone live. Do you have any idea how agonizing our wait has been? By the way, is that the backdrop of the Altantaf Mountains? What became of the previous female Tibetan antelope and the little ones? They haven't been eaten, have they? Oh no, that would be quite tragic, sob sob. Huh? When did the host start raising dogs? The viewers were referring to the 2 wolf cubs nestled in Ran's arms. Ever since the cubs regarded Ran as their mother, they had become inseparably attached to her. The other members of the wildlife protection team attempted to feed the cubs, but to their surprise, the cubs growled fiercely, preferring hunger over accepting nourishment from anyone but Ran. In their eyes, she was the only mother they acknowledged. Throughout their journey, the wolf cubs sat obediently beside Ran in the vehicle, occasionally sticking out their tongues in a charming display of affection. They were mere 10-day-old cubs. Ran lowered her gaze, observing the peacefully slumbering cubs, resembling little puppies, and mused that if placed among Chinese rural dogs, it would be nearly impossible to discern whether they were dogs or wolves. In just 7 days, the 2 cubs had visibly grown plumper. Ran contemplated this while the chat room buzzed with discussion. This creature looks so much like a dog. How could it possibly be a wolf? Chubby baby, how did you get so plump in just 10 days? The host has rescued both wolves and sheep. Is she planning to take them all back to the zoo? While the zoo does house wolves, it does not have Tibetan antelopes. However, Ran could never bring healthy wild animals back to a zoo. The little Tibetan antelope she had previously rescued, named Mia, had reunited with its mother and was currently part of a migration group. The two wolf cubs were rescued later, and their father was nearby. After explaining, Ran shifted her phone's camera to capture the view outside the car window. On the city streets, sunlight glimmered off the glass windows of residential buildings, casting a golden glow, as if the sky itself had been set ablaze. A herd of Tibetan antelopes leisurely crossed the road, while police officers maintained order, vehicles halted, and onlookers gathered. Suddenly, sharp-eyed netizens noticed that 7 or 8 dogs stood on either side of the herd. Those certainly don't look like dogs, do they? With their wide mouths, upright ears, and tails tucked between their legs, how can anyone mistake them for dogs? They are clearly wolves. Are these people seriously thinking these creatures are dogs? Isn't this what we should be focusing on? Shouldn't we be astonished that a pack of wolves is following the Tibetan antelopes? Do you want to take a look at whose cub Ran is holding? The astute viewers responded. No wonder the wolf pack is so obedient. It's clearly a case of holding the emperor to command the lords. Haha, the host is clever, knowing to capture the king before the thief. With the cubs in your grasp, even the Jade Emperor would have to work. The wolf pack's herding skills are impressive. They could easily perform the duties of a border collie. Speaking of border collies, host, when will you go live for a collaboration? We are eagerly awaiting. Ran gazed at the two wolf cubs who were yearning to be close to her, wishing to clarify that the situation was not as it seemed. However, after a moment of reflection, she decided it was better to let the viewers draw their own conclusions and refrained from explaining. Ran led the herd of Tibetan antelopes from the Gobi Desert to the shimmering Azure Lake as the off-road vehicle crushed the icy soil. Officially arriving at the Zerai Lake within the Kokoxili Nature Reserve in Qinghai. In mid-August, Zerai Lake was at its peak of lush greenery, with the vast grasslands teeming with wild yaks, Tibetan antelopes, and Tibetan wild donkeys. The breathtaking blue glaciers, pristine snow-capped mountains, azure lakes, and vibrant grasslands adorned with yellow flowers intertwined harmoniously. The Wildlife Protection Team, having successfully brought the herd to Zerai Lake, breathed a sigh of relief. In less than a month, the wolf cubs had learned to run and jump, playfully gnawing at the wolf king's paws, prompting the agitated wolf king to retaliate with a kick. This year's migration was delayed by a month, but fortunately, the female Tibetan antelopes had given birth successfully, resulting in a low mortality rate. By September, the lambs had grown robust, and the wolf cubs' milk teeth began to develop, prompting the Wildlife Protection Team to prepare for their return journey. Upon hearing that Ran was leaving, the wolf cubs felt as though the sky was collapsing.
Mom.
Are you abandoning us? Please take us with you. We don't want to stay with Dad. The two cubs clung desperately to the hem of Ran's pants, almost resembling children throwing a tantrum. Ran felt helpless. Having spent so much time together, it was only natural for her to feel reluctant to part with the cubs, especially since she had raised them. However, the cubs, accompanied by the Wolf King, had successfully hunted a wild rabbit just days prior, and it was evident that they belonged in the wild rather than a zoo. Ran explained, "Your home is here, but my home is over 3,000 kilometers away in City A, so I must leave in a few days." The wolf cubs had matured. They began to realize that the human before them could not be their mother, and that Ran would eventually return to her own life. "But what should we do if we miss you? Where is City A? Can we come to find you in the future?" Zerai Lake was a staggering 267 kilometers from City A, and aside from birds, very few animals could traverse such vast distances. This farewell could likely mean that she and the wolf cubs would never meet again. Yet, as she observed the two cubs sitting among the grass, gazing up at her with their bright, soulful eyes, Ran found herself unable to utter any words of refusal, so she merely nodded. The two cubs exchanged a resolute glance and promised, "Mom, when we grow up, we will definitely come to find you in City A." By the end of September, the grasslands began to wither and turn yellow once more, and the animals on the plains prepared to migrate in droves again. It was time for Ran and her team to depart. As Ran bid farewell to the little Tibetan antelope Mia, the two wolf cubs, and the Wolf King, 15 hours later, her flight landed in City A. After months of hard work, Ran granted everyone a break, allowing them to rest for 2 days. The sudden trip to the Altentaf Mountains had left her car parked at the school, so Ran decided to take a taxi back to the zoo. Just as the vehicle came to a stop, she passed by the security booth and, upon seeing a familiar face, halted in her tracks, her expression filled with surprise and disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 86. No objection to attending Madam C's memorial service. Next to the main entrance of the zoo was a small security booth of about 5 or 6 square meters, typically manned by a 40-year-old man with military experience. After 2 months, the old gentleman was no longer there, replaced by a handsome young face. The key point was that this person was someone Si Ran recognized well. Wan Qingyue, how did you end up working as a security guard at the zoo? What happened to the previous guard? Upon seeing Si Ran, Wan Qingyue immediately stood up, his eyes lighting up. Sister Ran? You're back. Si Ran did not respond. And Wan Qingyue, undeterred, began to explain. The previous uncle went home to take care of his grandson. I happened to see a position open at the zoo, so I applied and got in. I must say, the wonderful zoo is unlike any other. Other security guards get in through connections, but here, you have to pass all the assessments. I really worked hard to get this position. Si Ran pursed her lips. Suddenly noticing the books on the table in front of Wan Qingyue, he seemed a bit flustered, realizing it was working hours, and that he had been caught studying during his shift by his idol, hurriedly closing the materials. Sister Ran, let me explain. Wan Qingyue scratched his head. I absolutely adore little animals, especially after being influenced by you. I wanted to interact with them more, but I missed the application period for the position of zookeeper. So, I thought I'd come here as a security guard, although I can't be a caretaker or go into the wild. At least I can enjoy the view here. Si Ran was aware of Wan Qingyue's profound affection for animals, yet she had not anticipated the extent of it. The outstanding student from Qingbei University was surprisingly willing to humble himself as a security guard. Few would believe such a notion if it were to be spoken of. Si Ran encouraged, then study diligently, and let us strive to become colleagues next year. Absolutely. Wan Qingyue exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, unable to envision the prospect of working alongside Si Ran on missions.
Ah.
At that moment, he wished to leap and scream in excitement, but he forced himself to suppress any sharp outbursts in the presence of Si Ran. Suddenly, Wan Qingyue recalled something and spoke up. Sister Ran, your elder brother has been coming to the zoo every day for the past month, hoping to see you. Upon hearing the mention of Si Juanhe's visits, Si Ran's expression turned icy. Wan Qingyue was startled and quickly clarified, but don't worry, Sister Ran, I've been steadfast at my post, ensuring that your brother enters upright and exits sideways. During their time at school, he had discerned the strained relationship between Si Ran and her brothers. Frankly, he found their demeanor rather distasteful. Si Ran, with her amiable temperament, seemed disinclined to engage with her brothers. Yet, they, oblivious to her sentiments, continually sought to manipulate her, which was utterly abhorrent. While he could not retaliate against Si Juanhe in other circumstances as a security guard at the mystical zoo, he held the authority to interrogate even the ants that dared to enter. Thus, Si Juanhe had been ejected time and again, thwarted by Wan Qingyue's vigilant watch. Listening to Wan Qingyue's animated chatter, Si Ran's furrowed brow relaxed. Well done, she commended. Wan Qingyue felt a weight lift from his shoulders as Si Ran placed her hand on him. Her praise felt like a warm glow. He resolutely vowed, Sister Ran, rest assured, if the Si family dares to return, I shall ensure they enter upright and exit sideways. Just as Si Ran was about to respond, the roar of an engine erupted behind her, followed by a jarring honk. Turning around, she spotted a pristine white Bentley Flying Spur W12 halting within 10 meters of her. Recognizing the familiar license plate, Si Ran frowned. The nauseating duo had arrived once more. Indeed, Si Juanhe and Si Nian emerged from the vehicle. Si Ran raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Out so soon? I assume your time inside was rather colorful. Have you mastered the art of operating a sewing machine yet?
Si Nian,
Just stepping out of the car, nearly lost her composure upon hearing Si Ran's remark. She glanced at Si Ran, then at Si Juanhe, before abruptly lowering her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing Si Juanhe's arrival, Wan Qingyue swiftly grabbed his security fork and stepped outside, only to catch sight of Si Nian feigning tears. He scoffed loudly, oh my, Miss Si, you are truly industrious and eager to learn inside. Surely you would earn full marks in your performance class.
Si June,
Perceiving Si Nian's discomfort, furrowed his brow and implored, Ran, Si Nian has already faced her due punishment. Let us allow this matter to pass. His words made Si Nian abruptly lift her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did Si Juanhe just imply that she was at fault for the previous incident? Grinding her teeth, she muttered defensively, brother, I did nothing wrong. It's fine if you wish to ridicule me, but how could you condemn me so? Ridicule? Wan Qingyue nearly burst into laughter at her words. Who is ridiculing you? Sister Ran and I are merely stating the facts. After all, those trained in the field possess a level of insight that leaves the blind utterly bewildered. Si Nian's face hardened as she glared at the two, wishing she could strip them of their very beings. Yet Si Juanhe neither defended her nor backed down. Instead, he stepped forward and produced a white box he had prepared in advance. Ran, I was overly emotional before. This contains the latest smartphone as my apology. Si Ran's lashes fluttered as her gaze fixated on the phone in Si Juanhe's hand. Sensing her hesitation, Wan Qingyue, ever astute, seized the phone before she could make a move. Si Juanhe's brows knit in displeasure. At that moment, Si Ran slowly articulated, "You broke my phone. This is not an apology but rather a legal obligation you owe me." Si Juanhe's voice caught in his throat. After a moment of restraint, he ventured, Ran, do you truly wish to sever all ties with the Si family? Mother has been quite unsettled of late. Si Ran interrupted him sharply. I, Si Ran, have no connection to the Si family any longer. Qingyue, please escort the Si siblings out as the zoo is not open to the public yet. Wan Qingyue had been awaiting those words, gripping his fork as he spat at Si Juanhe. Si Nian, witnessing the unfolding scene, positioned herself before Si Juanhe and implored earnestly. Sister, in half a month, it will be Mother's birthday. We came here hoping you would attend her birthday banquet. Since your departure, Mother has been unable to eat or sleep well. She is simply, Si Ran interjected with a curious yet excited glint in her eye, starving to death? Sister. Si Nian feigned anger. If you are upset with me or the family, I would gladly serve you like a slave, but you cannot curse our mother. She has lost so much weight because of you and has been frequently ill. Si Ran nodded. Oh, so she hasn't died yet? How fortunate for me. But should Mrs. Si perish from starvation, I would not mind attending her memorial. In her past life, she had been exceedingly dependent on this mother. Unlike the other members of the Si family, she seldom chastised herself and always spoke gently, often presenting gifts not just for Si Nian but for herself as well. Whenever Si Xingying criticized her for her inadequacies, she would invariably come to Si Nian's defense. Back then, she was enveloped in her mother's tender embrace, oblivious to the fact that her mother did not truly love her. In truth, compared to Si Nian's gifts, what Si Xiuxiu offered her were mere scraps, or even mere tokens. Her advocacy stemmed from a fear of projecting all her grievances onto Si Nian. It wasn't until the end of her previous life that she finally understood this truth. Now, even the title of Mrs. Si filled her with utter revulsion. The disdain in Si Ran's eyes was unmasked, glaringly evident before Si Juanhe. He instinctively furrowed his brow, yet his reprimands remained trapped within him, just as they always had. Since the incident with Si Ran's phone, he had been haunted by dreams of her. In those dreams, she was not the remarkable person she was now. She was often silent, laboring for the Si family. Just yesterday, he had dreamt that she would perish on the streets, blood pooling around her, her eyes forever closed in death. Awakening from that nightmare, his heart raced, perplexed as to why anyone would wish harm upon Si Ran. Despite their tenuous bond, she was still his sister. Watching her suffer was beyond his capacity. Perhaps these dreams served as a warning, a call for him to save her. With this thought in mind, Si Juanhe finally spoke. Ran, I understand your resentment towards Mother for losing you, and yes, Nian's parents have erred, but for all these years, out of guilt, they have never mistreated you, providing for your needs even when the family struggled financially to support your high school education. Our relationship may not have matured, but that doesn't mean we ever wish to abandon you. The Si family will always welcome you back, should you choose to return. Upon hearing this, Si Ran's eyes flickered, and she raised an eyebrow toward Si Nian. With a gaze as piercing as a torch, Si Ran's eyes bore into Si Nian, who felt as though a hole were being seared into her very being, her lips pressed together in a state of palpable tension. Suddenly, Si Ran let out a derisive laugh, her tone laced with insinuation. Those two wretches provide for my every need, even supporting my high school education? If that were the case, would I still need to toil in the entertainment industry? What do you mean? Si Jun, he questioned, his expression one of confusion. Sensing the underlying implications of Si Ran's words were far from simple. Yet, Si Ran wore a mask of scorn, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. The background information on Si Ran was meticulously gathered by him, ensuring its accuracy. The records revealed a checkered past, but out of guilt. Nian's parents had always indulged Si Ran. However, once in university, Si Ran, having never experienced the opulence of towering skyscrapers or luxury brands, yearned to show off among her peers. Upon hearing that the entertainment industry was lucrative, she hastily pursued acting. Just as Si Jun he was about to speak, Si Nyen interjected, "Sister, I know you say this out of hatred for me." As she spoke, her voice faltered, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a dam bursting. "Sister, what must I do to gain your approval? Is my death the only solution?" Si Ran replied coldly, "There's an overpass a kilometer away. If you were to leap from there, you would undoubtedly perish." With that, she tilted her head slightly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Once you are gone, I assure you, I would no longer harbor any resentment towards you." Standing nearby, Wan Qingyue was taken aback, finally grasping the situation. It dawned on him that Si Nyen was nothing but a pretender. The Si family had mistakenly regarded a mere imitation as a treasure. Si Ran, with her tenacity in the entertainment realm, had proven herself, even graduating from a prestigious university like Qingbei. How could such a remarkable individual be subjected to bullying by the Si family? With a fiery temper, Wan Qingyue could not tolerate Si Nyen's affronts towards his goddess and future colleague. Seeing Si Nyen on the verge of collapse, he stoked the flames further. "Weren't you just asking us to forgive our sister? Why not take the plunge? Why don't you jump?" With a smirk, he added, "Oh, I get it now. You merely talk big. You're too afraid to die." His taunts nearly drove Si Nyen to the brink of madness. Yet she knew she could not remain in this place any longer. Acknowledging the consequences of her actions, she realized that if Si Jun he continued to press on, her misdeeds would inevitably come to light. Si Nyen's complexion turned ashen, clutching her chest as she bent over. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wan Qingyue exclaimed, startled. "You're not faking a medical emergency, are you? Not even a Sichuan opera performer can change faces that quickly." Si Jun he, too, noticed Si Nyen's distress. His patience with Si Ran evaporating in an instant. "Si Ran, Nyen has a heart condition. How could you?" His voice trailed off as he took in Si Ran's indifferent and mocking demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Si Nyen gritted her teeth, sensing something within her heart slipping away. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable wave of panic, she sobbed, "Brother, my heart hurts so much." Without hesitation, Si Jun he scooped Si Nyen into his arms and rushed her to the hospital. Wan Qingyue, left speechless, pointed after their departing vehicle, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Wait, how could she have a heart condition looking like that? His skepticism stemmed from the fact that Si Nyen had shown no signs of illness when her reputation had collapsed online. Now, suddenly, she was stricken. Did she require specific triggers for her condition to manifest? With a disdainful spit, he muttered, "What a farce." Si Ran cast a glance his way, prompting Wan Qingyue to straighten up nervously. He couldn't shake the feeling that since donning the security uniform, he viewed Si Ran as a boss rather than a peer. His heart uneasy. Unaware of Wan Qingyue's inner turmoil, Si Ran was somewhat surprised by his perceptiveness in quickly discerning that Si Nyen's heart condition was feigned. Contemplating this, she addressed him, "Dear Jobwell, I must take my leave." Wan Qingyue nodded instinctively, but as Si Ran walked away, he realized there were countless questions left unasked. And Si Ran's phone still rested in his hand. "Sister Ran, your phone," he began, only to be met with her dismissive wave. "Keep it, it's a gift." At the hospital, news of Si Nyen's hospitalization reached the Si family. Si Guxing and Si Xinging, unable to return from their work far away, were left out of the crisis. Si Jun he was also tied up with numerous meetings. While Wan Xiuxiu hurried to the hospital upon learning of her daughter's heart condition, seizing the opportunity for Si Jun he to slip away. Upon entering the ward, Wan Xiuxiu found Si Nyen with red-rimmed eyes, instantly softening her heart. What on earth happened? With tears streaming down her face, Si Nyen exclaimed, "Mom, it's all my fault. I did something wrong before, and I've been trying to gain my sister's forgiveness. I waited with my brother at the zoo every day for her. Today, I finally saw her and wanted to make it up to her, but she..." Wan Xiuxiu's heart tightened at the thought of Si Ran's ruthless nature, and concern welled within her. "What did Si Ran do to you?" Si Nyen, her lashes trembling, glanced at Si Jun he before quickly lowering her head, her tone laced with grievance. "Sister told me to die. She said if I died, she wouldn't hate me anymore." Wan Xiuxiu's mind whirled at the utterance, disbelief washing over her. How could that be? Si Ran would never say something like that. To her, Si Ran was merely a child yearning for familial affection, struggling to navigate the complexities of maintaining such bonds. How could she utter such words? As Si Nyen claimed, beneath the sheets, Si Nyen's fingers clenched the pristine linens, writhing in anguish. What did Wan Xiuxiu's words imply? She was hospitalized, and instead of offering her immediate concern, Wan Xiuxiu questioned her. Despite all her efforts, why did these individuals persist in siding with Si Ran? A glimmer of resentment and malice flickered in Si Nian's eyes as she gazed at Wan Xiuxiu, disappointment saturating her expression. Mother, are you doubting my words about sister? Wan Xiuxiu was taken aback. But as she beheld the tears brimming in Si Nian's eyes, a realization struck her, prompting her to hastily clarify, Nian Nian.
I didn't mean it that way.
Yet Si Nian's head hung low, tears spilling forth and saturating the white sheets beneath her. Ever since Daddy and Mommy brought sister home, she has been bullying me. I held on to my resentment, wanting to teach her a lesson. But I never anticipated my friend would act so harshly. I've erred and received my due punishment, but I yearn to make amends with sister. I told her I would do anything for her forgiveness, but she told me to jump off the overpass, even encouraging the security to bully me. Choking back her sobs, Si Nian continued. Sister said if I jumped, she would never hate me again. I can't. Wan Xiuxiu's face blanched. Nian Nian. You must not think that way. Si Ran is simply hurt and spoke in anger. We can find other ways to make amends with her. Upon hearing this, suppressed hatred simmered in Si Nian's eyes. Really? In a blink, her expression morphed from confusion to excitement. Yet soon after, she lowered her gaze, submissively stating, I recently secured a role in a significant production. I want to offer this opportunity to sister as a gesture of goodwill. Wan Xiuxiu hesitated. Si Ran had already withdrawn from the entertainment industry and was unlikely to return to acting. Noticing her uncertainty, Si Nian's lips curled into a slight smirk. Sister left the industry because she was angry with me, but this opportunity is from the renowned director Zhang, known for his blockbuster hits. She will surely accept it. Wan Xiuxiu frowned slightly. Your sister may not necessarily agree. Si Nian, feeling helpless, remarked, but this is an opportunity one painstakingly secured for my sister. Moreover, the job at the zoo is both dirty and exhausting. My sister is far too delicate to endure it. Let's sign the contract on her behalf first, and later, we can surprise her with it. She will undoubtedly adore it. As she spoke, a flicker of darkness glinted in her eyes. Although director Zhang possessed considerable talent, he was notoriously eccentric within the entertainment industry, with countless stars having fallen victim to his whims. Once Si Ran entered the production team, she would be subjected to relentless torment. Si Nian found herself eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. At the wonderful zoo in the staff dormitory, a little sparrow perched on the second-floor window, pecking at the grains Si Ran had gifted her. Once her belly was plump and round, the sparrow flew onto Si Ran's shoulder, shaking her fluffy body before chirping, Director, here's the situation. I witnessed Si Nian swapping out the documents on Si Juanhe's desk. Si Ran had just finished her morning routine. Alipay, intently observing the little bird on Si Ran's shoulder, gazed with sparkling eyes, measuring the bird's size with her beak. Filled with a sense of eager anticipation. This time, she and T brought Alipay along, but fortunately, Meng Tao had been at the zoo, taking Alipay out on patrol every day. Upon her return, Meng Tao couldn't wait to deliver Alipay back. Now, Alipay had officially ascended to the position of captain of the security team, even becoming the direct superior of Wan Xingyue. However, it was likely that the two had yet to meet, leaving one to wonder how Wan Xingyue would react upon discovering her superior was a dog. After listening to the little sparrow's words and noticing Alipay's little antics, Si Ran expressionlessly motioned for Alipay to close her mouth and said to the sparrow, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, little one. However, I must trouble you to continue watching Si Nian and inform me of any developments. The little sparrow eagerly shook her head, exclaiming, It's no trouble at all. Gathering intelligence for the director is the greatest honor of my avian life. Especially since the director has provided ample food for me and my friends. We shall have a splendid winter this year. Thus, it is only right for us to assist the director. The little sparrow flew out the window to keep an eye on Si Nian. Alipay looked wistfully at the sparrow outside. She had yet to taste what a sparrow was like. With a long sigh, Alipay lifted her head, her ice-blue eyes meeting Si Ran's gaze as she stood with her hands on her hips, quietly observing her. Alipay's eyes rolled around. Still unsure of what mischief she had committed, but instinctively, she tucked her tail between her legs and, in a daze, attempted to charm Si Ran. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt her heart racing.
Come on, you must think fast.
She urged herself. Recently, she had not dismantled Si Ran's home but had only been wreaking havoc in Meng Tao's abode. Surely Meng Tao couldn't have reported her to Si Ran so quickly? It couldn't have been anything involving rummaging through the trash, could it? Perhaps it was the midnight escapade of raiding the refrigerator that Ran had discovered? Alipay's ears drooped as her anxiety grew. She decided to dramatically flop onto the ground, spreading her legs apart to reveal her pink belly. Her tail spinning like a propeller while emitting a series of whimpers. Ran, I was wrong. I shouldn't have remodeled Meng Tao's house. Ran raised an eyebrow, her irritation escalating. This dog had not only wrecked its own home, but had also vandalized someone else's. She hadn't been around for months, and it was evident that this rascal had been up to no good. Under duress, Alipay divulged everything, both the incriminating and the innocuous. Of course, with her empty head, Alipay had never doubted that Ran could comprehend her words. She had always believed that Ran understood her intentions because they shared a profound connection. As Alipay yelped in distress, her cries drew the attention of the staff on the same floor. Upon witnessing Alipay's plight, they gathered to watch, relishing the spectacle, and even fanned the flames by revealing all the mischief Alipay had been up to. Consequently, Alipay found herself in an even worse predicament. She lay sprawled on the sofa, having received a swift reprimand. Glancing at the caretaker outside the door, who was gossiping about her, she thought with a fierce determination, "Just you wait. Tomorrow, I shall leave a little gift at your doorstep." Chapter 89. The sorrowful footsoak. After being scolded by Ran, Alipay became markedly more obedient. During these days, without any external assignments, Ran continued her desensitization training for the animals. Alipay sat patiently by her side, though it couldn't help but feel jealous whenever Ran approached other animals. In moments of frustration, it would even attempt to assert dominance like a rabbit confronting an eagle. However, wild animals are notoriously temperamental, and Alipay soon found itself overpowered by monkeys and chased around by tigers, ultimately being scolded by a golden python for being too noisy, which left Alipay fearing for its life, believing it might be reincarnated. Ran had nearly completed her studies on the comprehensive surgical manual provided by the system. Her progress had surpassed 80. Once she reached 100, she could implement the advanced surgical techniques and experiences she had acquired, enabling her to conduct swift procedures with ease. Ran unconsciously exhaled a long breath. One by one, her tasks began to materialize, and although exhausting, she felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. As October arrived, the weather in city gradually cooled, with the autumn breeze bringing a refreshing chill. The staff from the Asian Elephant Conservation Station in Province Y began contacting her. Pippi's condition had stabilized, and she could now be sent to the wonderful zoo. The staff's tone conveyed a hint of envy. "Teacher C. Pippi has missed you terribly during this time. Since your departure, she has occasionally refused to cooperate with her treatment. However, the moment she sees your photos or videos, she immediately complies." They added, "It seems she understands us. Every time we mention that cooperating with her treatment means she can see you sooner. Pippi behaves exceptionally well for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Ran immediately envisioned Pippi's adorable face. She explained, "Elephants have remarkable memories. I've saved Pippi twice before, so she certainly remembers me." Upon hearing this, the staff expressed even more admiration. As anyone in their line of work would long to be cherished by the animals they cared for, it was a source of immense pride. After confirming the date for Pippi's arrival with the staff, Ran ended the call. Remembering that she had yet to withdraw the donations from her previous live stream showcasing the Tibetan antelope migration, she glanced at her phone. There were numerous private messages in her inbox, many from brands seeking collaboration, and others requesting her to sign contracts for live streaming. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined them all. This time, the total donations had reached an astounding 3 million. After taxes and related deductions, she promptly transferred the entire sum to Meng Tao, instructing him to handle the official procedures and deliver the funds to the Altentaf Conservation Station. For the conservation station, this amount merely covered the costs of a few patrols. Yet for a resource-strapped organization, it was undeniably a lifeline, allowing them to sustain operations for at least a year and a half. As Ran pondered this, a WeChat notification suddenly popped up at the top of her screen. The sender, whose username was Sorrowful Footsoak, had an avatar of a cat emperor, exuding an air of arrogance. The most striking detail was that upon glancing at the chat history, Ran realized they hadn't conversed since becoming friends. Curious, she clicked into the sender's moments, only to see a message with a sitting on the ground emoji. The next moment, that message was retracted, replaced by a cute Teletubby emoji. "Sorrowful Footsoak, I heard you're back. Would you like to have a meal together sometime?" Ran. After much deliberation, she replied, "Who are you? There was a moment of silence from the other side, followed by another emoji. Who knows if the fish cries? Who knows if the monkey cries? Retracted in the next second. I'm feeling a bit choked up. Retracted again. I'm not sad. And yet again, retracted. C. Rand. The sorrowful foot soak water oscillated through the conversation, and after retracting 3 expressions, the melancholic emoji replied with a detached message. It's me, Pei Yu. Are you free for dinner tomorrow night at 8? Siren gazed at the username Sorrowful Foot Soakwater and the Emperor Meow Meow avatar, lost in contemplation. Recalling the trouble she had inadvertently caused Pei Yu last time, and having promised him a meal, Siren deliberated before acquiescing. Alright. Sorrowful Foot Soakwater. Pei Yu promptly sent Siren the address and room details. Perhaps he was naturally reticent, for after Siren responded with an emoji, he ceased further communication. Siren tucked her phone away and continued to progress on her surgical manual. The following evening, Siren donned a black turtleneck sweater dress. Her dark hair elegantly swept back, and a silver heart-shaped necklace adorning her chest. She layered a vintage reddish-brown coat over her outfit, her tall stature and exquisite makeup rendering her resplendent. Arriving half an hour early at the location Pei Yu had mentioned, she found herself before a privately owned Western restaurant. Although she had never been there, she was aware that it was a favored haunt for many affluent individuals and celebrities. Upon entering, the dazzling light refracted from the crystal chandelier above. A waiter clad in a white suit approached respectfully, stating, Miss C, your private room has been prepared. Please follow me. You know me? Siren asked, intrigued. The waiter smiled. Mr. Pei provided us with your photograph when he made the reservation. He is already in the private room. With that, Siren dismissed her thoughts. Having mingled in the entertainment industry, it was not surprising that Pei Yu possessed her photograph. However, she was taken aback that he had arrived even earlier than she. The waiter opened the door to the private room, where the ambience was illuminated by exquisite ornate beams and the meticulously arranged fine dinnerware. Pei Yu, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, reclined against a leather seat. His short black hair slicked back with gel, a thin-lipped smile gracing his face, exuding an air of aloofness, yet intrigue. He epitomized the archetype of a domineering CEO, if one could overlook his glaring username and abstract emojis. Suppressing a smile, Siren approached, with a composed demeanor. Please. Have a seat, Pei Yu said coolly, extending the menu towards her. Feel free to order. Pei Yu was forthright, and Siren found no cause for concern. After all, she was merely there to express her apologies for the previous incident. After ordering, she returned the menu to the waiter. Once the waiter departed, the room was left with just the two of them. Siren broke the silence. Mr. Pei, I apologize for the earlier inconvenience. I intended to treat you to dinner, but my hectic work schedule kept me away. Pei straightened slightly, nodding. My mother often speaks highly of you. Your work is quite fascinating. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Pei. As their conversation ensued, they found common ground. Pei Yu, though appearing aloof, exhibited humility and courtesy, his conversational pace matching hers. And when they veered into topics beyond work, Siren noticed a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. No wonder he was often referred to as the dog son by Xia Wan. Aside from work and studies, he possessed a genuine curiosity about various subjects. The current cool demeanor was likely a facade, a realization Siren chose to keep to herself. Unbeknownst to Pei Yu, his practiced charm had already been discerned by Siren. He cleared his throat, lowering his voice. If you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Before Siren could respond, a knock at the door announced the arrival of 2 female waitstaff carrying trays. Sir, ma'am, your orders have arrived. Please enjoy your meal. As they set the dishes down, one of the waitresses suddenly exclaimed, Siren, what a surprise to see you here after all these years. Upon recognizing Siren, the waitress's gaze shifted, appraising Pei Yu before raising an eyebrow at Siren, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Chapter 90. Reaping what one sows. The waitress's gaze was unmistakably clear. It was only then that Siren truly noticed her presence. Clad in a white shirt and a form-fitting skirt, her makeup meticulously done, the waitress was oblivious to the tension in the air. Her colleague, sensing the awkwardness, hurried to fetch the manager. Yet the waitress remained, seemingly unaware of Siren's increasingly frosty demeanor and Pei Yu's piercing glare. Siren, don't tell me you've forgotten me. I'm Wu Yu. We were from the same village. How could you not recognize me after just a few years? Wu Yu, caught up in the excitement of their reunion, continued. It's been 3 or 4 years since you went to university, right? You've done quite well for yourself. Far better than I. Her eyes subtly darted towards Peiyu. She leaned closer to Si Ran and lowered her voice. Is this your benefactor? Anyone dining in this restaurant must earn at least tens of thousands a month. He looks exceptional for a gold master. You've really snagged a catch. Her tone was not one of admiration, but rather laced with jealousy. Wu Yu and Si Ran had grown up in the same village, where Si Ran had often been seen as the unkempt child, yet many still preferred her company. Si Ran's parents neglected her, and upon completing elementary school, they expected her to drop out and work. However, Si Ran defied them, traveling over 50 kilometers to report her parents to the Education Bureau and Women's Federation. During her middle school years, she persisted in her education, despite her parents' reluctance. And the teachers and classmates who appreciated her kindness covered her exam fees. Wu Yu recalled the time when they were in the same class. And while the teachers adored Si Ran, she herself was skeptical about the future of rural girls like Si Ran, who were often expected to marry young. Yet Si Ran resisted the pressure, achieving admission to the province's best high school, though the tuition posed a challenge. Wu Yu remembered how Si Ran had fiercely opposed her parents' attempts to betroth her at 15. That rebellious spirit was unforgettable as Si Ran brandished a sickle, threatening to harm her parents and the suitor's family. Back then, she was not the poised figure Si Ran was today. Her resistance only landed her in the hospital, catching the attention of the police. 2 months later, Si Ran departed the insular village, battered yet determined, to pursue her studies 300 kilometers away, and since then, there had been no word from her. Wu Yu's heart brimmed with envy. How could someone so poor prosper while she struggled? After graduating middle school, she spent 3 years selling clothes in town, only to marry and divorce, eventually finding her way here, where her looks afforded her a place. Yet, turning back, she saw that the girl once thought doomed had flourished, dressed elegantly, and now dined effortlessly in upscale restaurants, a thought that gnawed at her insides. Wu Yu continued to ramble on, oblivious to Si Ran's growing chill and Peiyu's lethal glare. Just then, the colleague who had gone to fetch the manager returned, accompanied by a manager in his 40s. Upon observing Peiyu's pallid countenance, the manager's face turned ashen, and he stammered, Pei Xiao. Peiyu's obsidian eyes bore an icy veneer, his gaze sharp and devoid of discernible emotion. Is this how your waitstaff are trained? The manager hastily averted his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He cast a fierce glance at Wu Yu, seizing her arm and admonishing, You were instructed to serve, not to disturb the guests. Apologize at once. Peiyu was a frequent patron of the Western restaurant and, more importantly, a friend of his employer. Today, the young master Pei had arrived a full 2 hours early, anxiously visiting the restroom numerous times in anticipation of the lady before him. He had never witnessed Peiyu so unnerved by a single person. Should this encounter go awry, not only would all the waitstaff face termination, but the manager himself would also be at risk of losing his job. Startled by the manager's glare, Wu Yu trembled, her lips quivering as she turned to Si Ran, silently imploring her to intercede. Yet Si Ran appeared oblivious, calmly savoring her steak, not even sparing a glance in Wu Yu's direction. Panic began to swell within Wu Yu. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of indignation. Si Ran, merely a country girl abandoned by her parents, had only arrived in the city a few years earlier, possessing no reason to exude such arrogance. Si Ran, you must explain this to our manager. We know each other. Wu Yu grasped Si Ran's arm, causing the knife and fork in Si Ran's hand to scrape sharply against the porcelain plate. Wu Yu froze, and the private room fell into an oppressive silence. Peiyu, with his long legs crossed and one arm draped over the back of his chair, regarded Wu Yu with an intensity that mirrored her earlier scrutiny of him. Wu Yu felt as though Peiyu's gaze pierced her, leaving her utterly mortified. At last, Peiyu spoke. Dismiss this server immediately, and ensure she apologizes to my friend. Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fire me? She gasped, astonished. She had merely exchanged a few words with Si Ran, and yet this man sought to terminate her employment. On what grounds? Stop bouncing around like a grasshopper, causing annoyance. Apologize and leave, Peiyu said dismissively, issuing a threat. The private room is under surveillance. If you refuse to apologize, I will call the police. With that, he produced his phone, poised to dial 110. Wu Yu's mind reeled. She cast a desperate glance at Si Ran, her eyes pleading, Si Ran, surely your friend has misunderstood. I simply wanted to speak to you, because I was so surprised to see you. Si Ran flicked her gaze toward Wu Yu, taking a moment to recall her name. After years apart, Wu Yu had indeed changed significantly after applying makeup. It took Si Ran considerable time to recognize her. However, she harbored no fondness for Wu Yu. Did you not claim my friend was my benefactor? If there's a misunderstanding, take it to the police station, C. Ran stated coolly. Wu Yu was rendered speechless, while the manager stood agape in disbelief. Wu Yu, do you not possess any common sense? Miss C is not only a major celebrity, but currently works at the zoo. Mr. Pei is on friendly terms with her, yet you spread such baseless rumors? The manager, exasperated, inhaled deeply, apologize at once, then depart. I cannot fathom how such a dim-witted server was even hired. The manager's gaze toward Wu Yu was one of disdain, wishing he could kick her out on the spot. In her current predicament, Wu Yu felt trapped. She observed C. Ran flourishing, her heart brimming with jealousy. It was ironic that once, C. Ran had lived in poverty, subsisting on pickled vegetables with her rice. Now, the roles had reversed, and Wu Yu found herself as the struggling one. What saddened her further was the evident esteem with which C. Ran was regarded, even by the manager. Though her current job appeared glamorous, it was fraught with laborious tasks, leaving her little time for the internet. Back in her hometown, the internet had only been accessible for a couple of years, rendering her environment a mere shadow of modern urban life. Even if she had encountered C. Ran's advertisements or videos, life had kept her too occupied to pay attention. C. Ran, as fellow townsfolk, can you please overlook this matter? Wu Yu pursed her lips, reluctantly lowering herself. She was certain C. Ran would forgive her. Yet, she was mistaken. C. Ran merely arched an eyebrow, affirming, you do not wish to apologize? Wu Yu lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with hope. In the next moment, C. Ran's lips curled into a delicate smile, her voice gentle yet laced with an undeniable firmness. Then let us proceed to the police station. With that, she set down her knife and fork. Pei Yu, resolute, prepared to dial the authorities. Wait, Wu Yu implored, locking eyes with C. Ran, her desperation palpable. I was merely caught off guard by your success and spoke thoughtlessly. Given your past hardships, I was astonished to see you thriving. Her tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. The manager, now thoroughly exasperated, rolled his eyes, interrupting Wu Yu's attempt to speak further, incessantly apologizing to C. Ran. Wu Yu felt as if she were begging for her job while they sought to dismiss her. The manager regretted hiring such a fool. The tides of fortune change in 30 years, and yet you failed to grasp that principle. Although the manager had not closely followed C. Ran's career, he was aware of the recent buzz surrounding her departure from the entertainment industry, having overheard staff discussions. From Wu Yu's remarks, he deduced that C. Ran had risen to prominence solely through her own efforts. If she were indeed a fellow townswoman, he ought to speak highly of her to leave a good impression. Instead, Wu Yu had tarnished her reputation with her insinuations. In the eyes of most, benefactor was a term of esteem. Moreover, Pei Yu's evident affection for C. Ran suggested he would go to great lengths for her. Wu Yu's jealousy of C. Ran's success was palpable. The manager, recognizing that Wu Yu was beyond redemption, stood silently, watching her self-destruct. When Pei Yu finished listening to Wu Yu, he promptly initiated the call to the police. Initially unfazed, Wu Yu's demeanor shifted when a group of serious-looking officers escorted her to the interrogation room. Panic set in, particularly upon learning that C. Ran intended to pursue legal action, leading to the possibility of her detention. I want to see C. Ran. Can't I just apologize to her? She pleaded. The officer replied, it's too late. You refused to apologize during mediation. Now that you know you might be detained, you are frightened. People like you need to be dealt with by the law. But I was merely speaking thoughtlessly, without malice. She protested. If you had no ill intent, you wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Regardless, since she refuses to reconcile, we must proceed according to protocol. In truth, the officers were under strict orders not to be lenient regarding any matters involving C. Ran. Though they were unaware of her status, they were obligated to follow directives from above. Ultimately, Wu Yu's offense was minor, resulting in a 3-day detention. After receiving the outcome at the police station, C. Ran exited alongside Pei Yu. With a look of regret, she said, Mr. Pei, I am truly sorry for keeping you here so late without even having a meal. How about we grab a bite to eat now? Very well, Pei Yu acquiesced. As they walked, C. Ran explained, Wu Yu was once my classmate, but our relationship was not as she claimed. We were in the same class during elementary and middle school, and she often bullied me. Pei Yu felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. The information he uncovered indicated that C. Ran was a child adopted by the C family. However, the present circumstances seemed to suggest otherwise. There must be some aspects he had yet to discover. Pei Yu maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, did she bully you? Did you retaliate? C. Ran. Pei Yu stated earnestly, if anyone dares to bully you, you must not passively endure it. Otherwise, they will only become emboldened, and the torment will escalate. Some individuals possess this tendency, clinging to those more powerful while looking down upon those they perceive as weaker. For instance, Wu Yu has always believed she could trample Si Ran beneath her feet, which grants her a sense of superiority. This habitual arrogance has led her to scorn Si Ran, even to the point of failing to recognize any wrongdoing in her casual remarks. Si Ran pressed her lips together and replied, I did retaliate, but it was discreetly. Wu Yu remains unaware to this day. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu was quite taken aback. His facade of seriousness nearly faltered, but he managed to regain his composure, convinced he had not revealed any weaknesses. Nonetheless, his eyes sparkled with a gleeful curiosity. Observing Pei Yu's expression, Si Ran felt an inexplicable lift in her spirits. She turned her head and lowered her voice intentionally. When I was young, without my parents to advocate for me, I dared not make even the slightest mistake. So I avoided trouble at school. However, many classmates were kind to me in elementary school, and I once gathered them to help me. We ambushed Wu Yu outside the school walls, putting her in a sack and beating her. Initially, she had no idea I was behind it, but after she bullied me once, she found herself punished every time she left school. Eventually, she ceased to trouble me, only speaking to me from her lofty perch as she did today. The intrigued Pei Yu could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed, So she knows it was you? Si Ran smiled with her eyes. Did you see the way she acted today? Does she seem particularly clever? Pei Yu pondered for a moment. Indeed, she did not. Si Ran continued, she only guessed half of it. Wu Yu has always believed that my classmates were simply standing up for me, which is why she dared not voice her anger. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu's mind quickly grasped the implications. Wu Yu was clearly one who preyed on the weak. She bullied the young Si Ran, knowing she had no support, but when faced with collective opposition, she too would cower. While the notion of retaliatory violence is certainly not commendable, it was the only recourse Si Ran could conceive in her youth. Pei Yu stated earnestly, Xiao Ran, you did the right thing. Had I been by your side back then, I would have given Wu Yu a sound slap across the face.